Parallel world, the country of American. In an ordinary two-story building, several blue-eyed, blonde-haired individuals were sitting solemnly together, their eyes focused on an Asian man beside them. I've been practicing wilderness survival skills since I was a child. When I was 15, I lived alone on an uninhabited island for 3 whole years. Fong Chen said proudly. That uninhabited island had all kinds of dangers: venomous snakes, poison dart frogs, saltwater crocodiles, stonefish, and even bears and tigers. He continued to add, "Oh my God." Upon hearing this, several people exclaimed in shock, staring at Fong Chen with astonished expressions. Facing so many dangerous animals, you actually managed to survive there for 3 years, someone marveled. Of course. Fong Chen's face showed a hint of pride as he patted his chest and said, "Just surviving is nothing, I even built a villa there." "Wow, you're incredible," someone exclaimed. "No wonder your muscles are so firm, and there are scars on your legs. Turns out they were left from that time. Fong Chen, you've practically become my idol." Listening to the surrounding voices of praise, Fong Chen calmly raised his hand. After all, as a citizen of Manhwa, not bragging a bit during a meal would be a disservice to the food. Of course, this is just a small display. If he had a few more bottles of champagne, he could boast to the heavens, straight into outer space. However, don't think Fong Chen is usually like this. It's just that after 3 years of being transported here without obtaining a system, he had to live like an ordinary person, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Plus, he had a bit to drink today, so he couldn't help but say a few more words. Normally, he's still a steady and reliable person. The words had barely fallen when a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl looked at him with envy. "They say people from the Dragon Country are full of hidden talents. Fong Chen, can you tell me more stories after dinner? We could hang out at my place." Fong Chen's eyes lit up. See, bragging does have its benefits. Just as the girl finished speaking, another girl also turned her gaze. "You want to hear the story too?" the girl asked. "Of course, I want to hear the story, but I also want to invite Fong Chen to participate in a wilderness survival program my dad is organizing." She took a promotional poster out of her bag and handed it to Fong Chen. She said with a smile, "Fong Chen, to be honest, my dad is planning to create a wilderness survival show this time, and he's recruiting people. I think you're the perfect candidate." Fong Chen froze, and the alcohol-induced haze instantly diminished by half. He stared at her intently. If he remembered correctly, this girl was Kirsty, a friend of his classmate. "Tempted, aren't you?" Kirsty asked with a smile. "As long as you participate, you can immediately receive a $300,000 bonus, and if you win, there's $50 million waiting for you." Hearing this, several people nearby gasped in astonishment. $50 million enough for them to live worry-free for a lifetime. Moreover, just signing up gets you $300,000. Who wouldn't want to join? While Fong Chen was still in a daze, Kirsty continued, "My dad is organizing this kind of show for the first time and doesn't have much experience, so he wants to find people with wilderness survival skills to participate. After all, the show can't have anyone dying, right?" "Yes, yes." Fong Chen nodded repeatedly, but fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing his reaction, Kirsty took a bank card out of her bag and placed it in front of him. She smiled and said, "There's already $300,000 on this card. As long as you agree to participate, the money will be yours immediately." "Wow, $300,000! The others exclaimed. But no one noticed that Fong Chen's mind was in chaos at the moment. Damn it, he had bragged too much. What should he do? Of course, I can only refuse. Surviving on a deserted island for 3 years? It's all bragging. If he really went to such a place, he wouldn't survive even 3 days. However, just as Fong Chen was about to say sorry, ding, keyword wilderness survival detected. The God-level evolution system is now activating. Ding, the God-level evolution system is bound to the sole host, Fong Chen. Ding, a novice gift package is awarded to the host. Would you like to open it immediately? As the electronic voice faded, Fong Chen's drunkenness instantly vanished without a trace. After waiting for 3 whole years, he had finally awaited the arrival of the system. Open. Fong Chen suppressed his inner excitement and issued a command with his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining fire starting max, construction LV1, cooking LV1, hunting LV1, evolution points +5, all attributes +5. As soon as the system voice finished, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of Fong Chen. Name, Fong Chen. Attributes, strength 10, stamina 9, agility 9, spirit 10. Abilities, fire starting max, construction LV1, cooking LV1, hunting LV1. Evolution points, 5. Skill points, 0. Ding, system notification. The God-level evolution system can evolve all items. A sign-in gift pack can be obtained every week, and 10 evolution points can be exchanged for 1 skill point. As soon as the system notification sound ended, the light screen suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding scene returned to its original state. Fong Chen, what's wrong with you? Kirsty waved her hand in front of him. No, it's nothing. Fong Chen quickly regained his composure, showing a confident smile. I just suspected for a moment that I was drunk, but now I'm sober. Then, are you willing to participate? Of course I am. Fong Chen smiled faintly. You are a friend of mine, Fong Chen. I I never refuse an invitation from a friend. That's great, Kirsty said excitedly. Here's 300,000, take it first. I'll have someone send over the contract later. After speaking, she began making a phone call, while the people around her looked at Fong Chen with envy. The girl from earlier leaned closer to Fong Chen, batting her eyes flirtatiously and said, Fong Chen, are you still coming to my place later? Fong Chen glanced at her. She looked decent, barely worth a 6 out of 10. If it were in the past, he definitely wouldn't refuse such a good thing delivered for free. What a pity. Fong Chen, take a look at the contract first, and come to my house while you're at it, Christy quickly interjected. Fong Chen nodded slightly. Dates can be found anytime for American, after all, he doesn't look bad. But the wilderness survival matter must be settled quickly. He absolutely cannot miss out on that $50 million prize. Soon, Kirsty sent someone over with the contract. The two went out together, and a Rolls-Royce was parked at the entrance. Upon seeing Kirsty, the bodyguard swiftly opened the car door and respectfully welcomed them into the vehicle. The car sped along the road and soon stopped in front of an extremely luxurious villa. Kasai pulled Fong Chen inside. My parents went out to discuss business, so it's just the two of us at home for now. She walked in with a smile and placed a stack of documents in front of Fong Chen. This is the contract for the Wilderness Survival Show, take a look. This program was co-founded by my dad and his team. It's quite large in scale, and the prizes are generous. $50 million for first place, $30 million for second, and $20 million for third. The survival period is 1 year, and at the end, scores will be given based on comprehensive data. The data includes the value created during survival, such as building houses, crafting, living comfort, and so on. We will have dedicated judges supervising the entire process, and the program will be broadcast live to the whole world. Fong Chen nodded and carefully reviewed the contract. Although Kirsty has already demonstrated substantial financial resources, the contract is still important and must be carefully verified. The contract clearly stipulates that participants compete as individual groups. They will select 300 strong survival experts from around the world to participate. However, whether to form teams and cooperate during the competition is entirely up to the participants' discretion. After all, most players of this type are arrogant and often unwilling to team up with others. In addition, it is said that the competition venue is the largest uninhabited island discovered so far, and for the first 3 days, you absolutely won't encounter anyone else. In other words, if you don't have solid wilderness survival skills in the first 3 days and can't get any help, you'll be eliminated. I've read the contract, and there's no problem with it. Then each person can only bring 3 items. Are these at our own expense or provided by you? Fong Chen closed the contract and asked. Here's a selection list, take a look. Kirsty took out a selection form, which listed the 3 items available for choice. Among them were flint, machete, rope, flashlight, backpack, compass, and other essentials for wilderness survival. The previous Fong Chen would have wanted to take everything, but now, I've made my choice. He quickly checked 3 items on the selection form and handed it to Kirsty. Seeing his choices, Kirsty was first stunned, then exclaimed, "You're only taking these 3 items." In Fong Chen's selection, he only brought a camping knife, a sleeping bag, and a sewing kit. He didn't even choose the most basic medical adhesive tape. Kirsty was stunned for a moment before quickly coming to her senses. Fong Chen, I've seen many people's choices, but yours is truly unique. Maybe it's because I'm confident, Fong Chen said with a faint smile. Confident? That's a must. He is now the owner of the God-level evolution system. Alright, can you tell me about your past experiences? Kirsty asked curiously. Now, Fong Chen asked. Anytime is fine, no one is home anyway, Kirsty said with a smile. Don't overthink it, just a simple chat. That night, the two talked until midnight, and Kirsty had the driver take Fong Chen home. In the following days, Fong Chen began to prepare intensively at home for wilderness survival. After all, this competition lasts for a year, so he had to inform his friends and family in advance. Fortunately, wilderness survival is extremely popular in this world. As soon as he mentioned it, his family fully supported him and reminded him to prepare well. With this, Fong Chen felt no burden in his heart. Over the next 5 days, he watched almost all the survival videos available online. Although it couldn't directly improve his skills, it at least gave him some understanding of various wild creatures and precautions. On the 6th day, Kirsty's phone rang again. Fong Chen, how's your preparation going? Gather at the company entrance at 10 a.m. today. Leaving today? Fong Chen asked. Yes, the team has been selected. This time, we're chartering a plane. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Fong Chen changed into sportswear and headed toward the direction of the Kesty company. There are strict rules for wilderness survival. You can wear at most 1 pair of underwear, 1 pair of trousers, 1 pair of shoes, 1 short-sleeved shirt, and 1 not too thick long-sleeved shirt, and the long-sleeved shirt cannot have a hood. These will all be strictly inspected. When Fong Chen leisurely arrived at the company entrance, he found the place already crowded with people, and cameras were everywhere. Fong Chen, over here, Kesty greeted. As soon as the words fell, at least 10 cameras instantly focused on Fong Chen. Dear viewers, the final contestant has now appeared, and he is from Manhwa. The host's voice rang out, and the flashlights clicked incessantly. instantly. Fong Chen was momentarily stunned. The scene was indeed a bit extravagant. Under Kirsty's guidance, he bypassed the crowd and entered the building. It was only then that Fong Chen began to carefully observe his surroundings. He stood on the red carpet, with a dense crowd of contestants before him. At the very front was a host in a suit, followed by the organizer's staff, and on the outskirts were media reporters. The promotional effort this time is unprecedented. "Hey, brother, are you from Manhwa?" Just as he stood still, a sturdy young man greeted Fong Chen in Chinese. Fong Chen turned his head to look. The man was wearing a vest and jacket, exuding confidence. "Yes." Fong Chen nodded slightly. "You look quite young. Which platform did you do wilderness survival on before? I feel like I haven't seen you." "Oh, by the way, my name is Gao Liangjun." Gao Liangjun confidently introduced himself. Before the words had even faded, a contestant walked over, staring at him in surprise. "Wow, are you Takayoshi Jun, the one who survived alone on a deserted island for a year and a half? You're my idol. Takayoshi Jun is here too?" Hearing this, Takayoshi Jun smiled and greeted those around him. Fong Chen's heart stirred. He seemed to have heard this name before. After all, he had lived in this world for 3 years. Although he wasn't very interested in wilderness survival shows, the nationwide craze had made him hear quite a few names. Gao Liangjun turned to look at Fong Chen and said, "Brother, this time there are 4 of us from Dragon Country. We have to give it our all." My name is Fong Chen. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, brother Fong Chen. By the way, who are the other 2? Do you see the girl over there in sportswear with short hair? She's one of them, and the girl with the ponytail is the other." "2 girls?" Fong Chen was slightly stunned. Just as he was surprised, the girl with the ponytail quietly turned her head to look this way. At that moment, Fong Chen was almost petrified, frozen in place. This woman actually looked exactly like a certain celebrity. Fong Chen was momentarily stunned when Gao Liangjun beside him spoke up. "Her name is Mu Yulan. She has 5 years of wilderness survival experience and is an incredibly capable woman." "Mu Yulan?" Fong Chen nodded slightly, silently confirming in his heart. Her appearance was strikingly similar to a certain famous celebrity he had known in his previous life, though her figure seemed even more impressive. "Everyone, our wilderness survival journey is about to begin. Before departure, specialized inspectors will conduct a thorough check of your equipment." As the host's voice faded, a dozen inspectors quickly stepped out from the crowd and began checking one by one in order. All those present were experienced survivors, naturally well aware of the rules. However, just as everyone thought the inspection would proceed smoothly, a cold voice from one of the inspectors suddenly rang out. "Take off your coat." "Ha!" Everyone turned to look. A white man was seen staring at the inspector with a bewildered expression. "No way, my coat isn't allowed either?" "No way. According to my measurements, the thickest part of your coat has already exceeded 1.5 millimeters. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Everyone was brimming with confidence. After all, they were experienced and had their sights set on the 50 million grand prize. Now it seems the difficulty is far beyond imagination. Subsequently, more inspectors reported. "Your pants are too thick, not qualified. Your socks are also too thick. You're wearing 2 pairs of underwear. You must take one off." As a series of cold and indifferent commands echoed, half of the attendees at the venue began urgent adjustments. At the same time, the global live broadcast officially commenced. Countless viewers witnessed the scene before them and exclaimed in astonishment. "This show has such strict requirements. Absolutely, the prize money is so high. Plus, all the participants are highly experienced, not beginners." "Exactly, those amateur wilderness survival shows have become boring. The higher the difficulty, the more exciting it is." "Wait, even the thickness of the glasses has a standard? What about someone with 800-degree myopia? He switched to 400-degree glasses. Oh my, how tragic, his world has become a blur." The inspectors were working intensively, and both the scene and the live audience were in an uproar. The level of rigor in this program is unprecedented. Even though they haven't entered the survival zone, everyone is eager to witness the unknown dangers. How large must an uninhabited island be to ensure that 300 people do not encounter each other in the first 3 days? The inspector quickly approached Fong Chen and meticulously measured his clothing and pants, even going to a secluded corner to check his underwear. After confirming everything was in compliance, Fong Chen returned to the venue. Once the inspection was over, those who did not meet the standards hurriedly replaced their gear. Those unwilling to make corrections will have their qualifications directly revoked and be required to pay a penalty for breach of contract. All participants on site are signed contestants, most of whom have survival experience or fame, and none will easily withdraw from the competition. "Alright, all contestants have been checked. Next, we will head to the survival location," the host shouted excitedly. As soon as the words were spoken, the equipment chosen by Fong Chen and the others was distributed. Fong Chen only brought a camping knife, a sleeping bag, and a sewing kit, simple and lightweight. No one in the field chose the same as him. Even Gao Liangjun brought a fire starter. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, the main camera suddenly zoomed in on Fong Chen, enlarging a close-up of his gear. The audience in front of the screen completely exploded. "Oh my, this guy really really isn't afraid of death. He actually only brought these 3 items. A camping knife and a sleeping bag are understandable, but what's the use of a sewing kit? Is he out of his mind? Hey upstairs, don't be silly. Do you think a sewing kit is just for stitching and mending? What? Are you actually doubting that Fong Chen is an expert? Just as the crowd's voices of doubt rose one after another, Gao Liangjuan's eyes lit up, looking at Fong Chen in surprise. The sewing kit can not only mend but also make fishhooks and fishing lines, and it's greatly helpful for building as well. Fong Chen is definitely no ordinary person. Due to Fong Chen's unique choice, the main camera deliberately gave him a full 3 seconds of close-up time. As soon as 3 seconds passed, the camera quickly shifted to about 20 meters ahead of him, where a burly man with a scruffy beard was leisurely chatting with someone. Wow, it's actually Bales. He's a national idol. He's participating in this show too? Bear Grylls, the world-renowned wilderness survival expert, has almost always been the champion in every competition he participates in. Besides Bear Grylls, there was also a slightly shorter Asian man who caught everyone's attention. The camera shifted, and the audience in front of the screen couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Chief Kim." That's right, it's clan leader Jean. His survival skills are truly world-class. Oh my god, I thought Bales was sure to win this time, but I didn't expect clan leader Jean to show up too. With so many experts gathered, this wilderness survival show is bound to be amazing. The audience was extremely excited, spreading the news everywhere, instantly pushing the show's ratings to the peak. You should know that inviting these top experts to participate costs millions of dollars just for the invitation fees. They are the real selling point of the show. As for newcomers like Fong Chen, who are completely unknown, they basically attract no attention. Of course, aside from these big names, many beautiful female contestants are also the focus of the camera. Their presence takes the show's ratings to the next level. Fong Chen also noticed quite a few beautiful girls at the scene, including a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty who looked very much like a foreign movie star he had known in his previous life. However, since this is a parallel world, despite the resemblance, her name and identity are different. The car is here. Amid the lively atmosphere at the scene, one luxury SUV after another drove up to the company entrance. This is the number for each participant. Please board the vehicles in groups of 3 according to your numbers. Fong Chen received his number 197 from the staff. According to the sequence, he should be in the same vehicle as numbers 196 and 198, but due to the chaotic arrangement at the scene, he wasn't sure who his companions were. When he boarded the 66th vehicle, a beautiful woman followed him onto the bus. Fong Chen was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the woman he had just thought looked like a foreign celebrity? She had a curvaceous figure, walked with confidence, and wore a badge on her chest number 196. Before he could react, she casually sat down next to Fong Chen. A fresh and elegant feminine fragrance wafted over, carrying a rose-like scent that was both rich and refreshing. "Hi, hello, my name is Hetty," she greeted Fong Chen with a radiant smile. "Hello, I'm Fong Chen," he responded with a smile. Hetty had a natural sense of friendliness, and after a brief exchange, the two quickly became closer. "I heard that contestants with similar numbers will land in adjacent locations. Maybe 3 days later, the first person I meet will be you," Hetty said playfully. "But you might also meet her." Hetty had barely finished speaking when a woman in high heels slowly approached the SUV and unhesitatingly sat in the front passenger seat. The woman had fair skin and the demeanor of a wealthy heiress, delicate as if she feared the sun and wind. Her makeup was heavy and striking, making her appear particularly alluring among a group of barefaced women. "Who is she?" Fong Chen leaned close to Hetty's ear and asked softly, curious. Afraid the woman might hear, the two were very close. As Fong Chen spoke, a soft sensation instantly spread through Hetty's entire body, causing her heart to flutter slightly. Hetty glanced at him with a hint of resentment, the corner of her mouth curling up, and replied softly in his ear, "Her name is Mia, an anomaly in the wilderness. Don't underestimate her. She once survived alone in the Amazon rainforest for more than half a year, and during that time, her makeup never smudged." As soon as the words fell, Fong Chen felt as if a current had passed by his ear, tingling and soft, stirring his heart. Hetty chuckled, clearly enjoying this flirtatious way of conversing. The laughter caught Mia's attention, but she didn't think much of it and continued fixing her hair in the rearview mirror. For this wilderness survival challenge, participants were only allowed to bring 3 items, so lipstick and makeup were naturally out of the question. In a couple of days, Mia's true face would be completely revealed. Rumble rumble. Accompanied by the conversation between Hetty and Fong Chen, the vehicle slowly drove into the distance. Wilderness survival is about to officially begin. The 3 of them took a car to the airport. It is said that the organizers have truly invested heavily in creating this program, even chartering the plane. Whether by car or by plane, Fong Chen and the other 2 stayed close together throughout the journey. Shortly after the plane took off, they gradually lost their way. After flying for 7 or 8 hours, the group switched to a boat. Upon arriving at an island, they transferred to a helicopter. The journey was full of bumps and turns, leaving them utterly exhausted. The helicopter flew for about 2 hours when suddenly a massive island appeared before their eyes. This should be it. A glint of light flashed in Hetty's eyes. After more than 10 hours of travel, they finally reached their destination. Next up was their landing point. Hetty's number is 196, ahead of Fong Chen, so she was sent down first. The helicopter landed in an open area, and Hetty quickly disembarked. Fong Chen, goodbye. She waved farewell. Good luck. Fong Chen responded. Don't worry, if I can't make it, I'll definitely come to you, Hetty said with a sly smile. Fong Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Accompanied by the roar of the helicopter, the aircraft quickly flew further ahead. As the organizers mentioned, this island is indeed massive. Even though Fong Chen and Hetty had adjacent numbers, traversing dense jungles and ravines to meet would probably take 2 or 3 days. Number 197, your landing point has been reached. The pilot's voice sounded. Understood. Fong Chen leapt lightly, landing from the helicopter over a meter high. Moving forward slightly, the helicopter roared away. From this moment on, everything depends on himself. Fong Chen took a deep breath and looked around. He landed near the seaside, where the terrain was open. 50 meters ahead, a dense and eerie forest loomed like the gaping maw of a demon, instilling fear in the heart. After surveying the surroundings, Fong Chen quickly stepped into the forest. It was already late, and he had to find a place to rest and a source of fresh water as soon as possible, or the dangers would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, 2 drones hovered above his head, closely following him. One drone follows from a first-person perspective, transmitting footage in real time. The other overlooks the entire scene from a bird's-eye view. The drones are provided by the organizers, as stated in the contract. After all, the show prioritizes profit, and the drones are almost silent, ensuring they won't interfere with the contestants' actions. At present, only a few 100,000 viewers are focused on watching Fong Chen's perspective, mostly drawn by his peculiar choice of equipment. Otherwise, the attention would be negligible. Rustle. Fong Chen slowly ventured deeper, stepping on dry branches and scattered stones beneath his feet. Fortunately, the organizers allowed wearing shoes, otherwise, this journey would have been quite a hassle. Just 30 meters into the jungle, he suddenly stopped, and the drone hovered in place. About 20 meters ahead, a long snake with a white snout and a red and white patterned body coiled. Fong Chen moved lightly, and the snake had yet to notice his presence. Upon seeing the snake, Fong Chen froze completely, not even daring to breathe audibly. Meanwhile, the live stream room was boiling. Oh my god, isn't that a king cobra? That's a venomous snake. Encountering a venomous snake just a few dozen meters into the forest, this place is way too dangerous. No, I can't take it anymore. My breathing is rapid. Fong Chen, quickly steer away from it. The appearance of the king cobra caused the live chat to explode, and the number of viewers skyrocketed. Encountering a king cobra just 10 minutes after landing, how terrifying is this island? Could someone lose their life because of this? The audience was filled with unease, and more people prayed for Fong Chen to escape quickly. Fong Chen paused slightly, then slowly moved to the side. Although the first prey was right in front of him, he had no intention of taking risks. After all, the venom of the mountain king snake is deadly. If bitten, even with medical personnel providing treatment, seeking help would mean forfeiting his qualification to compete. To be on the safe side, taking a detour is the best strategy. He slowed his steps, trying to minimize the noise. At this distance, the snake won't actively attack, it will only strike if it feels threatened. However, when Fong Chen moved about 2 meters to the left, a sudden rustling sound arose. He almost instantly lowered his head. A mountain king snake about 1 meter long was coiled at his feet. Right by his feet. Run quickly. The drone camera followed Fong Chen's gaze closely, and just as he lowered his head, the red and white striped mountain king snake suddenly appeared in the frame. Nearly 1 million viewers in the livestream instantly went wild. This is a highly venomous mountain king snake. In the critical moment, Fong Chen almost instantly drew the camping knife from his back, while a trace of evolution points flowed onto the blade. Ding! The camping knife has evolved. As the system sound rang out, Fong Chen immediately felt the blade become heavier, its length increased by about 5 centimeters, and most importantly, its sharpness was greatly enhanced. Without hesitation, he swung it toward the ground. Although he lacked combat experience, his innate attributes were twice that of an average person, coupled with the support of level 1 hunting skills. The blade swept through, and the sound of flesh tearing suddenly echoed. The mountain king snake was cut into 2 pieces with a single slash. Fong Chen quickly retreated 2 or 3 meters. After all, even though the snake was severed, it could still reflexively bite, and its venom remained highly dangerous. Sure enough, as Fong Chen just retreated, the snake suddenly turned and bit into the nearby tree trunk, holding on fiercely. Huff, huff, Fong Chen gasped for air, the thrilling encounter just now making his heart race. If not for the quick reaction and the system evolving the camping knife, it would have been difficult to kill it with one strike. No one at the scene noticed his evolution process this time. Everyone's attention was focused on the mountain king snake, and the drone did not capture that moment. That was close. Luckily, Fong Chen killed it. Fong Chen reacts so quickly. I was just about to type, and he already dealt with the mountain king snake. Look closely. After killing the snake, he immediately retreated. He clearly knows wilderness survival skills. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, and a rain of gifs followed in the live stream. The number of viewers skyrocketed to 2 million. Chen. Out of the 300 contestants, only Fang Chen encountered danger as soon as he entered the forest. It's hard to tell whether it's luck or misfortune. After calming down slightly, Fang Chen re-examined the snake corpse on the ground and the camping knife in his hand. This knife was no longer an ordinary camping knife. Its sharpness and toughness far surpassed that of a Nepalese kukri. This is precisely the power of evolution. Today's food is settled. Looking at the corpse of the king cobra, Fang Chen murmured softly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The livestream audience kept shouting, "Awesome!" As wilderness survival enthusiasts, they deeply understand the importance of the first meal, especially one that includes meat. Although the king cobra is highly venomous, its venom glands are only in the head. As long as the venomous head is removed, there generally won't be any issues, and venom is only fatal when it enters the bloodstream. As food, as long as the mouth has no wounds, it is safe to eat. Fang Chen took the sleeping bag off his back, picked up the camping knife, and swiftly dissected the snake's body. The livestream audience was dumbfounded and exclaimed one after another. He never intended to use the sleeping bag to sleep. That's right, he chose the sleeping bag because it has a lot of fabric, which can be made into a backpack, water bag, clothes, and more. Oh my god, Fang Chen is so smart. At this moment, the audience finally understood why he chose that seemingly useless sleeping bag. But no matter how smart he is, this is just the beginning. How long he can persist will depend on his subsequent performance. Fang Chen quickly crafted a simple backpack and water pouch with his skillful hands, leaving plenty of fabric unused. This fabric will be very useful in the future. He packed the corpse of the Mountain King snake into the new backpack, carefully bypassed another Mountain King snake, and cautiously continued forward. The jungle was fraught with danger. Fang Chen, lacking prior experience, had narrowly escaped a fatal threat just moments ago. Nowadays, he is more cautious, as good luck won't protect him forever. A slight carelessness could lead to an ambush by lurking beasts or venomous insects at any moment. Falling into a trap would have unimaginable consequences. Accompanied by the faint rustling sound, Fang Chen slowly explored forward. Without a compass, he couldn't confirm his direction, but he was certain he was gradually venturing deeper into the forest. Walking for about half an hour, though the distance was not far, the pace was slow. The surrounding jungle grew increasingly dense, and the soil underfoot was no longer damp, clearly indicating they had moved beyond the tidal range. Living on an island surrounded by seawater, avoiding tidal areas is extremely important to prevent being soaked by the rising tide while sleeping at night. Just as Fang Chen continued forward for about 50 meters, a sudden splashing sound of water caught his attention. The water source has appeared. Fresh water is the lifeline of survival in the wild. Upon hearing the sound of water, Fang Chen immediately perked up. Being able to find a water source so close by, his luck was indeed good. Following the sound, he cautiously approached. He hadn't walked far when the view suddenly opened up. A narrow little stream appeared before him. Although the stream was only half a meter wide, it was pure fresh water after all. For Fang Chen, staying by this stream would make surviving 7 days no problem, showing just how crucial fresh water is. The live stream chat instantly exploded. Oh my, Fang Chen's luck is off the charts, finding fresh water in less than an hour. Looks like he'll follow this stream upstream, maybe even settle down here. Not at all. Fang Chen is amazing. He'll definitely keep exploring further. Exactly, I just became a fan of Fang Chen. Anyone who dares to badmouth him is doomed. Finding a water source, such a simple task, could spark heated discussions in the livestream chat, with haters unwilling to back down. However, Fang Chen couldn't see these comments, and even if he did, he wouldn't bother to respond. After all, words are useless, everything is proven through actions. He crouched by the stream, scooped up water with both hands, and drank deeply. The water was sweet and refreshing. The temperature here is relatively high, causing water to evaporate quickly, making people easily thirsty, but at night, the temperature drops sharply, something he must be mindful of. After taking a few sips of water, Fang Chen filled his homemade water bag. Although it had no scale, it held at least 2 liters of water, enough for a day's consumption. The livestream chat was abuzz with discussion again. Look, Fang Chen is leaving the water source. I told you he would definitely keep moving forward. TCH, it's definitely because the organizers don't allow him to stay there for too long. Who is he? He's not famous. How can he compare to Bales and the others? I want to see clan leader Jin's performance. Phew, swish, squish. The barrage of comments flew by quickly as Fang Chen moved upstream along the creek. He wanted to find a suitable place to settle down, with proximity to a water source being the top priority. This idea wasn't unique to him. Bears and Chief Jin would do the same, except they didn't have Fang Chen's luck. After following the stream for about 400 meters, the creek suddenly came to an end. This stream originates from a cliff with a small flow, no wonder it appears as a creek. The water stopped. Fang Chen Chen remained calm and searched for a relatively open area. The sky had already darkened, and it was estimated to be completely dark within an hour. At this moment, traveling through the jungle was extremely inconvenient, so he had to quickly find a spot to set up camp and light a bonfire. He picked up the camping knife and quickly cleared an area of about 10 square meters, leaving the ground free of weeds, vines, and fallen tree trunks. After finishing the clearing, he gathered some dry branches and leaves and piled them up. The veteran fans in the livestream immediately understood his intention. However, as Fong Chen looked around, the comments section exploded. Fong Chen didn't bring a fire starter. Is he planning to make fire by rubbing sticks? Ha, look at him, such a coward. I told you he's a rookie, definitely can't start a fire. No fire tonight, how will we get through? The show is about to start. There are always people in the livestream room seizing the chance to mock him, their sarcastic remarks never stopping. After all, Fong Chen's situation has nothing to do with them, they are just here for the fun. But just when most people thought he was out of options, Fong Chen slowly walked over to a small tree. Ka. The sound of the camping knife chopping rang out. Before long, the small tree fell with a crash. He cut a section of the tree trunk and split it into wooden planks. Then, using the knife, he carved an inverted V-shaped groove into the plank, placed dry leaves underneath, and quickly rotated a suitable tree branch. This is the most primitive method of making fire by drilling wood. Although it seems simple, without skilled techniques, it is extremely difficult to start a fire. Don't forget, Fong Chen possesses the max-level fire starting skill. Swish, swish, swish. The branch spun rapidly in his hand, and sparks quickly drilled into the dry leaves. Whoosh! A single spark ignited a blaze, and the dry leaves burned instantly. He added thin twigs and dry leaves, and the fire gradually stabilized. Fans in the live stream are sending gifts to show support. See that? This is Fong Chen's true strength. Shut up, haters. If you dare, go try it yourselves. That's right, Fong Chen is the best, and he's handsome too. Fong Chen, keep it up. Slap those haters in the face. Gazing at the blazing bonfire before him, Fong Chen's lips quietly curled into a smile. In wilderness survival, firelight is the most precious asset. It brings light, cooks food, boils water, and drives away wild beasts and insects. He took the Mountain King snake out of his backpack, walked to the stream, cut off its head, sliced it into sections, and carefully cleaned it before slowly returning to his temporary resting spot. Using nearby branches, Fong Chen skewered the snake meat and steadily placed it over the fire to roast. Although there were no seasonings, the aroma of the snake meat was rich and mouth-watering. The moment the snake meat was cooked, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After all, it was the meat of the highly venomous Mountain King snake, something many found hard to accept just hearing about it. But for Fong Chen, it was a rare delicacy. Smack, smack. He unreservedly put the roasted snake meat into his mouth, a satisfied smile on his lips. This scene made the livestream audience drool uncontrollably. How can he eat so deliciously? To be honest, I'm starving. I can't take it anymore. I need to get something to eat right away. Fong Chen's way of eating and the enticing aroma of grilled snake meat made many fans exclaim with satisfaction, and some even started preparing food themselves. As time passed, within 10 minutes, Fong Chen had completely finished an entire Mountain King snake. Brr! After letting out a satisfied burp, Fong Chen wiped his mouth, feeling content. To be honest, he had no idea how many of the 300 contestants could still eat at this moment, probably less than half, let alone eating meat, which made the audience drool even more. After a hearty meal, he added a few logs to the fire and surveyed the surroundings. Night had fully fallen, and the firelight could only illuminate a limited area. However, Fong Chen had already memorized the surrounding terrain, where many tree trunks and vines were scattered nearby. When camping in the wild, a bonfire is essential not only for lighting and warmth but also for driving away snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Now the fire is lit, only a simple shelter needs to be built. Even without a shelter, the sleeping bag in his hand can provide some warmth, but after all, the island has a large temperature difference between day and night, and the night sea breeze is piercingly cold. Without shelter, waking up the next day might lead to headaches and stomachaches, and even the slightest carelessness could affect his physical condition, which is absolutely unacceptable to Fong Chen. Crack, crack. Under the watchful eyes of the livestream audience, Fong Chen quickly chopped down several sturdy small tree trunks. He inserted the tree trunks into the ground, standing them firmly upright. Then he ran to a nearby area to gather vines. Using a camping knife, he soon cut down many vines and dragged them back to the campsite. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The sky was completely dark, and apart from the area around the campfire, everything was pitch black. The drone was still hovering, its battery life uncertain. Fong Chen didn't think much and began tightly wrapping the 4 tree trunks with vines to secure them. Next, spread out the remaining sleeping bags and tie them to the treetop. Finally, cover them with leafy branches. Done. He looked at the makeshift tent with satisfaction. Although the structure is simple and well ventilated, it can at least shield from wind and rain. Don't be fooled by its simple construction. It took him nearly 2 hours to build, even with the support of a level 1 construction skill. Without this skill, he probably wouldn't even know where to start. Alright, everyone, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Fong Chen waved goodbye to the drone camera. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with comments. Good night, Fong Chen. Remember to add firewood. Don't let the fire go out. Are your clothes warm enough? I'm so worried about him. If he could see the comments, his heart would surely feel warm. After all, just stepping into the wilderness survival field and receiving so much care is already rare. However, even though he said goodnight, some viewers still stayed in the live stream room, as the night is often the most thrilling. Fong Chen didn't think much about it, added a few thick logs to the fire, and contentedly lay down in the simple shelter he had built. Though it was a temporary dwelling, it was crafted by his own hands, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This feeling was akin to cooking for the first time. Though the taste might not be perfect, it was exceptionally satisfying. However, just as he lay down, a sudden mechanical electronic voice rang out. Ding! The host has completed the first setup, taking 1 hour and 48 minutes. System rating, F level, reward, evolution point +1. Earned an evolution point? Fong Chen's eyes lit up, secretly delighted. Not bad. As long as I survive in the wild, there's still a chance to earn more evolution points. Moreover, he personally experienced the effects of evolution. Although it can only upgrade an item by 1 level, it is still a tangible improvement. Compared to other contestants, Fong Chen is already in the lead. After all, there are still quite a few people who haven't even found a place to stay for tonight. Meanwhile, the organizers are also closely monitoring the progress of the competition. Everyone, how are the contestants doing tonight? Has anything unexpected happened? Everything is normal from number 1 to number 20. No abnormalities from number 21 to number 40 either. No accidents. Boss, I have a situation report here. Number 197 encountered 2 king cobras upon logging in today. The recorder quickly reported, as their duty was to monitor the movements of each participant to prevent accidents. Number 197? King Cobra? How is he? He successfully killed a king cobra and even ate its meat. Not bad. It seems the ones we invited this time are truly elites. But number 197 has no previous competition record, seems like a newcomer. Is it the one recommended by Kirsty? Keep a close eye on him, check his survival skills. If he's not up to it, he must withdraw absolutely no fatalities. Boss, he's performing well. Data analysis shows he ranked 7th today. That's good. Kirsty's family is still reliable. Alright, as long as there are no accidents, thank you for your hard work tonight. Not at all. The organizers record the situation in detail every day. After all, this is a dangerous program, and if someone were to lose their life, they would bear significant responsibility. From the first day's data, Fong Chen performed well. Out of 300 people, only he encountered a dangerous animal on the first day. The ranking is determined based on comprehensive data, including live stream popularity, gifts, and survival level. Fong Chen's ability to rank 7th is largely due to him slaying the Mountain King snake, which attracted a significant amount of traffic and gifts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to rank so high. The night on the island was not peaceful. Fong Chen woke up shortly after falling asleep, unable to sleep soundly. After all, it was his first time camping alone. Getting a good night's sleep was unlikely. After tossing and turning several times, he still found it hard to fall asleep. Taking advantage of the night, he got up to add some branches to the campfire. Listening to the crackling sound of the fire, he felt much more at ease. He crawled back into the makeshift shelter and closed his eyes again. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. Fong Chen quickly opened his eyes. What came into view was a centipede crawling on a leaf, the source of the sound. Red dragon centipede. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes. This highly venomous red dragon centipede, about 20 centimeters long, is ferocious in nature and will even actively attack. However, this genetically mutated centipede has extremely high medicinal value, several times that of ordinary wild centipedes. It can be caught for medicinal purposes, or even used to make medicinal wine. The corners of his mouth curved slightly as he quickly flipped over and got up, quietly approaching the red dragon centipede. The viewers who hadn't slept in the livestream noticed his movements and widened their eyes. The drone also followed his gaze, rotating accordingly, controlled 24/7. It's actually a red dragon centipede. Wow, Fong Chen is so lucky. This is simply a treasure delivered to my doorstep. The live stream chat scrolled sparsely. Encountering a red dragon centipede is indeed good luck. Fong Chen quickly approached. Just as the centipede was about to attack, he firmly pressed its head down with a branch and seized it in one swift motion. Got it. He walked to the bonfire with the red dragon centipede, picked up a large tree leaf, poured fresh water onto the ground, and waited for it to boil. Once the water boiled, he threw the centipede into the boiling water to kill it. After it was completely dead, he removed the tail and squeezed it to expel the waste. Use a camping knife to carve out 2 wooden sticks, sharpen both ends, insert one end under the centipede's jaw and the other into its tail, straightening its body. Slowly roast it over the campfire. This scene once again set the livestream chat ablaze. Fong Chen actually knows how to handle a centipede. That's amazing. Feels like his strength can definitely rank in the top 100 out of 300 people. That's right. Definitely not a rookie. Awesome. Instant fan. Crackle. The sound of the campfire burning was particularly clear in the quiet of the night. Fang Chen stared dazedly at the flames, as if lost in thought. Time passed without knowing how long, and he carefully placed the dried red dragon centipede above the makeshift shelter, ensuring he could see it whenever he opened his eyes. This red dragon centipede was currently the most precious treasure he possessed. With extremely high medicinal value, it could not only treat neurological disorders, cardiovascular diseases, and gastritis but also nourish the body, regulate functions, and promote metabolism. This was undoubtedly a valuable asset, and Fang Chen naturally had to keep it well protected. Gazing at the red dragon centipede above him, he slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a contented sleep. When the first ray of morning sunlight shone on the island, Fang Chen opened his eyes. "Good morning, everyone," he softly greeted the drone camera, stretched lazily, and walked toward the stream. Although the night wasn't exactly restful, for his first solo camping trip he had slept quite well. Whoosh, whoosh, the stream gurgled as it flowed. He scooped up some water to wash his face, took a couple of sips, and then filled his water bag. Returning to the camp with the water pouch, he used the leaves burned last night to boil water once again. Drinking hot water in the morning is greatly beneficial to the body. In the past, Fang Chen might not have cared much, but in this wilderness, he had to take good care of himself. Just as he was busy, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, 1 week of check-ins completed. Reward, check-in gift pack ×1. Ding, the host has an unopened gift pack detected. Would you like to open it now? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining +2 to all attributes, handicraft LV1, and +5 evolution points. Accompanied by the system prompt, Fang Chen felt a wave of dizziness before a warm current surged through his body. Along with the increase in all attributes, he also gained the handicraft skill and 5 evolution points. This system is really generous. Attributes: Strength 12, Stamina 11, Agility 11, Spirit 12. Abilities: Fire starting max, Construction LV1, Cooking LV1, Hunting LV1, Crafting LV1. Evolution points: 10. He has already accumulated 10 evolution points, which can be exchanged for 1 skill point. Skill points can be used to upgrade existing abilities, but the evolution points will reset to 0 after the exchange. Given the current complex survival environment, it is temporarily not advisable to exchange them. Who knows what unexpected situations might arise next? The newly acquired crafting skill caused a string of information to appear in Fang Chen's mind. The method of making clay pots, the method of making slingshots, the method of making simple stone tools. This knowledge made his eyes light up. Manual skills are extremely practical. He still needs many things now, as he has to live on this island for a whole year, not just a few short days. Since he needs to survive long-term, daily necessities are indispensable. He even dreams of building an ancient-style house, complete with a kitchen, bedroom, and even growing some flowers and plants. Life, after all, should always move toward better things. Dawn has just broken. There's plenty of time. Why not move forward and find a better place to settle? Sipping hot water, Fang Chen glanced around the makeshift shelter, pondering to himself. The place he was in now was decent, with water and fire, but he still wanted to find a more ideal spot with excellent feng shui, ensure sufficient water sources, and hope for abundant wild plants, exploitable stones, and fruits nearby. In short, he wants to find a place truly suitable for long-term living. Thinking of this, Fang Chen quickly packed his gear, especially the precious red dragon centipede, and then headed deeper into the island. After walking for a short while, he suddenly stopped and turned, staring in surprise at 2 drones. Could you all step aside for a moment? I need to use the restroom," he said hurriedly. The drone paused for a moment, then hovered in place, avoiding his line of sight. Nature calls, and using the restroom is a common occurrence. The organizers wouldn't be so strict as to control even this. Fang Chen quickly returned to the water source to finish up, then covered it with soil and casually used some soft leaves to clean himself. He conveniently washed his hands by the stream. The live broadcast runs around the clock, and every detail of the contestants' actions is transmitted. Many people had already dealt with this matter before, so there were no unpleasant sounds in the live stream. Just as Fang Chen finished washing his hands, his gaze was drawn to a string of shiny objects about 100 meters ahead. They were tall trees, their tops laden with large fruits. Coconuts! Fang Chen's eyes lit up. This was an excellent source of food. Fang Chen waved at the drone and then quickly ran toward the coconut trees. Upon closer inspection, this coconut tree stood about 25 meters tall, with dozens of shiny green coconuts hanging from its top. In the past, when encountering coconuts, Fang Chen had no way to harvest them, but now it was different. He wrapped his arms tightly around the trunk, coiled his legs, and used the force of pushing and pulling to slowly climb to the top of the tree. The live stream room instantly became lively. Wow, seeing Fang Chen picking coconuts early in the morning. It's just past 6, and Fang Chen is already up. So diligent. Coconuts are treasures, especially wild ones. The taste must be amazing. TSK, Fang Chen has coconut juice to drink. I need to get myself a cup of coconut milk too. Amid the enthusiastic comments from the audience, Fang Chen quickly climbed to the top of the tree and skillfully cut off the coconut stems with his camping knife. Plop, plop, one coconut after another fell to the ground. Yes, he swiftly slid down the tree, glanced at the dozen or so coconuts on the ground, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He swung the knife and cut open a hole at the top of the coconut. In the morning light, Fang Chen clearly saw the crystal-clear coconut water and flesh. This was another great harvest. He picked up the coconut, brought his mouth to the opening, and drank the sweet coconut water in big gulps. The taste far surpasses the stream water I drank earlier. Coconut juice and coconut meat are rich in protein, fructose, glucose, sucrose, and various vitamins, making them highly nutritious. In terms of medicinal use, coconut meat can replenish vitality, strengthen the body, boost energy, and dispel wind. After finishing one coconut, both drinking and eating, Fang Chen carried the remaining coconuts and slowly moved forward. From the places he passed, it seems this island hides quite a few treasures. In other words, as long as one understands wilderness survival skills, living here is not difficult. The only thing to be wary of is wild beasts. Since encountering 2 mountain king snakes yesterday, Fang Chen has not faced any other dangers for the time being. And in the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was extraordinarily lively. Fang Chen's luck is off the charts. He has fresh water, snake meat, and now even coconuts. I've watched quite a few live streams, and Fang Chen has the best luck. Chief Jin is doing well too. He went diving for fish to eat last night. Gao Liangjun was quite lucky. He found a cave to spend the night in yesterday. In wilderness survival, luck is certainly important, but personal ability is even more crucial. Although they can all find food and water sources, with 300 people needing to survive on the island for a year, no one can say for sure if the food supply will be sufficient. Therefore, Fang Chen must find a prime location, not only with food but also suitable for learning to farm and raise livestock, achieving self-sufficiency. Carrying a coconut, Fang Chen walked forward without stopping. Time passed quietly. When the scorching sun burned his skin, causing a faint pain, a new jungle suddenly appeared before his eyes. Beside the jungle stood a towering mountain, its surface covered with various types of rocks. According to my pace, I've already walked 15 kilometers. Let's rest here for a while. After walking 15 kilometers straight, even with physical fitness twice that of an average person, Fang Chen still felt exhausted. After all, apart from coconuts, he hadn't eaten anything else and had endured the scorching sun. The water was also almost gone. If he didn't rest soon, he might collapse from exhaustion. He walked into the jungle, placed the coconut under a tree, and rested against the tree roots. He took out a coconut, drank the coconut water in one gulp, and finished eating the coconut meat. After a slight adjustment, he looked around. The surrounding forest was dense, with a variety of tree species, including towering trees, camphor, and nanmu. Behind the jungle, towering mountains rise, covered with gray-black silicious rocks. From landing to now, he has ventured more than 20 kilometers into the island. This distance is not short. Even if he wanted to return to the seaside, it would take 3 hours of non-stop walking. Considering future living arrangements, Fang Chen decided to set up camp here. Russell. After all, the distance to the seaside is too far, and frequent trips to fetch food are not cost-effective. After making up his mind, he circled within a 200-meter radius and found no signs of beast activity for the time being. He also specifically inspected the foot of the mountain and discovered many flints. It is well known that flint was the primary material of the Stone Age. With it, he could craft many stone tools. In addition, there is a large expanse of green grassland on the right side of the jungle, open and spacious, and with some luck, you might even find a rabbit's nest. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this area. Tonight, he decided to settle here, and the water source issue could be addressed tomorrow. If all else fails, he could still fetch water from the previous stream. Since I've decided to settle here, the house must be built sturdily. Glancing at the 10 evolution points in his hand, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and exchanged them for 1 skill point. Suddenly, his mind buzzed, and a torrent of information surged in. Construction skill upgraded to LV2. The moment construction upgraded to LV2, Fang Chen felt a flash of inspiration in his mind, and numerous buildable items swept through his thoughts like lightning. A simple shelter? That doesn't even count as a house. It's too primitive. He looked up at the towering trees around him, weighing the camping knife in his hand, as if he had been completely renewed. Under the watchful eyes of countless viewers in the live stream, Fang Chen slowly stepped into the forest, swinging his knife and chopping continuously. Why is he chopping trees? Doesn't he already have a shelter? I got it. He must have changed locations. This is the real spot he chose to settle. This doesn't make sense, does it? There's not even water here. Is he really planning to live here? The previous place was pretty good. Why bother moving here? Sigh, a newbie is a newbie. Ignoring a good spot and choosing this godforsaken place instead, so clueless. You trolls, shut up. Fang Chen has his reasons. Stop talking nonsense. The live stream chat instantly exploded. Originally, there were still hundreds of thousands of viewers, but as soon as Fang Chen chopped down a tree, the viewership dropped by half. The audience firmly believed that a water source was the key. The previous location had a water source just within reach, less than 100 meters away, and now they've moved to a place without water or food. It's really hard to understand the intention. Of course, they don't know Fang Chen's plan. However, those who understand immediately realize realize. He's only about 10 kilometers away from the previous water source, which isn't far, and the previous water flow was too small. That's right, the trees are dense here, with rocks behind and a large grassy area beside it. He has been walking for so long without finding a water source, but the terrain and climate indicate there must be other water sources here. The live stream room was bustling with excitement. Fang Chen spent over an hour cutting down more than a dozen large trees, stripping the bark off the trunks, and using his evolved camping knife to chop them into sturdy pillars. Phew! After a tiring morning, he opened another coconut, drank the coconut water, ate the coconut meat, and continued working. Choosing the pillars requires caution, but the foundation is even more critical. From a professional perspective, this piece of land is solid and firm. A shallow pit is enough to bury the pillars. If the soil is loose and the foundation unstable, the house will collapse, and Fang Chen would never want to live in such a house. After laying a solid foundation, he dug several shallow trenches around the pillars. Holding a camping knife, he stripped the remaining trees and chopped them into wooden planks. That's right, he was going to build a wooden cabin. Without concrete and bricks, a wooden cabin was the only option. When all the planks were finished, the sun gradually set in the west and night was about to fall. Fang Chen is building a wooden house, but he's taking too long. I see others are busy looking for places, and hardly anyone is building houses. This guy is so foolish. His wilderness survival experience is almost zero. He'll definitely be the first to get eliminated. That's right, he doesn't even have food to eat, yet he's still messing around with the wooden cabin. So stupid. No, I believe Fang Chen has his reasons. And for all of you criticizing him, who has actually experienced wilderness survival. Exactly. Please go experience the wilderness first before you speak. Clearly, Fang Chen's actions have left many viewers puzzled. After all, in wilderness survival, how can you live without food? What's the use of building a house? But Fang Chen couldn't see the bullet comments, nor did he care. Everyone has a different understanding of wilderness survival, and he has his own plans. Besides, the process doesn't matter. The result is what counts. The noise in the live broadcast room continued as Fang Chen rekindled the bonfire about 3 meters outside the cabin. This took less than 20 minutes. After lighting the fire, he continued building the cabin. He placed the wooden planks into the pre-dug trenches, backfilled the soil, and secured the planks. From the outside, the surroundings have already been enclosed with wooden planks. A passage about 1 meter wide is left on the side facing the bonfire for easy access. Then he lifted the last few wooden planks to cover the roof, followed by using chopped leaves to cover it. In this way, the wooden house took its initial shape. The surrounding walls and roof are sealed, windproof, and rainproof, so there's no need to worry about dampness while sleeping at night. Not bad. The area is about 20 square meters, enough for me to live on my own. Looking at the newly built wooden house, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Just as he finished, the mechanical electronic voice sounded again. Ding! The host has successfully built a wooden house in 7 hours and 37 minutes. System rating, Grade E, reward, evolution points +2. A wooden house earns 2 evolution points? Then if I build a few more, won't I strike it rich? Fang Chen calculated silently in his heart but quickly shook his head in denial. Building a wooden house consumes time and energy. He had barely eaten anything today, and relying solely on coconut water and coconut meat couldn't fill his stomach. It was absolutely impossible to farm evolution points by building houses unless it was an emergency. He sat contentedly in the wooden house he had built, cracking open a coconut and eating it in big bites. Although the ground was still covered with grass, Fang Chen didn't mind. At least it was sheltered from the wind and rain, and the sun couldn't reach him. Just as he was filling his stomach, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The host has survived in the wild for 24 hours. Reward, evolution points +2. Fang Chen suddenly looked up. He had gained evolution points again. Adding the points from building the wooden cabin earlier, he now has a total of 4 evolution points. At this rate, even if he does nothing, he can upgrade another skill in 3 days. Not bad, not bad. It seems my earlier idea wasn't just a dream. With the speed at which the system provides evolution points, I can completely turn this island into my own home within a month. He walked out of the wooden cabin happily and added some firewood to the campfire. Then he looked up and glanced around, deciding to light another bonfire behind the cabin. One fire is too dim, and at night there are many snakes, rats, and insects. Lighting more fires can help with better prevention. I need to find a water source first, then tomorrow I'll have to look for some storable food, make some homemade living supplies, and go up the mountain to collect some flint to make stone picks and stone hammers. Fang Chen shook his head. Survival tools in the wild are primitive, and production efficiency is slow. This morning was spent rushing on the road, and in the afternoon building a wooden cabin. By the time it was finished, it was already late. At night, the dark and deserted island is again filled with wild beasts, so he definitely has to stay by the campfire. In other words, the time available for work each day is about 14 hours during daylight, and the things that can be done are limited. Everyone, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. He waved goodbye to the drone camera, walked into the cabin, spread out the remaining sleeping bags, took off his jacket to cover himself, and and drifted into a light sleep. Yes, although there wasn't a single living soul around, only the drone remained, he slept soundly. After all, he'd been busy from morning till night, and even with a physique twice that of an average person, he was quite exhausted. Time flew by quickly. The night was quiet and uneventful. The next morning, sunlight bathed the earth as Fang Chen opened his eyes almost simultaneously. Time to work. He stretched lazily and walked out of the wooden cabin, reigniting the extinguished campfire and throwing in 2 large logs. Then he walked toward the left side of the cabin. The right side was the way he came, and behind him were jungles and mountains, nothing worth exploring. Name, Fang Chen. He didn't plan to head toward the sea, so he could only go left. Entering the jungle, Fang Chen used a camping knife to chop through the thorns, advancing with difficulty. Soon, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Following his gaze, a black and white, speckled spider was hanging upside down on a web not far away. The live stream chat instantly erupted. Ornamental tarantula. Oh my. Fang Chen actually encountered a fringe bird spider. That's a highly venomous spider. Skill points, 0. I heard that a single bite can cause unconsciousness. Look at those fangs. Truly terrifying. Not just unconsciousness, it can also cause severe damage. The pain is unbearable. OMG, this place is way too dangerous. When the barrage of comments continued noisily, Fang Chen had already bypassed the fringe bird spider. He absolutely did not want to provoke this venomous spider, and it had no edible value. He carefully cut through the thorns and quickly passed by the spider. Only then did the live stream viewers breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he bypassed the spider, a creature adorned with colorful feathers appeared not far ahead. A pheasant. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled. That's right, it was indeed a pheasant. This is definitely a treasure. Given his current situation, the pheasant is agile and fast, making it difficult to catch without a bow and arrow. But pheasants near the cabin are great news. Although there are no hunting tools, the future holds limitless possibilities. This wild pheasant has already been targeted by Fang Chen. Holding a camping knife, he continued forward. After encountering the wild pheasant, no other creatures were seen within several hundred meters ahead, but spiders and insects remained dense. When he felt tired and was about to open a coconut to replenish his energy, a sudden rustling sound came from ahead. Fang Chen paused, quickly hid behind a large tree, and quietly observed the situation. In his line of sight, a massive creature covered in short black fur slowly emerged. The moment he saw it, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Wild boar. In front of Fang Chen, the pitch-black wild boar was lowering its head, rooting in the soil for food, completely unaware of his approach. At the same time, the live stream's comments section exploded. There are actually wild boars in this place. Although we only see one, there must be more nearby. Fang Chen, run quickly. Look at him, he's not moving at all. Could he be scared stiff? What exactly is he staring at? In front of the drone's lens, Fang Chen tightly gripped the camping knife, his eyes fixed intently on the wild boar. For someone who had been surviving on coconuts all day, meat was a dream delicacy. And the wild boar before him was exceptionally fierce, a creature bold enough to prey on young leopards and wild dogs. What's more, wild boars usually move in groups, with at least 4 in a pack, so there were certainly other wild boars nearby. With his current equipment and condition, hunting this wild boar is simply impossible. But even if he doesn't provoke them, the wild boar might still lead a group to launch an attack. After all, wild boars have a strong sense of territoriality, with an activity range of about 10 square kilometers, and Fang Chen happens to be within their domain. Moreover, wild boars typically forage in the early morning and at dusk, so it's perfectly normal for Fang Chen to encounter them at this moment. Staring at the wild boar not far away, Fang Chen tightly gripped the knife handle. Should we retreat? He still wanted to explore the terrain on the left side of the cabin. If he retreated now, he could only return to yesterday's makeshift shelter, and all of the previous day's efforts would be in vain. Just as he hesitated, the wild boar suddenly turned around and slowly walked away into the distance. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind, and he quietly followed. This scene instantly blew up the livestream chat. Whoa, Fang Chen actually dared to follow? Is he courting death? Idiot. Following it will definitely get torn apart by the wild boar. I thought he could last 7 days, but it seems he's about to be eliminated. The livestream was almost filled with curses. In their eyes, Fang Chen was courting death and accelerating his elimination. The wild boar is no ordinary creature. Even Chief Jean and Bales would avoid its edge. Who else would be so reckless like him? The barrage of comments scrolled rapidly, yet Fang Chen remained silent, cautiously moving in the direction the wild boar had left. His steps were light, carefully choosing each foothold to avoid making any noise. He dared to take the risk of tracking it, relying entirely on the wind direction as cover. The wild boar has a keen sense of smell, but fortunately, the wind is blowing toward him, carrying the boar's scent to him, so it won't detect his presence. If the wind were blowing in the opposite direction, the boar would surely notice his scent, doubling the danger. Thus, he can still quietly follow for now. Time passes, and Fang Chen no longer knows how long he has been tracking it. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? Half an hour? Just as he began to doubt his own judgment, 3 massive female wild boars unexpectedly appeared. Male wild boars exposed their tusks and only joined the group during mating season. season. These 3 were females, so Fang Chen naturally dared not act recklessly, nor did he have any intention of hunting. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a smug smile. The live stream audience began to speculate. Oh my god, is he really planning to hunt a wild boar? If he actually kills a wild boar, I'll eat crap live on stream. I'm live streaming the dicing. The barrage of comments was lively and bustling. Fang Chen kept a close eye on the 4 wild boars, trailing behind them. Just as everyone thought he truly intended to hunt, the 4 wild boars stopped in their tracks. In the live broadcast, Fang Chen hid behind a tree and observed through a gap as 4 wild boars stood in one spot. Nearby, there were several small wild boars. Just as I thought. The smile on Fang Chen's lips grew wider. As the voice fell, a faint rustling sound of flowing water was heard. Those familiar with the wilderness all know that is the sound of flowing water. Fang Chen found a water source. Dear viewers, did you see that? Sometimes following wild animals can really lead you to what you're looking for. He smiled and whispered to the drone. However, he didn't realize that as soon as he said this, over 90% of the audience in the livestream had unpleasant expressions, especially those who had just called him an idiot. At this moment, they were as silent as cicadas in winter. Their faces were flushed, and they stared eagerly at the clear stream shown in the drone footage. Although there are still wild boars drinking by the stream, they will leave soon. See that? This is Fang Chen's true strength. Exactly. Those who mock him have no right to speak. A bunch of armchair strategists who don't understand Fang Chen's purpose at all. That's right, they're definitely jealous of how handsome Fang Chen is. Fang Chen, go for it. The plane is taking off. Fang Chen quietly watched over the herd of wild boars as they drank water. Before long, the nearly 10 wild boars leisurely wandered off to another place, soon disappearing from his sight. Seeing them all walk away, Fang Chen quickly rushed to the creek. Jackpot! He beamed with joy. The 2-meter-wide river before him, compared to the previous narrow stream, had abundant water flow, absolutely sufficient to meet his needs for an entire year. Moreover, this river was only about 500 meters from the cabin, making it extremely convenient. The only thing that worried him was that this area might be within the range of wild boar activity. He scooped up the cool river water, drank deeply, and then refilled his water pouch. The water source problem was finally resolved. After drinking, Fang Chen tied the water pouch to his waist, looked around, and slowly proceeded in the direction the wild boar had left. After all, this area is where wild boars roam, and wherever they stay, there must be food. Wild boars are omnivorous and not picky. They eat anything edible. They are also skilled at hunting rabbits, mice, scorpions, and snakes. Fang Chen felt secretly delighted, thinking he might taste some delicious meat today. He cautiously followed the steps of the wild boar herd, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, not daring to miss any detail. After walking about 300 to 400 meters, Fang Chen suddenly stopped. In front of him, on the loose soil, grew clusters of oval-shaped wild mushrooms with blunt, rounded tops, resembling a sheep's stomach. Under the morning light, the mushroom caps glimmered like treasures, capturing Fang Chen's attention. Morel mushrooms. His eyes lit up as he quickly approached. Morel mushrooms are one of the few edible wild fungi and have high medicinal value, helping to promote human development and enhance immunity. Finding this treasure in an area frequented by wild boars is truly fortunate. He tiptoed to the mushrooms, carefully using a camping knife to scrape away the soft soil, pulling out more than 10 morel mushrooms by the roots, enough to satisfy Fang Chen's current hunger. After finishing the collection, he picked up one and held it up to the camera, smiling as he said, "Take a good look, everyone. This is a morel mushroom, and it's edible." With that, he placed the morels into his homemade backpack and continued on his way. Though delicious, they are not a staple food. He couldn't rely on just these dozen mushrooms to get by and needed to prepare food for tomorrow. Planning ahead. Following the footsteps of the wild boar herd, Fang Chen quickly walked out of the jungle. In front of him was a grove of oak trees, with dense foliage providing excellent shade. The ground was covered with traces of wild boar activity, clearly indicating he had been tracking them for a long time. He kept walking and said softly to the drone, "Beneath the layer of fallen oak leaves, there are plenty of acorns hidden. Do you see them? The brown fruits ahead are acorns, which the wild boars rely on to survive the winter. If acorns have a poor harvest, a large number of wild boars will starve to death the following spring. This is the law of natural selection." As Fang Chen spoke, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. "Wow, Fang Chen knows so much. Come on, he's a wilderness survival expert. How could he survive without knowing these basics? You're talking as if you understand. With a keyboard warrior at hand, you know everything." That's right, keyboard warrior. In fact, Fang Chen didn't know this knowledge before participating in the competition. He relied entirely on frantically learning wilderness survival skills in the days leading up to the competition, as well as the content taught by the system. Overall, he was not omniscient, but his grasp of common knowledge was fairly solid. As he spoke, he squatted down and quickly picked up an acorn. In the oak forest, many acorns had already been eaten by wild boars, leaving only a few remaining. Although the quantity is limited, after circling halfway around, the backpack was already filled with acorns. Acorns are edible, rich in starch, and can be ground into acorn flour. Moreover, Moreover, they are not only edible but also serve as raw materials for textile industry sizing. Fang Chen said with a smile. Though he knew this fact, he was unclear about the specific applications. Perhaps the system would grant related skills in the future. Alright, today's harvest is about done, time to head back. He glanced at the sun overhead. According to ancient timekeeping methods, it was around 9 or 10 in the morning, and he had been out for 4 hours. Retracing his path, he still encountered a few flower-bordered bird spiders along the way, but Fang Chen avoided them and remained unharmed. Back at the wooden cabin, he placed the acorns on the dry ground near the campfire to ensure they wouldn't be affected by moisture. Looking at his property, Fang Chen paused slightly, then stepped forward toward the mountain. It was afternoon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, its fiery rays baking the earth and shining intensely on Fang Chen. Fortunately, there was a shaded path nearby, blocking part of the sunlight. Following the trail, he quickly reached the foot of the mountain. Before he began climbing, he noticed several pieces of flint scattered on the ground. Flint? Fang Chen is really lucky, someone exclaimed in the livestream. Not really, he's pretty slow. Chief Jean and Bales found flint as soon as they landed. Exactly, Bales and his team are experienced. With flint, they can make stone tools faster. That's right, now they have stone hammers, stone picks, and stone knives already. Flint comes in various forms, including layered and nodular shapes. Due to its hard texture, it forms sharp fractures when broken, and many tools in the Stone Age were made from it. Moreover, flint sparks when struck with iron, making it a common fire-starting tool in ancient times. Fang Chen squatted down to examine closely and quickly picked out a reasonably shaped piece of flint from the pile. This piece of flint resembles a stone pickaxe, with a sharp lower end that only requires slight polishing to take shape. He put it away and quickly searched the mountains again, finding 4 or 5 well-shaped pieces of flint in about 10 minutes. These stones were all small, about 20 centimeters in size, but they were hard and sharp. He made 2 trips to carry all the flint back near the wooden cabin. A wooden handle is essential for making stone tools. Fang Chen took out the leftover wood blocks from building the wooden house the other day and slowly carved them into wooden strips with a camping knife. Although he had no sandpaper, he used flint to do some slight polishing. The texture was still rough, but it had greatly improved. Making tools requires doing it well. Durability brings peace of mind, he muttered to himself. Then, he carved a small hole in the middle of the wooden strip and inserted the sharp end of the flint. Fang Chen's thoughts were simple. These tools would be used frequently in the future. If the quality was poor and they broke often, it would be extremely inconvenient to use. After all, iron ore has not yet been found, and stone tools cannot be replaced. Use small wooden strips to wedge it tightly, then secure it with rattan. He explained to the camera while working. Being alone in the wild is lonely, but chatting with the drone can somewhat ease the solitude. About half an hour later, Fang Chen waved the finished stone pickaxe toward the camera. The stone pickaxe has a delicate design. Although it is a stone tool, it closely resembles a cross pickaxe. From now on, I won't need to use the camping knife to dig anymore, he said with a smile. Although the camping knife has evolved, for tasks like digging, the stone pickaxe is more suitable. Next, he used the same method to craft a stone hammer. The 2 stone tools took about an hour to make, which is fairly efficient. Next, I need to make a clay pot. Fang Chen put down the stone hammer and picked up the stone pickaxe, heading into the jungle. Not far from the wooden cabin, he dug up enough soil and packed it into his backpack. For pottery, the suitability of the soil is not the most critical factor. With his handcraft LV1, he can create as long as there is clay. However, the composition of the clay varies, and the temperature control and kneading intensity during firing are vastly different. This is the key. He spread out a thick wooden board, poured the clay from his backpack onto it, and slowly added water from his water pouch. The clay needs to be kneaded repeatedly to remove moisture and air, ensuring it binds tightly. Otherwise, it is prone to deformation and cracking after firing, making it difficult to produce qualified pottery. The process seems simple but is actually labor-intensive and mentally taxing. Although he had the support of Handcraft LV1, Fang Chen had no prior experience in pottery making and could only explore using basic methods. Squish, squish. The mixture of clay and water made peculiar sounds during kneading. He kneaded forcefully with both hands until the soil became soft and pliable. When his palms ached, Fang Chen finally stopped slowly. Phew, it's ready to start shaping. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he picked up a wooden stick and slowly rolled it over the soil. A large chunk of soil was gradually flattened, turning into a thin sheet of clay. However, just as Fang Chen was focused on making pottery, the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up at the sky in surprise. It's going to rain. Fang Chen hurriedly carried the wooden boards in front of him back to the cabin. These were the clay he had spent a lot of time kneading, and he couldn't let them be destroyed by the torrential rain. Firewood and acorns also need to be moved inside quickly, he said as he shifted the campfire slightly into the cabin. At the same time, he picked up several sturdy logs from the ground outside and neatly stacked them in the corner. Next, he swiftly brought the acorns and morels he had collected today into the cabin. Just as Fang Chen was busy, the sound of rain suddenly echoed outside, and a violent storm came without warning. He stood at the wooden cabin's doorway, his pitch-black eyes fixed on the scene of torrential wind and rain outside. outside. The weather in this place was unpredictable. It had been sunny just moments ago, but now dark clouds had gathered, and a storm was raging. Fortunately, Fong Chen happened to be near the cabin and managed to take shelter in time, while many other contestants were likely drenched and in a sorry state at this moment. Luckily, Fong Chen reacted quickly and brought everything inside, or it would have been a disaster. I checked out other live streams, and many people are still getting rained on. Gao Liang Jun is really unlucky. It started raining while he was roasting a rabbit, and now he's still running back. Hetty has it even worse. The house she just built only lasted half an hour before the storm almost knocked it down. Looks like the environment on this island is far harsher than we imagined. The production team said this is considered mild. The worst is yet to come. The live stream's comments section was flooded, but unfortunately, Fong Chen couldn't see it. These pieces of information had already been weighed in his mind. Despite the strong wind and heavy rain, it didn't affect him much here. The main reason is that there is a mountain nearby, only about 200 meters away. Coupled with the dense forest blocking the wind, the wooden house is not easily overturned. If the weather worsens later, this wooden house will need to be reinforced, Fong Chen thought to himself, turning to enter the house. He didn't know about others' situations, but he was aware that his own life was relatively comfortable now. The sudden downpour caught many participants off guard, extinguishing the flames, leaving them cold and soaked, feeling miserable and embarrassed. "Keep making my pottery," he said with a smile to the drone, his hands continuously kneading the clay. After pressing the kneaded clay into thin sheets, he formed a circle, carefully sealing the seams to prevent cracking. The upper part of the gradually forming clay pot took shape, with only the bottom cover remaining. After all, it's the first attempt, and the craftsmanship is only at LV1. This is already the limit. Make a base cover, then seal it properly. Be careful to prevent damage. He patiently handled the details. Half an hour later, Fong Chen held up the clay pot and smiled at the camera. "How is it? Not too bad, right?" In the live chat, viewers praised him one after another. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect Fong Chen to have this skill. It looks simple, but the craftsmanship is quite solid. I've seen many wilderness survivalists, and the pottery they make is just plain ugly." If Fong Chen could see this, he would definitely be excited to chat with the audience about it. After sealing the bottom cover, the first step is considered complete. The next key step is firing. With limited equipment, he could only surround the clay pot with firewood, let it dry for a while, and then ignite it for firing. Although the process is very rudimentary and the fired pottery is not aesthetically pleasing, practicality is all that matters. After all, what he needed most at this moment was a usable jar. The firing process was complex, requiring not only control of the fire but also constant observation of the clay pot's heat exposure and temperature. Fong Chen was firing for the first time and was especially cautious, staring at the blazing flames of dry wood and keeping a close eye on the changes in the clay pot. As time slowly passed, he began to focus on adding firewood to maintain the intensity of the fire. Due to being fired with wood, it is expected to take about a week, a long process that tests patience. During this interval, he made several more clay pots to fire together, so that once a batch of finished products is ready, he could use more items. The rain has stopped. After being busy for a long time, Fong Chen slowly stepped out of the wooden house. The sky had completely darkened. The sound of rain gradually subsided, leaving only the wet ground as evidence of the recent storm. Just as he stepped out the door, a sudden croak-croak sound came from nearby. Fong Chen froze for a moment, then abruptly turned his head toward the direction of the sound. "Is that a frog?" Another crisp frog croak came from not far away. This time, Fong Chen was certain it was the sound of a frog. After the heavy rain, the surroundings were damp, and frogs emerged one after another from their hiding places, not far from Fong Chen's wooden cabin. For Fong Chen, who had barely eaten any meat all day, frogs were simply the ultimate delicacy. "I must catch them." The corner of his mouth curved slightly as he grabbed his camping knife and the useless sleeping bag, silently heading toward the direction of the frog calls. Although his physical fitness had been enhanced, the pitch-black environment at night still made it difficult for him to see the surrounding terrain clearly. Only the flickering firelight in the wooden cabin barely illuminated the path ahead. Splash! One foot stepped into a large puddle, but Fong Chen continued forward without hesitation. After the rain, the ground was uneven, and puddles were everywhere. He occasionally stepped into one, yet the sound of frogs still rose and fell continuously. From the croaking sounds, there are at least a dozen frogs nearby. Right in front of us. The drone quietly followed, switching to night vision mode, and transmitted the scene in front of Fong Chen clearly to the livestream. The audience held their breath, staring at the screen. There was practically a rain of frogs on this island. I saw several contestants catching frogs to eat. Though rainy days are tough, these frogs are a rare delicacy. "Fong Chen, there's a frog ahead. Look quickly." Swish! Fong Chen moved with lightning speed. Almost at the moment the frog leapt, he suddenly slammed the sleeping bag to the ground. Through the sleeping bag, he tightly grasped a slimy creature. It was the frog. "Got it!" He beamed with joy. With the first frog caught, tonight's meat was secured. What's more, frog meat is exceptionally delicious. For the next half half hour, Fong Chen engaged in a fierce battle with the frogs. Half an hour later, the sound of frogs croaking could hardly be heard around. Inside the sleeping bag, nearly 10 frogs struggled to leap away, trying to escape the clutches of doom. TSK, you think you can escape once you're in my hands? Had. Fong Chen's lips curved into a smug smile as he happily carried the sleeping bag toward the cabin. Upon returning to the cabin, the first thing he did was add dry wood to the pottery fire pit nearby. Then he slowly unzipped the sleeping bag and pulled out a frog. Under the firelight, he could clearly see the frog was large enough to fill an entire palm. Got rich. Fong Chen grinned at the camera and picked up the camping knife to get to work. He publicly gutted the frog, then took it to a puddle outside for a casual rinse before placing it into his backpack. Cleaning nearly 10 frogs took about 20 minutes, with the process being meticulous and patient. Once finished, Fong Chen returned to the house, skewered the frogs with tree sticks, and steadily brought them to the campfire for slow roasting. The live stream room immediately boiled over. Fong Chen gets to eat meat again, he's so lucky. That's right, not many people have had 2 meals with meat since coming ashore. Didn't Gao Liangjun only have 1 meal? Compared to Fong Chen, Gao Liangjun is quite miserable now, really makes one feel sympathetic. Don't rush, it's just the beginning. The key is whether he can survive in the long run. Well said, lasting long is what truly counts as impressive. Amid the lively discussion in the livestream, the frog meat on Fong Chen's campfire sizzled with a crackle and pop as it cooked. A burst of fragrance instantly wafted into his nostrils. Smells so good. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Though not a barbarian and having tasted finer delicacies before, the overwhelming aroma at this moment made him truly understand the meaning of fragrance filling the air. Crackle, crackle. Droplets of roasted oil dripped into the fire pit, causing the flames to suddenly surge, intensifying the aroma. He couldn't help but pick up a golden brown roasted frog and take big bites to savor it. He casually spat the bones to the side. Though there were no seasonings, he ate with such relish that he didn't even have time to speak. The screen was instantly flooded with comments. Oh my, among so many contestants, only Fong Chen makes eating look so delicious. That's right, he's practically a mukbang expert. Look at this frog, it's big and meaty, it must taste amazing grilled. Watching Fong Chen eat is making me hungry, and I just finished my meal. I can't take it anymore. Order some takeout right away. Under the watchful eyes of numerous spectators, Fong Chen joyfully feasted, quickly devouring over a dozen plump roasted frogs. Brr, I'm so full. He let out a satisfied burp, patted his round belly, and leisurely slumped to the ground. Eating so many sizable frogs at once would have left an ordinary person completely stuffed. At first, it was indeed delicious, but after eating too much, it left a somewhat dry feeling in the mouth. Without seasoning, the natural flavor of the frog is limited, so eating too much naturally feels bland. In the future, when life gets better, I'll have to find a way to get some seasoning to enhance the taste. Fong Chen knew in his heart that with his current strength, surviving until the later stages was inevitable. As the system rewards continued, his abilities would grow stronger, and his creativity would improve accordingly. Once settled and free from worries about food and clothing, the quality of life will naturally improve. If there are no seasonings, how can one create delicious dishes? Ah, the ground is a bit wet. He propped himself up with both hands and suddenly felt a patch of dampness under his palms. Although the wooden house shields from wind and rain, the ground is still connected to the outside world. The heavy rain just now even made the floor inside the house slightly damp. The ground is wet, which will definitely make sleeping at night uncomfortable and might even extinguish the campfire. Time to make some changes. Fong Chen quickly got up and turned to walk outside. Although he had system assistance, his wilderness survival experience was almost zero, so he still had to figure out and understand many things on his own. Holding the camping knife, he walked out of the cabin and casually chopped down a few trees on the left side of the cabin. In the night, he carved 2 of the trees into wooden planks and carried them into the cabin for flooring. This way, about a meter-wide area of the cabin's floor was covered with wooden planks, ensuring it wouldn't get soaked even in heavy rain. Adding a layer of leaves and dry grass on top would make sleeping much more comfortable. There is also a bonfire. Pile up a circle of stones to elevate the bonfire. Unless a flood comes, the flames won't easily go out. Fong Chen carried a torch up the mountain, which was essentially the back mountain of his home. He gathered some scattered small stones on the mountain, packed them into his backpack, and carried a large stone back to the wooden cabin at a quick pace. Arrange the stones into a circle, move the bonfire into the stone circle, and the bonfire is finally complete. After finishing this, Fong Chen did not rest. He ran outside the house and gathered vines from the jungle. Under the puzzled gaze of the livestream audience, he hung the vines at the entrance of the wooden house, letting them drape down along the roof, perfectly covering the entire doorway. This inspiration came from the recent heavy rain. The wooden house has no rain canopy, so when the rain is heavy, it easily slants and blows into the house. Use vines to make a door curtain, at least it can block the wind and keep out the rain. Now it looks much better. Fong Chen stood inside the house, nodding in satisfaction. Take it slow, everything will get better and better. Just as he finished these modifications, the system's mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Ding, the host has survived in the wild for 24 hours, reward, evolution points +2. Another day passed, and he gained 2 more evolution points. Upon opening the panel, he found that the evolution points had reached 6. Attributes, strength 12, stamina 11, agility 11, spirit 12. Abilities, fire starting max, construction LV2, cooking LV1, hunting LV1, handcraft LV1. Evolution points, 6. At this rate, it's possible to upgrade a skill at least once within a week, or 2 to 3 times at most. Fang Chen has already settled on a residence and resolved the water supply issue. He only needs to continue developing and improving his quality of life. The organizers emphasized that audience rewards and popularity are not the most important, the key lies in survival performance. If he can build a small villa within a year, the championship is surely in the bag. Time to sleep. Good night everyone. He waved goodbye to the camera. A whole day of exhaustion meant he had to ensure enough sleep, or he wouldn't have the energy to work tomorrow. He lay down on the freshly laid wooden planks, covered himself with a worn-out sleeping bag, placed 2 leaves over his eyes, and slowly closed them. Fatigue overwhelmed him, and drowsiness grew stronger. Just as Fang Chen was about to fall asleep, the sound of pitter-patter rain echoed outside the cabin again. The torrential rain came suddenly once more. All departments, please compile today's situation reports. As the heavy rain poured down, inside the organizer's base, hundreds of computer screens simultaneously displayed the footage of all the participants. Next to it, their daily performance and score summaries are also displayed simultaneously. Less than 5 minutes after the command was issued, a brand new report was placed in front of the person in charge. First place on the second day, Raywood. Second place, Bales. Third place, 18th place, Fang Chen. Listening to the report, the person in charge remained calm, as the top 10 were mostly familiar celebrities. Besides, it's only the second day, and the gap is still small. Anyone could win the championship. The real difference will only become apparent after each base is completed. But when they heard the last name, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. 300th place, Hetty. How could it be Hetty? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. She's one of the top 50 experts in the world. How could it fall to the bottom? Could the data be wrong? Hetty, ranked among the top 50 in the wilderness realm, unexpectedly dropped to the bottom on the second day. If this gets out, it will surely cause a huge uproar. Boss, we've checked multiple times, the data is accurate, the statistician responded solemnly. Then why is that? Data shows that Hetty now has nothing at all, even worse than the one ranked 299th. What do you mean? Nothing at all? The statistician said seriously, there has been continuous heavy rain on the island today, and Hetty's area is right at the center of the storm. The tent she just set up was destroyed. Moreover, her backpack was buried by a mudslide, and she has no supplies on her. According to the scoring criteria, she gets 0 points today. Understood. The person in charge nodded. Everyone agreed with this statement. Otherwise, once today's rankings were announced, it would be hard to explain to Hetty's fans. At this moment, Kirsty held the list, staring in astonishment. Fang Chen is actually ranked 18th. Although slightly lower than yesterday, the performance is stable and excellent. It's just that the lack of fans affected the rating. Kirsty's eyes sparkled, as if she had discovered a treasure. After all, Fang Chen has no competition experience. In terms of data, he is a newcomer. Now performing outstandingly, if someone offers a bit of support, he is bound to become a sensation. Little towns, closely track this person's daily data and report to me in 15 days. Meanwhile, the torrential rain continued to pour on the island. Fang Chen comfortably lay in the wooden cabin, falling asleep to the sound of the rain. After living in the bustling city for over 20 years, returning to nature and being alone in a tranquil wooden cabin brought a sense of peace to his heart. He didn't know how much time had passed, and when he woke up, the heavy rain outside was still pouring relentlessly, showing no signs of stopping. Looks like it's going to rain all day today. He stood at the doorway, pulled aside the vine curtain for a glance, then retreated back inside and added some dry firewood to the campfire. When he built the wooden house earlier, discarded planks and wood pieces were stored inside, untouched by the rain and still dry. But the stock was limited, and if the rain continued for 2 or 3 days, he would face many difficulties. Moreover, with the torrential rain pouring down, it is difficult to go out today, so he can only rely on the morel mushrooms and coconuts collected yesterday to fill his stomach. Coconuts are ultimately hard to satisfy hunger, and he still needs to ensure there is enough stockpile at home. There are plenty of morel mushrooms, but without pots or pans, how can I make soup? Do I have to roast them instead? Fang Chen stared at the ingredients in front of him, lost in thought. The drone's camera focused on him, and both fell into silence. If my clay pot is ready, I can make morel mushroom soup. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the clay pot being fired. Suddenly, he walked toward the fire, and the camera captured him gently retrieving a clay pot with a wooden stick. What is he trying to do? Could it be that it's already fired? Only 1 day has passed. How is that possible? Firing takes at least 7 days. He's probably just taking a look. The comments flooded in rapidly. Just as the bullet comments scrolled by, Fang Chen lightly touched the clay pot. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, evolution complete. right, fired clay pot. As the sound faded, although the clay pot's appearance remained unchanged, its interior had been fully fired. The clay pot originally had no glaze, its surface rough, making it hard to distinguish differences with the lens or the naked eye, though it cost me some evolution points. But I finally have a clay pot. Amid the audience's astonished gazes, Fong Chen slowly took out the fired clay pot and placed it in the pouring rain. Is he crazy? You should know, the clay pot that Fong Chen fired for just one day technically hasn't reached the standard for success. Taking it out rashly and exposing it to the heavy rain is no different from wasting a day's effort. In other words, this is completely a waste of Fong Chen's entire day. Sigh, does this guy have a problem with his brain? How can he be so stupid in doing things? Yeah, I looked into his background. He has absolutely no competition record, a complete rookie. Did you see yesterday's rankings? He actually ranked 18th. I suspect this guy pulled some strings. Totally agree. Fong Chen's actions left people baffled, and even early in the morning, trolls had already started cursing. For them, watching him do inexplicable things every day and then mocking him seemed to have become an indispensable source of joy. But soon, those trolls were dumbfounded. In the drone footage, the clay pot Fong Chen had just taken out quickly filled with rainwater, and its surface was completely undamaged. To their astonishment, Fong Chen steadily placed the clay pot in a small fire pit surrounded by flint, with space below to hold firewood, ensuring it remained stable and upright. Alright, Fong Chen looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, lightly cleaning the morels he picked up yesterday, removing the impurities at the bottom, and placing them into a clay pot. The livestream chat instantly exploded. How is that possible? It can be used after just one day of cooking? Fake, definitely fake. It's about to break soon. Are you blind? It's been so long and nothing's happened. What on earth is going on? The audience was completely baffled. Even with the most primitive firing method, it would take 7 days to complete, but Fong Chen could do it in just one day. Maybe, this guy is just ridiculously lucky. Through the screen, everyone couldn't explain it and could only attribute it to Fong Chen's good fortune. The organizers wouldn't investigate either, as all his actions were under the camera's watch, with no underhanded operations, and the audience was witnessing everything. The clay pot wasn't damaged, it can only be attributed to good luck. So, he just touched the clay pot and figured out it could be used? That's the only explanation. It must be said, Fong Chen's move indeed surprised many people, leaving them in disbelief. But the facts are right in front of us, whether you believe it or not. Gurgle gurgle. Time passed second by second, and the water in the clay pot quickly came to a boil. A full pot of morel mushrooms gradually released a faint fragrance in the boiling hot water. Finally, I can have some steaming hot morel mushroom soup to drink. Fong Chen rubbed his hands, excitedly looking at the clay pot. On just the third day after arriving on the island, he had already made a clay pot and could enjoy mushroom soup. Among all the contestants, he was the only one who could achieve this, and he picked quite a few morel mushrooms, enough to cook 2 pots based on the capacity of the clay pot. With the addition of coconuts, even on rainy days when he doesn't go out, he can still live abundantly. This guy is really lucky. This is only temporary. Do you think he can stay this lucky forever? That's right, I want to see when he'll feel frustrated. TCH, you're just jealous. Exactly, luck is also a part of strength, and besides, Fong Chen's strength isn't weak either. Girls, let's send some gifts. Controversy brings popularity. Although the trolls constantly want to see Fong Chen make a fool of himself, they have instead become a catalyst for the popularity of his livestream, attracting more people to join. Gifts flood the screen, flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Fong Chen gazes at the clay pot with great anticipation. It seems that in about 10 minutes, the morel mushrooms will be ready to eat. Taking advantage of this time, he quickly used a camping knife to carve 2 chopsticks and made a small spoon out of a thick wooden board. The only thing missing is a bowl. But being able to get this far, he's already not far from living a normal life. Right now, the torrential rain pours down, most people are frowning, and few can enjoy a hearty meal like him. Time to dig in. Spoon in the left hand, chopsticks in the right. A bite of morel mushroom, a sip of soup. He ate with great relish, his appearance making countless viewers drool. 10 minutes later. Judging by the capacity of the clay pot, at least over a pound of morel mushrooms had gone into Fong Chen's stomach. He also drank quite a bit of the soup and contentedly patted his belly. If other contestants saw this, they would surely be envious and jealous. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Fong Chen took down the clay pot and set it aside. If the rain doesn't stop, the next meal will most likely still be morel mushroom soup, so there's no need to waste it. As he took down the clay pot, he glanced around the wooden cabin. Although there is a place to stay, since it is designated as a base, one room is obviously not enough. The weather on the island is unpredictable, and if it rains often, one cannot always hide indoors. We need to make a rain shelter and build a storage room. Fong Chen's idea was very simple. He planned to create a standard 2-bedroom house in a short time, especially with a bathroom. After all, he currently had to run into the dense forest to find a secluded spot to relieve himself, which was neither convenient nor had toilet paper, forcing him to use leaves. Life was extremely primitive, so he still had a lot to do. In order to make life more modern, he had to improve his various skills channels as quickly as possible. Crash! Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour down, and the prolonged soaking had made some tree roots on the island completely drenched. Braving the heavy rain, Fong Chen quickly dashed into the downpour, skillfully chopped down a large tree with his camping knife, and swiftly dragged it back to the house. Due to the limited layout of the room, most of the tree was left outside, but working indoors was convenient, and there was a campfire nearby, so getting wet from the rain was not a problem. First, let the clothes dry. He took off his t-shirt in front of the camera, revealing a toned yet not exaggerated muscular build. Although not bulky, his body had no excess fat, and his muscle contours were well defined. The comments section immediately exploded. Wow, Fong Chen's physique is really great. I like it. Cut it out. What's the big deal? I'm the real boss here. Stop arguing upstairs. I've seen you before, ugly freak. Fong Chen is chopping trees in the rain. What's he up to? Due to the bad weather, many contestants were unable to go outside. Viewers, eager to see someone in action, flocked to Fong Chen's livestream. In less than half an hour, the number of viewers exceeded 2 million again. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Who is this amazing person? Such a great living environment. How come I didn't notice before? Yeah, not only does he have a house, but also a bonfire. Is he making pottery? No, he's already finished one. There's also a pile of coconuts and mushrooms next to it. This guy is really living the good life. Didn't expect a master to be hidden on this island. I'm a fan now. However, name, Fong Chen. Skill points, 0. However, yes. Understood. The number of followers in the live broadcast skyrocketed, rising from the initial 2,000 to 10,000, and it continues to climb. Fong Chen was completely unaware of the excitement in the live broadcast room, focusing intently on chopping wood and shaving it into planks. The planks were about 1.5 meters long, with a thickness consistent with the roof planks. Upon closer inspection, the front end of the planks was noticeably thinner, featuring distinct textured lines. This was specially designed by him for the rain canopy, installed around the roof to allow rainwater to drip down smoothly without directly soaking the edges of the wooden house. Simply put, this is the prototype of an eave. He moved the newly made wooden boards onto the roof, securing them to the original roof boards with vines, and the rain canopy was finally completed. Feels pretty good, Fong Chen said, looking at his new creation with satisfaction. It took about an hour to make the rain canopy. After completion, the system rewarded him with 1 evolution point. However, today is clearly not suitable for expanding the wooden house. Continuous heavy rain, water accumulation on the ground, and soft soil make it impossible to lay the foundation. Fortunately, the foundation was solid, otherwise, the wooden house would have collapsed in this weather. He also used a pickaxe to dig shallow trenches around the wooden house, creating drainage channels. The continuous heavy rain made the drainage channels essential to prevent water from flooding the wooden house. After everything was taken care of, the rain eased slightly. Although it was still a downpour, it was not as intense as before. The rain has lessened a bit, but it will probably continue. To be safe, I should still go out and find something to eat, Fong Chen muttered to himself. On normal days, going out in this kind of weather would be pure torture, but most contestants on the island were homeless, and the heavy rain couldn't stop their actions. He used his sleeping bag as a makeshift raincoat and quickly headed toward the small river. With the heavy rain causing the water to rise, he might be able to pick up something good. Plop, plop. Footsteps tread on the moist soil, and he moved cautiously and alertly. About 200 meters later, he discovered some new morel mushrooms growing in the forest very close to the cabin. Let's leave them for now and pick them when they grow bigger, he said to the camera as he walked. Soon, he arrived at the riverside. Just as he was about to walk 2 laps along the river, a shout suddenly came to his ears. Fong Chen. He instantly turned his head, filled with surprise and joy. After 3 days, he had finally encountered someone else. Fong Chen looked over with a face full of joy, but suddenly froze. Not far away, a beautiful woman, drenched from head to toe, was smiling at him. The heavy rain had soaked her clothes, leaving them covered in mud spots, making her appear quite disheveled. Yet her natural beauty and graceful figure remained striking, unable to hide her allure. Hetty. That's right, standing in front of Fong Chen was none other than Hetty. The moment Hetty appeared, the camera quickly turned to her, and the livestream chat instantly exploded. Oh my god, isn't this Hetty? Why does she look so miserable? I heard that since the torrential rain started, she has been homeless and penniless. That's right, she was at the bottom of the rankings yesterday. It's obvious she's the most miserable one now. Fortunately, she ran into Fong Chen, so she can still survive. Don't be silly, they're competitors. Fong Chen would never take Hetty in. Seeing Hetty, Fong Chen's expression showed little change. Although she was indeed beautiful and had a good figure, the two were currently in a competitive relationship. In other words, if Hetty were eliminated early, it would mean one less strong opponent for Fong Chen. Why are you here? Fong Chen asked. Don't mention it, this torrential rain destroyed everything I had. I saw a mountain here and thought to take shelter from the rain, but I didn't expect to meet you, Hetty replied anxiously. She saw the sleeping bag on Fong Chen and was filled with envy. She had also picked a sleeping bag, but it was buried by the mudslide and couldn't be found at all. Alright, Fong Chen nodded. Such heavy rain, and you still came out? Ran out of of food? Hetty asked in return. Something like that. Came to the river to see if there's anything useful. I really envy you, Hetty said with a smile, then quickly walked toward the back mountain behind him. Although Hetty was a celebrity and a wilderness survival expert, she hadn't eaten for more than a day, yet her mental state hadn't collapsed. Since Fang Chen lives here, it indicates that there must be resources nearby. However, the two are competitors, and she also understands that barging into Fang Chen's territory recklessly would definitely upset him. So she plans to search for a cave by the mountains to temporarily take shelter before leaving later. Fang Chen did not try to stop her and continued walking along the riverbank. The heavy rain continued, causing the river to rise and become muddy. By the river, he discovered a few wild lilies. These are treasures. He pulled up the wild lilies and said to the camera with a smile, "Wild lilies are hard to find. Their roots, leaves, and flowers are all edible, rich in nutrients, and taste quite good." He tucked the wild lilies into his backpack. Hetty went in the opposite direction, not noticing the wild lilies. With her skills, she would definitely be able to find food. Continuing downstream, Fang Chen soon arrived at a narrow river gap. The water was rushing rapidly, and the gap had already been submerged, with only its outline faintly visible. Just as he was observing, a group of fish shadows, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly emerged from the water. "There are fish!" Fang Chen exclaimed. Indeed, there were fish in this river, and they were freshwater fish. Although the surroundings were close to the sea, going out to fish required not only luck but also equipment and skill. There's nothing now. Fishing in the sea is almost impossible. Seeing freshwater fish is definitely a heaven-sent opportunity. I have a sewing kit and can make a fishing rod, but the river is too rapid, making fishing unrealistic. Fang Chen's mind was racing. Since there's a fish, it can't be let go easily. After all, grilled fish smells delicious. But he has no tools, and the water is fast, making it difficult to catch the fish. Judging by the looks of it, this fish is quite large, at least a few pounds. I absolutely can't let it escape. Thinking of this, he quickly ran back to the wooden cabin. There were spare wooden planks inside the cabin, and he planned to carve them into wooden strips to make a fence, blocking the fish so it couldn't escape. Once the storm subsided, he would have a way to catch it. Back at the wooden cabin, he swiftly crafted the wooden fence. Vines were right in the nearby jungle, and the materials were abundant. Just as he was busy, footsteps suddenly came from outside the house. Fang Chen was startled, and Hetty's figure appeared at the doorway. He looked at her in confusion. What did she want? Hetty awkwardly said in a low voice, "Fang Chen, can I stay here for the night? Stay overnight?" As soon as these words were spoken, both the livestream and Fang Chen were stunned. Heidi actually wants to stay overnight? Did I hear that right? Could it be that she's completely out of options? Ranked so high, yet asking Fang Chen for lodging. This news is too explosive. Can she borrow it? Organizers, come out and explain. The live stream room was in an uproar, and the organizers were also shocked upon hearing the news. No one expected the first person to request lodging to be Hetty, and it happened as early as the third day. You can't find a place to stay? Fang Chen asked in confusion. There's no place to shelter from the rain on the mountain. I have nothing left and wanted to warm myself by a fire. Hetty replied shyly. Her current situation was perilous. She had been fasting for a long time without a source of fire and had been caught in the rain continuously. Fortunately, her constitution was strong, otherwise, she would have fallen ill by now. Even though she had only met Fang Chen once, she had to ask him, otherwise, she would face elimination. Fang Chen was silent for a moment, then calmly said, "The organizers stipulate that participants must not cooperate. If help is needed, it must be an equivalent exchange." As he finished speaking, his gaze fixed on Hetty. "What do you have to offer in exchange? Do you have anything to trade?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly fell into a deathly silence. Even the barrage in the livestream came to an abrupt halt. Everyone understood Hetty was now penniless. If it really came to a deal, what else could she offer besides herself? Similar situations had occurred in past survival competitions, where some female contestants were willing to make various choices in order to survive. But Hetty is different. She is one of the top 50 experts in the world and ranks among the top 30 in this competition. Now, she's actually going to negotiate a deal with Fang Chen, which is shocking. Hetty, you are my goddess. I absolutely can't let her make a deal with this guy. At worst, I'll withdraw from the competition. Hetty's livestream was filled with countless male viewers who were almost going crazy. If they could appear there, they would definitely pull her away from Fang Chen. "What, do you want to trade with me?" Hetty's clear eyes stared intently at Fang Chen, her lips slightly bitten, showing both hesitation and determination. Fang Chen shrugged lightly. "You have nothing. What can you use to trade with me? According to the rules, I can't help you." As he spoke, he glanced at her again and shook his head. Relying solely on certain transactions to keep Hetty is really hard to consider. To be honest, his goal is to win the game, not for temporary satisfaction. Of course, if Hetty really uses that as a bargaining chip, he would consider it, but he would never bring it up proactively. The most crucial point is, if Hetty works for him, can he earn evolution points? Hetty did not answer, biting her lips and struggling internally for a long time. Finally, she looked up up at Fong Chen. I can work for you. Work for me? Fong Chen was initially stunned, then showed a puzzled expression. This statement was indeed unexpected. That's right, Hetty is willing to work for Fong Chen. The audience suddenly realized that this was also a form of transaction. Moreover, it didn't require going against one's conscience, leaving everyone happy. How long will you work for me? Fong Chen asked indifferently. To be honest, this condition wasn't very enticing to him. It was merely about helping to speed up the construction. Even without Hetty, his ranking would still remain at the top, and Hetty's addition would only provide limited improvement. As long as I stay for a day, I'll work for you for a day. How about that? Hetty spoke. No. Fong Chen shook his head and firmly refused. Just with this condition, he might as well not take her in. What do you want then? Heidi stared at him, her gaze firm. Fong Chen held the initiative. Any conditions had to be proposed by him, leaving her in a passive position. If the conditions were too harsh, she could still refuse and just quit the competition. Fong Chen said calmly, it's very simple. During work, all your scores will count under my name, every single score. Hetty had not yet reacted, but the live stream audience was already in an uproar. That's too much. All the scores are credited to him, even the live stream ratings? Exactly. Doesn't this mean Fong Chen can easily take the top spot? Although Hetty ranked last yesterday, she has a large fan base and considerable live stream ratings. If she works for Fong Chen, all her efforts will be in vain, and she will inevitably end up at the bottom. Have you thought it through? Fong Chen asked calmly. Hetty stood outside the wooden cabin. Although there was a canopy to shield her from the rain, the cold wind still cut like a knife. In the live chat, fans were anxiously shouting, Hetty, don't agree. This guy is tricking you. Run. You can have a better life. Withdraw from the competition. Don't let him take advantage of you. If Hetty could see the comments, she would definitely be anxious. But her body kept trembling, having not eaten all day and being battered by wind and rain. She was on the verge of collapse. If she turned back now, she could only choose to withdraw from the competition, otherwise, her life would be in jeopardy. After all, the heavy rain outside showed no signs of stopping, and no one knew when it would cease. In the end, alright, I agree. Hetty looked up, her gaze firmly fixed on Fong Chen. To overcome the crisis, she agreed to these harsh conditions. Very good. Fong Chen's lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of a smug smile. In the live stream, the fans exploded. Didn't expect Hetty to agree. This guy is so ruthless, he even dares to make such demands. Let's go to Fong Chen's live stream and scold him. A group of Hetty fans was furious and flocked to Fong Chen's live stream. However, as soon as they entered the live stream, they were stunned. Fong Chen 666, even Hetty was won over. Impressive. Now that's a master, making Hetty work for him, turned into a fan. The plane is taking off. Apart from Hetty's fans, everyone else was quickly won over by Fong Chen. His followers rapidly exceeded 500,000, his rewards skyrocketed, and his ranking surged into the top 10. Oomph, don't get cocky. After the storm, my Hetty will definitely surpass Fong Chen. Just temporarily staying here, don't be too arrogant. But no one knew that Fong Chen already had a plan in mind. Since she wants to work, then she has to see it through to the end. Come in and sit down, Fong Chen invited. Hetty let out a sigh of relief and slowly stepped into the wooden cabin. As soon as she entered, a wave of warmth enveloped her entire body. Having grown accustomed to the stormy winds and rain outside, she couldn't help but pause. Nearing the campfire, the warmth was so comforting it felt like a rebirth, her body basking in the heat as if she had been transported to another world. But before she could sit down, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. You even made a clay pot? And soup? Hetty exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. The torrential rain had left many contestants scrambling to find shelter or repair their homes, while she had lost all her supplies to a mudslide, becoming a true pauper. But Fong Chen? Not only did he have a small wooden cabin of about 20 to 30 square meters, but also a campfire, a clay pot, and even steaming hot soup. The difference was like night and day. Want to drink? Fong Chen asked. Yes. Hetty nodded without hesitation. Having gone more than a day without food, she was already starving. Although she had eaten wild fruits, how could they compare to a steaming bowl of morel mushroom soup? If you want to drink, then drink. Fong Chen continued to carve the wooden board as he said indifferently, but I only promised you a place to stay, not food. Hetty froze, her beautiful eyes looking at him in surprise before lowering her head. Indeed, him taking her in was already a kindness. How could she dare to ask for more? Forget it. I'll take a break and find something to eat myself, she thought, taking off her soaked jacket and placing it by the campfire to dry. At this moment, the male viewers in the live stream all widened their eyes. Damn, Hetty's figure is amazing. Even better than top-tier actresses. She's not only beautiful, but her figure is absolutely stunning. Fong Chen is really lucky. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth lifted slightly. In front of him, the wet Hetty was only wearing a close-fitting short-sleeve shirt, her perfect figure fully on display. She lowered her head, focusing on the fire, and the view from above was breathtakingly beautiful. Hetty had even taken off her shoes. If Fong Chen weren't present, she might have taken off her long pants to dry as well. The camera could turn away at any moment. After all, she was a woman. Why are you making a wooden fence? Hetty asked curiously. Useful, Fong Chen responded briefly. Hetty thought to herself, he's not a fool, he definitely wouldn't make something useless. Fine, don't tell me. I'll find out sooner or later, she muttered softly, pouting with a look of sorrow on her face. Fong Chen's lips curved slightly as he finished weaving the last vine. The wooden fence was complete. Ding, the host successfully crafted a wooden fence, taking 1 hour and 07 minutes. Reward, evolution point +1. Another evolution point credited. Fong Chen held the wooden fence and ignored Hetty, walking straight out the door. The drone monitored her, so she naturally couldn't touch his belongings casually. As soon as he stepped out, Hetty tossed her coat aside and curiously walked to the doorway. What is he going to do? Watching Fong Chen gradually walk away, she hesitated for a moment, decided not to follow, and returned indoors to continue warming herself by the fire. It was rare to find a place sheltered from the wind and rain. With a fire no less, how could she leave so easily? Time passed, and about 20 minutes later, Fong Chen returned, drenched from head to toe. The two sat silently by the campfire, quietly warming themselves. Fong Chen placed the clay pot on the fire again. While Hetty was drooling with anticipation, the pot was once more filled with morel mushrooms. Gurgle, gurgle. The water boiled, releasing a fragrant aroma. Hetty's nostrils twitched slightly, her appetite fully awakened. She was starving, but she knew that to eat, she first had to pay the price. I have to hold back and find something to eat later myself, she vowed silently. Hetty, one of the top 50 wilderness masters in the world, how could she easily yield for a mere meal? It smells so good. Watching Fong Chen eat mouthful after mouthful, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Want some? Fong Chen asked with a smile. Gurgle. I don't want to, gurgle. Hetty said she didn't want to, but her stomach honestly growled. She shyly lowered her head, deliberately avoiding looking at the clay pot, but ultimately couldn't escape the tempting aroma. After enduring for a long time, Hetty softly asked, if I eat one meal, how long would I have to work for you? Fong Chen looked up, a smile on his lips, with a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Gotcha. Hetty's stomach was growling with hunger, and outside, the rain was pouring down. She had just felt the warmth of the fire and naturally didn't want to go out searching for food again, especially with the pot of fragrant morel mushroom soup in front of her. Who could easily resist such an enticing aroma? Fong Chen glanced at her and said with a smile, at the very least, we know each other and have met once. I definitely wouldn't trick you. Just having a meal and then making you work for me would be too inconsiderate of our friendship. A glimmer flashed in Hetty's eyes, and the viewers in the livestream nodded in agreement, feeling that Fong Chen still had a sense of camaraderie. However, Fong Chen continued, so, I'll cover 2 meals a day for you, and in return, you work an extra day for me. How about that? Cover meals for a day, work for a day? Hetty was stunned and pondered for a moment. However, this meant that after today, she would have to work 2 more days for Fong Chen to be free, and she would still have to continue living here. Unless she moved out tomorrow and found her own food, it would take 2 days to pay off the debt. Otherwise, this was a bottomless pit. The comments section exploded. This Fong Chen has quite the ambition. That's right, he just wants to tie Hetty down to work for him. Such a scam, pretending to be a friend, practically devours people without leaving a trace. Hetty's fans all spoke out for her, their voices echoing loudly. But reality and the rules are clear. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want something, you have to pay the price. The only thing Hetty can offer now is herself and her labor. By comparison, helping out with effort is actually quite a bargain for her. After a moment of contemplation, Hetty gritted her teeth and nodded. Alright, I agree. Alright, from now on, you owe me 2 days of labor, Fong Chen said with a smile. Eat? He pushed the clay pot in front of Hetty, then got up and walked to the side. Before long, he quickly crafted a set of wooden knife and fork along with a small spoon. Judging by the current situation, Hetty owing 2 days of work doesn't seem like much, but in reality, once you agree, there's no turning back. The weather is harsh now, and Hetty can't go out. She can only stay at Fong Chen's place, unable to build any personal belongings or make a fire. Staying for a day means helping for a day, and she still needs to eat. Going hungry for 1 day is bearable, but what about 2 or 3 days? Not to mention, Fong Chen still hasn't used his trump card. In short, Fong Chen had firmly locked Hetty in his grasp. What he wanted was for her to work hard for him throughout the entire competition. Gulp, gulp. Hetty quickly shoveled morels with her fork, while the spoon continuously scooped the piping hot soup down her throat. Having gone more than a day without food, the taste was simply heavenly, and she couldn't get enough of it. Soon, a pot of morel mushroom soup was completely devoured by her. Full, she touched her round little belly, a satisfied expression on her face, and her complexion looked much rosier. With her spirits lifted, she appeared even more beautiful. You probably haven't rested in a long time, have you? Fong Chen asked, holding a camping knife while whittling a wooden stick. Hetty responded softly. Then take a nap. Don't I need to work? Hetty asked, wanting to repay her debt sooner. You don't even have the strength to work right now. How can you help me? Fong Chen said calmly. First, take care of your health. It's still pouring rain outside. Okay. Hetty nodded. Sleep here. This is where I sleep. It's quite spacious. Fong Chen generously invited. Hetty was slightly stunned, her face reddening as she walked toward the wooden board and slowly lay down. The moment moment she lay down, she felt the lingering warmth. Clearly, it was well insulated here, and Fong Chen's presence still lingered. Sleepiness overwhelmed her, and she quickly fell into a deep slumber. Watching the sleeping Hetty, Fong Chen smiled and continued his work. The wooden fork he was making had prongs attached to its tip, looking incredibly sharp. After finishing the mocha, Fong Chen put on a sleeping bag and walked out of the wooden cabin. Meanwhile, the organizers were in an uproar. Collaboration between contestants? How can this be? The rules clearly state that this is called a transaction, not collaboration. Hetty never owned any supplies, so this doesn't count as a violation. But her score is counted under Fong Chen, affecting fairness. He's definitely first. The situation on the island is complex. This phenomenon is temporary. Since they can trade, others can too. That's right, perhaps individuals should be allowed to develop into tribes, making the show more exciting. But how should the scoring be calculated? All attributed to the leader, like Fong Chen? This is a transaction. It has nothing to do with us. As long as it doesn't violate the rules, we have no right to interfere. Then proceed as discussed and explain to the audience. Thus, a storm triggered by Fong Chen quickly swept across the globe. Fong Chen was completely unaware of the organizers' discussions, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care, as everything he did was within the permissible scope of the rules. Fong Chen held a wooden fork and slowly walked toward the riverbank. Under the torrential rain, many animals hid away, and he made his way safely. Following the jungle to the narrow gap downstream of the river, what came into view was the wooden fence that had been set up in advance. Oh, so Fong Chen plans to use this to catch fish. Fishing in stormy weather? Seems pretty risky. Not necessarily. The heavy rain caused the water level to rise, and the river became turbulent. Many fish would be swept downstream. This wooden fence will definitely come in handy. When the live stream chat was flooded with comments, Fong Chen's gaze fixed on the wooden fence. His brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. What? A mottled big fish was stuck in the gap of the fence, struggling desperately. TSK, this is really effortless, he said with a smug smile. The wooden fence had been set up for less than an hour when a fish voluntarily came to the door, getting stuck right in the gap. Truly lucky. Originally, he planned to use a wooden fork to catch fish after blocking them with the wooden fence. Though it would take effort, it could succeed. Now, look at that, the fish delivered itself. For wilderness survivors, meat is the most desired food, and fish is a true delicacy. Poof! Arriving at the riverside, Fong Chen aimed at the trapped fish and forcefully stabbed it with the wooden fork, piercing the fish's body. When the wooden fork was pulled out of the water, the livestream chat instantly erupted. Isn't his luck just off the charts? Luck? This is clearly a display of skill. He made the wooden fence himself. Fong Chen's wilderness survival skills are too exaggerated. He doesn't seem like a rookie at all. It's over, my goddess, Hetty is doomed. Hetty had been hungry for more than a whole day and had just eaten her fill. At this moment, she was completely satisfied. Even when Fong Chen handed this fish to her, her heart remained calm. But if she encountered it while hungry, don't forget Fong Chen's promise to cover her 2 meals for the whole day in exchange for a day's labor. Clearly, this fish was enough for a meal for 2. Looks like a grass carp, quite heavy, around 4 or 5 pounds. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Pulling out the camping knife, he dissected and cleaned the fish by the river, then packed it into his backpack and slowly walked toward the cabin. Returning to the cabin, Hetty was still asleep. The storm had kept her awake all night, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. Fong Chen was in no hurry. After placing the fish outside the cabin, he turned and entered the forest to gather wild seasonings to enhance the flavor of the grilled fish. Before long, Hetty turned over and woke up. Awake so soon? Not sleeping anymore? Fong Chen asked, setting the seasoning aside. I can't sleep. I need to help you with the work, Hetty replied. Even on rainy days, there was still plenty to do, and she was eager to pay off her debts as soon as possible. All right. Fong Chen nodded and tossed her the camping knife. Go help me chop some wood. The live stream room exploded. What? Let the goddess chop wood? You brat. Fong Chen, are you tired of living? Brain-dead fans, stop arguing. If it weren't for Fong Chen, Hetty would still be getting rained on right now. Exactly. What's the big deal about chopping trees? She can handle it, can't she? Hetty, without a word of complaint, wrapped in Fong Chen's sleeping bag, rushed into the rain, wielding a camping knife. About an hour later, 4 trees were chopped down and placed outside the cabin. These 2 will serve as pillars, slightly longer. The foundation needs to be dug deep in rainy weather to prevent collapse. The length of the planks should be uniform. Don't make them uneven. Alright, I'll fix it. Fong Chen quietly watched Hetty work while offering guidance from the side. From morning until evening, they finally built another new wooden house of about 10 square meters. Although it is not large, Hetty completed it alone, which shows how difficult it was. The style of the new house follows Fong Chen's old house, with leaves and vines covering it to prevent rainwater from seeping through. Phew, it's done. Hetty collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Given her physical strength, completing this task alone was truly exhausting. Well done, Fong Chen praised. He originally thought Hetty's labor capacity was limited, but the current situation left him very satisfied. Just as Hetty was exhausted, Fong Chen froze. Ding, Hetty has completed the construction of the wooden cabin, taking 5 hours and 28 minutes. System rating, F level. Rewarding the host with +1 evolution point. Earned evolution points? Really earned them. Fang Chen widened his eyes, staring at Hetty in disbelief, and couldn't help but pinch his own arm. Ouch. That's right, he really earned evolution points. Although this time the cabin was completed by Hetty alone, the evolution points were still credited to Fang Chen. Because the cabin was small in size, it was rated as F grade, earning only 1 evolution point. But the key point was if someone else worked for him, he could still gain evolution points. What's wrong with you? Hetty asked Fang Chen in confusion. Could it be that his conscience had awakened, and he felt he had been too harsh on her? But fortunately, it was just building a small cabin. She noticed that the camping knife Fang Chen used was very handy and sharp, making it much easier than the one he had used before. Nothing. Fang Chen, though shocked, quickly regained his composure and grinned, saying, I just realized your abilities are stronger than I imagined. You did an excellent job. So, I need to reward you properly. Reward me? Fang Chen walked to the back of the wooden cabin and took out a grass carp that had already been marinated. Oh my, it's actually fish. We can have fish tonight, Hetty exclaimed excitedly. After working hard for most of the day, she was already exhausted, and having fish to eat was the most exciting thing for her at the moment. That's right, we're having fish tonight. You should rest well first. Saying this, Fang Chen carried the grass carp into the wooden house, his face full of smiles. Hetty helps me work, and I can still earn evolution points. This makes my speed of earning evolution points even faster. She must stay. Fang Chen instantly came up with a plan. Previously, keeping Hetty was purely to have her help accelerate construction, but now the meaning was completely different. That's an evolution point. He firmly believed that he could build his own villa on this island, and if there were enough manpower, even a palace wouldn't be a dream. Looks like I need to plan carefully and recruit more people to help me with the work. But I must offer enough capital, and it's best to win their wholehearted approval so they truly recognize me from the bottom of their hearts. A bold plan emerged in Fang Chen's mind. The acquisition of evolution points was obviously because Hetty agreed to work for him, and the system made this determination. Therefore, he must get more contestants to join his camp. Offering help in times of need often wins people's hearts. He must also showcase capital and strength, such as ensuring everyone has no worries about food and clothing every day and lives comfortably. This way, those on the verge of elimination will surely be willing to rely on him. Crackle, crackle. The sound of the campfire wood burning continued. Fang Chen skewered the grass carp with a wooden stick and placed it by the campfire to roast. The aroma of the marinated seasoning quickly spread. Heidi, bring the clay pot over and make some soup to drink. Still drinking soup? So extravagant. Hetty was incredulous. Being able to eat grilled fish was already satisfying, but having soup as well was a treatment she could hardly imagine. Fang Chen chuckled. You helped a lot today. How could I treat you poorly? Really? You actually have a kind side? Even if you're going to talk bad about me, do it secretly. Why so openly? Hee, you're my boss now, and I'm just an employee. A little complaining won't hurt. The two ate and laughed, as the aroma of grilled fish grew stronger, tantalizing their taste buds. Half an hour later, Fang Chen tore off a piece of fish to try. Delicious. With bright eyes, handed it to Hetty. Try it. Hetty eagerly tore off a piece and put it in her mouth. So delicious, she praised. To be honest, this is the first time I've had meat since coming to the island. Then have some more, there's still soup here. Fang Chen, you're so good to me, do you have an ulterior motive? Hetty smirked mischievously. Well, if you want to offer yourself to me, I wouldn't mind. Giggle, you rascal. The two ate fish and chatted, accompanied by morel mushroom soup. Their days were far better than those of other contestants. Many viewers in the live stream couldn't stop drooling. That looks so delicious. It's over. I feel like Hetty is about to fall for it. Actually, it's nothing. If they form a CP, it would be quite interesting. Nonsense. Fang Chen isn't worthy of my Hetty. The person above is talking nonsense. My Fang Chen is the best. In less than 10 minutes, the whole grass carp was eaten by the two of them. Drank quite a bit of soup, lying on the wooden board with a sense of complete happiness. Fang Chen, did you really catch this fish from the river? The current is so strong. Yeah, caught it using a wooden fence. Wooden fence? Go take a look yourself when you have time. After all, this isn't a secret, so there's no harm in saying it. Heidi paused for a moment, closed her eyes, and said, what's the work for tomorrow? We'll see tomorrow. There will be more to do once the rain stops. Whoosh. Hetty? Fang Chen turned his head to look at her. Her face was full of smiles, her eyes closed, clearly already asleep. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. It seems that Hetty is truly exhausted today. However, if it doesn't rain tomorrow, he needs to plan the territory's boundaries and make some hunting weapons. After all, once the rain stops, animals will come out to forage, so precautions must be taken. Thinking and thinking, Fang Chen also fell into a deep sleep. A faint prompt echoed in the dream. The next morning, as the first ray of sunlight shone on the wooden cabin, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Is it sunny? He quickly got up from the wooden bed. Hetty was lying not far from him, a happy smile on her face. This was the soundest sleep she had had since arriving on the island. Fang Chen tiptoed to the campfire, added some firewood, and then walked out of the cabin. The continuous 2 days of heavy rain had finally stopped, and the warm sunlight brought him a long-lost sense of comfort. "Good morning, everyone." He smiled and greeted the drone's camera. "Good morning, Fang Chen. You ranked first yesterday. Awesome. Seeing this news first thing in the morning feels great. Too bad the contestants don't know the daily rankings, otherwise he'd definitely be overjoyed. Sisters, let's send gifts to celebrate Fang Chen being number one." Gifts kept pouring in the livestream, and the attention skyrocketed several times compared to the first day. However, Fang Chen was unaware of all this. The program team had a rule to make the rankings public but not inform the contestants, to avoid affecting their mindset. "The weather is nice today, the animals should come out. I need to hurry and make some weapons." He picked up the camping knife and quickly walked into the jungle. The weapon of choice is the bow and arrow. For others, bowstrings are difficult to make, but he has a sewing kit, ensuring reliable production. However, the bow shaft requires good toughness and elasticity. Fang Chen selected a piece of unknown wood in the jungle, which was perfectly suitable in both elasticity and toughness. Just over a meter long, perfect. He used a camping knife to carve grooves at both ends, then wrapped several loops of thread from a sewing kit around it. A simple longbow was thus created. Ding! The host has successfully crafted a simple longbow, taking 1 hour and 19 minutes. Evolution points +1 awarded. Opening the attribute panel, the evolution points had reached 11, allowing for another ability upgrade. However, he wasn't in a hurry to use it and decided to save it for when he needed it later. Without hesitation, he allocated the extra bit to the simple longbow. Ding! The simple longbow has successfully evolved. With the system prompt, the surface gloss of the bow handle significantly improved, and its toughness and elasticity were greatly enhanced. In the eyes of the audience, it was nothing more than the effect of sunlight. Not bad. If the arrowhead is sharp enough, it might pierce through the wild boar's body with one shot, Fang Chen said with satisfaction. He was well aware of his physical capabilities. The speed and force of the arrow drawn by this bow were far from ordinary. The key lay in whether the arrowhead was sharp. After all, wild boars have thick skin and tough flesh. Without a sharp arrowhead, it would definitely not penetrate. Just as he was pondering the making of arrows, a sound came from the cabin. Hetty stretched lazily and walked out. Under the sunlight, her stunningly beautiful face glowed brilliantly, like a fairy stepping out of a television screen. "Good morning, Fang Chen." "Morning. What are you holding in your hand?" "A bow?" she asked curiously. "Did you make the bow for hunting?" "Sort of, mainly for defense." Fang Chen explained. "The continuous heavy rain just stopped, so animals are bound to come out. There are wild boars around here." "Wild boar?" Hetty widened her eyes in surprise, thinking to herself that this guy actually built his residence on wild boar territory. Truly bold. Shaking her head, she turned and went into the house, took a clay pot, placed it over the campfire, added water, and started cooking morels. She understood her responsibilities. Since Fang Chen was busy making bows and arrows, she was in charge of the meals. After cleaning the mushrooms and placing them in the clay pot, Hetty walked to the river and filled a water bag. Back in the house, she chopped firewood and completed her chores. Before long, the morels in the clay pot were almost cooked. "Fang Chen, it's time to eat," she called toward the back mountain. Fang Chen did not respond immediately, but the live stream audience was already excited. This scene is so harmonious. It feels like a little wife calling her husband home for dinner. It really is. Could it be that Hetty and Fang Chen are really going to form a CP? "Coming," Fang Chen responded, picking up scattered flints in his hand as he walked toward the wooden cabin. "Why are you picking up so many stones?" Hetty asked curiously. "To make arrowheads." Fang Chen casually tossed the flints onto the ground and took the chopsticks Hetty handed over. The two sat face to face, silently eating the morel mushroom soup from the clay pot. "This is the last of the morel mushrooms at home. Other than coconuts, there's no other food left," Hetty said while eating. "I know," Fang Chen nodded. "Do you want me to go out and help you find something to eat?" Hetty asked, pouting. "No need, later you can wash the clay pot and then chop some wood. I can't run out of firewood here, it needs to be stocked up," he said. "Alright," Hetty agreed. After finishing the meal, Fang Chen took the flint and went outside, selecting a few straight pieces of wood from the pile of materials. To make arrows, the shaft must be straight and smooth, but the most crucial part is the arrowhead. He used flint to craft sharp arrowheads, with enough penetration to deal with the thick-skinned wild boar. The drawback was the lack of feathers, making it impossible to create feathered arrows. Half an hour later, 5 new arrows were completed. The arrowheads gleamed under the sunlight, and though the shafts were slightly uneven, they were already at their best. "Hetty, I'm going to check by the river. If you have time, carve the wood into strips. It would be best if they can be made into a fence." "Alright, be careful," Hetty reminded with concern. Upon learning there were wild boars nearby, she began to worry about Fang Chen's safety. "Wow, so concerned about me? I'm not used to it," Fang Chen teased. "Don't flatter yourself." Hetty Hetty rolled her eyes at him. Amid laughter, Fong Chen strode toward the riverside. Hetty picked up the camping knife and got busy. Since Fong Chen had gone out, she naturally couldn't shirk her tasks. Plop plop, Fong Chen's footsteps pressed into the soft, damp soil, the sound of his wet steps clear. Although the heavy rain had stopped, the ground remained moist. He looked around warily, knowing that animals would inevitably appear frequently today. After walking 400 or 500 meters, he slowed his pace, and a rustling sound reached his ears. There's movement. He quietly hid behind a large tree, leaning half his body against it, and peeked out to observe. In front, a colorful rooster leisurely searches for food, its feathers shimmering under the sunlight. Though unsure if it was the one he had encountered before, how could he let it go now? Cluck cluck, he quietly turned around, raised his long bow, knocked an arrow, drew it fully, and aimed at the wild chicken. This was the first time in his life he had drawn a bow. Previously, I had only seen the competition on TV, but actually trying it revealed its difficulty. Especially when aiming at moving targets, it felt like all efforts were in vain. Having a bow and arrow but not knowing how to use them is utterly pointless. The distance of several dozen meters seemed like an insurmountable chasm to him. Looking at Fong Chen drawing the bow, it seems like he doesn't know how to use it at all. That's right, he's too unskilled, such a waste of time. He makes bows and arrows but doesn't know how to use them. What a waste. His posture is correct. With some practice, he could make it work. Don't show him any leniency, he's not omnipotent. Experts can tell from his movements that he doesn't know how to use a bow. But Fong Chen did not give up. The pheasant slowly approached him. Originally over 40 meters, now only 35 meters. The distance is still shrinking. 35 meters? 30 meters. Quick, take the shot. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. The livestream audience held their breath in anticipation. The pheasant came right to the doorstep. Within 30 meters, the hit rate is at least 50%. But Fong Chen still did not release the arrow. What exactly is he trying to do? Suddenly, the camera turned to the diagonal front. A massive creature moved slowly. Wild boar, the audience exclaimed. They actually encountered a wild boar, only 50 or 60 meters away. Once the bow is drawn, it will surely alarm the wild boar. No wonder you didn't make a move. Turns out there's a wild boar. The wild boar is here. The pheasant is about to fly away. The livestream chat sighed in lament. A great opportunity ruined by the wild boar, truly unlucky. A gust of fresh wind blew head on. Drawing a bow against the wind is even harder. The wind can affect the arrow's trajectory. Just as everyone thought the pheasant was about to fly away, a sharp sound of something piercing through the air suddenly rang out. Fong Chen finally drew his bow. The crisp sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed throughout the entire livestream. As soon as Fong Chen released the arrow, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Drawing the bow at this moment? He must be out of his mind. Put! A muffled sound of flesh tearing suddenly echoed. Although the sound was faint, it was clear enough for everyone to hear distinctly. Hit it! The flint arrowhead was deeply embedded in the body of the wild pheasant, even piercing straight through it. On the other side, the wild boar showed no reaction, still lowering its head to forage on the ground, as if it hadn't heard the commotion over here. What's going on? It's clearly against the wind, yet it hit? And why didn't that wild boar react at all? The moment the arrow pierced through the pheasant, Fong Chen quickly hid behind a tree. About 3 seconds later, he slowly stuck his head out to observe carefully. Phew! Fong Chen let out a long breath, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. The reasoning was actually quite simple, shooting the bow on the moment covered by the sound of the wind. Although the sound of the arrow was loud, animals like wild boars wouldn't pay attention to the noise brought by the wind. Moreover, the pheasant was less than 20 meters away from him. At this distance, even though it was his first time shooting an arrow, he could definitely hit the target. Don't forget, he also had the hunting LV1 bonus. Hiding behind the tree, Fong Chen did not rush to pick up the wild pheasant but waited until the wild boar was about 50 meters away before dashing over quickly. Swish! Grabbing the wild pheasant in one swift motion, Fong Chen couldn't help but smile. Although wild pheasants are smaller than domestic chickens, their meat is delicious. Being able to eat chicken on this deserted island would definitely make the other contestants envious. More importantly, this was a good start for Fong Chen. Who knows, there might be even more gains today. First, take the pheasant back to avoid losing it later. Such a precious catch, Fong Chen wouldn't dare carry it around carelessly. If he lost it, he'd be heartbroken. Carrying the pheasant in his hand, Fong Chen quickly sprinted toward the cabin. Before he reached the cabin, Hetty's graceful figure came running toward him. Pheasant! Hetty's face was full of excitement, her green eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Fong Chen. Take it, today we have meat to eat again. That's great! Hetty exclaimed excitedly as she took the pheasant, muttering, I didn't expect you to be so skilled, even able to hunt a pheasant. Are you planning to offer yourself in return? Fong Chen asked with a mischievous smile. Stop it, it's just a wild pheasant, as if no one has ever eaten one before. Heidi rolled her eyes at him, smiling as she took the pheasant from Fong Chen's hands and quickly ran back to the cabin. Although wild pheasants aren't particularly rare, for them, it was the most precious food at the moment and had to be properly preserved. Are you still planning to go out? Hetty watched Fong Chen busy polishing polishing the arrowhead he had just shot and tilted her head to ask. Yeah, it's rare to have such good weather today. I need to go check by the river. Fang Chen glanced at the ground outside the house. While he was out, Hetty had already started making a wooden fence, working quite efficiently. Greeted briefly, Fang Chen decisively stepped out again. Carrying a backpack and holding a simple longbow, Fang Chen looked just like a hunter. Among all the current contestants, he was probably the most relaxed. After all, since arriving on the island, except for feeling a bit hungry on the second day, when he only ate coconuts all day, he had meat to eat most of the time. His wooden hut was built early, and he didn't even suffer during the 2 days of heavy rain. Following the path he had walked before, Fang Chen continued heading toward the river. On the way, he heard the sound of frogs croaking in the distance. Although it was far away, it would be difficult to locate them in a short time. Soon, he arrived at the riverbank, a place he was familiar with. After 2 days of heavy rain, the river had risen significantly. It would probably take about a day for the water to recede. Fang Chen picked up the prearranged wooden fence from the gap, feeling slightly disappointed. The fence was empty, with nothing caught in it. It seemed that managing to block that grass carp yesterday was purely good luck. However, he still put the fence back in place. Not catching fish here didn't mean there were no fish upstream. With the fence as a checkpoint, once the river receded, he could start fishing and enjoy some fish meat. Let's go down and take a look. Having not ventured far for 2 days, the surrounding environment must have changed, and Fang Chen needed to familiarize himself. Following the river downstream leads to the place where he previously found morels and acorns, which also happens to be the wild boar's territory. Heading there would certainly be dangerous. The morning sunlight warmly bathed the earth as Fang Chen gripped his bow and arrow, his expression exceptionally cautious. Wild boars are not to be trifled with. Provoking them carelessly could be life-threatening. Sure enough, he followed the river for about 20 minutes, and suddenly a few massive creatures appeared before him. Wild boars. These wild boars had come out to forage in the morning and were now leisurely preparing to return to their den. They walked leisurely, as if strolling in their own backyard. Fang Chen paused for a moment and quietly followed behind the wild boars, keeping a distance of about 100 meters. This distance was both safe for him and ensured that the wild boars remained in sight, preventing them from getting lost. Just as Fang Chen was following the wild boars from afar, a sudden rustling sound nearby caught his attention. He turned his head and was instantly stunned. In his line of sight, a small chubby creature was darting quickly across the ground. Although it was a bit far, he could still see clearly it was a bamboo rat. And not far from the bamboo rat, there was actually a lush and verdant bamboo forest standing tall. There are bamboo forests and bamboo rats. This is undoubtedly the discovery of a new world. Being able to see bamboo rats during the day, this luck Fang Chen has to admit is truly remarkable. As everyone knows, bamboo rats are accustomed to living in underground burrows, being more active at night. During the day, they mostly eat little and sleep a lot, and they don't like drinking water, usually obtaining moisture from their food. Of course, although there are many nocturnal activities, it does not mean that all bamboo rats only appear at night. As for this bamboo rat, even though it is morning, it is clear that it had just come to the surface to forage for a while before burrowing back into its hole. I really didn't expect there to be bamboo rats and a bamboo forest here. If I had known earlier, I would have come this way sooner, Fang Chen said with a smile, slowly approaching the direction of the bamboo forest. This area leans toward the seaside. Previously, he had been following the river and hadn't paid attention to this direction, so he missed discovering the secret here. Since it's been discovered, it must be put to good use. Bamboo is a real treasure. As Fang Chen gradually approached, the dense bamboo forest came fully into view. A preliminary estimate suggests that this bamboo forest covers at least 2 or 3 acres, and signs of the bamboo forest extend along the riverside and seaside, making it appear quite vast. Bamboo can not only be woven but also has medicinal value. It can clear heat, relieve summer heat, stop coughing, and dissolve phlegm. The bamboo leaves that fall to the ground can also be used to start a fire. And its underground stem, the bamboo rhizome, if tender enough, can even be eaten. Of course, tender bamboo shoots are even more of a delicacy. Fang Chen strolled casually through the bamboo forest while explaining to the drone, sharing knowledge with the viewers in the livestream. He hadn't walked far before he discovered many bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. Bamboo shoots, also known as bamboo sprouts, are the young shoots of bamboo. Winter shoots in autumn and winter need to be dug out from underground because they haven't yet emerged above the surface. Those that sprout above ground in spring and summer are called spring shoots. The bamboo shoots in front of Fang Chen were slightly older because this area was rarely visited by people and was frequented by bamboo rats. However, he was in no hurry to harvest them. Anyway, the bamboo forest is right here. It won't run away, and he can come to check it out anytime. If he really craves it, he can even bring a pickaxe to specifically dig for underground winter bamboo shoots, which taste even better. Continuing forward, a long ravine soon appeared in Fang Chen's view, about 4 to 5 meters deep. Below the ravine is a gentle slope, not steep, with a vast area that extends straight downward. The slope is rich in vegetation, dominated by dense large trees. What caught Fang Chen's attention the most was a tall and straight arbor tree, with a diameter of about 2 meters and a height of about 20 meters, its crown was broadly ovate and its yellow-brown bark was covered with irregular vertical cracks. Even from 20 or 30 meters away, Fangchen could still smell the pungent camphor scent. Camphor tree. His eyes lit up. That's right, this tall tree is indeed a camphor tree. As everyone knows, the wood and leaves of the camphor tree have a camphor scent, making it an excellent remedy for repelling insects and killing mosquitoes. There are quite a few insects and mosquitoes near Fangchen's residence, including ants, centipedes, and other pests. If camphor trees can be planted nearby, all these problems can be easily solved. Great, this trip was truly worthwhile. Running so far from the residence, the harvest turned out to be exceptionally abundant. Not only did he hunt a wild pheasant, but he also discovered a bamboo forest in camphor trees, all of which would be great aids for future survival. Upon reaching this point, Fangchen decided not to proceed further. After all, it was about an hour's journey from his residence, and he was already quite familiar with the surrounding environment. So, he turned around and went back. By the time he returned to his residence, the sun was almost overhead, close to noon. At this moment, many wooden fences had already been erected at the residence, dividing a large open area in front of the door. A figure was busy under the blazing sun, with sweat densely covering her forehead, yet she seemed oblivious to it, fully focused on her work. Understood. TSK. Looks like I found the right labor force, Fangchen said with a smile as he walked over. You're back? Hetty turned to glance at him before continuing with her work. Take a break for now. Fangchen placed his homemade bow and arrows on the ground, sat down, and took big gulps from the water pouch beside him. After a short rest, he said, I found a bamboo forest over there, along with bamboo rats. Looks like we won't have to worry about running out of meat anymore. Really? That's amazing. Hetty wiped the sweat from her forehead, a stunning smile appearing on her face. With meat, life naturally becomes more enjoyable. Although we have meat now, we still need to make some defensive weapons in the next couple of days. Fangchen looked slightly worried. Those wild boars are getting closer to our area. I guess the heavy rain a few days ago changed their territory. You want me to build wooden fences just to keep them out? Heidi shook her head. To be honest, these wooden fences can't stop the rampage of wild boars at all. Of course I know. Fangchen looked around and said calmly, the wooden fence can't stop them, but at least it marks the boundary. As long as we don't provoke them, they generally won't charge over. Then how do you plan to deal with them? Heidi asked curiously. Over the past 2 days, she had witnessed Fangchen's survival skills, but after all, they were facing real wild boars, not everyday trivial matters. If not handled properly, fleeing the residence is a minor issue. Being attacked by wild boars is the real trouble. I've thought about it. Fangchen nodded and said in a low voice, as the saying goes, strike first to gain the upper hand. Strike first? Hetty was stunned, her face full of surprise. Are you planning to take the initiative? That's right. Fangchen said solemnly, you know how dangerous wild boars are. If we do nothing, they'll eventually come to us. By then, we'll be in an extremely passive position. What's your plan then? If you want to take the initiative, you need a strategy, right? There is, but it's not perfect yet. I need to think it through carefully. Fangchen smiled. All right. Hetty nodded slightly. Since you have a way, I won't stop you. Let me know if you need help anytime. Not for now. You go ahead with your work first. All right. After saying this, Hetty continued to work with her head down. As Fangchen said, although the wooden fence cannot stop wild boars, it at least defines the territory and can fend off invasions from other animals. Of course, truly solving the big problem of wild boars is the long-term solution. Otherwise, the residence they worked so hard to build could be destroyed at any moment. Back at the residence, Fangchen did not idle. Since he decided to take the initiative, he had to design a meticulous plan to ensure nothing would go wrong. Although the bow and arrow are good, judging from today's experience of hitting a pheasant, it should be able to penetrate the thick skin of a wild boar. But to determine the actual lethality, it still needs to be tested personally. What is certain is that relying solely on the bow and arrow absolutely cannot kill a wild boar. Moreover, there are quite a few wild boars around, at least 7 or 8, often moving in groups. To hunt them, one must face all the wild boars. After pondering for a moment, Fangchen quickly walked toward the back mountain. Didn't Fangchen say he was going to deal with the wild boar? Why is he picking up stones? Could it be that he plans to use small stones to hit the boar? Upstairs, stop joking. First floor is so silly. Fangchen is picking up flint, which has an irregular shape and is clearly of great use. That's right, flint is hard and sharp. As long as the speed is fast enough and the force is strong enough, it can definitely penetrate a wild boar's defense. In my opinion, hunting a wild boar is unrealistic unless you have a gun. Since Fangchen revealed his plan, the livestream audience began speculating. More than half thought he was bragging, and about 30% suspected there was something wrong with his mind. Few believe him. However, Fangchen couldn't see the barrage of comments. He was solely focused on the task at hand. Soon, his hands were full of flint. Due to the irregular shape of the flint, it had to be handled carefully, otherwise, it was easy to get scratched. He couldn't carry everything at once, so he made 4 or 5 trips back and forth before stopping. Heidi, do you still need the knife? No, I'm almost done here. You can have it. In the afternoon, Fong Chen quickly headed out with the camping knife. The drone followed closely behind, accompanying him to the newly discovered bamboo forest. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy and powerful chopping sounds echoed through the forest. With the evolved camping knife, Fong Chen quickly chopped down a large area of bamboo. That's great. He gathered some vines nearby, tied the bamboo into bundles, and slowly dragged his spoils back to his residence. Why did you cut so much bamboo? Hetty asked curiously. It's useful, you'll find out later, Fong Chen replied casually. Hetty rolled her eyes. Fong Chen always loved keeping secrets. Fong Chen placed the bamboo outside his residence and used a camping knife to strip off the bamboo leaves, leaving only the bare bamboo poles. Under the drone's lens, he cut the bamboo poles into several sections, each longer than half his height, and sharpened all the ends. Hetty was initially stunned upon seeing this, then looked at him with a puzzled expression. Are you planning to use this thing to kill wild boars? To be honest, this thing is completely useless. Look, even Hetty knows this is useless, yet Fong Chen is still tinkering with it like it's a treasure? Exactly. I think he's getting full of himself. Does he think he has superpowers and can just casually mess around to kill a wild boar? Ha, he's just trying to show off in front of my goddess, but ended up embarrassing himself. He thinks he can chase after my goddess? Dream on. The livestream chat was filled with complaints, mostly from Hetty's fans. Even Fong Chen's fans found it hard to defend him, as this bamboo pole clearly couldn't kill a wild boar. Fong Chen didn't look up and calmly responded, it's useless to watch now, you'll see in a moment. Alright. Hetty shook her head and continued making the wooden fence. Time flew by. When Fong Chen finished sharpening the bamboo poles, Hetty also completed the fence. Ding! Hetty has completed the wooden fence, taking 6 hours and 23 minutes. System rating, E-level, reward, evolution points +2. Another 2 evolution points credited. Fong Chen's lips curved into a smile. Since Hetty arrived, in less than a day, she had already helped him earn 3 evolution points. This deal was worth it. Hey, what are you doing in the house? After finishing the fence, Hetty saw Fong Chen and couldn't help but step inside to find out. She saw Fong Chen slowly roasting sharpened bamboo poles over the campfire. I got it. Hetty suddenly realized, after roasting like this, the bamboo pole becomes more brittle and harder. Maybe it can pierce through the wild boar's body. Exactly. Fong Chen said with a smile, fire roasting can enhance the brittleness and hardness of bamboo, much better than before. But even so, killing a wild boar is still difficult. Are you really planning to confront it head-on? Hetty exclaimed, that's a wild boar, you'll die. I'm not that stupid. Fong Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Just wait and see, I'll show you the wisdom of our ancestors. The wisdom of the ancestors? What exactly is Fong Chen trying to do? He can't figure it out, but those who mocked him earlier are now silent. The person upstairs is right. A bunch of brainless trolls. Watching Fong Chen's actions, more and more people began to understand his thought process. Although not many people paid attention to him at first, everyone knew Fong Chen was not a reckless person. He never acted impulsively without confidence. Crackle, crackle. The sound of water evaporating while roasting the bamboo indicated an increase in its brittleness. Fong Chen chose slightly older bamboo, but not too old, which becomes more lethal after being roasted by fire. Heidi, help me get some vines. Okay. Heidi immediately went to look for some. Of course. At first glance, many people would find this scene strange. After all, Hetty is experienced in the wild, so why is she following Fong Chen's commands? In fact, Hetty has developed a strong curiosity about Fong Chen. Everyone knows that after 2 days of heavy rain, many people are still rebuilding their shelters. Yet Fong Chen not only perfectly avoided the rain, eats meat every day, but also plans and builds his territory. Ahem, you say it's good luck? Luck is indeed good, but strength is the foundation. More importantly, Fong Chen's ability and experience made Hetty feel unpredictable. The more she couldn't figure him out, the more curious she became. The vines are here, is it enough? Hetty returned holding a bunch of fresh vines. Enough. Fong Chen stopped his hand, carefully selecting vines and testing their toughness, resolutely discarding any that were unsuitable. Come, put the bamboo on the ground, align the lengths. Alright, take this end of the vine, start from your side of the bamboo, and slowly wrap it to my side using a crisscross method. Cross-wrapping, like this? That's right, give me that end, you take this side. Under Fong Chen's direction, the two operated methodically. The drone continued to capture every detail, presenting it to the audience without reservation. At first, some people doubted it, but the more they watched, the more shocked they became. Oh my god, isn't this a bamboo spike trap? I remember now, it was shown on TV. This kind of trap can directly pierce through the human body. Alright, that's right, if it can pierce a person, it will definitely harm a wild boar. The problem is, wild boars have much stronger defenses than humans. Is this thing really effective? At least it's more useful than a bow and arrow. The livestream audience began discussing fervently. Fong Chen and Hetty kept working non-stop and soon stopped at the same time. Ding, sharp bamboo raft successfully crafted. Took 1 hour and 24 minutes. Reward, evolution point +1. Another point gained. Fong Chen beamed with joy. Although the wild boar was quite troublesome, dealing with it allowed him to craft many tools, all of which were evolution points. Alright, Fong Chen stood up and clapped his hands. This thing is done, the rest is up to me. What about me? Hetty asked curiously. Can I go with you? No need. Fong Chen glanced outside the house and pondered. The wooden hut you built yesterday will be your room. Tidy it up first, then fetch some water when you're done. I'll cook when I get back. Okay. Hetty nodded. She watched Fong Chen carry the bamboo raft out the door, wanting to follow, but ultimately gave up the idea. After all, this is his method of hunting wild boars. Although I am curious, I cannot look recklessly. Shaking her head, Hetty returned to the wooden cabin next door to tidy up the room. As she said, in wilderness survival, especially in a highly competitive environment, some things cannot be casually spied upon. What she didn't know was that Fong Chen didn't let her follow because he indeed had other plans. Right here, in the jungle, Fong Chen looked around and threw the bamboo raft on the ground. He still held the remaining vines in his hand. After arranging all the materials neatly, he quickly ran back to the camp to retrieve some flint. Under the drone's lens, Fong Chen used vines to securely tie the bamboo raft and lifted both ends. Vines passed through the large trees on both sides, extending to the ground and secured with flint. After finishing, he tightened the vines, climbed up the tree, and hoisted the bamboo raft about 10 meters above the ground. That should do it. Fong Chen looked at the result with satisfaction and climbed down from the tree. Just landed, he lightly tapped the bamboo raft. Ding! Successfully evolved into a sharp bamboo raft. This scene couldn't be captured by the drone, as the lens kept swaying along with his line of sight. Clack! His foot hit the ground, and Fong Chen picked up the stone pickaxe, quickly starting to dig. The live stream audience went wild. Damn! Fong Chen is so sneaky, isn't he? One trap isn't enough, now he wants to make two? This isn't scheming, this is called wisdom. That's right, with a herd of wild boars, one bamboo raft just won't cut it. Tisk, I'm liking Fong Chen more and more, he's so manly. Don't even think about it, Fong Chen is mine. 3 hours later, I'm back. Fong Chen returned to the camp, panting heavily, carrying a sweat-soaked pickaxe. Hetty was busy tidying up her cabin. She had always thought of it as a temporary residence, and its layout was designed based on Fong Chen's room. Hearing a sound, she stepped out of the door, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and had a smile on her face. All done? Yeah, how about your side? Almost done. Fong Chen placed the stone pickaxe into the wooden cabin, then stepped outside to survey the surroundings. The camp was gradually taking shape. 2 wooden cabins were connected, with a hollow passage dug in the middle, wide enough for one person to pass through, ensuring that the firelight and warmth on Fong Chen's side could reach Hetty's side. There is a circle of wooden fences outside, giving it somewhat of a courtyard feel. The only drawback is that the yard is too empty, with nothing placed in the middle except for some scraps left over from construction. In the future, if there's time, let's plant a tree. That way, the yard will look more lively. Fong Chen happily glanced around twice before starting to handle the wild pheasant. Actually, Hetty could also handle this kind of work, but ever since arriving on the island, Fong Chen has somewhat enjoyed the feeling of cooking. Perhaps it has something to do with his cooking skills. He first filled the clay pot with water and brought it to a boil, killed the pheasant, and then tossed it into the boiling water to blanch it, making it easier to remove the feathers. The pheasant's feathers were brilliantly colorful and exceptionally beautiful. Fong Chen didn't discard them but placed them under the eaves, waiting for the sun to come out and dry them for future use. Then he picked up the camping knife, gutted and disemboweled the bird, removed the useless innards, and rubbed coarse salt all over its body. The salt was refined by Hetty from seawater. Although not as pure as table salt, it still added flavor. Using a wooden stick to skewer the wild pheasant, Fong Chen placed it over the campfire to roast slowly. By the way, their campfire had never gone out. The cabin was stocked with plenty of firewood to ensure continuous burning. The ash from burning plants and wood wasn't wasted. He carefully collected and set it aside. Plant ash is rich in various minerals and is an excellent natural fertilizer. In addition, if there's slight bleeding, just applying a bit of plant ash can stop the bleeding, which is quite miraculous. Smells so good. As time passed, the aroma of roasted chicken gradually spread, its golden, glistening skin making mouths water. Can we eat now? Hetty asked eagerly. Fong Chen's lips curved slightly into a smile as he said, You want to eat? Then you'll have to work an extra day. Hetty froze. Yes, she had done the math. After eating this meal, she already owed Fong Chen an extra day's work. If she could endure 2 days without eating and keep working for him, she could pay off the debt and leave. But the roasted chicken in front of her was too tempting, and she was very conflicted. 2 days without eating. Moreover, Fong Chen clearly didn't let her go out to work. If she had gone out earlier to forage, she might have been able to contribute somewhat. Stop thinking about it, Fong Chen said indifferently. To be honest, from the day you agreed to help me, you already lost the qualification to compete with others. What's more, after eating this roast chicken, you owe me 4 days of work. Do you think wasting 4 days gives you any chance of getting first place? Forget first place, you don't even qualify for the top 3. Ding, the host has survived in the wild for 24 hours. Reward, evolution points +2. Heidi remains silent. Indeed, ever since she chose to help Fong Chen, her competitiveness has been almost zero. hero. Over the past few days, not only has she helped Fang Chen improve his ranking, but she herself has firmly remained in last place. Unless she takes first place every day from now on, this competition is destined to be out of reach. Then according to what you're saying, I might as well withdraw from the competition now, Hetty murmured. Since you can't win the prize, is there still any point in participating in the competition? That's true, Fang Chen said calmly, but you accepted the appearance fee, at least $500,000. Do you think withdrawing from the competition is appropriate? That's the first point. Second, you have a distinguished status and must uphold your credibility. If you withdraw, what will happen to your reputation? Third, this competition is very different from the ones you've participated in before. Don't you want to stay and see how things develop in the future? Fourth, the organizers didn't stop us from collaborating, which means it's compliant. Since we can work together, what about others? This competition isn't as simple as you think. After speaking, Fang Chen quietly watched the wild pheasant being roasted to perfection. Every word he said had been carefully planned. After all, ever since Hetty agreed to collaborate, these had been part of his plan. Especially the last sentence, he had already vaguely guessed the organizer's intention. This competition will be a revolution. You're right, Hetty nodded after calmly pondering. Whether for reputation or the $500,000, she couldn't quit the competition easily, otherwise, no one would approach her in the future. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to eat this roast chicken. Hetty's blue eyes sparkled. Suit yourself. Fang Chen smiled, picked up the camping knife and swiftly sliced through the roast chicken. Half for each. Thank you. So, in front of millions of viewers, the two began eating heartily. The crispy bite melted in the mouth, instantly dispelling fatigue. Really delicious, Hetty said with a smile, her face full of satisfaction. If it's good, hurry up and eat. There's still something to do later. It's almost evening, and you're still going out? Of course. It's the perfect time. After finishing the roast chicken, Fang Chen and Hetty tidied up briefly and stepped out of the camp. It was dusk, the setting sun hanging on the horizon, and the sky was about to darken. Heading out at this time, the only thought that came to Hetty's mind was wild boars. Because wild boars usually move around in the early morning and evening, and judging by Fang Chen's preparations throughout the day, it was highly likely they were going to hunt wild boars. Take this with you. Fang Chen handed the previously stored acorn to Hetty, while he tightly gripped the bow and camping knife by his side. The two quickly left the campsite and hurried toward the river. Based on Fang Chen's observations over the past few days, this area was precisely where wild boars were active. As long as they headed this way, they were bound to encounter them. Not far from the river, the two soon arrived. Sure enough, 3 wild boars were drinking by the river not far away, while a few others were scattered nearby foraging, all within close proximity. Hetty, scatter the acorns in that area ahead and toss them along this path. Be careful of that patch of leaves up front, there's a trap there, Fang Chen instructed in a low voice. Got it. Hetty nodded, silently moving forward with the acorn in hand. Fang Chen quickly retreated, climbing up a sturdy tree and standing on a thick branch, holding a bow in his left hand and an arrow in his right, his gaze fixed ahead. Hetty moved swiftly, scattering the acorn as planned before quickly retreating. As she approached Fang Chen, he quietly drew his bow and nocked an arrow, with an acorn hanging from its tip. Whoosh! Fang Chen aimed carefully and shot the arrow without hesitation. Thud! The arrow landed on the ground not far from a wild boar, and the sudden noise immediately startled all the wild boars. Seeing this, Fang Chen slid down the tree trunk and returned to the ground. Will they come over? Hetty asked in a low voice. Not sure, but there's an 80% chance, Fang Chen replied confidently. Immediately, those wild boars slowly approached the spot where the arrow had landed. The nearest wild boar quickly discovered the acorns on the ground, relaxed its vigilance, and slowly moved closer. According to Fang Chen's knowledge, this island had never been visited before. It was an uninhabited island, and even the program team conducted their survey through aerial photography. Therefore, these wild boars were completely unaware of the trap hidden behind this. Glug glug. The temptation of food attracted more wild boars to gather around, except for the 3 by the riverside, still engrossed in drinking water, unaware of the commotion. They're here. Hetty's face lit up with excitement. The wild boars had really taken the bait. Although she had rich survival experience, it was her first time hunting wild boars. After all, wild boars have tough hides and thick flesh, making them extremely difficult to hunt. Glug glug. The snorting sounds of the wild boars continued as they gradually drew closer. Thump thump. Hetty's face flushed slightly, and in the surrounding silence, she could even hear the sound of her own heartbeat. However, she quickly suppressed her excitement and told herself, if I can't even handle this, how can I talk about being a wilderness survival master? Damn, is that wild boar really coming? The livestream chat was flooded with comments. It's only 5 meters away from the trap they set up. It's about to take the bait. Oh my god, my heart is racing. It feels like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. If they can hunt a wild boar, Fang Chen and the others will definitely hit the jackpot this time. The drone footage continues to broadcast the current battle situation. Just as the words "it's coming" were spoken, boom! The wild boar at the front slipped underfoot, seemingly stepping on something. Immediately after, a sudden sound of something piercing through the air air rang out. A sharp bamboo stake whistled down from midair. Snort, snort. The wild boars, seeing the bamboo stake suddenly descend, retreated in panic, an instinctive reaction to the unknown. But how could their speed compare to the bamboo raft falling from a height of 10 meters? The acceleration due to gravity made the impact of the bamboo raft extremely powerful. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, followed by the screams of two wild boars reverberating across the island. Honor, honor! The cries, akin to those from a slaughterhouse, resounded loudly. The bamboo raft almost instantly pierced through the bodies of the two wild boars, sending them flying 1 or 2 meters away, with blood splattering everywhere. As the bamboo raft hit the ground, Fang Chen quickly leaned out from behind the tree, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow with swift and decisive movements. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air straight ahead. Thud! The arrow landed on the open ground, more than a meter away from the nearest wild boar. Alright, Fang Chen indeed has no expertise in archery. After all, he has never learned it, and given the long distance, hitting the target is almost impossible. However, just as Fang Chen released the arrow, the other two wild boars spotted him. Witnessing their companion injured, they charged at him without hesitation. Danger! The livestream audience almost simultaneously covered their eyes. Being hit by a wild boar is no joke. Even the organizers widened their eyes, closely watching Fang Chen and his team's movements. After all, hunting wild boars with only 2 people is truly risky. However, just as the wild boar charged within less than 5 meters, boom! The ground suddenly collapsed. 2 wild boars instantly fell into the trap. Success! Hetty shouted excitedly, the joy of victory evident on her face. Nevertheless, Fang Chen did not lower his guard, carefully gripping the camping knife while handing the bow and arrow to Hetty to enhance her self-defense capability. Clack, clack. The two slowly approached the trap. When they saw the wild boar inside the trap, they couldn't help but exchange a smile. In the pit of the trap, the sharp flint that had pierced the bodies of the 2 wild boars was what Fang Chen had collected today. These flints were irregular in shape, extremely sharp, and over 50 centimeters long, capable of penetrating the wild boar's body upon impact. As soon as this scene appeared, the livestream room instantly erupted. The chat flooded with messages, and cheers echoed endlessly. It actually worked. The chat exploded in excitement. Oh my god, this pace is so thrilling. Oh my gosh, this is only the 3rd time I've seen someone hunt a wild boar with such rudimentary tools during a livestream. Fang Chen has completely changed my perspective. Say no more. Following you means it's settled. Little Chen Shen, your sister doesn't have much, but I'll send you a rocket. Go for it. The live stream screen switched over, and the comments instantly flooded the entire screen, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Even more astonishing, the rewards in Fang Chen's livestream instantly surpassed the 300,000 mark. All his stats were refreshed at that moment. Ha, these 2 wild boars aren't dead yet, Hetty said, pointing at the 2 wild boars in the pit. The wild boars, struck heavily by the bamboo raft, were almost killed on the spot, with the raft deeply embedded in their bodies. Of course, they won't die. Fang Chen explained with a smile, these flints aren't long enough. If they were a bit longer, they could directly pierce through their bodies. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything more suitable. But it's okay. They're trapped in the pit and can't get out, and their injuries are severe. At this rate, they'll probably die in less than an hour. Hetty nodded excitedly. She no longer had the mind to think about anything else, only knowing that from today on, her life would change completely. After all, these are 4 wild boars. Each wild boar weighs at least a few hundred pounds, and 4 of them add up to nearly 2,000 pounds of meat. Even if they eat 10 pounds a day, it would be enough for several months. Wait, I'm not supposed to be thinking about how to eat right now, but rather worrying whether I can finish it all. Hetty said helplessly, her mouth wide open. There's no refrigerator here, so it's impossible to store wild boar meat. And if it's left for too long, the meat will rot and stink, making it completely inedible. Don't worry, we'll definitely finish it. Fang Chen chuckled. Come, give me a hand. I'll drag these 2 dead ones back first. Shall I help you drag them together? No need. Stay here and keep an eye on the remaining 2. I'm worried other animals might come. Take the knife for self-defense. Alright, Hetty responded. Fang Chen struggled to drag the corpse of a wild boar, slowly heading in the direction of the camp. After all this commotion, the sky had gradually darkened, and he had to speed up. After all, no one could predict what dangers might appear on the uninhabited island at night. For nearly 2 kilometers, Fang Chen dragged the wild boar all the way, his sweat soaking through his entire body. Looks like I need to make a simple transport tool, otherwise, encountering large prey in the future will consume too much energy. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he found a torch in the wooden hut and quickly returned. Back and forth, busy without stopping. By the time Fang Chen had moved all 4 wild boar carcasses back to the camp, the sky was completely dark. Even when he and Hetty returned for the last time, there were still rustling sounds coming from nearby, sounding extremely eerie and terrifying. Phew, luckily we made it back. Hetty breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, the uninhabited island at night is indeed frightening. Encountering danger could lead to unimaginable consequences. Fang Chen smiled, glanced at his sweat-soaked and smelly body, and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. There's water in the jar, want to take take a bath? Hetty asked. Sure, just a quick rinse, I smell too bad. Although Fang Chen was a grown man, he was covered in the stench of sweat, which even he couldn't stand. A few days ago, due to frequently going out in heavy rain, he hadn't paid much attention to this matter. After using half a clay pot of water to take a shower, Fang Chen slowly returned to the camp. What should we do with the wild boar's carcass? The weather has been hot these past few days. If we don't deal with it, I'm afraid it will rot very soon. Let's not worry about it for now. Fang Chen looked up at the night sky and pondered. The temperature difference between day and night is significant. At night, it's roughly only 10 degrees. Leaving it overnight won't be an issue. Tomorrow morning, we'll start handling it immediately. Fang Chen made decisions on almost everything, and Heidi raised no objections. It wasn't that she had no opinions, but in front of Fang Chen, there were times when she didn't need to think too much. After all, his experience is indeed extensive. It was late at night, and Fang Chen tossed and turned on the bed for quite a while before falling asleep. The reason is simple. With the wild boar meat, there's no need to worry about food for a long time, and he can even use the wild boar meat for trade. Ding, 24 hours of wilderness survival completed. Rewarding the host with +2 evolution points. In a daze, the system's voice sounded again. The next day, before the sun had risen, Fang Chen woke up early. Not only that, but when he went out, Hetty had already brought back a jar of water from the riverside. Up so early? Fang Chen asked in surprise. Yeah, Hetty said with a smile, I couldn't sleep well last night. All I could think about was wild boar meat. Then sleep a bit more. There's a lot to do today. Don't worry, let me know if you need any help. Wait a moment. Fang Chen quickly ran back to the wooden cabin, took out the clay pot that was being fired, and only after confirming it did he hand it over to Hetty with confidence. It should be usable. Take this to fetch water as well, just in case it's not enough. After giving instructions, Hetty quickly carried the clay pot and went out, while Fang Chen began boiling water. Slaughtering a pig requires scalding the skin with hot water to remove the wild boar's hair. The wild boar's skin is tough and thick, so a knife is also needed to scrape off the hair. Only after the hair is completely removed can the belly be opened and gutted. Boiling water takes time, so Fang Chen took the opportunity to prepare a large number of wooden planks to lay in the yard, otherwise, the massive body of the wild boar would have to be placed directly on the ground. Everything is ready, and the water is boiling. The pig slaughtering officially begins. Speaking of slaughtering pigs, Fang Chen actually doesn't have much experience. But don't forget, he now has 14 evolution points, so he upgraded his cooking skill, reaching LV2. As soon as he focused his thoughts, countless pieces of knowledge related to cooking flooded his mind. His brain was like a bottomless pit, frantically absorbing and storing this information. You can start now. A confident smile appeared on Fang Chen's lips as he swiftly swung the camping knife in his hand. Slaughtering a pig is neither too difficult nor too simple. First, pour boiling water over the entire pig's body, then use the camping knife to scrape off the bristles. For the ones that can't be scraped off, burn them off with fire. Next, clean it, chop off the pig's head and feet, open up the pig's body to remove the internal organs, break the pig bones, and use a camping knife to cut the pork. The general steps are like this. Although methods vary slightly across regions, the final result is always the same. A total of 4 wild boars, and since it was Fang Chen's first time doing this, they were busy until the afternoon before finishing the butchering. Due to the lack of extra containers to store the meat, Fang Chen could only place the pork on wooden boards, and the entire yard was instantly piled high with glistening white pork. TSK, for wild boars in total, we're rich now. Look at yesterday's rankings. Fang Chen's score is far ahead, 3 times higher than the second place bales. Just with yesterday's score, Fang Chen can easily enjoy 2 good days. But the contestants still don't know. Look at them working so hard. Fang Chen, what should we do now? The pig is slaughtered, but the 2 of us can't finish it, Hetty said helplessly. She had tried, but there was no refrigerator here, and the only way to preserve the meat was by air drying. The corner of Fang Chen's mouth curved up, and he suddenly picked up a string of pig intestines in his hand. Yuck, so disgusting, Hetty said, pretending to be disdainful. Ha ha, this is a treasure. Fang Chen tossed the camping knife to her. Chop all the pork on this wooden board into pieces, and make sure it's very finely chopped. Alright. After speaking, Fang Chen quickly took the pig intestines to the river to clean them. Seeing this scene, everyone except the foreigners understood what he was planning to do. That's right, make sausages. Sausages have an ancient origin, existing even before the southern and northern dynasties, earlier than abroad, and their taste is exceptionally delicious. But making sausages is very troublesome. First, you have to clean the pig intestines thoroughly, otherwise, you know what happens. Then, the minced pork needs to be marinated, stuffed into the casing, tied off, and air-dried. The steps seem simple, but every step must be done carefully, especially during stuffing, as the casing can easily rupture if not handled properly. However, after his cooking skill leveled up to LV2, Fang Chen found these tasks much easier. After cleaning the small intestines, he quickly returned to the cabin. Hetty was still chopping meat non-stop, as the amount of pork on the wooden board was at least half a pig's worth. Taking advantage of this gap, Fang Chen found some vines and hung the cut pieces of pork with them. He then gathered leaves, bark, and branches to light a fire and hung the pork to smoke it. This is smoked bacon. After finishing these tasks, he mixed some clay to create an oversized pottery jar, estimated to hold 50 liters of water. That's right. Next, Fangchen plans to crazily make containers for storing pork. By late afternoon, Hetty finally finished chopping the pork. Leave the rest to me. Go chop some bamboo and roast 2 pieces of pork to eat. Is there still plenty of salt? Yes, there's still more than half left in the clay pot. Alright, you go ahead. The two had a clear division of labor and acted swiftly. After Hetty left, Fangchen began stuffing sausages. He mixed the minced pork evenly with salt and slowly stuffed it into the small intestine using chopsticks. This process must be carried out carefully, fearing the casing might rupture. After filling, tie it off with thread from the sewing kit and the sausage begins to take shape. From morning till night, the entire day, Fangchen and Hetty were busy handling the pork. One day wasn't enough. They continued working overtime into the night to rush production. After all, if these meats are not handled in time, they will spoil after being exposed to high temperatures for a few days. Have a piece of meat. It's ready. At night, Hetty roasted 2 large pieces of pork. The two feasted in front of the drone camera, and their appearance made many viewers' mouths water. After all, wild boar meat is more delicious than domestic pork. Even without any seasoning, simply roasting it makes the taste incomparable. After finishing the meat, the two got busy again. The sausage stuffing was almost done. Following Fangchen's instructions, Hetty used the chopped bamboo to make clothes-drying rods, set them under the eaves, and hung the sausages to air dry. Whether it's cured meat or sausages, they can be preserved for a long time. Although they don't have freezing conditions, hanging them under a cool eave for 3 to 5 months is no problem. Hetty, don't throw away this pork fat. It can be rendered into lard, and we can use it for cooking. Don't waste the pigskin either. It can be made into clothing or something. Alright, leave it to me. I'm very skilled. Hetty was full of confidence. After all, she was one of the top 50 wilderness masters in the world, with plenty of survival skills. Alright, that's it for today. Time to sleep. After a busy day, Fangchen and Hetty fell into a deep sleep after eating roasted wild boar. Although not much was built today, life is getting better and better. Today marks their 5th day on the island. However, Ding survived in the wild for 24 hours, rewarding the host with +2 evolution points. Sunlight poured into the courtyard as Fangchen and Hetty woke up almost simultaneously. Rising with the sun and resting at sunset had become their natural routine. Though they had no clock, they were familiar with the rhythm of the wilderness. We smoked these all night yesterday. The cured meat is already taking shape and should be ready by tomorrow morning, Fangchen said as he walked around the wooden cabin. Smoked bacon usually needs to be smoked for about 30 hours. After smoking, it can be directly hung outside to air dry without worrying about rotting. As for sausages, just let them air dry without concern. I'm dealing with pig skin today. Whoosh. Hetty washed her face briefly, then said after rinsing her mouth, "Alright, you do your thing. I'm heading up the mountain." Fangchen picked up the stone pickaxe and quickly headed up the mountain. The two got up at the same time, and the live stream chat was buzzing non-stop. Fangchen was first again yesterday. Seeing him getting stronger and stronger, I like him even more. At this rate, he will definitely win the 50 million grand prize. Stop dreaming. Last night Gao Liangjun and Becky teamed up, and all the scores were credited to Gao Liangjun. Bells also teamed up with Nara, who is ranked in the top 50. This wilderness survival feels like it's turning into a tribal battle. Back mountain. However, Fangchen moved between the rocks, his gaze fixed on a large, uneven boulder. This is the one. He raised the stone pickaxe and struck rhythmically. Clang, clang. The stone slab was flattened. Satisfied, he tied the stone pickaxe with vines and carried the stone slab on his back. With double the strength, lifting this slab was effortless. Back at the cabin, Heidi's face was full of shock. This guy, the Hulk? Bang! Fangchen gently placed the stone slab down, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and walked briskly into the jungle with a camping knife in hand. Over the past 2 days, the activity range had grown larger and larger, and the 2 wooden cabins were far from sufficient. Bang, bang, bang. With each heavy chop, the trees fell one after another. The upgraded camping knife remains as sharp as ever after prolonged use. Fangchen dragged the wood back to the yard, trimmed off the excess branches, and kept them for firewood. Do you need my help? Hetty asked softly, already guessing what Fangchen intended to do. No need, you handle the pigskin first, then come help me when you're done. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Hetty smiled. The two got up early in the morning and started working without even eating, simply because there was too much to do. Hetty moved swiftly. She cleaned the pigskin stripped off yesterday, washed away the bloodstains and mud, and hung the fresh skin with the flesh side facing out under the eaves to dry, avoiding direct sunlight. This is a simple method for processing pigskin. Once air-dried, it can be used to make clothes or other items. Though not as refined as modern techniques, it suffices. After finishing, Hetty went inside, used a stone pickaxe to crack open 2 coconuts, boiled the coconut water in a clay pot, and gave the coconut meat to Fangchen to eat. Nowadays, food is abundant, and 3 meals a day have been restored. Breakfast doesn't need to be too heavy, just ensure it's nutritious. After eating, Hetty joined Fong Chen's activities. Fong Chen was responsible for making the pillars, while Hetty used a stone pickaxe to dig around the wooden house, ensuring the foundation was deep enough. With clear division of labor, the construction speed was much faster than before. After all, the two were working together. Knock through all 3 rooms, it's convenient. Make an opening? Yes, just big enough for one person to pass through. Don't make it too large. Alright. Fong Chen had a simple idea: to connect the 3 wooden cabins, making it convenient for free access. The newly built third cabin was about the same size as Fong Chen's first one, with the entrance facing the same direction and a larger opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully constructing a wooden cabin. Time taken, 3 hours and 42 minutes. Rating, E level. Reward, evolution points +2. The system notification sounded, marking the official completion of the third cabin. Fong Chen moved the bonfire from the room to this spot and also brought over the smoked bacon to avoid disturbing his rest. This new room is the kitchen. Hey yeah. Fong Chen forcefully lifted the stone slab from the courtyard and carried it into the kitchen. Hetty put down the stone hammer, and 4 small pillars were already standing next to the kitchen. This is the dining table. Why not use wood? Simple, they don't have polishing tools. Wood is rough, making the dining table uncomfortable to use and difficult to clean oil stains and food scraps. After the slate was chiseled flat and washed with water, the surface became smooth, making it perfect. The dining table is ready. Now we just need a stove and a pot. Looking around, Fong Chen picked up the stone pickaxe again and headed up the mountain. After Fong Chen left, Hetty continued tidying up the room. She casually gathered some vines from around the camp and hung them at the kitchen door, creating a simple curtain. On the other side, Fong Chen climbed the mountain, carefully searching along the small path he had walked before for suitable bluestone. To make a stone pot, he needed to find high-quality bluestone. The back mountain had a wide variety of stones, making the selection process quite time-consuming. About an hour later, Fong Chen finally found a suitable piece of bluestone halfway up the mountain. Since he was making a pot, he had to hollow out the center and control the thickness. If it was too thick, it would heat up slowly, and cooking meals or stir-frying would take most of the day. Clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of the pickaxe striking, Fong Chen began chiseling the center of the bluestone and used small pieces of flint to repeatedly polish it. The goal was to make the inner wall of the stone pot smoother and more even, to avoid uneven heating. He polished back and forth for nearly an hour, stopping only when there were no obvious bumps or dents inside. At the same time, the system notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully making a stone pot. Time taken, 2 hours and 7 minutes. Reward, evolution point +1. For this stone pot, Fong Chen spent a full 2 hours, but the result was clearly very satisfactory. This stone pot later became a treasured item they used for a long time. He cheerfully picked up the stone pot and headed back. Before he even entered the camp, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Hetty successfully built an earthen stove. Time taken, 2 hours and 19 minutes. Rating, F grade. Reward, evolution point +1. Hetty actually managed to make a clay stove? Fong Chen was overjoyed and quickly walked back. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw the newly completed clay stove in the corner. It was purely molded from clay, without any bricks, and still needed some time to be fired before it could be used. You're back? Is the pot ready too? Hetty turned around and asked with a smile. Not bad, you even managed to make a clay stove. Fong Chen praised. If you don't even have this ability, how can I cooperate with you? Hetty teased with a smile. Well, more like following you. She suddenly changed her tone, her voice full of playful humor. Following me? Fong Chen couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He knew how crazy Hetty's fans would get after hearing this, though it wasn't entirely untrue. Since the start of their collaboration, he had handled almost all the critical tasks, especially dealing with those 4 wild boars, which completely solved their survival issues. Many things were accomplished under his guidance, and without him, Hetty's life wouldn't be nearly as comfortable. The earthen stove needs to be fired for 2 days first. Once it's done, we'll move all the stored firewood over here, Fong Chen instructed. Okay, I'll go move it. Hetty nodded. Then I'll go get some more stuff. With that, Fong Chen picked up the stone pickaxe and walked out of the kitchen again. This time he didn't go far, only about 20 or 30 meters from the cabin, just outside the wooden fence. He stomped on the ground and swung the stone pickaxe to start digging. The viewers in the live stream were puzzled by the scene. He's been busy all day, and he's still not taking a break? What's he trying to do? It's already past 4 in the afternoon. Could he be planning to build another house? Looks like he's digging a foundation. Isn't this hole getting bigger and bigger? Everyone was curious, but Fong Chen showed no intention of stopping. Time flew by quickly. Hetty had long finished moving the firewood, yet Fong Chen was still digging. Hetty, help me chop some wood to make pillars, Fong Chen instructed. Okay. Hetty nodded slightly, picked up the camping knife, and walked out. She hardly questioned Fong Chen's words. Even if she didn't fully understand, she would simply follow them. Before long, Hetty had turned the chopped wood into poles, each about 3 meters meters long. Since the foundation required it, the poles were generally slightly longer than the building's height. The depth of the foundation depends on the building's height and load-bearing capacity, which requires calculation. But for this kind of wooden house, a rough estimate would suffice. After the pillar is fixed, backfill the soil, burying the base of the pillar, and then compact it firmly. "Here's the wooden board for you," Hetty said from the side. No rush. Fangchen didn't hurry to use the wooden board but continued digging along the outer trench. The deeper he dug, the deeper it got, about 2 to 3 meters before stopping, creating a slope. Hetty took one look and instantly understood his intention. "Should I go help you find stones?" "Alright, do you know how to polish them?" "I do." Hetty excitedly dashed up the mountain. Because the pickaxe was with Fangchen, she could only carry stone blocks from the mountain, choosing ones that looked like slabs. What are they doing? Are they making a dining table again? That can't be right. This layout doesn't look like a dining room. Then what exactly are they trying to do? The audience in the live stream looked puzzled. As time passed second by second, Fangchen dug a trench with a slope of about 30 degrees. At the end of the trench, he continued digging downward until it was very deep before stopping. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he climbed up along the slope and handed the pickaxe to Hetty. The two took turns digging. Time flies, and the sky has turned dark. To provide light, Fangchen set up a bonfire beside the deep pit and took out 2 pieces of wild boar meat to roast and eat. Apart from breakfast, both lunch and dinner consisted entirely of pork, which tasted exceptionally delicious. Fangchen finished eating first, took the pickaxe from Hetty's hand, jumped into the deep pit, and continued digging downward. The excavated soil was placed in clay pots and dumped not far from the wooden cabin. They still hadn't stopped until late at night. At this point, Hetty had already set up the wooden planks, forming a small cabin shape around the pillars. She swiftly crafted more wooden planks with a camping knife, perfectly sized to fit the deep pit. "Alright, give me a hand," Fangchen shouted from below. Hetty helped pull him out of the deep pit with difficulty. The two worked together to lay wooden planks over the pit, supported by 4 pillars underneath. After finishing, they backfilled the soil on top and covered it with leaves. The wooden plank at the edge of the pit is slightly shorter, leaving a small passage. The slate Hetty brought was laid along the slope, with gaps filled in with soil. After everything was completed, the two exchanged a smile. "The toilet is finished." "Okay, that's good. They're coming. Alright, okay, I know." The next day, they actually built a toilet. "Where is this toilet? And it's a squat one? How can this be acceptable? Clearly, this is an Eastern secret. Herty is my goddess. How could she use such a toilet? Could it be that you want her to go outdoors?" The moment Fangchen and Hetty revealed the secret, the entire livestream exploded instantly. The thing they had been working on from afternoon until late at night turned out to be a toilet. Moreover, the design of this toilet is clearly the kind only found in rural areas, with a very old-fashioned feel. If you've never been to the countryside, you absolutely can't imagine a toilet like this. Dear viewers, let me explain. Fangchen looked at the camera and said with a smile, "The reason we're in such a hurry to build a toilet is mainly because it's unsafe in the wild, especially if you need to use the restroom in the middle of the night. It can be very dangerous. Of course, the construction of this cesspit will also bring many benefits in the future. As for what exactly those benefits are, you'll find out later. Yes, let's sleep." Herty brushed her hair aside and said, somewhat tired. Although tired, their faces were full of joy. With the toilet, they no longer had to go outdoors, nor worry about being seen by others. For a short time, they can still bathe here, but in the future, Fangchen will definitely build a dedicated bathroom, separate from the toilet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully constructing a rudimentary toilet. Time taken, 8 hours and 23 minutes. According to the system rating, it is graded E level. Reward, evolution points +2. It actually took more than 8 hours? Fangchen was somewhat surprised. He thought it would take at most 6 hours. However, although it took a bit longer, his latrine was built particularly large. Not to mention the two of them, even if a few more people came, there would be no need to worry about it overflowing. Of course, all of this is organic fertilizer, which will definitely come in handy in the future. After building the toilet, Hetty and Fangchen each went to take a hot shower. This was also their first time taking a hot shower on the island. Before, they would just casually scrub themselves by the river, never experiencing such comfort as they did now. "Good night, everyone. Good night." Waving at the drone camera, the two quickly drifted off to sleep. And just as the two fell asleep, on the organizer's side, "How is it? Has today's ranking been compiled?" "It's done, boss. Based on the comprehensive evaluation, today's first place is still Fangchen." "Still him? Didn't the others team up?" "Boss, this Fangchen is really impressive. Not only did they get wild boar meat, but they also built a kitchen and a toilet. Based on the scoring, they are indeed in first place. They already have a kitchen and a toilet so quickly?" "Yes. Fangchen is currently the fastest in progress. Besides him, it's Bales and Chief Jin's group." "Alright, keep releasing updates, but give a slight reminder to the other groups to consider cooperating. Otherwise, the gap between them will be too big," the boss said worriedly. Judging by the current situation, even if others join forces, they are still no match for Fong Chen and Hetty. If this continues, what suspense is left in this competition? If nothing unexpected happens, when the survival rankings for the 6th day are released, not to mention Fong Chen's livestream, the entire production team will almost be overwhelmed by the audience's comments. Are you kidding me? Fong Chen is still ranked first? Who exactly is Fong Chen? I've never even heard of him before. Production team, you wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? Is there some kind of shady deal going on here? Fong Chen? Isn't this guy a complete rookie? How can he be first for 3 days in a row? I want to see who this Fong Chen really is. Obviously, this competition is rigged again. That 50 million prize money definitely won't go to an outsider. Since the rankings are announced daily, the audience is aware of the changes every day. But Fong Chen's consecutive first place wins over 3 days truly left people feeling incredulous. You must know, even figures like Bales and the Golden Clan leader have never taken first place. Shortly after the rankings were announced, countless people flooded into Fong Chen's livestream. Even though it was midnight, even though the cameras showed nothing but darkness, even though Fong Chen and his team were sleeping, the number of live viewers in the stream directly surpassed 10 million. The reason is simple: all these people want to see who Fong Chen really is. And they are very curious about how good Fong Chen's life is to be able to rank first for 3 consecutive days. However, when this group of people entered Fong Chen's live stream room, they originally planned to stir things up, but then, Fong Chen, you definitely pulled some strings. Pulled strings? Nonsense. My Fong Chen is absolutely the rightful number 1. Exactly, you're just jealous that Fong Chen gets to eat wild boar meat. Sisters, kick these trolls out. Where are the moderators? Take action. How scary can women be? Very terrifying. Think about it. An animal that bleeds for several days every month without dying, what kind of existence is that? Especially, a group of women who are insanely fond of Fong Chen. After all, Fong Chen had no fame from the very beginning. Over these 6 days, he completely relied on his own efforts, climbing step by step. Among them, countless trolls come to hang out almost every day. It is precisely because of these trolls that this group of fans has grown rapidly and turned into what they are now. Entering the room and starting to troll? Then troll back. Can't outtalk them? Just kick them out. You should know, the administrators here are all loyal fans of Fong Chen. And so, in this silent late night, an epic battle was unfolding in the live stream room. As the organizers, they naturally did not want to see such a thing happen. Therefore, they specifically sent staff to mediate in the live stream room. However, when Fong Chen woke up the next day, the first thing he saw was not his own ceiling, but the lens of a drone, with a small note attached to it. Hello, Fong Chen, I am from the organizing committee. Due to some special reasons, we hope that during your live stream later, you can persuade your fans not to be so agitated. What does this mean? Fong Chen looked at the note with confusion. Clearly, this was definitely sent by the organizers, probably sometime late last night. But why tell his fans not to be so irritable? And just as Fong Chen was puzzled, at the organizer's base, a staff member responsible for sorting comments looked at the boss with a tearful face. Boss, can I resign? What happened? My Twitter exploded. Is it all Fong Chen's fans doing this? Sigh. Shaoli, take care of yourself. My dear fans, what happened? Fong Chen asked the drone camera with a puzzled expression. No one could answer him. He was now completely isolated from the world, having no idea what was happening outside. As for what the organizers said, Fong Chen simply took it as a joke. After all, if something serious had really happened, the organizers definitely wouldn't just leave a simple note. Good morning, Fong Chen. Just as Fong Chen got up, the nearby vines were suddenly pulled aside, revealing Hetty's stunningly beautiful face, adorned with a gentle smile. Good morning, Hetty. Fong Chen turned over and climbed out of bed, stretching lazily as he said, we've been busy for several days. How about taking a break? Rest? Yeah, balancing work and rest makes life more comfortable, Fong Chen said with a smile. In fact, that really is the truth. Although they came to participate in this competition as part of their work, but while working, one must also live. No matter the environment, it's important to find your own rhythm and enjoy every moment. Otherwise, you'd truly become a robot. But we're still missing a lot of things. Isn't it too relaxed to rest now? It won't be, Fong Chen said with a smile. Of course, our rest doesn't mean doing nothing at all. It's just a change of approach. Oh, it seems you've already made up your mind? Hetty smiled charmingly as she spoke. Let's go, follow me. Fong Chen's lips curved into a smile as he picked up the camping knife beside him and walked outside. Hey, aren't you having breakfast? I'm eating out. Leaving the campsite, Fong Chen determined the direction and quickly headed toward where he had previously seen the camphor tree. Hetty followed closely behind, her pretty face full of confusion. Fong Chen walked and stopped intermittently, occasionally picking a couple of unknown wildflowers by the roadside, and sometimes climbing trees to look around. It was as if they weren't surviving in the wilderness, but on a leisurely outing. Walking ahead, Fong Chen was also staring straight ahead at this moment. In front of him, a light screen invisible to others appeared. Name, Fong Chen. Attributes, Strength 12, Stamina 11, Agility 11, Spirit 12. Ability, Fire Making Max,
Construction LV2, Cooking LV2, Hunting LV1, Crafting LV1. Evolution points, 14. Skill points, 0.
Yesterday, he just upgraded his cooking skills, and today, his evolution points have returned to 14 points again.
In other words, Fong Chun earned 10 evolution points in just one day yesterday. It can be described as terrifying. But
yesterday, Fong Chen and Hetty were truly exhausted, working from morning till night, and it was all physical labor. If it weren't for Fong Chen and Hetty's frequent survival experiences in the wild and their regular engagement in such tough tasks, they would have been unable to endure it. So, Fong Chen decided to go out today and relax properly. He glanced at the evolution points, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he exchanged them for skill points, which he then allocated to craftsmanship. Ding! Manual skills successfully upgraded to LV2. As the system notification sounded, countless pieces of knowledge related to craftsmanship suddenly emerged in Fong Chen's mind. What excited Fong Chen the most was mortise and tenon structure. That's right, after his manual skills leveled up, he clearly grasped the mortise and tenon structure. This is the essence passed down by ancestors for thousands of years. Especially in ancient times, without nails or screws, the things made by predecessors were still incredibly sturdy. All because of the mortise and tenon structure. With this knowledge, Fong Chen could undoubtedly create more and better things. For example, a bed. Fong Chen had previously been troubled by the lack of nails, worrying that using vines to tie things together wouldn't be sturdy enough, so he hadn't made a bed. But now, with the mortise and tenon structure, everything was different. Of course, it's not just the bed. Fong Chen can now completely renovate the simple wooden house he built and even make more furniture. Just mastering a mortise and tenon structure is enough to make me a construction master. But why didn't I comprehend the mortise and tenon structure when my construction skill leveled up? Could there be a connection between the two? Fong Chen kept thinking about it in his mind. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the answers to these questions and could only wait to uncover them slowly in the future. However, after his crafting skills improved, Fong Chen learned more about small gadgets, such as, Fong Chen, is this a hat? Hetty asked curiously from the side. In Fong Chen's hands, a hat made of vines and various flowers was slowly taking shape. Although it looked very simple, the average person really couldn't make it. It's for you. Fong Chen handed it to Hetty, smiling as he spoke. Thank you. Hetty accepted it with a smile and casually put it on. And the moment she wore it, all her fans went wild. Ah, my goddess, so beautiful. She's simply as stunning as a celestial being. Wait, why did Fong Chen give Hetty this hat? Could it be? Impossible. Hetty would never be with Fong Chen, but it's really so beautiful. Little did they know, this was just a casual act by Fong Chen. He hadn't thought of anything else. He simply felt that these little trinkets were useless to him and might as well give them to Hetty. Of course, he was more eager to see just how skilled his craftsmanship truly was. Therefore, following the flower hat, a brand new wooden sword soon appeared in Fong Chen's hands. Immediately after, a small bamboo backpack also appeared on Fong Chen's back. And this scene, in Hetty's eyes, was simply like magic. Had she seen these before? Of course she had. As a qualified wilderness survival expert, she was familiar with all the relatively primitive skills passed down around the world. Understanding is one thing, but truly mastering it is incredibly difficult. In the words of the predecessors, it is a craft that requires a lifetime of dedication to study. Quietly following behind Fong Chen like this, Heidi felt as if time had slowed down. Her beautiful eyes gradually began to shine with a spirited light. Indeed, life is about learning to enjoy it, otherwise living becomes too exhausting. Fong Chen, there are fruits over there, I'll pick them for you. These really are wild fruits. Following Hetty's excited shout, Fong Chen looked in the direction she pointed. Clusters of fruits that seemed to have already rotted hung on the tree. Some had split open in the middle, resembling the gaping mouths of carnivorous plants. Seeing these wild fruits, Fong Chen couldn't wait and rushed over. Fong Chen, do you know what this is? Hetty pointed at the fruit on the tree and asked, a smug smile on her lips. She was experienced in wilderness survival and knowledgeable, but Fong Chen was different. Perhaps he had expertise in construction, but when it came to these matters, I do. Fong Chen shrugged and said, August melon, commonly known as wild banana. Humph, you actually know that. Ha ha. Fong Chen burst into laughter, took the fruit from the already split wild banana, and bit into it piece by piece. The taste, incredibly sweet. The so-called August melon is also known as wild banana. As the name suggests, this is a fruit that ripens in August. A single vine can bear dozens of them, and some of the larger ones can weigh up to half a pound. A fully ripened August melon will naturally split open, revealing the fruit inside, just like what Fong Chen and the others are seeing now. TSK, it still tastes just like it did when I was a kid, Fong Chen said nostalgically. When he was a child, he grew up in the countryside and often ran all over the mountains and fields with the village kids. He was fortunate enough to have tasted these wild bananas. After so many years, tasting this familiar flavor again, Fong Chen couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. After all, these wild bananas were truly treasures. Back then, even money couldn't buy them. So many wild bananas, let's pick them and take them back. They'll last
last us a long time. Let's pick half. We can't eat too many, and it'd be a waste.
Better to leave them here, so if we want some in a couple of days, we can come back and pick more.
Alright, I'll listen to you.
Hetty's stunningly beautiful face was adorned with a smile, looking just like a little tea-picking girl as she plucked the wild bananas and placed them into the bamboo basket.
This is a good thing.
At that moment, a voice came from Fong Chen nearby. Hetty turned her head and immediately saw Fong Chen standing in front of a small tree.
Bay tree. That's right.
Fong Chen smiled, plucked a leaf from the tree, brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff, and nodded in satisfaction.
The leaves of the laurel tree, also known as bay leaves, are one of the seasonings used in cooking.
If only we had found this laurel tree 2 days earlier. Fong Chen and the others have been eating roasted meat these past 2 days, but there were basically no seasonings, just the pure aroma of wild boar meat.
However, if the aroma could be infused underneath during the roasting process, the taste would be absolutely perfect.
Of course, aside from roasted meat, whether it's stews, soups, pickles, or even tea, it's all possible.
Heidi, give me the knife. What are you going to do? Of course, transplant it back.
Fong Chen chuckled and said, such a good thing. It would be such a waste to leave it in this desolate wilderness.
It's better to put it right at our doorstep. You're so bad.
Hetty pouted coquettishly and giggled, but
I like it. Audience.
And so, this laurel tree was directly uprooted by Fong Chen. Carrying the laurel tree, Hetty with a bamboo basket on her back, the two continued walking forward.
Fong Chen, come and see, there's fennel here. Oh, it really is. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Fennel is truly a good thing.
Not only can it be used as a seasoning, but it also promotes the secretion of digestive fluids, increases intestinal motility, and has the effects of strengthening the stomach and regulating qi.
And such a good thing, Fong Chen naturally couldn't let it slip by. Just like that,
the two of them walked forward while constantly searching for useful plants. In the wild, especially on such an uninhabited island, there are always many wild plants, and these are surprises for Fong Chen and his companion. On this trip, whether it was fennel, bay leaves, star anise, sayoko, or cinnamon,
Fong Chen and the others found them all. Even the bamboo basket on Hetty's back was almost too full to hold everything.
What a pity,
if only you had a bamboo basket too, Hetty said, pouting.
Not far ahead of them, there were clearly other edible plants, but unfortunately, whether it's the bamboo basket or their hands, they are already full of things. If they take any more, they'll end up like a monkey going down the mountain losing the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds.
Let's go, head back first. We can come back later when we have time. After all, these things aren't going anywhere.
After bustling around for half a day, the two finally walked back toward the camp, satisfied. It has been half a day since they left, and the sun is already overhead. By the time they returned to the camp, it was roughly around 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
Back at the camp, Hetty naturally went to cook. Fong Chen was responsible for organizing today's harvest, especially the laurel tree. In order to preserve it perfectly, Fong Chen put in all his effort to transplant it, fearing he might accidentally kill it. And once Fong Chen was done, Hetty called out that it was time to eat. The roast meat seems a bit different today, smells pretty good, Fong Chen said with a smile. Ha ha, asking the obvious.
Hetty took a bite with a smile, her pretty face filled with happiness. After adding bay leaves, the roasted meat became noticeably more delicious.
If there were cumin and chili powder, TSK, the taste would be simply amazing. Fong Chen, what are we doing this afternoon? Are we going out again? Hetty asked while eating meat.
We're not going out for now, there's something to do this afternoon,
Fong Chen murmured softly.
Ever since he gained knowledge of mortise and tenon structures, his hands had been itching to create something.
What do you want to make? Let me think. Got it.
Fong Chen swallowed the last bite of roasted meat, grabbed the camping knife, and charged toward the nearby jungle.
Chopping wood? Are you planning to build a house? Hetty's eyes sparkled with confusion. No.
Fong Chen's lips curved into a smile and said, this time, building a car. Building cars. Upon hearing these 2 words, Hetty's mouth immediately formed an O shape, her delicate and charming face filled with astonishment. It's important to note that this is only their 7th day on the island. If calculated strictly, it would still be a few hours later before it officially becomes the 7th day.
But in such a short time, Fong Chen is actually going to build a car? TCH, it's obvious Fong Chen is just bragging. If he can build a car, I'll eat the keyboard in front of me right now.
This idiot is definitely trying to show off in front of my goddess Hetty. Now he's going to embarrass himself. As soon as Fong Chen mentioned he wanted to build cars, those fans of Hetty immediately rushed to Fong Chen's livestream to vent their frustrations. There was no other way they had been humiliated by Fong Chen once before.
But now, things are different. Building a car?
Based on the situation of previous competitions, even if it's a wooden car, that's basically something for a month later. After all, at this stage, no one has the energy to build a car. Moreover, building a car is an extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive project. Without 3 to 5 days, it simply can't be done. Of course, everyone was well aware that the car Fong Chen mentioned was a wooden cart. Since it was a wooden cart, what was needed was definitely wood. Holding a camping knife, Fong Chen leisurely walked toward the nearby nearby forest, with Hetty following closely behind. The key to making a wooden cart lies in the wheels. Unlike modern tires, the wheels of a wooden cart must be sturdy, especially in terms of toughness. They cannot be too brittle. Otherwise, if the load is slightly heavier, the entire wheel might crack with a loud snap. As for trees with better toughness, the first one Fong Chen thought of was the willow tree. After all, the place where he was born and raised had many willow trees planted, which were perfect for making wooden carts. But Fong Chen wandered around the forest for a long time but couldn't find any willow trees. Indeed, it's too rare for willow trees to grow in a place like this. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and was about to look for other trees to replace them when suddenly his eyes lit up. Not far away, clusters of lush green trees, about 10 meters tall, stood upright. The moment he saw these trees, Fong Chen ran over with a face full of joy. These are ash trees. Ash trees, the most resilient type of tree. It's perfect for making wooden carts. Heidi, you chop the trees, and I'll carry them back. Alright. Since they were making wooden carts, they didn't need many ash trees. With the two dividing the work, they quickly brought the ash trees back to the camp. Using a camping knife, he split open the ash tree, removed the bark, and shaped it into wooden planks. Considering it was also his first time making a wooden cart, Fong Chen thought a length of about 2 meters would suffice. This way, the load capacity would be limited and within his control. Watching Fong Chen's movements, the live stream audience remained silent, because they knew that the wooden planks, those were secondary. The truly important parts were the wheels and the axle. The function of the axle is to bear the load of the wooden cart while also connecting the wheels. Of course, since it is a wooden pushcart that requires manual pulling, many things are not that complicated, making it very simple to construct. What's more, the knowledge stored in Fong Chen's mind is not there for nothing. However, just when everyone thought Fong Chen was preparing to make a wooden cart, suddenly, a strange object inexplicably appeared in his hand. In the middle was a structure where the wood itself was stuck but could rotate like a bearing. What is this? Didn't Fong Chen say he was going to build a car? Why is he starting to mess with small gadgets? Bah! He says he'll build a car and you believe him? You still fall for his nonsense? If you ask me, this guy obviously knows he can't do it, so he's trying to make some small items to divert attention. I agree. Herdy also curiously looked at the item in Fong Chen's hand, her green eyes sparkling with a gleam. Fong Chen, this, could it be a compass? That's right. Fong Chen smiled and said, this is a compass I made myself. It uses a mortise and tenon structure. Although there's a lot of friction when turning it, it can barely be used. Mortise and tenon structure? Hearing these 4 words, Hetty's eyes lit up once again. I know about this. This is the wisdom of your predecessors. I was so shocked the first time I saw it. I could hardly imagine that the people of the past could achieve this. I really didn't expect you to know how to do this. Well, I just happened to know it by chance. Fong Chen didn't offer much explanation. He picked up his compass and slowly drew a circle along the already smooth wooden board. Hetty, follow the mark I made and take it down carefully. Alright. As a woman, being skillful and meticulous is a must. Especially in matters like this, Hetty dared not be careless in the slightest. Holding the camping knife, she cautiously and slowly removed the disc. Following the same method, 2 identical round wooden boards quickly appeared before everyone. These 2 round wooden boards were approximately half a meter in diameter and over 10 centimeters thick. After Herdy took them down, Fong Chen picked up the compass again and drew 2 very small circles at the exact center of the round wooden boards. These 2 circles were, of course, reserved for the axle, as the 2 wheels needed to be connected. After Hetty finished, Fong Chen took the camping knife and made 2 hollow small holes in the middle of the wooden board. According to the size of the holes, he connected them with wooden strips. As for the 2 ends of the wooden strips extending outward, Fong Chen used dovetail joints to connect them to the cartboard. In this way, the entire cart body became extremely sturdy. The so-called mortise and tenon structure generally consists of 3 components, which is the method Fong Chen used above. Only in this way can the finished product be a whole and not easily damaged. Of course, besides the tusk tenon, there are also mitered tenons, dovetail tenons, hidden tenons, and so on. Although the shapes of the components differ, the purpose is the same. Watching Fong Chen and Hetty silently working, there were few people speaking in their live stream rooms. This guy, could he really make a car? And look at his method. It's very different from what we've seen before. The efficiency is also very high. It's over. It's over. Look at Herdy's expression. She's fallen. During Fong Chen's focused crafting process, Hetty kept her eyes on him. Those beautiful emerald eyes carried admiration and satisfaction, but most of all, reverence. She considered herself to have abundant survival experience and a high level of fame. Yet in front of Fong Chen, it felt as though she knew nothing at all. All she needed to do was quietly admire. Give me the hammer. Okay. Thud, thud, thud. Give me the camping knife. Alright. Hetty watched from the side while assisting Fong Chen. As soon as he gave a word, Hetty would immediately spring into action. Under their seamless cooperation, the wooden cart visibly took shape. About half an hour later, Fong Chen suddenly relaxed his body and slowly stood up. As he moved, the drone camera quickly zoomed in. In front of him, a brand new, incredibly sturdy and reliable wooden cart had already taken shape.
The wooden cart's construction was absolutely perfect, with all the necessary components.
Moreover, Fong Chen had added guardrails around the cart and 2 wooden stakes at the front for parking. Additionally, the wheels had been meticulously polished. If not examined closely, their surface appeared smooth and clean, without any rough marks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crafting a wooden cart.
Time taken, 3 hours and 51 minutes.
Rated as E-level by the system, rewarding the host with +2 evolution points. As the system's voice faded, Fong Chen's evolution points increased once again, reaching 6 points.
My goodness, it's already finished so quickly? It actually looks pretty good.
Damn it, got slapped in the face by Fong Chen again. Hetty's livestream was filled with wails of despair. For hours ago, they were still mocking in Fong Chen's livestream, but now, they've been slapped in the face immediately.
In contrast, Fong Chen's side was quite festive.
Oh my god, Fong Chen actually managed to finish the wooden cart.
As expected of my male idol,
my girlish heart. If only I could accompany him to participate in this competition.
Upstairs, if you're the one going with him, wouldn't you just freeload on food and drinks?
Ladies, stop the nonsense, let's send a wave of rockets and planes. While Fong Chen's live stream room was flooded with comments, on the deserted island, Heidi was also looking at the wooden cart with great joy.
Want to give it a try? Fong Chen asked.
Sure.
Hetty was already a bit impatient.
Fong Chen's speed in making the wooden cart completely redefined her understanding of craftsmanship. Of course, she was now even more eager to find out how Fong Chen's wooden cart would perform. But just as Hetty was about to climb up, suddenly, a figure swiftly blocked her path.
Fong Chen sat directly in the wooden cart without a word, grinning as he looked at Hetty. You push me, Hetty.
Hetty rolled her eyes speechlessly but didn't say much.
Come to think of it,
she was relatively light. If she sat on it, it would just be a breeze and wouldn't detect anything.
But Fong Chen was different.
He was a guy, and that 1.8-meter height wasn't for nothing. What's more, this wooden cart was made by Fong Chen, and he put so much effort into it, he deserves some reward.
Hold on tight, okay?
Hetty gripped the handle with both hands and lifted it forcefully. Whoosh! The wooden cart was being pushed forward slowly, and Hetty felt very relaxed. Compared to having to carry Fong Chen, this wooden cart was undoubtedly much less effort.
How is it? Comfortable? Fong Chen asked while sitting on it.
It's great, Hetty said happily. With the wooden cart, we won't have to worry about struggling with large objects in the future.
That's right.
Fong Chen jumped off the cart and said slowly, our current standard of living is probably about the same as the Stone Age. If we want to make progress, we must save time and effort.
Only then will our efficiency improve.
So, what are your plans next? Hetty slowly walked to the wooden cart, lay down comfortably, and looked at the sky as she asked.
Of course, it's about building as we go. Getting closer to modernization is the best. So that means you haven't planned anything? Do you have any good suggestions?
Upon hearing this, Hetty smiled and said, in my opinion, we already have everything we need, but the production team definitely won't let us live so comfortably.
Oh, what do you mean? Do you think this deserted island was chosen randomly? Hetty asked in return. What do you mean? Fong Chen frowned, and a sudden ominous feeling arose in his heart.
Hetty said slowly, based on my past experience in competitions, when things reach a certain point, the production team will either increase the difficulty for us, or this island itself harbors danger.
I understand.
A sharp gleam flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. If that's the case, then they really can't stop their pace of construction, nor can they afford the slightest slack.
I have a suggestion. Go ahead.
Upon hearing this, Heidi slowly walked to Fong Chen's ear, her warm breath escaping from her lips.
To truly take the initiative, we must strike first.
Therefore, actively exploring this deserted island is absolutely the most advantageous for us.
Indeed. Fong Chen nodded slightly.
Since they arrived on this island, they had been busy with construction every day. Apart from understanding the surroundings of the camp, they knew nothing about the other areas.
And, they also haven't encountered other contestants.
Therefore, what they need to do is explore this deserted island as much as possible and seize resources at the fastest speed before some of them are discovered.
There's one more thing. They need to figure out the situation of the other contestants. But someone must stay in the camp. Will you go, or should I? Fong Chen asked. I'll go.
Hetty smiled and said, ever since I came here, I haven't really done much.
You have to let me show my true value, don't you?
Oh, I didn't expect you to have a sense of responsibility.
That's a must.
Having a sense of responsibility is a good thing, but exploring alone is too slow. It's better if we split up and act separately, set out in the morning and regroup in the evening to summarize the situation.
How about that?
Alright. After making the wooden cart, night had gradually fallen. For dinner, Fong Chen and Hetty each prepared some roasted meat to eat, while also roasting extra portions. After all, they were heading out tomorrow and needed to bring some food with them, otherwise, if they couldn't find food along the way, they'd have to wait until nightfall. Furthermore, they were unsure of what might be on this deserted island. If they encountered danger or got lost, having food on them would at least prevent panic. After dinner, Fong Chen placed the smoked cured meat under the eaves to air dry, allowing it to be preserved for a longer time.
The night passed without incident. The next day. Fong Chen got up early, turning over and climbing out of bed. After adding some firewood to the bonfires in his room and the kitchen, he began to wash up. Washing up in the wild simply meant rinsing his mouth with coarse salt and washing his face with hot water. By the time Fong Chen was done, Hetty had just gotten up from her bedroom. "Fong Chen, which way are we heading?" Hetty asked while washing up. "This direction is where I landed, and I know the area within about 20 kilometers over there." Fong Chen glanced at the surroundings and continued, "By comparison, we can either follow this road to the seaside or go around the back mountain to explore further inside. Considering the potential dangers, I'll take care of the back mountain. You head to the seaside." "All right." After discussing, the two each carried a bamboo basket on their backs and quickly headed in their chosen directions. Hetty went to the seaside, where the situation was generally clear and not too dangerous, so she only brought a new stone pickaxe and stone hammer, while the camping knife and bow and arrow were with Fong Chen. Two drones silently followed behind Fong Chen, live streaming the situation in front of him in real time. Heading out of the camp and walking further back was the back mountain that Fong Chen and the others had visited many times. The range of the back mountain is quite vast, spanning several miles. The mountain is covered with various types of stones, most of which have already been discovered by Fong Chen and his group, but they hold little value. However, after crossing the back mountain, a lush green forest immediately appeared before Fong Chen's eyes. "Let's first make a quick marker here to avoid getting lost." Fong Chen chopped down a small tree nearby and placed it halfway up the back mountain. This way, as long as he saw this wooden stick, he would know the location of the camp. However, just as Fong Chen had just placed the wooden stick and was about to enter the dense forest, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The drone also stopped with him, and the footage abruptly froze following his gaze. In his line of sight, a frog with entirely yellowish skin, looking rather cute, was squatting in the dense forest ahead, standing out conspicuously in the lush green jungle. But it was this frog that made Fong Chen dare not approach easily. "Poison dart frog." Fong Chen's mouth slightly opened, slowly uttering these three words. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire livestream room instantly exploded. "This is the poison dart frog. It's said that the poison in its body can kill 10 adults. More than that, even a tiny amount of its toxin can cause paralysis and death. Oh my god, there's only one mountain between here and their camp. So close. Fong Chen, quickly go around it." Early in the morning, just after stepping out, they encountered a poison dart frog. Clearly, this journey of exploration wasn't going to be as easy as they had imagined. Fortunately, Fong Chen was still a good distance away from it, and besides, the poison of the dart frog would only be lethal if it entered the bloodstream. Tap, tap. The soles of his feet lightly stepped on the ground, and Fong Chen decisively changed direction. With a poison dart frog blocking the way, Fong Chen would never choose to confront it head-on. No matter the situation, preserving himself was always the best choice. As for what others thought, Fong Chen didn't care in the slightest. After bypassing the poison dart frog, Fong Chen slipped into the edge of the jungle. As soon as he entered the dense forest, the sunlight above instantly disappeared. Standing inside, even Fong Chen felt a sense of perpetual darkness. Around him were dense plants everywhere, some areas so thick that they could even swallow Fong Chen up to his waist. Walking in here, merely staying alert is useless because you have no idea where those deadly things might come from. It could be the animals around you, or it might be the seemingly inconspicuous vegetation. Therefore, what Fong Chen could do was choose paths where the ground was as visible as possible to walk on. Moreover, whenever unknown vegetation blocked his way, Fong Chen would try his best to go around it. If that wasn't possible, he would use a camping knife to remove it. And during this process, Fong Chen had to be extremely cautious. If he accidentally injured himself, it might not just be a simple injury. Cautiously advancing through the dense forest, Fong Chen only stopped when the surroundings were truly silent, slowly looking around. Around him, apart from the dense vegetation and jungle, he couldn't see anything else. It was all a sea of green, and amidst this greenery, there were occasionally hints of other colors. For these colors, Fong Chen would absolutely avoid them. Judging by my forward speed and the time of departure, at least an hour has passed, and I've walked about 1 kilometer. Fong Chen took a deep breath and softly spoke to the drone. In this kind of environment, he truly didn't dare to speak loudly, because no one knows if there is any danger lurking around. However, just as Fong Chen's words had just fallen, he suddenly stopped in place, motionless, and perked up his ears, straining to listen to the side. "Seems like there's a sound? Is it the sound of the wind? That's not right, that's not right. It sounds like water? It really does seem like it." Fong Chen perked up his ears and listened for a moment before deciding to move toward the direction of the water sound. After all, there were still 298 other contestants on this deserted island, and wherever there was water, there was likely to be traces of their activity. However, just as Fong Chen's foot was about to lift, a sudden rustling sound came from nearby. Hearing this sound, Fong Chen immediately froze and quickly turned his head to look. And with just one glance, he instantly dared not move, his hair standing on end, utterly terrified. In the line of sight, a pitch-black long snake was leisurely weaving through the nearby jungle, as if strolling in its own backyard. Its jet-black body was covered with distinct layers of scales, and if it remained still, one might mistake it for a belt. But in reality, reality, it was Black Mamba. Black Mamba, the largest species among mambas and the fastest striking snake. And it is also a very terrifying venomous snake. It is said that once bitten by a black mamba, death occurs within an hour. Its venom is so potent that it is suffocating. Encountering a black mamba in the wild leaves only one option: run. But the black mamba in front of him was about 10 meters away from Fong Chen. At this distance, Fong Chen didn't dare to move at all, because he knew that although the black mamba was dangerous and highly venomous, it would only attack if disturbed or pushed to its limits. So, as long as Fong Chen didn't make too much noise and quietly moved away from it, he would basically be fine. Rustle. The black mamba was still leisurely slithering forward. Fong Chen, meanwhile, gently placed his foot on the ground as it moved, without making a single sound. At the same time, he cautiously retreated backward, carefully observing each step to avoid stepping on branches or other objects. Time seemed to pause at this moment. Fong Chen had never felt time to be so long, even though it was less than 2 minutes from the moment he saw the black mamba to when he left. But in just these 2 minutes, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and even his clothes were somewhat damp. My goodness, this place is so dangerous. What was the organizer thinking? Exactly. What if someone really gets killed? Don't mention it. We've all grown tired of the usual survival shows. The organizers are clearly trying to innovate by increasing the difficulty of survival. Otherwise, do you think so many wilderness survival experts would join this program? That's true, but a place with poison dart frogs and black mamba snakes is really dangerous. Yeah, snakes are what I fear the most. The audience in the live stream sent bullet comments. This was the first time they felt nervous for Fong Chen since they started watching the live stream. Fortunately, this time there was no danger. Fong Chen smoothly left the black mamba's territory. After a slight sigh of relief, he changed direction and continued walking forward. He was very sure he had heard the sound of water, so he had to go to that place to take a look. After the appearance of the black mamba, Fong Chen became even more vigilant. Every few steps, he would stop to look around, ensuring there was no danger before continuing forward. Although this slowed his pace, it was undoubtedly a safer approach. Of course, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Although there are countless dangers in this dense jungle, Fong Chen still managed to find quite a few good things here. For example, the one he is holding in his hand right now. At the top are clusters of white flowers, and below are lush green leaves, looking no different from wildflowers. But in fact, this is the jade leaf golden flower. Jade leaf flower has high medicinal value, being very effective in preventing influenza and gastrointestinal diseases, as well as clearing heat and dispelling wind, among other benefits. Of course, besides jade leaf flower, Fong Chen also found cassia seeds, hatuinia, stinky mallow, small nettle, and many other plants that are both edible and medicinal. All of these have their unique uses, and even if no one is sick, they can help prevent illness. Rustle, rustle. Just as Fong Chen was walking and picking vegetation along the roadside, suddenly, the sound of trickling water reached his ears. In this silent and quiet dense forest, this sound was undoubtedly exhilarating. Judging by the sound, it should be not far ahead. Let's go and take a look. Fong Chen held the camping knife in his hand and cautiously approached the front. After pushing aside a cluster of waist-high grass, Fong Chen suddenly saw a gently flowing stream before him. Unlike the river beside the camp, this stream was lined with plants on both sides, and the water wasn't as clear. He could faintly make out what seemed to be fish in the water, though the murkiness made it hard to see clearly. It seems like this stream might share the same source as the one I use, both flowing down from the mountain. Fong Chen glanced at it twice before slowly walking to the riverbank. This stream is noticeably a bit dirty in comparison, and for the current Fong Chen, there is absolutely no need to drink this water anymore. After surveying the surroundings, Fong Chen decided to continue walking forward. There were clearly no signs of human activity in this area, so hoping to find other contestants here was obviously unrealistic. Following the river downstream, Fong Chen's view gradually became more open. It felt like a bright new village appeared after passing through a shaded path. However, before Fong Chen could feel happy, two beautiful butterflies suddenly fluttered in front of him. These two butterflies looked incredibly beautiful, their vibrant colors shining under the faint sunlight. But it was precisely these two butterflies that immediately made Fong Chen take 2 steps back. Long-winged swallowtail butterfly. The long-winged swallowtail butterfly, the most poisonous butterfly in the world. When you see this butterfly, don't be fooled by its beautiful appearance. As the saying goes, the more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it is. Moreover, the appearance of the long-winged swallowtail butterfly also indicated that there must be other poisonous plants in the vicinity, so Fong Chen had to be even more cautious. Wait, what is that? Just as Fong Chen was about to move forward, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a cluster of something not far ahead. In his line of sight, far, far away, a mottled figure was slowly moving. Based on Fong Chen's visual range, it had to be at least over 100 meters away. It was precisely because it was far away that Fong Chen couldn't see clearly. He just felt that the figure looked somewhat like a person wearing colorful clothes. After all, there were so many participants, and Fong Chen couldn't possibly know all of them. Whether anyone was wearing such mottled colored clothes, he truly had no idea. However, just
Just as Fang Chen was about to take 2 steps forward to take a closer look, suddenly, roar! A thunderous roar suddenly came from ahead. In sight, the spotted figure almost instantly disappeared from view, moving at an incredible speed. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen paused for a moment, then couldn't help but step back. That's not a human. That's a tiger. Oh my god, there are even tigers here. Is it really a tiger? It doesn't look like one to me. Do you think that tiger roar just now was made by a person? My dear Chen Chen, you should go back quickly. It's too dangerous here. Yes, hurry back, Fang Chen. We'd rather you stay in the camp and not leave. As the tiger's roar echoed, not only Fang Chen but the entire livestream audience went wild. That's a tiger. A living tiger. How terrifying is a tiger? You should know that an adult male tiger weighs no less than 400 gene, with some weighing as much as 600 or 700 gene. Moreover, the ferocity of tigers is renowned worldwide. It is said that the force of a tiger's paw strike is as heavy as 1 ton. Plus, this is a deserted island, and the tiger is wild. If we really encountered it, even with 2 more Fang Chens, we definitely wouldn't be its match. Damn, luckily that guy didn't charge this way, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died. Fang Chen felt a surge of lingering fear in his heart. In such an unprepared situation, ferocious beasts like tigers are absolutely the most terrifying. Of course, since Fang Chen knows there are tigers here, he definitely won't head in this direction. As for hunting tigers, Fang Chen currently has no such intention for the time being. After all, this place is far enough from his camp, so his camp is still safe. Moreover, although tigers have their own territorial awareness and are solitary animals, in the same territory, especially in a male tiger's territory, there could very likely be more than 1 female tiger. If there are more than 2 tigers present, it would be a certain death situation for Fang Chen. Unless he is fully prepared and has a foolproof plan, he would only be delivering food to the tigers. Looks like this path is impassable unless the tiger is dealt with. He looked up at the sky. Through the leaves, he could vaguely see that it was already afternoon, and Fang Chen was starting to feel a bit hungry. Since he couldn't move forward, he could only turn back. Fang Chen had marked the path he came from, so he could roughly remember how to return. However, since there is a river here, and it flows down from the mountain, Fang Chen can completely follow the river upstream and take a look at what might be in the river along the way. Having made up his mind, Fang Chen gripped the camping knife tightly and stepped cautiously along the riverbank, moving upstream. The deserted island is extremely dangerous, especially with the presence of tigers. Moreover, Fang Chen could imagine that as their survival time lengthens and the natural system here gets disrupted by them, the territories of those tigers will definitely change as well. In other words, after going back this time, he must think about how to deal with the tiger or strengthen the camp's fortifications. He absolutely cannot sit and wait for death. Rustle. The soles of his feet lightly stepped on the roadside weeds, producing a faint sound. Fang Chen not only focused his attention on the surroundings but also occasionally looked toward the riverbed below. Through the murky river water, he could see that there were indeed fish present, and the quantity of fish was definitely greater than on his side. I haven't used the fishing hook I chose yet. Maybe I can come here to fish when I feel like eating fish. Fang Chen thought happily. Just as Fang Chen was thinking this, he noticed shallow footprints directly in front of him, on the opposite side of the river. This river was not very wide to begin with, and with the footprints being so clear, Fang Chen spotted them at a glance. There really is someone here. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Footprints meant that someone had been here. Moreover, judging by the depth and traces of the footprints, it hasn't been more than 2 days. Who could be living here? There are even tigers around here. Or perhaps, they haven't noticed the tigers in this area? Separated by a river, Fang Chen glanced at the footprints twice before continuing forward. He originally wanted to go over and take a look, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, the river water here is very murky, and he had no idea what might be underneath. If there was any danger, he would really suffer a big loss. Time passed quickly. Fang Chen followed the river upstream for about an hour or so, and soon the appearance of the back mountain came into view. As he had guessed, the source of this river was his backyard mountain. Of course, there was also another possibility, that these 2 rivers were connected. After all, he wasn't clear about the internal situation unless he saw it with his own eyes. Upon seeing the backyard mountain, Fang Chen's speed noticeably increased. After all, once he left the forest and climbed the mountain, he was basically home. However, just as Fang Chen was about to step out of the jungle's range, he suddenly paused and couldn't help but look toward the nearby river. The river meandered upward and, just as it was about to reach the area of the back mountain, suddenly took a turn. At the end of this turn, what Fang Chen could see happened to be a pool of water. If it were just an ordinary pool of water, it definitely wouldn't have surprised Fang Chen this much. But behind this pool, there was clearly an opening, and the river water was flowing out through this opening. As everyone knows, places like this, especially such openings, are definitely very cool inside. If there's no danger inside, then on hot days, Fong Chen and Hetty could totally come here to escape the heat. There's even a pond here, and if there's no danger, they could swim in it or something.
In summary, as long as there's no danger, this place is their summer retreat. It's still early, let's go take a look. Fong Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but move closer to that area.
Although the hole looks very close, getting there is still quite difficult, especially since he is still some distance away from the back mountain. To get there, he must go around the mountain, enter the jungle from the other side, and then reach the location of the pond.
However,
just as Fong Chen was about to approach that area, suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared in his line of sight.
Someone.
In Fong Chen's line of sight, a figure dressed in short sleeves and long pants had just stood up and flashed through the cave, then immediately crouched down again. From the physique, it can be seen that it is definitely a man.
In other words, the one in that cave definitely isn't Hetty. There are actually other people in this back mountain?
A trace of doubt and vigilance flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. If this person has been here for a long time, their every move might have been under the other's surveillance. Although it doesn't seem like much, this means that Fong Chen and his team's actions are under the other's control. The other party might also have access to more resources.
Looks like it's necessary to go check out this guy. Fong Chen did not make much noise and deliberately took the mountain path upward. However,
when Fong Chen reached the top of the mountain, he was completely stunned.
This doesn't seem to be the hill behind my house?
That's right, although it looks a lot like that rocky back mountain from a distance. Once Fong Chen comes up, he'll realize this isn't it.
The back mountain he remembers is filled with flint stones.
He's been there many times, so he remembers it very clearly. But on this mountain now, flint stones are scarce.
Moreover, Fong Chen didn't see the wooden stick he had planted here. I went off course.
Without a compass and no clear sense of direction, going off course is quite normal.
But Fong Chen believed he hadn't strayed too far.
After all, this river and the one on his side were most likely connected.
Shaking his head, Fong Chen followed the mountain path downward.
It didn't take long before that pond reappeared in his line of sight, and from his current position, he was looking down from above just enough to see that figure.
It was a white man who appeared to be slightly older than Fong Chen. At this moment, he was squatting on the ground doing laundry.
Since Fong Chen was standing on the mountain, directly facing his back, the man hadn't noticed Fong Chen at all. On the contrary, standing high and looking far, Fong Chen took in the surrounding situation at a glance. Not far from this pool, there was a wooden house that looked fairly decent, with a burning bonfire outside. If nothing unexpected happens, this wooden house should belong to that person.
Judging by his living conditions, it seems fairly decent, and life can still go on.
In front of the wooden house, there were traces of logging, and besides that, a string of August melons was hanging outside. Judging from his standard of living, it seems he doesn't have meat to eat.
August melons might be his main source of food. Moreover, there are very few signs of activity on this mountain.
It seems he rarely comes up here and hasn't explored this area.
After a brief analysis, Fong Chen no longer had any concerns.
He was initially worried that this guy would compete with him for the surrounding resources, but he was clearly mistaken. This guy didn't come toward their side. Otherwise, with so much flint, he could have made more things, at least enough to have the means for hunting.
However, his appearance still served as a reminder for Fong Chen.
There are 300 contestants on this deserted island, with limited activity areas. Eventually, their territory will surely be discovered by others. What he needs to do is accelerate his own development, quickly utilize all the surrounding resources, and venture further to find more resources. Only in this way can he hold the initiative for development in his own hands.
I need to figure out how to get back, and also remember this guy's location. Fong Chen walked along the mountain path toward the side.
He still vaguely remembered the direction he came from, which was on the right side of the river, across the riverbank. Following this direction, Fong Chen quickly saw the dense forest, and at the same time, a very familiar mountain peak appeared before his eyes. Clearly, this was the back mountain he was familiar with. Finally back. That island was really too dangerous.
Fong Chen, don't go there again. Yeah, staying alive is more important. By the way, who was that guy just now?
Did you guys get a good look?
Don't joke around, it was so far away, and the camera didn't even give a close-up.
Who could see clearly?
Who it is doesn't matter. What matters is that person isn't living as well as Fong Chen.
Of course.
The man I like must be the most outstanding.
The live stream room was lively, and Fong Chen's mood was very pleasant. Although he hadn't been out for long, it was estimated to be about 7 or 8 hours. He had brought 2 pieces of roasted meat with him, and after eating one, there was still one left. However, he had almost finished his water. Of course, the reason Fong Chen felt hungry was because he wanted to eat the August melons at home. Those things were just too sweet. Returning to the camp, Fong Chen set down the bamboo basket and organized the items he had collected today. Hetty was heading toward the seaside, which was relatively safer, so her exploration would take a bit longer. Taking advantage of Hetty not being back yet, Fong Chen picked up the camping knife and found a relatively large wooden board among the remaining materials. Rustle, rustle. The camping knife gently slid across the wooden board, leaving clear marks one after another.
In the drone's camera lens, it is clearly visible that this is a map.
Although it wasn't drawn very well, Fong Chen still roughly sketched it based on the route he had taken, emphasizing two locations: contestants and the tiger. Especially the tiger. Without adequate preparation, they absolutely cannot approach that area. After all, this is already a matter concerning their safety. After finishing the map, Fang Chen ate a wild banana and drank some water, then began to stroll slowly around the courtyard, eventually turning his gaze toward the kitchen.
The stove seems to be usable. Walking into the kitchen, Fang Chen touched the earthen stove. It can indeed be used.
He placed the pre-made stone pot on the earthen stove, secured its position, and then picked up firewood to stuff into the stove pit. As the roaring flames gradually burned, the stone pot quickly began to heat up and become scorching hot.
The heat transfer is quite good.
Fang Chen placed his hand on the stone pot, sensed the temperature slightly, and nodded in satisfaction. Now that they had a stone pot and a stove, cooking would be much more convenient.
As Fang Chen was preparing to cook, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed outside the courtyard. Immediately afterward, Hetty's figure appeared at the kitchen door.
Her bamboo basket was also filled with various types of vegetation.
"You're back so soon?"
Hetty looked at Fang Chen in surprise. She had originally thought she would be the first to return.
Fang Chen poured water into the stone pot and simultaneously took down a piece of smoked cured meat, saying, "The place I went to was very dangerous. There were tigers around, and I couldn't get through, so I had to come back first."
"Tigers?" Hetty paused, her delicate face full of shock.
"Yes, I made a map using wooden boards. It's placed outside. You can go take a look and you'll understand." "Alright, I'll go mark it too."
Walking out of the kitchen, Hetty quickly spotted the wooden board.
After glancing at it briefly,
she swiftly carved her route for the day onto it. Of course, the routes carved like this were bound to have some inaccuracies, but as long as they roughly knew what was in those directions, it was enough.
"Fang Chen, come, take a look."
Hetty placed the route she had drawn in front of Fang Chen and explained it in detail. "From here, it takes about an hour to reach a bamboo forest.
After passing through the bamboo forest, there's a hillside.
Below the hillside, there are many trees, and as you go further, the ground starts to get a bit damp. But here, I found a lot of interesting things. Take a look at this." Speaking, Hetty then rummaged through her bamboo basket and pulled out a white object. The moment Fang Chen saw this thing, his eyes immediately lit up.
"Cotton."
That's right, what was placed in front of Fang Chen was cotton. Hetty smiled faintly and said, "I picked this up on the road, and later I found some scattered cotton balls and cotton trees nearby. But those cotton trees are too tall, about 5 or 6 meters, and I don't have any tools, so I could only pick up a little to show you."
Alright, Fang Chen quickly said, "Can we still make it if we go now?" "No way."
Hetty glanced at the sky, which was gradually darkening, and shook her head, saying, "The journey is too far. Even if we rush there without stopping, it will still take at least 2 or 3 hours. Besides, there are many snakes, rats, insects, and ants over there.
Going at night would be too dangerous." Alright. Fang Chen tried his best to stay calm and not get too excited. However,
the discovery of cotton truly made it hard for him to settle down. That's cotton, after all. In terms of daily necessities, it's the raw material for many things. If they can keep the cotton under their control, they'll have a significant bargaining chip with other competitors in the future.
"Don't worry,"
Hetty comforted, saying, "I checked the surrounding area, and there's no sign of anyone else. We're the first to discover it."
This is good news, but we still can't let our guard down," Fang Chen said seriously. "Right next to the back mountain, not far away, there's another mountain.
It's about a 30-minute walk to get there, and there's a contestant there, a white man."
"Is it the place you marked?"
"That's right."
"Is he alone?" Fang Chen nodded and said, "It's very dangerous over there, and the terrain is quite complex.
He probably chose that pond and decided to settle there."
"Then it's fine. He's behind us, and right now he doesn't even have basic living necessities.
It's impossible for him to travel such a long distance."
That's true."
After saying this, Hetty took out some other things she had found from the bamboo basket. They were similar to Fang Chen's, all edible and medicinal plants. They could be preserved for a long time after processing, for future needs.
"Are you planning to make cured meat today?"
"Yes,"
Fang Chen said with a smile. "The stove can be used, so let's make good use of it.
If we can find chili peppers or more seasonings, I can cook for you." Surviving on this deserted island, the humidity is quite heavy, so eating more chili peppers is also beneficial. This island is pretty big, there must be chili peppers somewhere. If we're lucky, we might even find other wild vegetables. Come and taste how this cured meat is. After cooking the cured meat in the stone pot, Fang Chen sliced it into pieces using a camping knife. With his cooking skill at LV2, these tasks were a breeze for him. Picking up a piece of cured meat and stuffing it into her mouth, Hetty's expression immediately turned into one of pure enjoyment.
"So delicious. Let me try." Not bad." Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. They now had meat to eat every day and were completely unconcerned about food issues. However, even though they have plenty of wild boar meat, they can't eat too much of it every day. They still need to eat more vegetables, otherwise, their resistance might easily weaken while surviving on this deserted island. "Well, if I count the days, it seems like today is our 8th day surviving on the island, right?" While eating the cured meat, Fang Chen and Hetty started chatting casually. "The 8th day already? Time really flies."
That's because
because there were 2 days of heavy rain before. Hee, if it weren't for that heavy rain, I wouldn't have come to find you, Hetty said with a smile. That's true. After eating 2 pieces of cured meat, Fangchen picked up a passion fruit and began eating it slowly. Fangchen, do you think there will be others teaming up besides us? There definitely will be, Fangchen said with great certainty. This is a rule set by the production team, and they will definitely promote it.
You also mentioned that they want innovation, so as things progress, it will definitely turn into a competition between tribes. Otherwise, the purpose of setting this rule would be meaningless.
That's true, if only more people could join us. Stop dreaming. With our current standard of living, we can't even go far, let alone them.
Fangchen said calmly, one more thing, adding flowers to brocade will never be as genuine as providing help in times of need.
That's right. Fangchen wanted those people to willingly and sincerely join him.
After eating the cured meat, Fangchen and Hetty tidied up the house a bit, and then the two of them went to bed to prepare for sleep. Out for a day, although it seemed like nothing was done, the body was extremely exhausted. As soon as they lay on the bed, the two fell into a deep sleep. Time flew by, and the night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, when Fangchen opened his eyes, that familiar electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, 1 week of check-ins completed, reward, check-in gift package ×1. Ding, detected unopened gift package.
Would you like to open it now?
Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining all attributes +3, ability, planting LV1, evolution points +6, skill points +1. As the system's voice faded, an attribute panel suddenly appeared before Fangchen's eyes.
Name, Fangchen.
Attributes, strength 15, stamina 14, agility 14, spirit 15.
Ability, fire making max, construction LV2, cooking LV2, hunting LV1, crafting LV2, farming LV1. Evolution points, 16, skill points, 1. Hiss. Fangchen couldn't help but take a sharp breath.
This time's sign-in gift pack, the rewards are truly generous.
In addition to the usual attributes and evolution points, there are also new abilities and skill points. 1 skill point is equivalent to 10 evolution points. In other words, Fangchen can now upgrade both abilities. Without any hesitation, Fangchen allocated these 2 skill points to hunting and planting. As a result, all his abilities reached LV2.
Swish, swish.
With faint tremors echoing one after another, a vast amount of new knowledge flooded into Fangchen's mind,
especially in the area of cultivation. With cultivation, I can transplant many things near the camp, achieving self-sufficiency.
Fangchen thought happily.
Getting up, putting on his coat, Fangchen slowly walked out of the room. In the courtyard, Hetty was standing under the eaves, fiddling with the wild boar skin they had previously peeled off.
Good morning, Fangchen. Hetty greeted him with a smile. Morning. I've already boiled some hot water. It's in the kitchen. Go get some to wash your face. All right. Fangchen smiled as he walked into the kitchen.
With Hetty around, he indeed felt much more at ease, especially with everyday trivial matters, as many things no longer required his attention. Washing his face with hot water and drinking some hot water from a freshly fired bowl, Fangchen felt a warm and comfortable sensation in his stomach.
Fangchen, see if this fits you. At that moment, Hetty suddenly walked in, holding a brand new pigskin coat in her hands.
This pigskin clothing was just sewn by Hetty, using the sewing kit that Fangchen had previously chosen. Seeing this, Fangchen's face lit up with joy, and he smiled as he took off his jacket. After living on this island for 8 days, his clothes had only been washed twice, both times at night. After washing, he would place them near the campfire to dry using the residual heat.
But now, things were different. With this new pigskin clothing, he can now change and wash.
Quickly changing into the pigskin clothes made by Hetty, Fangchen spun around in satisfaction. Not bad, quite comfortable. Although pigskin is rarely used for clothing and modern craftsmanship, it doesn't mean it can't be used. It's just that many people enjoy eating pigskin, which has increased its value.
Yours? Trying it on, Fangchen asked Hetty. Mine is right here.
Hetty, holding a new piece of clothing still being sewn, said with a smile, with the hides of 4 wild boars, we can probably make 3 pieces of clothing and 2 pairs of pants.
But, considering the inner clothes also need to be changed, I plan to. It's fine. Fangchen quickly waved his hand and said, you don't need to make mine, just make yours. It's fine if I don't wear any. Not wear.
Upon hearing this, Hetty was momentarily stunned, and then her pretty face suddenly turned red.
Not wearing it is fine, but you really didn't have to say it out loud, and so loudly at that. Fangchen didn't notice Hetty's reaction and was instead happily taking off his original jacket and t-shirt, preparing to wash them. Give it to me.
Hetty said to Fangchen, from now on, just give me your clothes to wash. As for things like washing dishes, leave them to me as well.
Fangchen touched his nose. Alright then, I'll leave them here. Okay.
Hetty was sewing clothes and doing laundry, while Fangchen didn't stay idle either. He turned around, walked into the kitchen, and started preparing some food.
The two of them worked on their tasks in an orderly manner. By the time Hetty finished washing the clothes, Fangchen had also finished cooking the meat.
The two of them grabbed the roasted meat, took a couple of bites, and then headed outside.
There's quite a lot of cotton over there. If we rely solely on bamboo baskets, we might have to make many many trips, which is a bit troublesome. So today we use the cart. Fang Chen glanced at the wooden cart placed in the courtyard and chuckled. Their task today was to bring back as much cotton as possible. With the cotton, they could not only make clothes but also quilts and other items, greatly improving their quality of life. Let's go! Bringing food and water, Fang Chen and the other quickly walked out of the courtyard. Hetty had walked the route once yesterday, and they had also made markings, so the journey was smooth and familiar. The only inconvenience was that they were pushing a cart. In the jungle, there were various types of vegetation, and the road was uneven. Pushing the wooden cart, their pace was far from fast. Whenever they encountered ravines or dense forests, they had to take a detour or slowly weave their way through. As time passed, the sun gradually rose to the middle of the sky. Under the scorching sun, the two soon began to sweat. Almost there. Gertie wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead and pointed straight ahead, saying, "Once we go down this slope, we'll be able to see the cotton fields ahead." "All right." Fang Chen nodded, pushing the cart and slowly descending the slope. This was not the time to rush after all. It was a downhill slope, and if the speed got too fast, there was a good chance of overturning. However, just as the two were halfway down the slope, suddenly, a very long ravine appeared in front of them. I forgot there was a ravine here," Gertie said apologetically. Because she went out for a whole day yesterday and walked too many paths, she couldn't possibly remember them all. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. It was just a ravine, at worst he could take a detour. However, just as Fang Chen was about to turn around and head to the side, the plants inside the ravine suddenly caught his attention. Under the sunlight, these plants looked so dazzling. Meanwhile, the corners of Fang Chen's mouth gradually curved into a joyful arc. "Heidi, this is hemp." The so-called hemp refers to hemp plants, with very thin stems and fibrous bark that can be twisted into hemp rope. When Fang Chen first arrived on the island, he had thought about making hemp rope, but since he couldn't find the raw materials, he had to put the idea aside. What he didn't expect was that during this trip out, he actually found such a great thing. "That's really true," Gertie said excitedly. "When I came here yesterday, I saw there were ravines, but I didn't pay much attention. I didn't expect there to actually be hemp here. This trip was definitely worth it." Fang Chen chuckled and said, "They originally came to look for cotton, but since they had now found hemp as well, they naturally couldn't let it go." "Hattie, mark this spot on the map." "All right." Hattie took the wooden board and quickly marked the location on it with a camping knife. After finishing all this, Fang Chen and the other person happily changed direction and continued heading toward the cotton. As for hemp, it definitely wouldn't be overlooked, but since it had already been planned, today's main focus was on cotton, so priorities had to be clear. Things, after all, must be done one at a time. After bypassing this ravine, the scene that Hetty saw yesterday quickly appeared before the two of them. In front of them, scattered cotton trees stood tall. Although not clustered together, they weren't very far apart either. Due to the influence of the geographical environment, these cotton trees grew very tall, making it difficult for an average person to harvest them. However, since Fang Chen was here, everything could be easily resolved. "Heidi, you stay down there and catch. I'll climb up." "Okay." On a new day, after his attributes increased once again, Fang Chen felt that climbing trees had become even lighter and more agile. Like a monkey, he swiftly leaped onto the cotton tree in just a few moves. Following the branches, he carefully picked the cotton, while Hetty directly placed the wooden cart below, perfectly catching it. After blooming, the flowers of the cotton plant are milky white, but shortly after blooming, it turns deep red and then withers. However, after it withers, it leaves behind small green capsules called cotton bolls. Inside the cotton bolls are cotton seeds, and the fibers on the seeds grow out from the seed coat, filling the inside of the boll. When the boll matures, it splits open, revealing soft fibers. And what Fang Chen and his group have is precisely this kind of cotton. "Fang Chen, these cottons are too light. It feels like they could be blown away with just a slight breeze." "Yeah, I brought a sleeping bag, the one I had left over before. See if it can cover it." Saying that, Fang Chen took the sleeping bag out from his waist pouch. Hetty's face lit up with joy. As expected, there were some things she hadn't thought of, but Fang Chen had already prepared for them. Spread out all the sleeping bags, covering the small wooden cart like a plastic sheet, so the wind wouldn't blow on the cotton. Moving from one tree to another, Fang Chen hardly took a break. It wasn't until their small wooden cart was filled with cotton that they finally stopped. "There's still so much cotton here. It feels like even with the small wooden cart, we'll have to make many trips," Hetty said. Although there is a small wooden cart, its loading capacity is limited after all. Moreover, the journey here is long, and if they keep running back and forth, their day will be easily wasted. "It's fine." Fang Chen jumped down from the tree and said slowly, "This cart of cotton should be enough for us to use for now. Let's take it back first and then talk. If we go back this time, we definitely won't make it back the next day. Let's wait until tomorrow to come and get the hemp. With the hemp, we can make ropes and sacks, which will allow us to carry more." All right. Fang Chen always had a plan when doing things. First, he would take the cotton back so that Hetty would have something to do and wouldn't have to run back and forth with him, which would only waste time. When Hetty handles the cotton tomorrow, he will come back to pick the hemp himself. This way, the two of them can divide the work, making it more efficient. And once
Once the burlap sacks and ropes are made, they can hold even more cotton. Even if the wooden cart can't fit it all, the burlap sacks can be used. Pushing the wooden cart, the two of them slowly walked toward home. Although it looked like the cart was full of cotton, it wasn't very heavy, so Fangchen found it easy to push. What's more, his current strength is 3 times that of an ordinary person. Pushing the cart all the way toward the camp, Fangchen and Hetty hardly wasted any time on the road. However, just as they returned to the jungle again, while Fangchen was still pushing the cart, Hetty suddenly ran off to the side.
Fangchen was taken aback.
Immediately after, he saw Hetty squatting on the ground, her slender arms gently digging something out of the earth.
Fangchen, look.
Hetty, like a little girl, held the item in her hands high up, her face brimming with joy.
Oh, is this wild spinach?
Yes, Hetty said with a smile. Look, there's more over there.
You go ahead, I'll pick some. All right. Fangchen did not refuse, as getting on the road was important. And so,
Fangchen continued pushing the cart forward, while Hetty, after picking 2 handfuls of spinach, quickly caught up. Pushing the wooden cart all the way back to the camp, Fangchen, apart from sweating, did not feel too tired, especially in terms of mental exhaustion. Now, he feels that even if he works for 12 hours, he still has energy to spare.
Heidi, let's put these cottons in your room for now.
All right. When we have time later, we'll build a room specifically for storing miscellaneous items, Fangchen said. They have now discovered cotton and also hemp, both of which are raw materials for making things and must be properly stored. Moreover, they require quite a large area, so a dedicated room is necessary for storage. After unloading all the cotton, the sky had gradually darkened. They seemed to have only made one trip today, but it indeed took quite a lot of time, as the journey was long.
Fangchen went to boil water to prepare to wash his face, while Hetty started handling the spinach. Tonight, they would be able to enjoy delicious spinach again. However,
while the two were busily working, about 500 meters away from their camp, 2 figures quietly approached.
Becky, are you really sure they have meat hanging outside?
Of course.
Not only meat, they also have 3 rooms, a toilet, and a fence. That impressive? Who could it be? Inside the camp,
Hetty was washing spinach in the courtyard. The clay pots that Fangchen had previously fired are now all usable. In addition, a larger water jar is being fired, along with about 10 clay bowls made by Fangchen. Just as Hetty was about to finish cleaning, suddenly, distinct footsteps could be heard not far away.
Someone?
Hetty paused and quickly looked up in the direction of the sound. And with this glance, Hetty immediately froze in place. Outside the courtyard, through the wooden fence, she could clearly see 2 men walking side by side. The one leading looked extremely familiar.
Gao Liangjun? That's right. The visitors were none other than Gao Liangjun and Becky. When Hetty discovered them, Gao Liangjun had already seen her.
He looked at Hetty with some surprise, then glanced at the 3 large wooden houses and the luxurious toilet, a hint of confusion on his face.
When did Hetty become so capable? You have to know, this was only the 9th day.
From the level of construction, Hetty's place is definitely of the super luxurious kind.
Especially,
under the eaves of the wooden house, there were pork pieces hanging everywhere. When Gao Liangjun saw this meat, his eyes lit up.
Hi, Hetty. Takayoshi walked to the outside of the wooden fence, smiling as he greeted Hetty.
Takayoshi, how did you guys find this place?
Hetty asked curiously. We walked here.
Takara Jun said with a smile. To be honest, your camp is about 30 kilometers away from our place. It took us most of the day to get here.
Oh,
Hetty responded indifferently, not paying much attention.
For Takara Jun and his group to come all this way, doesn't that mean their lives must be quite well off too?
Of course, there is another possibility. That is, like Hetty, their camp was destroyed, making survival impossible, and they had no choice but to leave their homeland.
But judging by their attire, it's clearly not the second possibility.
While the two were talking, Gao Liangjun was also constantly observing the courtyard and the 3 wooden houses in front of him. There are not only extra accommodations here, but there's even a kitchen inside, and you can smell the delicious aroma of meat. The most crucial thing is that there's even a brand new wooden cart parked in the courtyard. Hetty is clearly on the path to wealth. In contrast, although they are now slightly better off compared to Hetty, their days can only be described as impoverished.
Moreover,
since the meeting began, Hetty hasn't been very interested in him, and even seems to have a sense of vigilance. In other words, it's very likely that she's living here alone, otherwise, she wouldn't be so wary.
Of course, the entire competition is being broadcast live, so Takayoshi won't do anything inappropriate.
But, if they could collaborate with Hetty, wouldn't they secure first place? Thinking of this, Gao Liangjun immediately smiled.
Hetty, it's been quite a long time since we last met, hasn't it? It seems our last collaboration was in a competition 2 years ago.
Do you have any plans for this competition? Have you thought about getting first place?
No,
Hetty answered very directly.
No? How could that be?
Gao Liangjun said with a smile, you've built this place so well, it's obvious you can compete for first place.
Of course, that's just for now. If your future development can't keep up, then it's hard to say.
Oh, do you have any good suggestions?
Hetty asked with a smile. Collaboration.
Gao Liangjun confidently said, you should know that the program team specifically sent us a message, saying that someone has already started transaction-based cooperation. In other words, the structure of this competition after this will definitely be a showdown between tribes. Fighting alone like this won't work for you in the future. Of course, if you and I can cooperate and seize this early advantage, I think even if we can't get first place, we can definitely secure a spot in the top 3. The program team has set the prize for the top 5, which means as long as the last 5 tribes survive, they will all receive the prize. As for how to divide the money, that depends on the participants' own distribution. Upon hearing this, Hetty's lips curved into a slight smile. The collaboration message sent by the production team? You probably don't know, this system was created because of Fang Chen, right? When you all learned about this news, we had already been developing for several days. What's more, I know very well what abilities you, Gao Liangjun, have. If working with Fang Chen couldn't secure first place, then what are you even worth, Gao Liangjun? Of course, the more important thing is, damn, this guy showed up again? 2 years ago, it was him who completely screwed over Hetty in the competition. Exactly. This guy may look decent on the surface, but he's actually a heartless scoundrel. Working with him will definitely lead to no good. Herty, kick this guy out. Absolutely no cooperation with him. Humph, what skills does this guy even have that we don't know about? He can't even compare to Fang Chen's little toe. That's right, it's still best to follow Fang Chen. At least we can enjoy good food and drinks every day. Upstairs, didn't you guys say before that Fang Chen wasn't good? This is called, having a comparison makes something stand out. When Gao Liangjun appeared, Hetty's live stream room had already exploded. Perhaps others didn't have such strong opinions about Gao Liangjun, but Hetty's fans were well aware of the deal 2 years ago. In that competition, Gao Liangjun ruthlessly sabotaged Hetty, ultimately causing her to not even make it into the top 10. And this guy took first place. Such despicable tactics made all of Hetty's fans feel indignant on her behalf. But now, Gao Liangjun actually still has the nerve to come to Hetty for cooperation? Upon hearing this, Hetty sneered again. Gao Liangjun, if you really want to cooperate, talking to me is useless. Oh, Takara Jun paused, looking at Heidi with some surprise. What does that mean? Just as the two finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged from the kitchen. Fang Chen. Gao Liangjun looked at the figure in shock, but soon, a hint of joy immediately appeared on his face. It's even better if it's Fang Chen. They've met and chatted before, plus they're from the same country, so working together definitely won't be a problem. Besides, he's a newcomer, which makes him even easier to fool. Thinking of this, Gao Liangjun immediately beamed with joy. Fang Chen, are you interested in collaborating? Cooperation? Fang Chen curled his lips into a smile and asked, what kind of cooperation are you proposing? Gao Liangjun chuckled and said, we're from the same country, so cooperation should definitely be mutually beneficial. Would you be interested in discussing it further? Alright, come in, Fang Chen said generously. You really get it. Gao Liangjun smiled and entered through the gate with Becky. After entering, Gao Liangjun took another look at Fang Chen and their courtyard, his eyes full of surprise. Fang Chen, is this house the result of you two? I really didn't expect you to be able to do such a great job. Yes. Gao Liangjun first praised them, then shook his head and said, the two of us are miserable. It's been several days, and we haven't even had any meat to eat. Oh, really? Then you guys are indeed quite unfortunate. Fang Chen said casually. Gao Liangjun was momentarily stunned, then smiled again and said, Fang Chen, my purpose for coming this time is very clear. I want to collaborate with you. Are you interested? After realizing that Fang Chen was the leader of the two, Gao Liangjun shifted his offensive toward him. No matter what, Fang Chen was a complete rookie and didn't know much about wilderness survival. Of course, when it came to construction, he might indeed have unique experience. Otherwise, it wouldn't have developed so well. Hearing this, Fang Chen calmly asked, do you have anything that can attract me? Or rather, do you have the capital to make me cooperate? Of course. Gao Liangjun said proudly, the person next to me is Becky, one of the top 50 wilderness survival experts in the world. Plus, with me, don't we have enough credentials to collaborate with you? In his view, as soon as the world ranking was mentioned, Fang Chen would surely be intrigued, especially with the reputation of Gao Liangjun himself. That can be said easily to scare a newcomer, can't it? Sorry. However, Fang Chen shrugged and said, Hetty is also ranked among the top 50 in the world, but she's still working for me. Working? Fang Chen smiled and said, all her scores are counted under my name now. She has nothing and can only work for me. I think you should be well aware of that, right? Yes. He had just overheard the conversation between Gao Liangjun and Hetty. Since this guy said it was the program team's idea, then he and Becky must have engaged in such a transaction. Moreover, given Gao Liangjun's personality, all the benefits would definitely be credited to him. Well, I do know a bit about this. Gao Liangjun didn't make his point very clear but instead asked, Fang Chen, have you thought about your future development? Future development? Seeing Fang Chen's confusion, he immediately became interested and said animatedly, future development will definitely involve clashes between tribes. With just the two of you, you definitely won't be able to compete with others in the future. That's right, but we're different. We've been exploring outside these past few days and discovered many great places and things. As long as you and I cooperate, of course, the scores will still belong to whoever they should. If we occupy the resources of these places, won't the island be under our control in the future?
Oh, Fang Chen raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, what good things have you discovered? Hee, to be honest, we discovered cotton. Cotton? Hearing these two words, Fang Chen and Hetty exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of mockery in each other's eyes. Are you talking about this?
Hetty slowly took a piece of cotton out of her waist pouch and tossed it in front of Gao Liangjun.
Gao Liangjun was completely dumbfounded. Where did they get cotton from? No, that's not the point. The point is, he has to say something even more appealing.
Well, besides cotton, I also found a lot of medicinal herbs, discovered a bamboo forest, and oh, we're also planning to go fishing in the sea.
Not bad.
It sounds like Takayoshi and his team did have some gains.
Fang Chen nodded slightly.
But everything they mentioned,
Fang Chen has it all. As for going out to sea to fish,
he himself said it was preparation, not that he had already gone. And this preparation could mean many different things. Take Fang Chen, for example, he could also say that he's planning to build an airplane.
In summary, everything Gao Liangjun said was nothing more than empty promises. He was brainwashing Fang Chen.
What he wanted was simply to use the pretense of collaborating with Fang Chen and the others to enjoy their existing resources.
Brother Gao.
Fang Chen stepped forward, patted Gao Liangjun on the shoulder, and said with a smile, it's not that I don't want to cooperate with you, but our current situation is quite frustrating too.
You're frustrated?
Gao Liangjun widened his eyes, looking at Fang Chen as if he'd seen a ghost.
Come on, do you think I'm blind? Your house is full of cured meat and sausages. Do you think I can't see them? And your little courtyard, it looks so cozy. You even have the time to build a toilet and a kitchen. You call this situation troublesome?
Fang Chen said earnestly, look at us now. It's so difficult to even find some vegetables to eat outside.
And these clothes, they're all made of animal skins. We can't even bear to wear our original clothes.
We're living worse than primitive people.
Yes, Brother Gao, you're a good person. Although I really want to cooperate with you, I can't drag you down or harm you. Otherwise, my conscience would ache.
Brother Gao, you've come all this way, and it must have been really tough.
Look at my place. I don't have anything to properly host you. The only thing I can offer you is probably the toilet. How about you use the toilet for convenience? At least that would fulfill my duty as a host.
Put.
Takara Jun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm a good person? Does your conscience hurt? Do you even have a conscience? Do you really consider my feelings when you lie with your eyes wide open? Also, what do you mean by asking me to go to the bathroom? To provide you with fertilizer later? And you call that fulfilling the host's duty?
Brother Fang Chen, there's no need to use the restroom.
We need to hurry back, so we won't disturb you. We'll visit again another time. You're leaving already? Are you sure you don't want to use the restroom?
Here, you won't get bitten by mosquitoes while using it.
No, farewell. Gao Liangjun quickly took Becky and ran off without another word.
He admitted to himself that he had the idea of trying to fool Fang Chen, but compared to Fang Chen's shameless tactics, he was still too inexperienced.
Seeing this scene, Hetty, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fang Chen, you're so bad. Bad?
Fang Chen helplessly spread his hands. He was just doing what he was supposed to do.
Think about what Gao Liangjun said when he came.
If you want to collaborate with him, you also want to use his resources, and the score has to count as his own.
Is this a sincere attempt at collaboration? No. Since you're not sincere yourself, why should I collaborate with you?
Takara Junichi initially treated Fang Chen like a rookie, speaking in a way that was clearly manipulative and obviously ill-intentioned.
For someone like that, Fang Chen not kicking him out immediately was already quite generous. Moreover, TSK, Fang Chen's shameless attitude is so damn cool.
Seeing Takara Junichi's defeated expression really brightened my mood a lot.
Hey, who was the one cursing Fang Chen every day before? Bro, that was all a misunderstanding.
You know, the saying no fight, no acquaintance.
Besides, I wasn't cursing, I was speaking eloquently. Who's your bro? I'm your big sister.
After this incident, many of Hetty's fans flocked to Fang Chen's livestream.
This time, they did only one thing. Swipe gifts.
After they arrived, the screen was flooded with gifts non-stop for over 10 minutes straight. Although the number isn't large, the sheer volume makes up for it. What's more, most of Hetty's fans are men, and quite a few are rich second-generation heirs, making the gifting even more intense. For a while, the entire screen was filled with notifications showing Fang Chen's livestream being flooded with gifts, attracting many passers-by.
My goodness, who is this big shot? Fang Chen? Doesn't seem familiar. Not knowing him isn't important, the key is to look at his construction. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and even a bathroom. Is that a car? Damn, this seems like one of our country's people. Absolutely gotta support. If someone comes in, there will be traffic.
After this wave, the number of followers in Fang Chen's livestream room directly surpassed the 1 million mark. His fan growth also directly reached 3rd place on the overall leaderboard. The two ahead of him are both stunning beauties, attracting more fans because of their looks. Fang Chen was unaware of what was happening in the livestream room. His mind was occupied with the matter involving Gao Liangjun just now. Although Gao Liangjun had ill intentions, he inadvertently reminded Fang Chen of something. As time passes and individuals continue to develop and expand their territories, such progress is inevitable. Even if Gao Liangjun and his group are living relatively well, being the first to arrive here means that more people will inevitably follow. So, he must hurry to start exploring. Fang Chen, it's time to eat. As he was deep in thought, Hetty's voice came from the kitchen. Tonight's dinner was also cured meat, but with added spinach. The two enjoyed a delicious meal, making many viewers drool. After dinner, Hetty tidied up the dishes and started sorting out the cotton. Meanwhile, Fang Chen pushed the cart and headed up the mountain. Although the weather is still quite hot now, once winter arrives, it will be very cold here. He must plan ahead for the future. So, he wants to renovate the house. The insulation of the wooden house is limited. Even with a bonfire at night while sleeping, it is still insufficient during winter. But if it's a mud house built with stones and soil, that would be different. Therefore, Fang Chen was mainly transporting rocks this time. Meanwhile, while Fang Chen and his team were busy, on the other side, Takayoshi, what exactly does Fang Chen mean by this? Doesn't he want to cooperate with us? Becky asked with a frown. Takayoshi replied coldly, I thought he was naive, but it turns out he's quite clever and won't fall for it. What should we do in the future? Should we still look for them? Of course, Gao Liangjun said, their development is the fastest we've seen so far. Even compared to us, it's much faster. If we can leverage their strengths while improving ourselves, and then recruit some more people, we can definitely compete for the top 3. But, Fang Chen seems to know our plan. Becky looked a bit worried. Although Fang Chen's reaction today seemed somewhat nonsensical, it was clear that he didn't want to cooperate with them. At this rate, no matter how many times they try, it will be useless. On the other hand, the resources on Fang Chen's side are many that they don't have over there, so it's better to make good use of them while they can. Hearing this, Gao Liangjun sneered and said, so what if he knows? Do you really think he can make it to the end? Think about it, since the program team has clearly stated that it will be a competition between tribes later, do you think just the two of them can achieve much? But, they can recruit people too. What do you mean? No. Look at Fang Chen, he's clearly a narcissist who thinks no one is better than him. There's no way anyone would cooperate with him. So, once we develop a bit, the initiative will be in our hands? Gao Liangjun said proudly. He's been in this industry for over 10 years, with far more experience and connections than Fang Chen. That's right. As long as he says a word, most of the other contestants will give him some face. By then, who else can Fang Chen turn to? Thinking happily to themselves, the two quickly walked forward. At this moment, Becky, standing nearby, suddenly brightened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, look ahead, there's a wooden fence. Oh, it really is? In the line of sight, a wooden fence was placed in the water, spanning the entire river. Who put this here? Fang Chen and his group? Who else could it be? After speaking, Gao Liangjun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in a low voice, Becky, this thing is great. It saves us a lot of time. Take it back. Becky nodded quickly. Anyway, this thing is in the water, and no one is watching it. Just treat it as something without an owner. Whoever sees it gets it. Alright. And just as Becky forcefully lifted the wooden fence out of the water, a sudden splash sound came from the water. Takayoshi Jun, there's a fish. Becky shouted, her face full of excitement. On the wooden fence, a freshwater fish was clearly stuck and unable to move. Even though it struggled desperately to break free, it was still firmly trapped. Fish? That's wonderful. Takayoshi smiled brightly. Take it back, this fish is ours. Fang Chen ran back and forth twice, and the courtyard was already piled with many rocks. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. Without sufficient lighting, Fang Chen and his group would not venture out, as this deserted island was far from safe. In the room, Fang Chen and Hetty sat in front of the campfire, warming themselves. Inside the camp, Fang Chen, although we now have cotton, without a spinning wheel, we can't get started. I know. Fang Chen looked somewhat troubled. The spinning wheel was something that had never appeared in his memory, so he wasn't sure how to make it. Unless he upgraded his handicraft skill level, he might be able to figure out the specific method of making a spinning wheel. Let's put the cotton aside for now. Tomorrow, we'll first go and harvest the hemp before anything else. Hemp was very important, especially hemp rope. Whether in construction, hunting, or crafting, having hemp rope makes things much more convenient, so this is the first thing they need to make. By the way, didn't you put a fence in the river? Why not check it out when you have time? What? Are you craving fish? Well, sort of. Didn't you use that thing to catch some last time? If we can get some fish, we can change up our meals a bit. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Eating barbecue and cured meat every day would definitely get tiresome. It would be nice to occasionally change things up. After all, they no longer had to worry about food and only needed to keep improving their meals. Alright. After discussing, the two went back to sleep separately. A night passed without a word. The next day, just as dawn broke, Fang Chen turned over and got out of bed. After a brief wash, he headed toward the riverbank. He planned to first check if there were any fish. If there were, he would catch them and bring them back, so he could cook them directly for dinner later. When Fang Chen arrived at the riverbank, bank. He was completely stunned. "Where is my wooden fence?" Fong Chen was very puzzled. However, when he placed the wooden fence back then, he had specifically checked it. Even if there was a heavy rain, it was absolutely impossible for it to be washed away. Moreover, there were no traces of other animals appearing around here, so there was no possibility of it being damaged. Just as Fong Chen felt that something was amiss, suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a trail of footprints by the river. Seeing this, Fong Chen immediately understood. "Gao Liangjun, not bad, not bad." A cold smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. It was obvious that his wooden fence had been taken by Gao Liangjun. After all, the only ones who came here yesterday were Gao Liangjun and his group. Moreover, they were very likely trying to take revenge on him. "I haven't even made a move on you, and you're already causing me trouble. It seems that if I don't fight back, you might think I'm easy to bully, huh?" Fong Chen let out a cold laugh, glanced at the riverside once more, and then walked toward the wooden cabin. He did not hide the disappearance of the wooden fence and directly told Hetty about it. It was Gao Liangjun and his group, wasn't it? After hearing everything, Hetty's first words were just like that. It should be. How despicable they are." Hetty said angrily, "I always felt something was off about him when dealing with him before. He likes to strike from behind, and now he's even doing such sneaky things. What do you plan to do? Do you want to confront them about it?" Fong Chen waved his hand calmly and said, "We'll be living here for a year, so we have plenty of time to deal with him. Besides, we have more important things to do right now." Hetty nodded slightly. At critical moments, one must remain calm. If they really went to argue with them, that would ruin everything. It's fine. Meanwhile, as the two were discussing, their livestream chat was filled with comments. "Alright, damn, Gao Liangjun is actually this kind of person? I always thought this guy was pretty shady, but I didn't expect he'd actually do something like this. Yeah, anyone who's worked with him has basically suffered loss as well, except for people like Becky who are in cahoots with him. No way, I'm going to his livestream to give him a piece of my mind." That lady upstairs, calm down a bit. You know Hai Liangjuan's fans are all brainless. If you really go and curse them, do you think you can come back unscathed? Then what should I do? Don't worry, Fong Chen isn't the type to suffer losses. I have a feeling Hai Liangjun is going to be in big trouble this time. No, I still can't hold back. Who knows any dirt on Hai Liangjun? Tell me, and if it's true, I'll pay $1,000 per piece of information. Gao Liangjuan's matter was quickly left behind by Fong Chen and the others. It's not that they didn't care, but now is not the time to rush. Although Gao Liangjun is a gloomy person, he said something very true yesterday, and that is to seize resources. In the early stages, whoever can seize more resources will undoubtedly develop faster, and now is the time to seize resources. If spending several days causing trouble for Gao Liangjun just for a wooden fence, it would only be a loss, giving others an opportunity. But if I take the resources first, dealing with Gao Liangjun later will be much easier. Pushing the wooden cart, the two once again arrived in front of the deep ravine from yesterday. Looking at the hemp plants growing abundantly inside, the two beamed with joy. Use the camping knife in your hand to cut these plants, cutting close to the roots, and then bundle them together. This makes them easier to place. As time continued to pass, Fong Chen and Hetty were soon drenched in sweat. After all, there was no shelter in this ravine, and the sunlight was directly shining on them. By the end of today, we'll probably shed a layer of skin. Yes, the sun is a bit unbearable. It's hard to endure like this. Let's take turns. I'll go first, and then you can take over later, otherwise it's easy to get heatstroke. Alright. This morning, when the two of them went out, they were already upset about Gao Liangjuan's matter, so they didn't even bring any patchouli. After all, with such a blazing sun, carrying patchouli can help clear heat and prevent heatstroke. However, even without patchouli, the two taking turns to rest wouldn't be a problem, as there was a forest not far away. By the time they were busy until the afternoon, the wooden cart was already loaded with bundles of hemp. The two pushed the small wooden cart, returning fully loaded. By the time they returned to the camp, the sun was already about to set. Hurdy unloaded all the hemp nearby. Meanwhile, Fong Chen picked up a pickaxe and dug a pit beside the courtyard. To make hemp rope, hemp as a raw material is indispensable, and to process it, it must be soaked in water. This process is called retting. However, because hemp is very light and has a low density, it tends to float on the water's surface. At this point, stones are needed to press it underwater, and the rocks Fong Chen found came into play. Of course, hemp that hasn't undergone the retting process can still have its fibers peeled off, but they are very fragile and break easily, rendering them almost useless. To turn them into hemp rope, the retting process is absolutely necessary. Throwing all the hemp into the freshly dug pit, Fong Chen and Hetty pushed the wooden cart to the riverside again, filled all the clay pots with water, and transported them back once more. If they didn't have the wooden cart, they would have had to run back and forth repeatedly. Thus, the creation of the wooden cart saved them a lot of time and effort. By the time the two finished their work, almost an entire day had passed. Fong Chen, there's still some spinach left from yesterday, so why not cook it up? In the kitchen, Hetty was cooking nearby, while Fong Chen was gathering all the acorns they had picked up earlier. What are you doing with the acorns? Hetty asked curiously. Making flour. Noodles? Alright. Fong Chen
Chen said with a smile, eating meat every day. We still need to change the taste once in a while. Well, if it weren't for that guy Gao Liangjun, we might have already been eating fish today, Hetty said, pouting. As soon as Hetty said this, the livestream chat immediately started buzzing again. It's not possible, it's certain. Yes, that's right, I just watched Gao Liangjun's livestream replay from yesterday. That wooden fence is exactly what they took. There were even fish on it. That guy is truly despicable. What about the sister who said she'd dig up dirt on him yesterday? Any updates? Not sure, but I saw a lot of posts with information, so we should be able to dig up quite a bit. Hee, waiting to watch the drama unfold. Of course, aside from that, most of the audience was curiously watching Fong Chen. They were eager to see how Fong Chen would make noodles. Under the drone's camera lens, Fong Chen gathered all the acorns together. Then, he picked up the stone pickaxe nearby, smashed all the acorns one by one, and tossed them into a clay pot beside him. Ahem, everyone, watch carefully. Making flour is actually very simple. Fong Chen spoke to the drone's camera while working. First, grind all these acorns into powder, which is essentially flour. This process might take a while, so you'll need to be patient. But it's okay, we have plenty of time tonight. I'll take my time doing it. As he spoke, all the acorns in the clay pot in front of Fong Chen were quickly ground into powder. Next, sift out the coarse residue inside. I don't have a sieve, so I can only pick them out slowly like this. It's a bit straining on the eyes and time-consuming. Speaking of this, Fong Chen suddenly paused. That's right, he didn't have a sieve. He had to make one, so that he could use it in the future whenever he wanted to make noodles. About half an hour later. Alright, the coarse residue is basically gone. Next, we need to boil some water. Pour all the boiling water in, and stir it evenly. By the way, this acorn needs to be dried for a while at first. Once it's dried, you have to remove the hard shell. Don't grind it with the shell still on. And for this flour, you need to set aside a little bit. As he spoke, Fong Chen quickly mixed all the acorn powder evenly. Clapping his hands, Fong Chen said casually, now we just need to let it cool, then take it out and cut it into pieces. That way, it becomes dough and can be eaten. Oh, by the way, I should mention, dear audience, please don't follow my example. The noodles made from acorns are a bit bitter. If we weren't looking to try something different, I wouldn't eat them either. So that's how it is. Fong Chen really knows a lot. Of course, Fong Chen's skills are the real deal, far better than that Gao Liangjun by a long shot. This time the fan is aimed at the right person. Fong Chen, come eat. Hetty called out from the side. Alright, coming. Fong Chen placed the clay pot outside the wooden hut, then cheerfully ran over and contentedly ate the food. On this deserted island, only delicious food can ease the fatigue of the body and soul, otherwise, every day would be meaningless. After finishing the food, Fong Chen quickly came to the clay pot and reached inside to feel it. Wow, it cooled down so quickly. Looks like the temperature at night is really low. Fong Chen took the dough out and cut it into small pieces with a camping knife. Seeing this, Hetty curiously leaned over. Next, you just roll out these pieces of dough a bit, make them into sheets, sprinkle some flour on top, then fold them, and cut them into strips with a knife. After saying this, Fong Chen picked up the already folded dough sheet in front of him and began shaking it quickly. Under Hetty's gaze, the strands of dough were quickly stretched and thinned, gradually taking on the appearance of noodles. Fong Chen, I realize you're truly so versatile. It seems like there's nothing in this world you can't do. Hetty leaned against the stone slab, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Fong Chen, as if she had discovered a treasure. Hearing this, Fong Chen smiled and said, I grew up in the countryside, had to rely on myself for everything, or else I wouldn't have survived. This sentence is indeed true. However, he didn't learn much when he was young. Most of it was still thanks to the system. Alright, as each strand of noodle took shape, Fong Chen used a camping knife to cut them off from the beginning. In this way, the noodles made from acorns were finally completed. Let's put this in the kitchen, store it in a clay pot, and use it as our breakfast for tomorrow. Purdy happily agreed. Following Fong Chen was indeed the right decision. Just as Fong Chen was about to wash his hands and go to sleep, suddenly, an electronic voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving achievement points. Reward, Guiding Stone ×1. Guiding Stone allows the host to obtain the current location of the target through thought until the target is found. Usable ×3. Alright, however, Guiding Stone. After the system sound faded, Fong Chen felt as if a mysterious thought had suddenly appeared in his mind. It was clear that the guiding stone existed within his mind, and he could use it anytime he wanted. As long as I think of something, it can guide me to find it? Doesn't that mean I can immediately locate Gao Liangjun's position? Fong Chen's lips curved into a smile, unable to hold back his laughter. It really is true that whatever you lack, comes to you. In this desolate wilderness, without a compass, trying to find someone is practically as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The most crucial point is that although although Gao Liangjun has found them, they have no idea where Gao Liangjun is, but now it's different. With the guiding stone, he can easily find Gao Liangjun, and then, Fangchen, what are you laughing at? Heidi looked at Fangchen curiously from the side. This guy has been grinning foolishly ever since he made the noodles. Anyone who didn't know better might think he was narcissistic. It's nothing. Fangchen cleared his throat twice, snapped back to reality, and said, well, it's getting late. Hurry up and go to sleep. Hetty pouted, tidied up the kitchen a bit, and then went to bed. Lying on the bed, Fangchen opened his attribute page and discovered that he had gained another 10 evolution points. With the guiding stone, I can locate Gao Liangjun anytime and deal with him however I want. However, I still need to prepare a bit. Gao Liangjun's actions had made Fangchen extremely displeased. Alright, for this kind of person, if he doesn't receive a profound lesson, how can Fangchen vent his anger? Of course, killing someone is definitely out of the question. After all, this is a society with rules, and you can't act recklessly. This is, after all, a competition. Gao Liangjun's goal is to go after the final prize. If action is to be taken, starting here is clearly the best choice. Moreover, after obtaining the guiding stone, Fangchen's mindset became much less impatient. It was a sense of assured victory, a confidence in himself, just like a hunter facing prey already in his grasp. However, I wonder what kind of expression this guy will have if he's the first to be eliminated. Thinking of this, Fangchen suddenly laughed. Such an arrogant and conceited person, if they ended up in last place, they would probably go crazy, right? Well, better upgrade my abilities first and see if I can make a spinning wheel. Now Fangchen and the others have cotton and can also card the cotton. But without a spinning wheel, this cotton cannot be turned into clothes. Moreover, they now have hemp, but without a spinning wheel, they still cannot draw out fibers. Thinking of this, Fangchen slowly opened the attribute page, exchanged 10 evolution points for skill points, and then added them to craftsmanship. Swish! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and immediately, countless pieces of knowledge began to rapidly flash through his brain like a curtain of light. LV3 craftsmanship once again elevates Fangchen's production skills to a new level. Spinning wheel. A glint of light flashed in Fangchen's eyes. So this is how the spinning wheel came to be. TSK, it's truly unimaginable how the ancients came up with this. Smiling faintly, Fangchen slowly closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next day, when Fangchen opened his eyes, there was already some activity in the kitchen. Hetty was preparing to boil water. Got it. Apart from that, there were also some rustling sounds coming from outside. Is it raining? Fangchen turned over and got up from the bed, greeted the drone camera, and slowly walked toward the kitchen. You're up? I've already boiled the water. Go wash your face. Pouring the hot water into a clay pot, Fangchen went outside, rubbed the hot water on his face, and considered it done. Fangchen, it's raining today. Although the rain isn't heavy, it might still be a bit difficult to go out. Then let's just not go out. Fangchen said with a smile. Anyway, we don't lack anything right now. It's a good chance to tidy up the house. What do you want to do? Alright, don't we have so much cotton? Let's make the spinning wheel first. Do you know how to make it? Yes. The corners of Fangchen's mouth lifted as he smiled and said, not just the spinning wheel, I also plan to make something to block the rain. Indeed, it might rain frequently in the coming days. If we can't go out because of the rain, it will waste a lot of time. Responding with a sound, Fangchen draped the sleeping bag over himself and slowly walked out the door. The remaining part of this sleeping bag can not only be used as an umbrella but also made into a raincoat. But that would be too wasteful. So Fangchen planned to see if there were other materials that could be used as a substitute. If not, he would use the only sleeping bag to make it. Walking toward the back mountain, Fangchen found a slightly oval-shaped bluestone. Yes. After bringing it back, Fangchen used a stone pickaxe to slowly hollow out the middle, then made a wooden rod from the wood at home. Using the wooden rod, he drew a few lines from the center of the round stone, and then dug a few small holes at the top of the lines. Make wooden sticks according to the size of the small holes, ensuring these sticks can be inserted snugly without loosening. The spinning wheel consists of the binding disc and the binding rod, with the circular hole in the spinning wheel used for inserting the binding rod. When a person uses force to rotate the spinning disc, the weight of the binding itself causes a pile of tangled fibers to be drawn out and refined. In addition, the spinning wheel involves 5 essential steps: feeding, drafting, twisting, winding, and shaping. These 5 steps are absolutely indispensable. Even in modern machinery, these 5 steps are replaced by more advanced technology, but the essence remains the same, and the principles are identical. As Fangchen moved his hands, a brand new spinning wheel quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. When they saw this thing, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. My goodness, Fangchen really knows how to make this stuff, huh? That's unbelievable. It is indeed unbelievable for us, but for professionals like them, this is just basic operation. Nonsense. How many have you seen actually make a spinning wheel? Most of them are just living off their resources. That's right, Fangchen is truly amazing. Hey, what's with Hetty's look? That's my dream guy. You're not allowed to look at him like that. Inside the room, Hetty looked at Fangchen with a face full of admiration, her pretty face brimming with joy. It felt just like seeing her idol. In her heart, Fang Chen was already an omnipotent existence. Heidi, try to see if you can use it. Alright. Heidi's face was full of excitement. After Fang Chen secured the spinning wheel, Heidi eagerly took out the already carded cotton and began spinning. As the spinning wheel turned continuously, its own weight caused the messy cotton fibers to be drawn out and thinned, while the force generated by the rotating spindle twisted the thin fibers into a spiral shape. During its continuous rotation, the forces of drafting and twisting were transmitted upward along the spindle, with the fibers being continuously drawn out and twisted. When the spinning wheel stopped turning, the twisted yarn was wound around the spindle, completing the spinning process. Although it sounds simple, actually doing it is still very complicated. After all, not a single one of those 5 processes can be skipped, and they are all done by hand, making the speed far inferior to modern machinery. Seeing that there were no issues on Heidi's side, Fang Chen walked out of the room with satisfaction. With the spinning wheel problem resolved, many of their living issues would also be addressed. However, in the future, Heidi might have to work a bit harder, spending her days by the spinning wheel. It was raining outside. The drizzle gently fell in the courtyard, and the vast dense forest around was quiet, with occasional sounds of insects chirping and birds singing. For those who enjoy life, such days couldn't be more pleasant. But for Fang Chen, this rain was just a hindrance to their work. He had originally planned to build another wooden cabin, but because of this rain, he had to postpone it for a while. Forget it, since there's nothing else to do, I might as well go out for a walk. Heidi was spinning yarn at home, and Fang Chen had nothing to do either. It might be better to go out and wander around. Although the rain was annoying, there might be some unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Fang Chen draped the sleeping bag over himself and strolled outside. This time, the direction he advanced in was neither the back mountain nor the place he came from, but across the river, heading diagonally toward the seaside. This direction was one they had never been to before and was also the most likely direction where Cao Liangjun and his group might have established a camp. With his feet lightly stepping on the ground, Fang Chen walked unhurriedly through the dense forest, while also staying alert and observing his surroundings. As time passed, Fang Chen soon walked out of the river's range and arrived at a place he had never been to before. Although there was still dense forest around, not far in front of him, there was a small hill. The terrain was peculiar. It was clearly a small hill, yet it undulated like a mountain range. Fang Chen tightened the bamboo basket on his back and walked slowly toward the hill. The scenery here is quite nice, especially when it rains. It gives a sense of secluded life in the mountains, Fang Chen said to the camera with a smile. As the words fell, he had already reached the top of the hill. The hill was covered with weeds, and Fang Chen treaded carefully among them. After all, in a place like this, if there were snakes or something, they could easily attack him. Just as Fang Chen cautiously climbed up the small hill, his eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that although this side was a small hill, after reaching the top, the side facing the sea was actually a steep slope. Standing on the top of this mountain, he could even vaguely see the outline of the seaside. TSK, the scenery here is truly unbelievably beautiful. Fang Chen wore a smile on his face, thoroughly enjoying the moment. After so many days of busyness, suddenly standing alone on this high mountain, with light rain falling around, was truly a way to relax one's mood. If there's nothing to do in the future, you can come here and sit for a while. You could even have a barbecue or something. Wait, I'm already having a barbecue every day now. Fang Chen shook his head with a laugh, placed the bamboo basket on the ground, and sat down directly without caring whether the ground was wet. Casually pulling up a blade of wild grass nearby, Fang Chen placed it in his mouth and slowly chewed. When winter comes, if it's sunny, they can also come here to enjoy a sunbath. It's quite nice. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly froze, then abruptly pulled the wild grass out of his mouth. Damn, that scared me. What's going on? Could it be that this grass is poisonous? I don't know. Look at Fang Chen's expression. It's so serious. That's not right. He laughed. This seems to be dragon beard grass? Ha ha ha. The many viewers in the livestream suddenly heard Fang Chen's unrestrained laughter, and in his hand, he was tightly clutching that wild grass from earlier. Who would have thought? I just casually lay down on the ground, and I actually found dragon beard grass? Fang Chen said with a laugh. In his hand was none other than dragon beard grass. The so-called dragon beard grass is also known as mountain reed grass, or straw grass. In addition to being used as an herbal medicine for clearing heat, detoxifying, and treating colds, it was also the best choice for making straw raincoats in ancient times. What is a straw raincoat? It's the ancient version of a raincoat. Fang Chen was still thinking today about what to use to make an umbrella. That's right. Now, why make umbrellas? Just make straw raincoats directly. With straw raincoats, they can go out as usual on rainy days. In fact, straw raincoats are even more convenient than umbrellas. They're just like raincoats, you wear them on your body. Unlike umbrellas, you don't have to hold them in your hand, and they won't interfere with their movements while working. Fang Chen excitedly stood up from the ground and carefully gazed down the hillside. At this sight, Fang Chen couldn't help but grow even more excited. Heaven is truly helping me. It's all dragon whisker grass. Now I can not only make a straw raincoat, but also improve my wooden house. If I add another layer of thatch to the roof, won't I have nothing to worry about? about when it rains?
Yes, we can even directly convert the wooden house into a thatched house, using earthen construction methods.
This way, it will be warmer in the winter.
Thinking of this, Fangchen couldn't help but grab his bamboo basket and quickly began cutting dragon beard grass from the ground with his camping knife. This time, he only brought the bamboo basket. To truly bring all this dragon beard grass back, he would need a wooden cart. Of course, filling up one basket would also work. Just as Fangchen was ecstatic, suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a very conspicuous blank area about 100 or 200 meters away from him.
Seeing this scene, Fangchen suddenly froze. Someone has already been here.
In that blank area, the dragon's beard grass on the ground had clearly been cut by someone. In this area, the only people Fangchen could think of, apart from that white man, were Gao Liangjun and Becky. However, that white man was farther away from here, and his standard of living wasn't very high, so he probably wouldn't have the energy to come this far.
Thinking this way, Gao Liangjun and his group are the most likely. It really is a narrow road for enemies to meet.
A cold glint flashed in Fangchen's eyes as he spoke coldly. Gao Liangjun had mentioned that it took them about 3 hours to reach Fangchen's camp, and that was while exploring. If they were familiar with the route, it would probably take only 2 hours. So, their camps are not very far apart. And based on Fangchen's pace, it took him about an hour to reach this hillside, which means this place is also not far from Gao Liangjun's camp. With such close proximity, there will definitely be competition for resources.
It seems this matter can't be delayed any longer.
Muttering to himself, Fangchen placed the freshly cut dragon whisker grass into the bamboo basket and quickly headed back toward the camp. Back and forth for more than 2 hours, by the time Fangchen returned to the camp, Heidi had already spun a large number of yarn balls. These were all made from cotton. Although they looked a bit rough, they were still yarn balls that could be woven into clothes.
Seeing Fangchen return, Heidi immediately came up with a smile. Fangchen, look. Heidi held a needle in her hand, with thread trailing behind it.
She said cheerfully, I'm quite skilled at weaving.
In less than 2 days, you'll be able to wear new clothes. Not bad.
With Heidi around, he indeed saved himself a lot of troublesome chores.
Heidi, look at this. Fangchen placed the bamboo basket on the ground. At a glance, Heidi couldn't help but get excited. Dragon beard grass.
Fangchen said with a smile, with dragon whisker grass, I can make a straw raincoat and even turn the wooden house into a thatched cottage.
This way, it will be warmer in winter. Fangchen said with a smile. Heidi nodded emphatically. Their life is truly getting better and better.
But, Fangchen's tone shifted, and he suddenly said in a low voice, at the place where I discovered the dragon beard grass, I also found traces of other people. I suspect it might be Gao Liangjun and his group.
They discovered the dragon beard grass too? Heidi paused. That's right.
In that case, competition over resources will likely arise very soon.
If they can't seize the initiative, the subsequent development will be very difficult.
Gertie, for the next couple of days, stay home by yourself.
I need to go out and take care of something. You're going by yourself?
Gertie said worriedly, Gao Liangjun is very cunning. You alone?
Don't worry. Fangchen said with a smile, when it comes to schemes and intrigues, I've never been afraid of anyone. If I really can't beat him, it would only mean that my skills are lacking.
Heidi nodded slightly. Since Fangchen had said so, she had nothing to refute. It's just that it's raining outside, and you see, the rain is getting heavier.
It won't be convenient for you to go out. It's fine, I have a plan.
After speaking with Heidi, Fangchen immediately started preparing some grilled meat to take with him. At the same time, he carried a bamboo backpack filled with a camping knife, a stone pickaxe, and a stone hammer, basically, anything that could be useful. He brought it all.
After everything was settled, Fangchen walked outside without any hesitation.
All right. Of course, although he knew that Gao Liangjun and his group had appeared near the slope with the dragon whisker grass, he still had to find their camp on his own. However,
Fangchen didn't want to go through all that trouble. Guiding stone. Find Gao Liangjun in Becky's location.
Walking out of the camp nearby, Fangchen immediately summoned the guiding stone in his mind using his thoughts.
With waves of mysterious fluctuations, a route suddenly appeared in Fangchen's mind.
And at the end of this route was precisely the location of Gao Liangjun and their camp.
Very good. Having a system is indeed convenient. Fangchen's lips curled into a smile as he slowly embarked on this journey.
Meanwhile, as Fangchen set off, his livestream chat was flooded with a frenzy of comments. Oh my god, Fangchen is going to seek revenge on Gao Liangjun and his group. Revenge is out of the question, but I can be sure that Gao Liangjun and the others will have a hard time this time.
They totally deserve it.
If they hadn't had bad intentions and taken Fangchen's wooden fence and fish, who would have caused trouble for them?
Exactly. Look at Fangchen's back. So cool. Hey, where's that girl who said she was digging up dirt on Gao Liangjun a few days ago? Why is she so quiet now? What? No sound.
Go check the posts on major websites. It's already trending. I feel like Gao Liangjun is going to be in big trouble this time. All of Fangchen's actions were broadcast live through the drone's camera, except for some personal privacy aspects. Therefore, his actions in seeking out Gao Liangjun this time quickly sparked a sensation on major websites.
In addition, this program received a great response after its broadcast.
In this wilderness this crazy world, almost everyone, young and old, is watching. As soon as Fang Chen made his move, word spread quickly, and countless people flooded into his livestream. Boss, the traffic in Fang Chen's livestream has skyrocketed. In just half an hour, the number of viewers online has exceeded 5 million, and that's just in his country. Boss, our server here is almost at its limit. Requesting to activate the backup server. Fang Chen's livestream has surpassed 10 million viewers, and the number is still increasing. Boss, the total global viewership has already exceeded 50 million. The server we set up for Fang Chen can't handle it anymore. What's going on? Because Fang Chen was previously unknown, the server set up for him was the worst among all the contestants. But who would have thought? Damn it! Hurry up and think of a solution. Why are you just standing there? On the organizer's side, the boss in charge of operations was already on the verge of losing it. Not just him, the entire operations department was in chaos at the moment. No one had expected Fang Chen's livestream to suddenly go viral. Among the crowd, Kirsty was watching the live broadcast with shining eyes. 300,000 as an invitation fee, the cheapest among everyone, yet the traffic you brought is the highest. Fang Chen, you really weren't bragging. Wrapped in a sleeping bag, walking in the drizzling rain, the drone behind him kept following. But soon, the drone began to wobble slightly. Although it was subtle, Fang Chen still noticed it. It's been following me for 10 days now, always stable. Why is it suddenly acting up? Fang Chen looked at the drone's camera with a puzzled expression. Little did they know, the guy silently controlling the drone behind the scenes has now also joined the operations team. Because of Fang Chen's actions, more and more people are flooding into his livestream, and the servers of various divisions are on the verge of crashing. Shaking his head, Fang Chen continued walking forward. With the guiding stone, he can clearly know where Gao Liangjun is now, without worrying about getting lost. And seeing the direction he is heading, everyone in the live stream room is getting more and more excited. Oh my god, I really want to know how Fang Chen is going to make his move. He's not going to use a knife to attack someone, is he? Absolutely not. Fang Chen is very rational. That's right, but I'm really curious about how he's going to deal with Gao Liangjun and his group. Is he going to directly smash their wooden house? If he really destroys their residence, then Gao Liangjun and his group will definitely go crazy, and things will spiral out of control. Then what is he going to do? I don't know. Not only the audience, but even the organizers were constantly watching Fang Chen's every move. Although this is a competition, conflicts occurring during the competition are quite normal. But if it escalates or causes trouble, then it becomes very problematic. In previous episodes, similar conflicts between contestants would also arise, but most of them were just gimmicks to attract attention, with real conflicts being relatively rare. This time, however, what they encountered was real. However, before anything happens, the production team won't act rashly. They will only make the necessary preparations to handle unexpected situations. After all, conflicts arise, attracting more traffic. For example, right now, Fang Chen's single action has directly drawn billions of viewers worldwide to watch the live broadcast, and this number is still increasing. But as the protagonist, Fang Chen has no idea about the massive sensation he's caused outside. The only thing on his mind is how to get Gao Liangjun and his team eliminated from the competition, finishing in last place. The scene of meeting Hetty for the first time on this island is still vivid in Fang Chen's memory. Because all her efforts were destroyed by the mudslide, she was left with nothing and had no choice but to seek shelter with Fang Chen. As things have developed to this point, if everything they have could be destroyed at once, then Gao Liangjun and Becky would be left with no choice but to wander outside. Even if they are not eliminated and manage to find something to survive on, their performance will undoubtedly plummet, making it almost impossible to win the prize. So, I know what to do now. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fang Chen's mouth. Carrying a bamboo basket on his back, he followed the thoughts in his mind and quickly crossed the hillside. When he reached a slightly more open area, two wooden huts came into view. Rather than calling them wooden huts, it would be more accurate to describe them as shelters, as their design fell far short of the standards of a house. There isn't even a door. The side facing the sea is completely hollow, and the cold wind can blow straight in. However, the two were quite experienced. Although the shelter wasn't great, the bonfire was always kept burning. Even on rainy days, they wouldn't suffer from the cold. The location is pretty well chosen. There's a forest nearby, and the center is open. Is that a camphor tree over there? The shelter is also decently made, with stones as supports. Even the heaviest rain wouldn't wash it away. What's that over there? August melon? What's that red thing? Strawberries? Standing at a high vantage point along the mountain range, Fang Chen could see the entirety of Gao Liangjun and his group's camp at a glance. Aside from the items tucked away in the shelter, Fang Chen could see everything else. Overall, Gao Liangjun and his group's construction priority was sturdiness, ensuring it could withstand heavy rain and strong winds. In addition, there was a shallow drainage ditch outside their shelter, so even if it rained, their shelter would not be flooded. There's some experience, food is available, and it seems they've even eaten fish? Not bad, not bad. Standing at the mountaintop and glancing around briefly, Fang Chen quickly understood Gao Liangjun and the others' situation. After all, the territory was was only so big and looking further wouldn't reveal much more. Without saying a word, Fang Chen turned around, set down the bamboo basket, took out the stone pickaxe inside, and began digging slowly at a spot on the hillside.
What is Fang Chen doing? Could he be trying to trigger a mudslide? Stop dreaming. If just a few shovels could trigger a mudslide, would he even need to do it himself? The rain alone would have already flooded Gaoliangjun. Then what is Fang Chen doing? I can't figure it out.
People from various countries and regions were closely watching Fang Chen's actions. Of course, it was precisely because of this matter that it sparked numerous discussions, such as,
isn't Fang Chen's way of seeking revenge inappropriate? An eye for an eye.
In the end, it will only escalate the situation further.
What's wrong with it? Others have already bullied him to this extent, and he still shouldn't fight back?
If I find out about this, I'll definitely smash his shelter.
Smash his shelter? I'll beat him up myself. You guys are too violent. People should be reasonable, and besides, what if Gao Liangjun really didn't take it on purpose?
Judgment complete. The one above is either a saint or a brainless fan of Gao Liangjun.
Then what do you mean it wasn't on purpose? That doesn't belong to you, so what right do you have to take it? That's right, reasoning is important, but timing matters too.
As the saying goes, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them, but if they do, I will strike back.
Hey, how did Fang Chen dig such a big hole already? He's so fast.
As they spoke, a large pit had already appeared in front of Fang Chen, and it was still being dug deeper. At this moment, Fang Chen didn't say a word. If it weren't for the barrage of comments, the atmosphere in the entire livestream room would have been extremely gloomy and somber, especially as the dark clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, as if the entire heavens were about to collapse.
The storm is about to arrive.
The deep pit in front of him was getting larger and larger, and Fang Chen seemed tireless as he kept digging. Of course, while digging, he didn't forget to leave himself a way to climb out. As for the dark clouds gathering in the sky, Fang Chen had noticed them long ago. When he left the house, he had already seen the clouds converging in this direction.
In other words, a heavy rainstorm was coming today. As for when the rainstorm would arrive, Fang Chen didn't care at all.
He only hoped that the rain would last as long as possible. Splish, splish. As the sound of the pickaxe digging into the soil continued, the pit grew larger and larger.
If viewed from the outside at eye level, Fang Chen's figure couldn't be seen inside at all.
And after Fang Chen had been digging for about 2 or 3 hours, the raindrops in midair grew heavier.
Crash!
The torrential rain arrived almost instantly.
Raindrops the size of beans pelted against Fang Chen's body.
Even though he was wrapped in a sleeping bag, the area below his calves was quickly soaked by the rain.
Fang Chen seemed completely oblivious to the sudden downpour, continuing to dig relentlessly.
Seeing this scene, his fans couldn't help but feel a bit worried.
Xiao Qinshan, you should go back quickly. The rain is too heavy. Yeah, even if you want to deal with that scoundrel Gao Liangjun, you can do it another day.
Sigh, with such heavy rain and being drenched all this time, you'll probably get sick when you go back this time.
That guy Gao Liangjun is to blame.
That's right. I can't hold back anymore. I have to go and scold him. Sister upstairs, wait for me. When you see someone you like suffering outside, especially because of someone else, the anger in your heart arises naturally. What's more, most of Fang Chen's fans are girls, so the cohesion goes without saying. Thus, while Fang Chen was digging a hole here, Gao Liangjun's livestream room welcomed at least thousands of Fang Chen's die-hard fans, who started attacking without hesitation.
An epic battle unfolded in Gao Liangjun's livestream room.
Meanwhile, the person involved knew nothing about it. After digging for about 5 or 6 hours, Fang Chen finally stopped. He stretched his somewhat sore arms, took the already cold roasted meat out of his backpack, and sat alone in the pit, slowly gnawing on it. This scene was just like an avenger enduring humiliation, all for the moment of revenge. Soon, after finishing the roasted meat in his hand, Fang Chen once again swung the stone pickaxe. At this moment, the drone suddenly gave a close-up of his feet. In front of the camera, Fang Chen's deep pit had already gone down at least 3 or 4 meters.
As he continued digging amidst the pouring rain, water quickly began to accumulate in the pit. However, Fang Chen still did not stop. This guy.
Looking at the live stream screen, Kirsty frowned, her face full of confusion.
Time passed quickly. He wouldn't be trying to. What's wrong, Kirsty?
At that moment, a man in a suit slowly stepped forward, also watching Fang Chen's actions on the computer screen. He shook his head and said, I have no idea what this Fang Chen is up to. I just hope he doesn't cause any fatalities.
Don't worry, Uncle Hayden. He probably won't,
Kirsty said with a smile. Hayden patted Kirsty on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, bringing Fang Chen here is indeed your achievement, but I don't want him to end up becoming a burden to you.
Do you understand what I mean? I understand, Uncle.
Kirsty said lightly, I believe most people can understand his feelings. Of course, if it were me, I would definitely seek revenge too.
Well, it's human nature, I understand as well.
After speaking, Hayden slowly walked to the side and went off to drink tea alone. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in the live broadcast, and by now, the sky had completely darkened. There was no trace of firelight or brightness around, and the cold torrential rain mercilessly fell on him.
What is he trying to do?
At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly got up, climbed out of his deep pit, and started
started walking down the slope. Because there was no light for illumination, Fang Chen stumbled along the road, struggling to move forward, and even almost fell. Just as everyone was wondering what Fang Chen was trying to do, suddenly, Fang Chen's figure stopped again. At this moment, he had walked forward about 30 meters or so. After stopping, Fang Chen looked around, but the surroundings were pitch black, leaving it unclear whether he could see anything. After circling around, Fang Chen paused for a moment, then retraced his steps back to the edge of the deep pit. He stopped about 1 meter away from the pit and continued digging. Fang Chen's actions left many people utterly confused. What is he doing? Did he take the wrong path? No idea. But the pit he just dug is up there. This spot, did he remember it wrong? Maybe, after all, this is a steep slope, and he was just walking downhill. Perhaps he thought he had returned to the pit. Sigh, I feel a bit disappointed. I thought he would fiercely take revenge on Gao Liangjun, but it turns out he's just digging holes. Does he think he's a mole? I feel the same way. Forget it, I'll go to sleep first and watch the replay tomorrow. As time passed, many people who came in to watch the commotion silently left again. Of course, Fang Chen was unaware of the entire process, as he couldn't see the barrage of comments, and the organizers wouldn't inform them either. However, regardless of whether these people left or not, Fang Chen continued doing his own thing. When the time reached midnight, a deep pit appeared once again beneath Fang Chen's feet, and at that moment, a faint light slowly emerged in the distance. Hearing the commotion over here, the figure quickly walked over. Hetty? Fang Chen looked up, somewhat surprised to see her. Fang Chen, I finally found you. Hetty let out a sigh of relief, then smiled and said, I was worried you might not have anything to eat outside, so I cooked some noodles and brought them to you. The noodles are already dry now, but it's okay, I also brought roasted meat and water. Hetty's bamboo basket was full of things, and because she had nothing to shield herself from the rain, she directly draped her animal skin clothing over herself. The firelight was also firmly shielded by her to prevent it from being extinguished by the heavy rain, but as a result, she was completely soaked from head to toe. Moreover, in order to find Fang Chen, she had set out in the evening and only managed to arrive just now. Hetty. Fang Chen smiled faintly, put down the pickaxe, and began eating the acorn noodles. How did you find this place? Hetty smiled and said, we're companions now, aren't we? We have a cooperative relationship, so how could I let you come here alone? Besides, you forgot that you marked the location of the dragon beard grass on the map yesterday. I just followed it to find you. Thanks for your effort, Fang Chen said with a smile. He knew that this journey would definitely not be so easy. After all, she had set out in the evening, and it was inevitable to lose her way and get disoriented in the dark. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just found Fang Chen now. By the way, how are things going here? Hetty asked. Hearing this, Fang Chen put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, looked up at the firelight at the foot of the hill, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. You've come just in time. The show is about to begin. As Fang Chen's words fell, the torrential rain in midair seemed to intensify, the sound of rushing water echoing endlessly. Fang Chen propped up the sleeping bag over himself, enveloping both him and Hetty within it. At this moment, the number of people in the live stream dropped sharply from over 100 million to less than 5 million. Look, the water in that pit is getting more and more. Oh my god. I think I know what Fang Chen is trying to do, but can this really work? I don't know, but Fang Chen has always been confident in what he does, so it should work. No, I can't do it anymore. There are too many comments blocking my view. Turn them off, turn them off. As the torrential rain continued, the people in the livestream became increasingly excited, and the comments kept flooding in. Meanwhile, at the organizer's side, Kirsty was also staring intently at the computer screen. Turn off the bullet comments, they're blocking my view. Alright, miss. The moment the staff turned off the bullet comments, a crisp sound suddenly rang out the next second. Crack, crack. The sound was like something shattering, clearly audible even in this stormy, rain-soaked night. Just as everyone widened their eyes, the next second, boom, a terrifying sound suddenly erupted in the livestream. The water pit originally dug by Fang Chen suddenly burst at this moment. The long-accumulated flood directly broke through the dam, instantly raging down the hillside like a ferocious army of tigers and wolves, sweeping away everything in its path, unstoppable. Rumble. All the water in the pit rushed rapidly down the hillside. Seeing this scene, Hetty suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Fang Chen in utter disbelief. How did you do that? Oh my god, this is practically a dam bursting. Not just her, everyone watching the live broadcast at this moment was wide-eyed, covering their mouths, and looking at Fang Chen as if they'd seen a ghost. That's terrifying. Is this Fang Chen's revenge? He endured silently for so long, quietly digging a pit. So this was the moment he was waiting for. How did he know the rain would last this long? He's simply incredible. I have a question. Although this is like a flood breaking through a dam, by the time this little water reaches the bottom of the mountain, it would have dispersed already. Yes, I want to ask that too. Just as all the viewers were puzzled, the drone's camera quickly zoomed in on the rushing water. At this moment, everyone exclaimed in shock once again. Heavens, when did this ravine appear? Look, all the water is rushing down along the ravine, and the endpoint happens to be Zhao Liangjun and his team's camp. Boom! The moment this comment appeared, a
terrifying sound of devastation suddenly echoed through the jungle. Standing halfway up the mountain, Fong Chen and his group could clearly see that the moment the flood raged down, the bright campfire vanished instantly. At the same time, two screams came from the foot of the mountain.
"Ah, my leg! Takayoshi-jun, hurry, go, go! I can't run, give me a hand, quick, quick! Ah, damn it, what the hell is going on?"
Clearly hearing the screams below, Fong Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly walked away into the distance, holding Hetty's hand. His task was already completed, and if they stayed here any longer, the firelight would expose them. Moreover, they needed to return, and the torch had to be preserved. Although Fong Chen and Hetty had left, one of the drones continued to hover over Gao Liangjun and Becky, capturing this scene.
On the screen,
the shelter built by Gao Liangjun and the others was directly swept away by the surging flood, and Gao Liangjun and Becky were submerged by the flood while they were asleep. Becky was in a slightly better situation, as his shelter was nearby, but Gao Liangjun was directly hit by the flood. The collapsed shelter pinned his left leg tightly, while Becky struggled beside him to pull him out.
Seeing this scene, the people in the live stream instantly cheered wildly. That was so damn satisfying.
That scumbag Gao Liangjun finally got what he deserved.
I told you Gao Liangjun would end up miserable.
Hee, this is more than just miserable. With Fong Chen's actions, they've lost everything, and Gao Liangjun is injured.
How will they survive next? However, Gao Liangjun must receive treatment immediately, or he might lose that leg. In that case, he'll have to be eliminated.
Seeing the barrage of comments on the screen, everyone at the organizers' side fell silent. I have to say, Fong Chen's move was truly ruthless. Using the torrential rain, he created a flood that not only destroyed Gao Liangjun and his team's shelter but also injured Gao Liangjun, and the injury was executed with perfect precision. If you choose to get treatment now, after some rest, you'll be fine. But if you insist on continuing the competition, dragging this injury along could very likely result in permanent damage to his left leg. In this way, Gao Liangjun could only choose to withdraw from the competition.
How did he manage to do it? How could he calculate everything so precisely? Or, is it luck? Kirsty's eyes sparkled with a gleam. She knew very well that just this move by Fong Chen could bring them an unimaginable amount of traffic. Moreover, it was indeed Gao Liangjun who made the mistake first. If he hadn't deliberately provoked Fong Chen, nothing would have happened. At this moment, the organizers also received Gao Liangjun's distress signal. There was no choice.
For the sake of his left leg, he had to receive treatment immediately. After all, compared to money, his leg was still more important.
Go ahead, bring Gao Liangjun back. We'll cover the medical expenses, Kirsty said indifferently.
It's just treating a leg injury, not a fatal wound.
It won't cost much.
As for Kirsty, she planned to pay for it herself. After all, Fong Chen had already brought her countless traffic, and just from that alone, the money earned was immeasurable. After speaking, Kirsty spoke again. Spread this news and attract traffic.
Understood.
In the night, Fong Chen and Hetty carried their sleeping bags and slowly returned to the cabin. As soon as they returned, Hetty immediately started boiling water, while Fong Chen took out the Howdwinia cordata from the herbs they had previously picked.
Howdwinia cordata can treat and prevent common colds and fevers.
Of course, it can also be eaten as a wild vegetable, which is extremely beneficial to human health. They took about 2 taels of Howdwinia cordata, a handful, boiled it into a soup, and then drank it. The taste was slightly astringent, but it was acceptable to Fong Chen and the others.
After taking the medicine, Fong Chen and Hetty took turns having a hot bath.
After changing into their previous coats, the two sat by the campfire to warm themselves. Don't be fooled by the scorching weather during the day. At night, especially on rainy days, the temperature is actually quite low. Moreover, since the two had just been caught in the rain, they needed to warm up as quickly as possible. After warming themselves by the fire for a while, the two quickly went to sleep.
Neither of them mentioned anything about Gao Liangjun. After the exhaustion of yesterday, Fong Chen insisted on sleeping in before getting up today.
However, by the time he woke up, Hetty was already working. Meanwhile, there was a lingering smell of fish mint in the room.
You took medicine again? Fong Chen asked in confusion.
Hearing this, Hetty gently nodded, her expression not looking very good as she said, I was in the rain for too long yesterday.
After getting up, I had a bit of a headache, so I took some more medicine. I feel a little better now.
Then you should go rest quickly. Fong Chen took the burning firewood from Hetty's hands and said softly, your health is the most important thing. Besides, it's still raining outside, and there's not much to do. You should rest for a while. Hetty forced a smile and said, if I take a day off, there will definitely be a lot of things piling up.
Don't you have an old saying, don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today? So I can't delay. Then tell me, what can you do today? The next day. Fong Chen ordered, even if you want to make clothes, just relying on a spinning wheel isn't enough. Go rest first, and wait until I finish making the loom. Alright, okay.
Hetty nodded slightly, then obediently went to bed to rest. After catching a cold, she had a headache and her body felt unwell, so even if she worked, her efficiency would be greatly reduced. What's more, it was raining heavily outside, and there really wasn't much for Hetty to do. Even if she wanted to make clothes, she would have to wait for Fong Chen to finish making the loom first. The so-called treadle loom is actually one of the oldest types of weaving looms. As everyone knows, to make clothes, besides spinning the most primitive fibers into threads, these threads also need to be woven into fabric, and this process requires a weaving loom. However, there was no weaving loom in Fong Chen's memory, so he didn't know how to make one.
It's fine, but he still knew about the most primitive treadle loom.
The structural principle is very simple and not too difficult.
First, the backstrap loom is also called a waist loom, and its basic structure is essentially a warp frame.
The warp frame consists of two warp beams, with multiple warp threads fixed between the two warp beams. One warp beam is tied to a fixed object or directly held in place by the operator's legs, while the other warp beam is tied to a belt which is fixed at the operator's waist.
This is precisely why it is called a waist loom.
After understanding its working principle and structure, Fong Chen quickly got to work. All the materials were simple, just wood, but Fong Chen needed to use mortise and tenon joints to assemble them. Under the drone's camera, the camping knife in Fong Chen's hand kept moving, and the piece of wood in his hand gradually took shape. Meanwhile, as he was working, on the other side,
shit, it was that guy Fong Chen who did it.
Gao Liangjun lay on the hospital bed, his face full of anger as he watched the live broadcast. The replay was on the screen, and just a quick glance was enough for him to understand the whole process of what Fong Chen had done.
Organizers, I definitely can't let this slide. I want Fong Chen to compensate me, Gao Liangjun roared.
Compensation? Kesty stood nearby, smiling brightly as she looked at him. Gao Liangjun said coldly, he caused me to end up like this, and you think it should just be let go? Also, I demand that you revoke his qualification to compete.
Someone with such character is absolutely unfit to participate.
Gao Liangjun spoke with great conviction, and those unaware might really think he was purely a victim. Hearing this, Kirsty still wore a faint smile and said calmly, take a look at this first. As she spoke, she handed her phone to Gao Liangjun, and displayed on it were the trending searches on major websites.
At the top of the list was Gao Liangjun's scandal. Clicking on it, Gao Liangjun was instantly dumbfounded.
5 years ago, Gao Liangjun collaborated with the renowned wilderness master Nelson, secretly sabotaging his construction achievements, resulting in half of them being destroyed.
Afterwards, he outright denied it, but now, I've finally found the evidence. And there's more.
3 years ago, during the Top 100 Strongest Survival Challenge, Gao Liangjun took advantage of the drone rotation to steal a large amount of food supplies from others.
Here's the evidence.
2 years ago, under the guise of collaboration, he deceived Hetty, causing her to be eliminated early, while Gao Liangjun took all of Hetty's assets, survived to the end, and claimed first place.
He is just a scumbag.
All his achievements were gained through underhanded tactics.
That's right. How can someone like this still participate in the competition?
He must be banned, so he has no path forward.
Organizers, who did you find? You must give an explanation. Did you see that? Kesty said coldly, your reputation is already ruined internationally.
According to the treaty, you intentionally concealed the truth from us, causing many netizens to curse us.
I should hold you accountable for this reputational damage. As for Fong Chen, don't even think about it.
He did hurt you, but you provoked him first. According to the contract we signed, this is your own fault, and you can't blame anyone else.
Nonsense, Gao Liangjun roared. Where does it say that in the contract? Here it is. Kirsty smiled as she took out the contract, flipped to the middle page, and said, it's written very clearly here.
It's your own fault for not reading it carefully when you signed the contract.
I'm really sorry about that.
You.
Takayoshi's face turned bright red with anger.
He did indeed do those things in the past, but due to the negligence of the program team, there were no punishments or restrictions in this regard.
Moreover, no one had known about it for so many years, so he thought it was fine.
But unexpectedly, now everything has been brought to light, and the evidence clearly proves his actions.
In other words, he now has to compensate Kirsty and the others.
Kirsty smiled and said, Mr. Takayoshi, according to the contract, you must pay us this amount within 3 days.
Otherwise, we'll have to meet in a different setting. Then, what about my medical expenses?
Don't worry, Mr. Gao, we've already covered your medical expenses.
Now, it's your turn to pay. Boom!
Like a bolt from the blue, Gao Liangjun stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant and motionless.
He was completely dumbfounded.
He never imagined that because of Fong Chen, all of his dark past would be unearthed.
Now, he will not only find it hard to move forward in the future but will also need to compensate the organizers with a sum of money, and that amount is definitely not a small figure.
You have to know, the program that Kirsty and her team are creating is innovative and has caused a strong sensation internationally, gaining immense recognition.
From its premiere until now, they have received countless positive reviews.
But now, because of Gao Liangjun's actions, they have to face the backlash from netizens. Their reputation has been damaged, and no matter how you calculate it, this compensation won't be easy to settle.
Finished, Takara Jun murmured with hollow eyes. He could foresee that after this incident, he definitely wouldn't be able to stay in this circle anymore.
Mr. Takara, you are indeed finished, but if only you'd known this would happen, why act that way in the first place? After speaking, Kirsty turned and walked outside, the corners of her mouth slowly curling into a smile. This time, they indeed faced a lot of criticism and doubts from netizens, but the traffic they gained was unprecedented. And all of this was because of Fong Chen. Inside the camp, Fong Chen had no idea what was happening outside. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. After all, if Gao Liangjun hadn't provoked him, none of this would have happened. In fact, Gao Liangjun might still be able to continue surviving in this circle and perhaps even achieve a better ranking in this competition, maybe even win a prize.
As Fong Chen's hands kept moving, the loom in front of him was quickly completed.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the loom. According to the system's rating, it is classified as F level.
Reward, evolution point +1. After finishing the creation, Fong Chen stepped back slightly, leaving enough space for the camera. Wow, it really looks quite authentic. Is this the loom? Doesn't look too difficult. Not difficult? Why don't you give it a try?
I've realized Fong Chen is becoming harder and harder to figure out.
How does it feel like this guy knows everything? Yeah, has he really never participated in any competitions before? Why does it feel like he's way better than those veterans? Stop overthinking.
This time, many people have dug up Fong Chen's background. He really is just a kid who grew up in the countryside, lived there for 15 years, went to the city for high school, and later studied abroad.
Then who did he learn all this from? Who knows?
Looking at the brand new weaving machine on the screen, the comments flashed by rapidly. In the hearts of those die-hard fans, Fong Chen's image has undoubtedly been elevated to another level. And those who had just entered the livestream room, upon seeing this scene, were also filled with intense curiosity about Fong Chen. After all, being able to create a loom means that Fong Chen and his team can make their own clothes.
Sigh, it really is quite exhausting. Standing up and stretching lazily, Fong Chen got up and walked toward the kitchen.
Hetty was lying on the bed, already asleep, and now it was noon. He needed to make something to eat and prepare some medicine for Hetty to help her recover from her cold sooner. While Fong Chen was busy, Hetty slowly got up from the bed.
Fong Chen looked at Hetty, whose complexion still didn't look too good, and said with a smile, "Smelled the aroma? I guess so."
Hetty pouted and said, "I just felt a bit uncomfortable sleeping, so I thought I'd get up and walk around."
Ha, this is a loom.
Hetty widened her eyes, staring at Fong Chen in astonishment.
He actually made it? You know, this is the oldest textile tool, and many people nowadays don't even know about it. But Fong Chen? He just went ahead and made it. Do you know how to use it? Fong Chen asked with a smile.
Of course. Hetty nodded quickly, saying with great joy, "I used to specifically learn about these things.
Of course, my hands-on skills are a bit lacking, but I still know how to use them.
It's just like cars, many people know how to drive, but if you were asked to actually build one, most would be completely clueless. Of course, while the difficulty of this loom can't compare to that of a car, the principle is the same."
What happened? Here, drink the medicine first.
Fong Chen handed the prepared fish mint to Hetty, who drank it in one gulp.
Sigh, yesterday, you were in the rain longer than I was. Why did I catch a cold and you didn't?
Hetty tilted her head and asked,
"Are you silly?
I was wearing a raincoat yesterday, while you came through the rain."
How can that compare? Fong Chen smiled. In fact, it was not only related to this but also to his current physique. With the system's enhancement, his attributes had long surpassed those of an ordinary person. To put it bluntly, even after being in the rain for such a long time yesterday, he was unlikely to catch a cold. As they spoke, waves of fragrance wafted from the kitchen. Yesterday, Hetty made acorn noodles. Although Fong Chen ate them, they didn't taste very good, as they had already cooled and dried by the time she brought them over, making them quite tough to eat. Today, however, Fong Chen not only made acorn noodles but also added cured meat and sausage to them. Just the aroma alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Slurp, slurp. Hetty sat at the dining table, happily eating noodles without even looking up. Seeing this, Fong Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. "How long has it been since you last ate?" "It's different," Hetty mumbled, "although I used to eat it every day. The taste of your noodles is really good, even better than what I made yesterday. Especially this sausage. Wow, I've never tasted anything so delicious before. It's simply incredible." "Really? When we have more ingredients in the future, you'll get to taste even more delicious things," Fong Chen said with a smile while eating the noodles. Of course, ingredients are one aspect, but more importantly, once Fong Chen's cooking skills improve in the future, his culinary expertise will definitely advance as well. By that time, even a simple homemade dish will surely taste beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After finishing the noodles, Heidi indeed looked much better, and at this moment, the sound of rain outside was gradually diminishing. Heidi walked to the door and glanced outside. "Fong Chen, the rain has stopped, and the sun is out." "Oh." Fong Chen put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and went outside to take a look. "It's really sunny now." In midair, the blazing sun hung once again, and the dark clouds overhead completely dispersed. The weather on the island is unpredictable. It was pouring rain just moments ago, and now it's as clear as day. No one can say for sure. Some people are destined never to see the sun here. Latest announcement, the first eliminated contestant has appeared. Gao Liangjun, contestant number 191. Latest announcement, the first eliminated contestant has appeared. Gao Liangjun, contestant number 191. At the moment,
moment the sun appeared, a broadcast suddenly came from the drone. Hearing this sound, Fong Chen and Hetty exchanged a smile. Their efforts throughout yesterday had finally paid off, and the other contestants who heard the news at this moment widened their eyes directly.
Oh my god, the first one eliminated is actually Gao Lianjun? I remember he teamed up with Becky, didn't he? How is he still the first one eliminated? Could it be because of last night's heavy rain?
It's possible. In the camps of the other contestants, everyone was talking about this matter. After all, Gao Liangjun was quite a well-known figure in the circle, and many people knew him.
But they didn't expect that the first one to be eliminated would actually be him.
However, listening to the sound coming from the drone, Becky stood beside the shelter that had been destroyed by the flood, her face full of panic.
He had already gone to check it out yesterday.
This flood was clearly caused by human actions, but who could have done all this silently and taken advantage of the heavy rain?
He truly had no idea. The only guess he could make was Fong Chen and his group,
but he had no evidence, nor had he seen it with his own eyes.
Even if he speculated, he couldn't confirm it.
No, I need to quickly find someone else to cooperate with, or I'll be eliminated soon.
Becky felt a bit panicked. If it really was Fong Chen, then this person was too terrifying. Moreover, he was involved in yesterday's incident. Fong Chen knew he hadn't been eliminated yet, so he might make a move against him. Thinking of this, Becky hurriedly ran in the opposite direction. At the same time,
the sun came out outside, and Hetty felt much better. She picked up the loom and started working. As for Fong Chen, he placed the dragon beard grass he had previously harvested in the courtyard. To make a straw raincoat, he first needed to dry these dragon beard grasses. After arranging them, Fong Chen pushed the wooden cart and headed up the mountain. Parking the wooden cart in a relatively flat spot, Fong Chen continuously searched the mountain for slightly more regular-shaped rocks. Once the cart was full, he quickly pushed it back to the camp. After running back and forth 2 or 3 times, Fong Chen finally stopped when the left corner of the courtyard was piled high with rocks.
Are you planning to build a wall?
Hetty asked curiously. While Fong Chen was busy, the loom in front of her was slowly producing woven fabric. Although it hadn't been dyed yet, the finished product was already visible. It looked quite good.
Fong Chen said with a smile, I don't plan to build a wall for now. I want to renovate our house as well. You want to renovate the house?
Hetty widened her eyes.
It's only been a few days, and Fong Chen is already thinking about renovating the house?
You know, many people still live in shelters now and don't even have a proper house.
Fong Chen explained, although our wooden house looks nice, it doesn't keep warm in the winter. And haven't you noticed?
If it rains heavily for a long time, the roof starts leaking.
That's true. Exactly. The weather on this island is unpredictable. If it rains continuously for several days, we'll end up getting wet even inside the house.
Speaking of which, Fong Chen slightly planned out an area next to the wooden house he was currently living in, marking out a space of about 20 square meters. Next, Fong Chen picked up a stone pickaxe and began digging along the area he had planned.
Watching Fong Chen's actions, Hetty's lips curved into a smile.
In the past, when she participated in competitions, the final houses she built were wooden houses. So, when she saw Fong Chen build a wooden house right from the start, she was quite shocked.
And now, Fong Chen wants to renovate again.
Aside from being shocked, she felt even more that her choice was very correct. Although all her scores were attributed to Fong Chen, living together with him allowed her to learn a lot.
And these pieces of knowledge, many of them cannot be bought with money. Crack, crack.
Piling the excavated soil onto the nearby open ground, long trenches quickly appeared in front of Fong Chen. Fong Chen's idea was very simple. Since he was renovating, he had to make improvements, and the house had to be built to the best standard. Therefore, he planned to use the stones he had brought back to construct an earthen house. This way, it would have some insulation, and the roof was designed with a sloped structure to prevent easy leakage during rain. Under the drone's lens, Fong Chen's hands never stopped. After digging the trenches, he went to the nearby dense forest to chop down enough trees. To build the earthen house, Fong Chen actually used rocks and soil. Of course, pillars were indispensable, as they formed the basic framework. After placing the 4 pillars properly, Fong Chen put some small stones inside, then backfilled the soil, gradually compacting it. Afterward, Fong Chen stepped onto the wooden cart and connected it using beams according to the mortise and tenon structure. Beams come in many types. From a professional perspective, there are frame beams, structural beams, ring beams, lintels, and so on. However, in this simple construction, not so many are needed. After all, Fong Chen is not building a skyscraper, just 1 floor is enough. After placing the main beam, Fong Chen then built secondary beams on it to bear more loads. Afterward, Fong Chen gradually refined the project, constructing all the frameworks he needed. By the time all this work was finished, the sky had already begun to darken. At this moment, Hetty's voice could be heard from nearby.
Fong Chen, stop for a moment and come eat something first.
Hetty followed the method Fong Chen taught her today and made a bowl of acorn noodles as well. The taste was pretty good. Look at this. After finishing the noodles, Hetty couldn't wait to show Fong Chen the results of her afternoon's work. A piece of cloth. A piece of cloth only half a meter long. Although not large, it is indeed a real piece of cloth. With the use of needle and thread, it can be sewn into clothing. And up until today, they had only lived on the island for 12 days. Not bad, not bad. Fong Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although it's just a piece of undyed cloth, considering their conditions, being able to make it is already quite impressive. However, while it can be made, Hertie's current speed is still somewhat slow, and it's too exhausting and demanding. Alright, after all, they are using a treadle loom, which is the oldest type of weaving machine, and its efficiency definitely can't compare to later weaving machines. But if improvement is desired, Fong Chen currently has no solution, unless manual craftsmanship is upgraded again. After eating acorn flour, Hetty drank some soup made from fish mint and then went to bed early. Meanwhile, Fong Chen quickly brought in the dragon beard grass that was drying in the courtyard. There was no other choice. The weather on the island was unpredictable. If it rained while they were asleep at night, it would be a disaster. After tidying up the dragon beard grass, Fong Chen washed up briefly and finally went to sleep with peace of mind. The night after the heavy rain came alive with renewed vitality. When Fong Chen lay down to sleep, he could always hear the occasional sounds of animals around him. Living on a deserted island, nights were often like this, so Fong Chen didn't think much of it. Just as Fong Chen felt himself drifting in and out of sleep, suddenly, a rustling sound echoed by his ear. Fong Chen's eyes snapped open almost instantly, and he looked cautiously to the side. Although their place was a wooden house, it had no door, only a curtain made of vines to block the entrance. If something really wanted to break in, it would be an easy task. That's why every night when Fong Chen went to sleep, he remained highly alert, especially since this rustling sound was very close to him. The awakened Fong Chen did not make any sudden movements but slowly reached for the camping knife placed by the bedside. Seeing Fong Chen wake up, the viewers in the livestream who hadn't gone to sleep instantly widened their eyes. What happened? Is there something going on? I bet something must have broken in. Oh my gosh, in the middle of the night, could it be some kind of ferocious beast? Fong Chen cautiously looked around. But right after he woke up, that rustling sound disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. Could it be that I was hallucinating? Fong Chen muttered to himself, then slowly got up and wandered around the room. However, Hetty was still asleep. She caught a cold today, and after drinking fish mint tea, she slept a bit more soundly. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the fire was still burning steadily without any unusual signs, and outside the house, everything was quiet. Forget it, maybe I'm just being overly cautious. Shaking his head, Fong Chen lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. However, after hearing the sound just now, Fong Chen's sleep remained very light. Time flew by quickly, and by morning, Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes. After midnight yesterday, he fell into a deep sleep, and during the night, he seemed to hear that rustling sound again, but he didn't wake up. Get dressed, get up. Fong Chen came to the kitchen to boil water, and at this moment, Hetty also slowly walked over. Good morning. Fong Chen glanced at Hetty and said with a smile, you look much better now. Hetty nodded with a smile and said, after taking the medicine and getting some sleep, I feel much better. At least my head isn't dizzy anymore, though my nose is still a bit stuffy. It's fine, you'll naturally get better in a couple of days. Go wash your face first. Hetty fetched some hot water from the clay pot and then went outside to start washing up. As soon as Hetty stepped outside, she was completely stunned. Fong Chen, come out quickly. Fong Chen hurriedly ran outside. As soon as he stepped out and saw, he was immediately stunned on the spot. In the courtyard, there was a small trail of shallow footprints. If it hadn't rained in the past 2 days, leaving the ground somewhat soft, these footprints might not have been left at all. Moreover, next to these footprints, there were clearly some scattered pieces of meat that had fallen. It was precisely the cured meat they had hung outside. Damn! Good morning, Fong Chen. Fong Chen cursed under his breath and quickly looked up at the eaves, where cured meat was hanging everywhere. As for the sausages, they were hung inside the house. And with this count, Fong Chen's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. 2 pieces are missing. That's right, they were missing 2 pieces of cured meat. A whole 2 pieces. Alright, Hetty said with great distress. What did this? However, I don't know. Fong Chen said with a serious expression. It seems to be the work of a medium or small-sized animal, and definitely one that's very agile. What happened? Thinking about the rustling sound he heard last night, Fong Chen felt a bit foolish. He originally thought that something had broken into the house and wanted to harm them, so he just walked around inside the house, took a quick glance outside, and didn't pay much attention. But thinking about it now, it was clearly something stealing the meat. Their cured meat was hanging under the eaves, at least over 2 meters high. Something that could steal the meat so nimbly was definitely not to be trifled with. Since that thing came once, it's bound to come a second time. I estimate they'll come again tonight. Fong Chen calmly analyzed and said. He used to live in the countryside when he was a child, and it was common for mice and such to sneak into the house at night to steal food. Once these creatures get a taste of something good, they'll come back every night. Then let's keep watch for it tonight. After thinking for a moment, Hetty suggested, why don't we set up a trap? We'll wait for that guy to take the bait. Good idea. Fong Chen said calmly. I was also also thinking of using traps, but after all, we don't know what the other side is. Moreover, the animals living on this island are definitely smarter and more agile, so our traps can't be set up too obviously. Thinking of this, Fong Chen immediately came up with a plan. Heidi, you go ahead with your work. Make more cloth today. After speaking, Fong Chen acted as if nothing had happened, turned around, and walked into the kitchen to start making breakfast. After breakfast, Fong Chen resumed yesterday's work, beginning to build his first mud hut nearby. He didn't mention a word about the trap, as if he had completely forgotten about it. It wasn't until after lunch that Fong Chen finally picked up the camping knife and headed toward the bamboo forest. However, cutting down several bamboo stalks in the bamboo forest, Fong Chen immediately began crafting on the spot. Following the memory in his mind, strips of bamboo quickly took shape under Fong Chen's hands, and then he swiftly wove them into the form of a bamboo cage. Since he wanted to catch the thief, a cage was definitely indispensable. Judging from the traces left last night, that creature wasn't very large in size, but it was definitely very agile. Therefore, the gaps left between the bamboo cages woven by Fong Chen were very small. Even if it were a mouse, once covered by this bamboo cage, it would absolutely be impossible to escape. A total of 3 bamboo cages were woven, and only then did Fong Chen slowly walk back to the camp. What are you planning to do? Hetty asked curiously. How much cloth have you prepared? Fong Chen asked in return. Counting yesterday's, it's probably about 1 meter long. Alright, give it to me first. Alright. In order to catch the thief stealing things, Fong Chen and the others could only choose to put the fabric to use first, otherwise, they might make a mistake. After collecting the woven fabric, Fong Chen took some of the cured meat hanging from the eaves into the room, leaving only a small portion outside. For these cunning animals, if all the cured meat is taken back, they will become very alert and might even observe for 2 days before making a move. At that time, even placing it inside the house wouldn't be considered safe. Therefore, Fong Chen plans to take advantage of their greedy nature and use the cured meat as bait. Lower the original cured meat slightly in height. Then, Fong Chen dug a pit directly beneath the cured meat to bury the bamboo cage. Beside it, a very thin thread was connected to the top of the cured meat. At the same time, Fong Chen used a camping knife to craft a crude-looking mousetrap out of wood and fixed it under the eaves directly above the cured meat. As for the fabric, Fong Chen buried it on both sides of the bamboo cage, with small pits underneath. Alright, after Fong Chen had set up all the traps, he finally felt at ease and clapped his hands. Although he had set up many traps, in fact, Fong Chen felt it was still not enough. After all, they had no idea what the opponent was, and relying solely on those faint, blurry footprints to make judgments was bound to have errors. It's just a pity that their materials are limited. If they had some wire or something, Fong Chen could have made even more traps. Wow, Fong Chen set up so many traps, that's really cautious. Isn't this making a big deal out of nothing? How could it be? That's a thief stealing meat. We must catch it. That's right, make it spit out the meat. TSK, I just wonder if the trap set up by Fong Chen will work. It does look pretty decent though. While the audience in the livestream room was enthusiastically discussing, Fong Chen began his renovation journey once again. Following the order from this morning, Fong Chen stacked the rocks to serve as walls. In the gaps and on both sides of the rocks, Fong Chen also filled them with soil to ensure the stability and solidity of the wall. This step alone took Fong Chen an entire day. Moreover, after completing this, Fong Chen couldn't continue immediately. He had to wait for the wall to fully solidify before proceeding with his work. Therefore, if he wanted to continue building his earthen house, he would have to wait until at least tomorrow. Fong Chen, it's time to eat. In the evening, when it got a bit later, it became harder to see clearly over at Hetty's place, so she simply went to cook. Fong Chen put down what he was working on, walked into the kitchen, and started feasting with Hetty. What they enjoyed most every day now was being able to have a bite of hot food after a busy day, especially since they could have meat every day. However, for Fong Chen, although there's meat at every meal now, there's no rice or steamed buns. The quality of life still needs improvement. But as for today, Fong Chen and Hetty didn't think too much about it. Their only thought was to catch the thief who stole things cleanly, otherwise, they really wouldn't know how to store the meat and would have to worry about it every day. After dinner, Hetty tidied up the dishes, while Fong Chen once again retrieved the dragon beard grass. Dragon beard grass needs to be completely dried before it can be used to make straw raincoats. Moreover, he still needs to find palm leaves. Palm leaves actually come in 2 types. One type is reed leaves, which are the leaves of reeds, and the other is ruwa leaves, which are the leaves of bamboo, specifically broad-leaved ruwa bamboo. As for these 2 types, Fong Chen hasn't had the chance to go out and look for them yet, but finding them is quite simple, so Fong Chen isn't in a hurry. After cleaning up the dragon whisker grass, the sky had already turned completely dark. Fong Chen and the other person tidied up the house and then went to bed, but tonight, neither of them slept. Time slipped away bit by bit. Fong Chen lay on the bed, drowsiness slowly creeping in, but he forced himself to stay awake. The more he tried to resist, the faster the drowsiness came. After all, they worked hard every day, and their biological clocks were already fixed. Once they lay down on the bed, it was easy to fall asleep. Hetty was the same. In the middle of the night, half asleep, Fong Fang Chen once again heard that rustling sound.
Fang Chen's eyes snapped open almost instantly, all traces of drowsiness gone. Just like the previous night, Fang Chen didn't make any sudden movements.
Instead, he carefully drew the camping knife from beside the bed and slowly got up, not even bothering to put on his jacket.
Almost instantly, he arrived outside Fang Chen's door. And just as this sound arrived, snap, thud, two distinct muffled sounds instantly rang out.
Fang Chen's face lit up with joy as he quickly rushed out, while Heidi also hurriedly climbed out of bed. Running outside, Fang Chen immediately noticed that the cured meat he had used as bait was already gone. However, the wooden mousetrap beside the cured meat had also been triggered, but it hadn't caught anything. That was, after all, made of wood, entirely using mortise and tenon joints, with no springs, making the triggering process very slow.
Whoosh! But beneath his feet, faint chirping sounds were coming from the bamboo cage.
The sounds were very subtle, somewhat like a squirrel's call, but also a bit sharp.
Hearing this sound, Fang Chen's lips curved into a smile. Got it!
Brushing away the dirt in front of him, Fang Chen slowly lifted the bamboo cage, half of which was wrapped in cloth.
Rustle!
Inside the bamboo cage, a small animal with yellow fur and a narrow skull was frantically moving around, seemingly trying to figure out how to escape. Just as Fang Chen lifted the bamboo cage, a sudden and extremely nauseating stench wafted over.
There is even a noticeable mist-like vapor in the line of sight.
The moment this stench appeared, Fang Chen immediately put it down and held his breath.
Don't forget, his reaction speed is much faster than that of ordinary people now. Heidi, go in. Fang Chen quickly retreated into the room, pulling Hetty along as they walked inside.
Seeing this, Hetty hurriedly covered her mouth and nose, and the two quickly arrived at the kitchen.
At this moment, Hetty hastily asked, "What's wrong?"
Hearing this, Fang Chen's lips curved slightly as he calmly said, "Caught a weasel."
Ferret.
Heidi widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Fang Chen in utter disbelief. She finally understood why Fang Chen had urged her to come in quickly and cover her nose and mouth. As everyone knows, weasels have scent glands, making them a walking source of stench. Wherever they pass, they leave behind this foul smell. However, last night, since it never entered the house and Fang Chen didn't go outside, by the time they woke up in the morning, the smell outside had already dissipated, so they were unaware.
Of course, the stench from weasels is truly disgusting. When encountering enemies or danger, it will actively release a foul odor, which is the mist-like substance Fang Chen just saw. Moreover, this foul smell is incredibly potent.
Not only does it make people feel disgusted, but it can also cause poisoning.
This is because the foul odor contains thiol.
The human nose is extremely sensitive to the stench of thiol, which smells similar to gas. Of course, the amount in gas is very minimal, but the smell emitted by a weasel is pure.
Once you really smell it, fainting from the stench is entirely possible. You should put on some clothes first. It's cold outside.
Fang Chen glanced at Hetty, who was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and said while scratching his head. Just rushed in, Fang Chen directly grabbed Hetty's hand. Thinking about it now, it still felt somewhat soft and smooth. Hetty's pretty face turned slightly red as she quickly put on a coat and sat by the campfire to warm herself.
Fang Chen also put on his coat before coming over. Are we just going to ignore that weasel?
Hetty quickly asked. Of course, it has to be dealt with, but we need to wait for the stench to dissipate. Speaking of this, Fang Chen suddenly said to the drone camera, "Friends, if you encounter a weasel in the wild, never smell its stench, and definitely don't follow its trail, it will be very smelly." Of course, weasels are already quite rare nowadays. If you happen to come across one in the wild, you can take some photos or something. Of course, whether you can capture it depends on your luck.
Just joking.
The weasel is an extremely agile creature, capable of climbing trees, swimming, and burrowing. In the wild, aside from using traps, Fang Chen really couldn't think of any other way to catch it. Moreover, don't be fooled by its current brownish-yellow fur. When winter comes, it will change to snow-white fur, perfectly suited for the snowy terrain.
We're quite lucky to have attracted a weasel to come to us on its own.
Even though we lost 2 pieces of meat, Hetty said with a smile.
No, to be precise, it's 3 pieces. Fang Chen shook his head and laughed.
During the capture just now, the weasel was so fast that it had already grabbed the meat before the trap was triggered. So, the 3rd piece of meat is now in the weasel's possession.
But none of that matters.
As long as it can be caught, their worries will be resolved.
And, the weasel can truly be considered a treasure trove. First, its meat is edible and can also be used as medicine to treat frequent urination, body ulcers, and more.
Secondly, the weasel's fur can be used to make clothing, offering excellent warmth. Its tail fur is another feature. The guard hairs are dense, and the undercoat is thick. In ancient China, this type of fur was used to make brushes, known as wolf hair brushes. However, there's one thing: if you want to eat its meat, you must endure its stench.
That stuff is extremely pungent.
After waiting indoors for quite a long time, Fang Chen finally stepped outside again. The air circulation on the deserted island is very strong, so even though the weasel actively released its odor, it is now almost undetectable.
Lifting the bamboo cage, the weasel inside was still struggling incessantly, but it just couldn't escape. Don't underestimate this bamboo cage. With its thickness, it can't even bite through it. So this is a weasel, huh? It actually looks kind of cute.
Cute?
Don't be ridiculous. This guy ate 3 pieces of Fong Chen's meat, several pounds of it. From its appearance, it does look a bit like a rat, but rats are much bigger. I heard this thing preys on rats. Is that true? That's right, weasels are excellent at catching rats. However, their biggest fear is birds like eagles and hawks. Once caught, they have no ability to resist. This is the yellow immortal. Should we worship it? The comments flew by rapidly. If Fong Chen could see them, he would probably find them quite interesting. What do you plan to do with it? Herdy stepped out and asked. Let it be for now. Starve it for 2 days first. This guy eats so much, it must be full. It needs to experience what hunger feels like. Saying this, Fong Chen put down the bamboo cage and then expanded the other 2 bamboo cages to enclose it. This way, it definitely won't be able to escape. Ignoring it, Fong Chen placed the bamboo cage back into the pit once again, then went back to sleep with Hetty. Fong Chen and Hetty got up a little later than usual, as catching the weasel last night had taken up quite a bit of their time. The first thing Fong Chen did after getting up was to check on the weasel trapped in the bamboo cage. The bamboo cage clearly showed signs of being gnawed on, and the inside was almost completely damaged. If an additional one hadn't been added, it might have been a bit unsafe. In order to prevent the weasel from escaping, Fong Chen directly took a camping knife and spent over an hour making a small wooden cage. While earning a few evolution points, he also completely trapped the weasel inside. Now, even if it wanted to escape, it couldn't. After finishing, Fong Chen continued to renovate his mud house, while Hetty started weaving cloth on her own. There was still some cloth left from yesterday, but it was far from enough to make a piece of clothing. It seemed that Hetty would have to focus on this task for the foreseeable future. On Fong Chen's side, the earthen house's walls were basically completed, and the roof framework was in place. Wooden planks were laid diagonally on top, with enough large leaves and dried dragon whisker grass, half a cartload, placed on it. In this way, the entire earthen house looked quite decent. The moment Fong Chen finished, the system's notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully constructing a simple earthen house in 54 hours and 28 minutes. Based on the system's evaluation, it is rated as grade D. Reward, evolution points +4. This time it actually took so long? Fong Chen was somewhat stunned. Being busy every day, he hadn't felt it much, but with this system prompt, he realized that building a mud house indeed took quite a bit of time. Of course, getting 4 evolution points isn't too bad. The next day. What's more, this is Fong Chen's first time creating something rated as grade D. How is it? Finished? Hetty asked with a smile from the side. After 2 days, the fabric in her hands exceeded 1 meter in length once again, enough to make a piece of clothing. Fong Chen nodded and said, it just takes a bit too long. It still needs some improvement. I plan to add another door or window. Ever since mastering the technique of mortise and tenon joints, Fong Chen had become even more adept at building houses, and since he was going to do it this time, he decided to make it even better, especially the door. The wooden houses they built before had no doors, only vines used as curtains. Sometimes, when the wind blew at night, they could still feel the chill. By the way, do you want to go out for a walk? Sitting like this every day is quite harmful to your eyes and lumbar spine, Fong Chen suggested. Don't underestimate weaving, as it doesn't require much technical skill, but it involves sitting in the same place every day and performing repetitive, tedious tasks. Sitting for long periods is bad for the eyes and causes significant harm to the lumbar spine. You have to know, Hetty has been sitting like this for 2 days without moving at all. Anyone else would have been unable to bear it long ago. All right. Herdy stood up, stretched lazily, and said with a smile, I'll go out and see if there are any wild vegetables, and maybe pick up some acorns while I'm at it. What? You still want to eat acorn flour? Herdy said playfully, although it tastes a bit dry and astringent, it's still flour. Besides, I think the noodles you make are quite delicious. All right, go take a look, but be cautious. It's afternoon now, and by evening, there might be wild boars around. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Last time, Fong Chen and the others managed to capture 4 wild boars, but there are still a few left. Moreover, the acorns happen to be within their activity range, and if you encounter them, it could be dangerous. After giving some instructions, Hetty went out with a bamboo basket on her back. She took the pickaxe with her, while the camping knife was left for Fong Chen. As soon as Hetty left, Fong Chen continued working on his wooden door. Based on the size of the doorway he had left, Fong Chen started working at a steady pace. Making a wooden door wasn't actually difficult, especially since the wooden house was entirely designed by Fong Chen himself. He was well aware of the dimensions. The only trouble was that he didn't have measuring tools, so he had to proceed step by step. If he made a mistake, he would have to start over, so Fong Chen worked very cautiously. By the time evening came, Fong Chen had installed the meticulously crafted wooden door, and at the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully constructing a refined wooden door. Time taken, 3 hours and 12 minutes. System rating, E-level. Reward, evolution points +2. Spending 3 hours to make a wooden door was indeed quite a long time. However, in terms of craftsmanship, this wooden door is extremely exquisite. It even has some carved patterns on it, making it look just like the wooden doors of wealthy households in ancient times. Very beautiful.
Moreover, since this wooden door is made of solid wood, there's no need to worry about it being easily damaged. Once the wooden door was completed, Fangchen spent over 10 minutes installing a threshold below, so there would be no gaps or drafts. Yes, after finishing the wooden door, Hetty had not returned yet, so Fangchen continued making the wooden window. This time, Fangchen focused entirely on practicality. After all, according to modern craftsmanship standards, windows should allow light to pass through and so on, but Fangchen completely disregarded these considerations and made the window entirely out of solid wood. This way, it didn't take much time, and it was sealed tightly, leaving no concern about anything being able to get in through it. Done. After a full day, Fangchen earned a total of 6 evolution points. Adding the previous 5 points, he once again accumulated 11 points. This time, Fangchen did not rush to upgrade his skills but instead glanced at his earthen house. Although the house was built, the roof was not ideal. If it could be upgraded. Ding! Upgrading the roof requires 5 evolution points. Would you like to upgrade? The system's voice suddenly rang out. What the heck? 5 points. Fangchen was completely stunned. What kind of upgrade is this? It actually requires 5 points? Or is it that the system's evolution is determined based on the size of the object? After thinking for a while, Fangchen still couldn't bring himself to evolve. This earthen house is currently his best construction. If this house isn't good enough, then the other 3 wooden houses would be even less qualified. Moreover, he is currently in a development phase, where he needs to seize various resources and upgrade his abilities. These 5 evolution points would be better saved for upgrades. Of course, Fangchen now also has a budget. He must always ensure that he has more than 10 evolution points on him at all times for emergencies. By the time the doors and windows were built, the sky outside had already turned completely dark. Just as Fangchen was feeling a bit worried, a series of footsteps slowly sounded in the distance. Hetty happily ran in from outside, her steps light and cheerful, and her bamboo basket was filled with items. Fangchen, look what I found today. Hetty, like a lively young girl, had a face full of joy. As she spoke, she emptied everything from her bamboo basket, revealing a pile of acorns. Among these acorns, there were also some dark brown, weed-like things. As soon as he saw the plant, Fangchen's eyes immediately lit up. White mugwort. That's right, what Hetty had picked was indeed white mugwort. White mugwort is a type of wild vegetable, and for Fangchen, it was something he often ate during his childhood, especially the wild white mugwort, which could often be found in the mountains and fields. Great, we can have vegetables tonight. I'll go wash the vegetables, you take a break, Fangchen said happily. Upon hearing this, Hetty quickly said, wait, there's more. More? That's right. Hetty cheerfully reached into her waist pouch and slowly grabbed a handful of something. Ta-da! Look! In Hetty's hand, small, bright red objects were neatly displayed. And this thing is precisely wild chili peppers. This is really good stuff. Fangchen's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Wild chili peppers, also known as facing heaven peppers, can be used as a condiment or eaten directly. Of course, the spiciness is not something the average person can handle, but for Fangchen and his group, this stuff is an invaluable treasure. The island has a humid climate and it rains from time to time. The moisture is quite heavy, making it easy to get a cold stomach or similar issues, but wild chili peppers happen to have this effect. Of course, the benefits don't stop there. Wild chili peppers are rich in capsaicin, which can stimulate the brain to release endorphins, relieve pain, and speed up metabolism, helping to maintain a slim figure. In other words, they can help with weight loss. Secondly, it can also promote blood circulation, preventing heart disease, stroke, colds, arteriosclerosis, and so on. Anyway, eating chili peppers in moderation is beneficial to the body. Come on, give me the wild chili peppers. You go take a break first, Fangchen said eagerly. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Seeing Fangchen's excited expression, Hetty laughed so hard she swayed like a flower in the wind. This was the first time she'd seen someone so eager to take on work. Holding the mugwort, Fangchen removed its roots, cleaned it thoroughly, and then placed it in a stone pot to boil with hot water. Technically speaking, mugwort should actually be steamed, but since they didn't have a steamer, boiling was the only option. At the same time, Fangchen washed the few wild chili peppers, chopped them up, and placed them in a bowl. He added some coarse salt, a small amount of lard, and some seasoning ingredients like bay leaves and star anise. Once everything was ready, the mugwort in the pot was also ready to eat. Fangchen picked it up with chopsticks and placed it in an empty bowl nearby. Immediately after, Fangchen took a piece of sausage and cured meat, placing them in the pot to boil. He added a small amount of the boiled water into the seasoning bowl. With this, his dipping sauce was complete. Let me try it first. Fangchen sneakily picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of white mugwort, swirled it twice in the dipping sauce, and then eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Fangchen's eyes lit up. Although the seasoning is limited, for someone who hasn't had wormwood in vegetables in a long time, this is definitely a rare delicacy in the world. Heidi, come and try it. Coming. Hetty had just taken a bath, and as soon as she stepped out, she heard Fangchen calling her. Walking gracefully into the kitchen, Hetty happened to see Fangchen sneaking a bite. Ha, you look so funny. Funny? Try it yourself first before before you say that. Alright. Herdy picked up a new pair of chopsticks and, imitating Fong Chen's manner, ate a piece of white mugwort. After taking a bite, Herdy nodded repeatedly. This wild chili is so flavorful, full of spiciness, but it's really delicious. Hee hee, I made this myself. How could it not be delicious? In your dreams. After some playful banter, Fong Chen quickly placed the acorns Hetty had picked up today into a clay pot, ground them into powder, and made noodles using the same method as before. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. The speed of making acorn noodles the second time was noticeably faster than before. Put the acorn noodles into the pot where the sausages were cooked, and use that water to cook the noodles directly. Then, casually slice the bacon and sausages with a knife. Come on, dinner's ready. Hearing Fong Chen's call, Heidi came running over, skipping all the way, her face full of joy. Compared to before, today's meal was definitely the most sumptuous. It's so delicious. I realize the noodles you make have an indescribable feeling. Hetty couldn't stop praising Fong Chen, eating at an incredible speed. Seeing this scene, the audience in front of the camera couldn't help but drool. Oh my, I just finished eating, and now watching this makes me want to eat again. Before, when Hetty participated in competitions alone, she always felt very lonely. But now with Fong Chen, why does it feel like a cooking show? Isn't it because Fong Chen is amazing? Look at the others, who has such a high standard of living. Hee hee, yesterday's rankings, wasn't Bale still first? No matter how great Fong Chen is, it's only temporary. That's just because they haven't been busy with construction these past 2 days. Just wait and see. Fong Chen will definitely be first today. Hey, don't make noise, you're blocking my view of them eating. In front of the camera, whether it was the acorn noodles or that portion of bacon and sausage, it was quickly devoured by the two of them. After eating, Hetty patted her stomach contentedly and lay on her bed with great satisfaction. Hey, aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Fong Chen asked helplessly. Lying down on the bed right after eating not only makes it easy to gain weight but is also bad for the stomach. Hearing this, Hetty happily waved her hand and said, I don't care, gaining weight is fine. Anyway, I'm working hard every day, so I'll lose it sooner or later. Fong Chen couldn't help but laugh. What she said did make some sense. By the way, why didn't you pick some of these wild chili peppers? Or is this all there is? That's all there is. Hetty pouted and said, I searched for a long time today before finding it, and there's only one plant. I've already picked all the wild chili peppers from it. Alright. Fong Chen felt a bit regretful. If that's the case, they would have to ration these wild chili peppers. Originally, Fong Chen had thought that if there were enough, he could make some pickled peppers or something. The taste would be even better. Of course, although Hetty only found that one plant, the island is so big that if there's a first one, there will definitely be a second one. Walking around more will surely lead to finding it. After finishing the meal, Fong Chen was still tidying up the dishes when suddenly, the sound of pattering rain came from outside. It's raining! Fong Chen exclaimed in surprise. Then he and Hetty quickly rushed out of the room and hurried to rescue the dragon beard grass on the ground. The dragon beard grass was not completely dried yet. It could be used to cover the roof, but it was still a bit lacking for making straw raincoats. The two moved quickly, and there wasn't much dragon beard grass outside. By the time they had brought all the dragon beard grass into the house, the light rain outside had already turned into a torrential downpour. This weather really changes so suddenly, Herdy said helplessly. Yeah, the weather on the island is always like this. Maybe it'll clear up by tomorrow morning. Fong Chen smiled, tidied up the room, and then went to sleep. Under the night sky, the system notification sounded softly. Ding, survived for 24 hours, reward, evolution points +2. The next day, Fong Chen lay lazily on the bed, with the sound of tick-tock, tick-tock rain in his ears. Since last night, the rain hadn't stopped, but by now, the heavy rain had turned into a drizzle, and it seemed like it would stop soon. Getting out of bed and turning over, Fong Chen had just walked into the kitchen when he saw Hetty already boiling water. Good morning, Hetty. Not sleeping in today, huh? Humph. I only slept in because I was sick. Well, you slept in the day before yesterday too. Humph. Herdy let out a soft snort and pouted, saying, the water's ready, go freshen up first. Carrying water, Fong Chen came to the door, washed up briefly, and handed it to Hetty. Alright. Outside, the sound of rain had diminished, and a touch of orange sunlight gradually spread across the small island. The sun had come out. Today's weather should be nice too. It's a good day for work. Every day is about work. Even when it rains, isn't there still something to do? Yes, but we're running out of water at home, so I'm going to fetch some. Pushing a wooden cart loaded with clay pots, Fong Chen slowly made his way toward the river. Alright. They currently stored water in a very large clay pot, so large that using a wooden cart might make it unstable and cause it to fall, so they could only use these smaller pots to fetch water. Reaching the riverbank, Fong Chen leisurely began fetching water. However, as Fong Chen swayed in the water, fish immediately darted around swiftly. There are still fish? Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Although it rained last night, the rain wasn't heavy, so the river water hadn't risen much. Based on past experience, if a fence could be placed at that gap, it would definitely block the fish. Thinking of this, Fong Chen quickly pushed the wooden cart back to the camp. After pouring all the water from the clay pots into the large water tank, Fong Chen swiftly picked up the the bamboo cage and needle and thread he had used to catch the weasel earlier, preparing to run outside.
Hey, eat something first, the noodles are ready, Hetty quickly said. It's fine, I'll take it out and eat.
Fong Chen chuckled, grabbed the bowl and chopsticks, and dashed out swiftly.
Hetty couldn't help but laugh. This guy, who knows what he's up to again.
Hetty never questioned Fong Chen's actions, because she knew that Fong Chen was never careless and always acted for their benefit. Therefore, she felt at ease and simply focused on her own tasks. On the other side, Fong Chen returned to the riverside once again, fixing the bamboo cage in the gap by the riverbank and securing it on both sides with branches. After finishing this, Fong Chen quickly rushed into the nearby bamboo forest with a camping knife and found a slender bamboo stick.
Testing its flexibility, Fong Chen was very satisfied.
He tied the thin thread he had brought along to the tip of the bamboo stick and bent the needle in his hand to form the shape of a fishhook. Above the fishhook, tie a very small stone, treating it as a sinker.
In the middle of the fishing line,
Fong Chen tied a very tiny twig to serve as a float.
It was very obvious. He was going fishing.
The fishing rod was prepared, and Fong Chen used a camping knife to dig on the spot. Soon, earthworms appeared in the soil one after another.
Earthworms are almost everywhere, especially in fertile soil. Hooking the earthworms onto the fishing hook, Fong Chen happily ran toward the riverbank.
For them, who had been living on the deserted island for 14 days, being able to fish was definitely a kind of enjoyment. Of course, this simple fishing rod can only be used for this kind of thing.
For slightly larger lakes or the sea, this fishing rod would definitely not be sufficient. Returning to the riverside, it took him less than 20 minutes to make a fishing rod.
Soon enough, he could even still have his noodles.
Reaching out,
the fishing line traced a perfect arc and gently landed right in the middle of the river.
Swish! Perfect! Fong Chen looked satisfied and began eating the acorn noodles beside him with great enjoyment. Life is all about knowing how to enjoy it. Days like these,
fishing while eating, are truly a heavenly life for them.
Sitting by the river, quietly watching the water's surface, Fong Chen propped his head with one hand, looking completely at ease.
Without the busyness, time no longer seemed to pass so quickly.
He thoroughly enjoyed every minute and every second.
Of course, this was only temporary.
At most, Fong Chen would enjoy himself for a morning.
Whether or not he caught any fish, he would have to get to work in the afternoon. As time passed, Fong Chen even started to feel a bit drowsy. He really wanted to lie down on the grass by the river and take a nap, but that obviously wouldn't be good. What if there really were fish? Just as he thought of this, the fishing rod in front of him suddenly shook. The float was quickly pulled downward, and a heavy force was transmitted into Fong Chen's hand.
Crash! There really are fish.
Seeing this scene, Fong Chen's face lit up with joy, and the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes even more.
Some people are even starting to question their lives. My goodness, can you really catch fish with this kind of fishing rod?
Exactly. I spent 5,000 on a set of fishing rods the other day and didn't catch a thing.
Fishing is all about skill. What's the use of having a good fishing rod? Hey, it's coming up. Whoa, that's a huge fish.
On the screen, Fong Chen slowly and steadily pulled the fish up, the fishing rod already bent.
On the hook, a shiny grass carp was desperately wriggling, trying to break free from the hook's restraint. Seeing this grass carp, Fong Chen's eyes squinted into a line with laughter. TSK, this fish must weigh at least 6 or 7 pounds.
This morning was definitely worth sitting here. Compared to the one caught earlier with the wooden fence, this fish is clearly much bigger. Moreover, grass carp that grow in the wild like this must taste even more delicious. Happily removing the fish from the hook, Fong Chen placed it on the ground a bit farther from the river and quickly walked toward the bamboo basket. He picked it up and was suddenly stunned.
Is there a fish?
No, I didn't see any signs of struggle.
Damn, that's not a fish, that's a crayfish.
That's right. Inside the bamboo cage, there was a bright red little crayfish.
Damn, if I had a whole cage of these, wouldn't I be rich? Fong Chen paused, then burst into laughter. He couldn't help but think about a midnight snack.
Garlic crayfish, spicy crayfish, braised crayfish, salt and pepper crayfish, stir-fried crayfish.
Who could resist this? So, if you trust the author, please consider subscribing.
The performance of this book is indeed poor, so I'm begging you to subscribe, or maybe throw in some flowers or review votes for support.
I'm deeply grateful.
Returning to the camp with his spoils, before even stepping inside, Hetty came bouncing out to greet him.
Wow, such a big fish.
Hetty excitedly took the bamboo basket from Fong Chen's hands, her face brimming with joy as she said, "Now we can eat fish again."
Ha, hurry up and cook, I'm hungry. Got it, Brother Chen.
Hetty giggled, placed it in a clay pot, and quickly started cooking for Fong Chen. Fish would definitely be saved for dinner. For lunch, it could only be some cured meat and sausages.
Of course, even if you eat the same food every day, the deliciousness remains delicious, and it's something many contestants envy. Herdy, look at this. Fong Chen lifted the crayfish, grinning as he leaned closer.
Hetty looked at Fong Chen in horror, but returned to normal the next second.
Please, I'm not a little girl. Do you think I'm afraid of this kind of thing?
Seems like that's true. Being able to survive in the wild and ranking among the top 50 wilderness masters in the world, they are basically fearless of anything. When encountering danger, they only respond with calm composure. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't be able to survive in the wild.
wild. Did you catch this in the river too? Sort of, it crawled into the bamboo cage on its own. Fang Chen shrugged, then tossed the crayfish into the bamboo cage. Just this one little crayfish isn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Moreover, even if they managed to find crayfish now, if they wanted to cook it, they could only choose pure spicy flavor. After all, they didn't even have Sichuan peppercorns, so they couldn't make the numbing spicy flavor. Heidi, don't weave cloth this afternoon. Go outside and see if there are any wild chili peppers left. If possible, it would be best to transplant them back. Alright, leave this to me. Hetty was tending the fire in front of the stove and asked doubtfully, you wouldn't really be planning to cook some crayfish, would you? Yes, Fang Chen said cheerfully, although we don't have many seasonings, if we can make it, the taste will definitely be great.
I just don't know if there are enough crayfish in the river.
I'll check it out this afternoon. Hetty nodded repeatedly.
She had eaten crayfish before during her time surviving in the wild, but those things were hard to find and not filling. After trying them once, she swore never to waste time on crayfish again.
Alright,
however, this time with Fang Chen around, she suddenly felt a strong sense of security deep in her heart.
Afternoon. After eating, Fang Chen and Hetty both went out carrying bamboo baskets.
Of course, besides bringing his fishing rod, Fang Chen also brought along a piece of pork liver. Alone by the riverside, Fang Chen did not go to the spot where he fished in the morning but instead followed the river downstream to find a place where the water was murkier. He removed the fishhook, tied a piece of pig liver onto it, and then gently cast it out, letting the pig liver sink. Barely 2 minutes after casting, Fang Chen felt a slight tremor on the fishing rod.
Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Chen yanked the fishing rod up,
and with this tug, Fang Chen immediately widened his eyes.
Swish! 2 little crayfish.
At the very bottom of the fishing rod, 2 little crayfish were clinging tightly to the pig liver, refusing to let go.
Fang Chen didn't hesitate and put the 2 little crayfish into the bamboo basket. The reason for using pig liver to catch crayfish is related to its habits.
After all, crayfish are omnivorous and can eat mud, aquatic plants, algae, aquatic insects, animal carcasses, etc. However, the most tempting thing for them is still something with a meaty smell. Therefore, pig liver is currently Fang Chen's best choice. Of course, the river he chose also has its considerations. Crayfish generally live at the bottom of the water, so in areas where the river water is relatively murky, crayfish are usually more abundant. Starting off strong, it looks like today's harvest will be pretty good. Fang Chen chuckled as he tossed the pig liver back into his hand. Immediately after, he began the frenzied process of fishing for crayfish. As long as he cast it down, it would take no more than 5 minutes at most for a crayfish to bite. Moreover, the crayfish here are all very large, basically the size of a palm. Under the watchful eyes of many viewers, Fang Chen kept reaping rewards, practically turning the survival show into a wilderness fishing program. Wow, so this is another way to catch crayfish? I always thought they were just grabbed from mud pits. Goodness, he's only fishing, and I'm already drooling? Done. If I don't have some crayfish tonight, I feel like I won't be able to sleep. Hey, are there any friends in Shunan? Let's meet up for some beer and crayfish? I'll pitch in $10. Time flew by amidst the flow of comments, and all afternoon, Fang Chen hardly moved from that spot. However, the bamboo basket beside him was gradually filling up with more and more crayfish, and by the end, it was almost overflowing. So many, enough for a feast for 2. Fang Chen reeled in his fishing rod and then happily ran back toward the campsite. Catching a full bamboo basket of crayfish didn't take Fang Chen too much time. In fact, he could even go out for another round. However, Fang Chen still had to deal with the crayfish problem first. After all, although crayfish are delicious, handling them is quite troublesome. Because they like to live in mud and sand, they are very dirty and must be cleaned thoroughly, otherwise, it's easy to get sick. Taking out a new clay pot, Fang Chen poured all the crayfish into it and then filled it with water. At the same time, Fang Chen took out coarse salt and sprinkled it evenly, then stirred it slightly. This process is called spitting sand. Since Fang Chen only had coarse salt, he could only use that. Of course, if there were vinegar, it would be even better. After placing the crayfish properly, Fang Chen left it alone. After all, spitting sand is a process that requires the crayfish to do it themselves, and watching over it at home wouldn't make any difference. Carrying a camping knife and a bamboo basket, Fang Chen stepped out the door once again. This time, he was determined to find the ingredients for making crayfish. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, suddenly, Hetty came running quickly toward the camp. Fang Chen, I found something great. However, Fang Chen was startled, then stopped in his tracks and carefully looked at what Hetty was holding. She was holding a bunch of twigs, with some very small granules hanging on them. From a distance, they didn't seem to be much different. Oh, when Hetty moved a little closer, Fang Chen's eyes suddenly widened. Peppercorns, however. Fang Chen, look. Hetty ran up to Fang Chen, panting, her face brimming with joy, extremely delighted. Hetty, you really have a knack for finding things. Fang Chen praised as he took the Sichuan pepper from Hetty's hand. Judging from the growing season of Sichuan pepper, it is indeed the fruiting season now, so it still looks very fresh. Hetty smiled and said, these Sichuan pepper trees are so tall, generally around 5 or 6 meters. It took me a lot of effort to pick just this little bit, so you have to use it sparingly.
reassuringly. Ha ha ha, it's fine, in a couple of days, we'll just transplant it back, Fong Chen said happily. With Sichuan pepper, his spicy crayfish dish would be even more perfected. As for some other seasonings, if he had them, great, if not, it didn't matter. Besides, their home already had star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, which were basically enough. Where are you planning to go? Originally, I was planning to go out and find some seasoning, but since you found the Sichuan peppercorns, I won't go out anymore. Poof. Hurdy pouted and said, of course, do you still doubt my ability to find things? Oh, look at you showing off. It's just Sichuan peppercorns. Haven't I found plenty of seasonings before too? You think it's just Sichuan peppercorn? Hurdy's lips curved into a smile, and under Fong Chen's astonished gaze, she suddenly pulled a garlic bulb out of her waist pouch. What the heck? You even managed to find this. Hee, I told you I'm amazing. Alright, not bad, not bad. Fong Chen didn't pay any attention to what Hetty was saying and instead focused all his attention on the garlic. If there were more of this stuff, I could even make garlic crayfish. Garlic crayfish? Then take a look. Do you think this is enough? Speaking, Hetty cheerfully emptied everything from her pouch. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Garlic scattered all over the ground. How about that? Am I impressive or what? Not bad, not bad. Fong Chen quickly picked up all the garlic, held it near his nose, and sniffed. The garlic smell was strong and pungent. Moreover, when Hetty harvested them, she specifically removed the upper part of the garlic, leaving only the bulbs. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to bring back so many. Dear viewers, today, I don't plan to go out. Tonight, we'll make spicy crayfish and garlic crayfish to eat. Why do I like eating garlic? Because garlic is great. Its aroma is wonderful. Of course, it also has anti-cancer properties, so eating more garlic is beneficial. With a cheeky smile at the camera, Fong Chen immediately returned to the room, tidied up everything, and got ready to start. Hetty was in charge of handling the garlic, while Fong Chen placed Sichuan peppercorns in a heated stone pot and lightly stir-fried them to release their aroma before setting them aside in a bowl. At this time, the crayfish had almost finished spitting out sand. Fong Chen took the dried straw and selected the harder part near the root, then tied it to the end of a small stick with some string, creating a simple brush. To prepare crayfish, besides letting them spit out sand, you also need to use a brush to clean them thoroughly, rinse them repeatedly, then cut open their backs to remove the vein. Of course, you also need to remove the head. Although it doesn't seem very complicated, after all, there are so many crayfish, and when it comes to actually doing it, it's quite tedious. With the two of them having clear divisions of labor, Fong Chen kept cleaning the crayfish, while Hetty was responsible for peeling the garlic, then mincing it, and handling all the wild chili peppers. Once the two of them were done with their tasks, Fong Chen placed the cleaned crayfish into a clay pot and then took out the lard. It's been stored for so long, and finally, it's time to put it to good use. Fong Chen chuckled. Hetty really made a great contribution this time by finding so many ingredients. It's no exaggeration to say that after today, they'll be able to enjoy freshly stir-fried dishes from now on. Sizzle. Pour the lard into the pan, and make sure to pour in a generous amount. Then pour the chopped garlic into the pan, add a bit of wild chili peppers and stir-fry. After that, add the crayfish and keep stir-frying, then add star anise, bay leaves, and other seasonings. Not to mention, the moment Fong Chen started cooking the crayfish, Hetty already had a completely blissful expression on her face. My goodness, is it really this enjoyable? Does it really smell this good? You can tell from Hetty's expression that it must be delicious. What should I do? Does this mean I'll have to eat extra tonight? Hang in there, brother upstairs. I can't take it anymore. If I don't get some crawfish tonight, I won't be able to sleep. I want it too. Whether it's garlic or spicy, give me one of each. When the drone focused its camera on the pot, the comments section instantly erupted with howls of hunger. There's no doubt about it. While Fong Chen might not guarantee much else, his cooking skills are absolutely on par with home-cooked standards. Moreover, as long as his culinary abilities improve further, he will reach an even higher level and will definitely be able to rival those top chefs in the future. Swish, swish. As the wooden spatula kept stirring in the pot, the aroma of the crayfish grew increasingly rich. Next, Fong Chen placed a wooden lid over the pot, letting it cook for over 10 minutes before uncovering it. Instantly, a strong and enticing fragrance wafted through the air. Remove the pot, pour all the crayfish into the clay pot, then add the remaining minced garlic into the sauce, stir well, and drizzle it over the surface of the crayfish. Wow, it looks so good and smells amazing. Damn, this looks absolutely delicious. That's it. Why do I feel like my garlic crayfish isn't as fragrant as the one Fong Chen made? Has this guy really never been a chef? Could there be a mistake in the information? It's not just the audience. The staff managing Fong Chen's live stream channel were also drooling like crazy at this moment. Employee, boss, can we have crayfish tonight? Boss, crayfish? Didn't we just give out benefits yesterday? Employee, but I really want to eat. Boss, what's wrong? Are you upset or? Damn, who is that? Eating crayfish. 2 pots, even. Garlic and spicy both. Employee, Fong Chen. Boss, is this guy cheating? How can he be eating crayfish now? And such a lavish meal. Employee, no, boss, I've been watching their entire process process very closely. Fang Chen has been in the lead since he landed on the island, and now he often dominates first place. Boss, then let's have some cray.
Bah! Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and write the headline, and put it on the recommended list.
So delicious.
In the camp, Hetty and Fang Chen were thoroughly enjoying the 2 servings of crayfish in front of them. In just one afternoon, Fang Chen had caught at least 100 crayfish. Even if they were in the city, let alone on this deserted island, the 2 of them feasting on 100 crayfish would still be an absolute delight.
What's more, besides the crayfish, Fang Chen had also cooked some cured meat and sausages.
This meal could be described as extremely sumptuous.
Hey, you only eat the meat inside the crayfish? Fang Chen suddenly stopped and looked at Hetty speechlessly.
Hetty was also confused.
What else would I eat?
Of course, you have to do it like me. Slurp slurp, see?
You have to suck out all the juice inside too, Fang Chen said with utmost seriousness.
He had just looked up and noticed that Heidi was eating crayfish at an incredible speed, but she wasn't even sucking out the juice inside? Without sucking the juice, eating crayfish has no soul. Hetty was startled, but that's how we eat it over there. That's why it doesn't taste good to you.
Come on, learn from me.
Slurp, slurp. In front of the camera, the sound of the 2 sipping the broth reached the audience's ears. Perhaps there are significant differences between places and national cultures, but when it comes to food, that's absolutely universal.
Oh my god, eating like this is really too crude.
Hey bro, I found that eating like this really has a great vibe.
Coincidentally, we have a crayfish festival here in a couple of days. Any brothers want to come and have fun together?
Me. Just seeing them eat crayfish is already making my mouth water.
Amid the sound of slurping, Fang Chen and Hetty quickly finished the 2 servings of crayfish in front of them.
Ah, I'm so full.
Let me clean up the dishes,
Hetty said with a cheerful smile.
Since Fang Chen cooked, the task of washing dishes would definitely fall to her.
Upon hearing this, Fang Chen quickly said, No, keep these 2 portions of broth for tomorrow morning to have with noodles.
Ha, you can do that? That's a must.
Fang Chen chuckled and said, You have no idea how delicious this broth is for cooking noodles. When it comes to food, Hetty had been completely won over by Fang Chen. Whether it was the cooking methods or the way of eating, she had deeply experienced what true deliciousness meant. Suddenly remembered a news story I read before, where someone said they wanted to taste all the delicacies of Fang Chen's country. After 5 years, they hadn't even managed to leave one province.
Thinking about it now, this really isn't an exaggeration.
Alright, okay. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Fang Chen strolled around the courtyard with satisfaction. Their courtyard was actually quite large. It could easily accommodate 7 or 8 houses at the same time, and there was still enough space in the middle to serve as a separate courtyard, capable of storing many things. However, their current development has also entered a slow phase. After all, the closer they move toward modernization, whether in construction or other aspects, the more time it takes.
Fortunately, they are one step ahead, and every step keeps them ahead.
At least among the current contestants, there is absolutely no one living better than them. Just as Fang Chen was about to go back to his room to sleep, suddenly, a roar erupted from the mountain forest behind him. As soon as he heard this sound, Fang Chen instantly shivered. He was all too familiar with this sound.
It was clearly the roar of the tiger in the jungle behind him. However,
the moment the roar sounded, Hetty also hurriedly ran out of the room.
Roar! Fang Chen, could this be the tiger you mentioned earlier?
But their location is quite far from here, so why does the roar sound so close?
Fang Chen's face was full of seriousness.
If that tiger really approached this side, they would definitely be in great danger.
Moreover, with just their current defenses, especially the wooden fence, it definitely wouldn't stop a tiger. We must hurry up and start building, Fang Chen said solemnly. I don't know. Early in the morning, Fang Chen turned over and got out of bed.
Ever since he heard the tiger's roar last night, he hadn't been able to sleep soundly.
After all, if the tiger really came,
both he and Hetty would be in danger. This is no joking matter. I originally wanted to save the evolution points, but it seems I have to upgrade first.
The next day,
opening the attribute panel, Fang Chen converted the evolution points into skill points and decisively allocated them to construction.
Suddenly, a vast amount of knowledge about construction surged into his mind, flashing before Fang Chen's eyes like a movie.
Moments later, Fang Chen reopened his eyes. The knowledge has indeed increased significantly, but based on the current materials, there still can't be any fundamental changes. No matter which skill it is, even if upgraded, Fang Chen has only gained knowledge in that area. Whoosh! To change their current situation, the raw materials must keep up, otherwise, everything is out of the question.
Fortunately, after improving his skills, Fang Chen became more solid in his existing knowledge, and his experience also increased significantly. Let's get to work.
Pushing a small wooden cart, Fang Chen quickly headed up the mountain. Renovating the house was merely to improve their living standards. To withstand animal attacks, they still needed to strengthen their defenses.
That is to say,
Fang Chen must replace the wooden fence with a wall. Only in this way can the tiger tiger be completely kept out? Based on Fong Chen's current knowledge, a reinforced concrete wall would definitely be very sturdy. Unfortunately, they have no steel, no concrete, and no bricks. The only thing they can build is an earthen wall. Perhaps some people are puzzled, why not fire bricks? The reason is very simple. In modern craftsmanship, brick production is industrialized, generally using relatively lightweight shale. It requires machinery to crush the shale into powder, then mix it with water in a mixer, followed by extrusion, texturing, and cutting with mechanical blades to achieve uniform size standards. In ancient times, firing bricks was a lengthy process. First, clay had to be selected, and the chosen clay needed to undergo months of exposure to wind and sun. Then it was manually crushed and sieved to leave pure soil. The pure soil was mixed with water and kneaded into thick mud, shaped using molds, air-dried, and finally fired. In short, making bricks is very complicated and troublesome. It's much faster for Fong Chen to use rocks. Of course, even with an earthen wall, Fong Chen could ensure that tigers wouldn't get in. However, it would take him a bit more time. All morning, Fong Chen kept transporting rocks from the mountain. It was only after the courtyard was piled with at least half the rocks that he finally stopped. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the drone. Latest notice, Kelson, contestant number 071, was attacked by wild wolves last night, eliminated. Latest notice, Ackerman, contestant number 075, was attacked by wild wolves last night, eliminated. Wild wolf attack. Hearing these 4 words, Fong Chen and Henny were both stunned, and the live stream was flooded with comments. There are actually wild wolves? How can anyone survive like this? There are even tigers on the island. What do you think Fong Chen and the others will do? Oh my gosh, Fong Chen, you absolutely have to keep going. You mustn't get eliminated. Look how foresight Fong Chen is. Even without a wall, that earthen house can keep tigers out. Little Chin Chen, you have to keep going. I believe you can make it through. The wolf attack made all the contestants a bit uneasy. They haven't been on the island for very long, and the areas they've explored so far are relatively safe, so they haven't attracted the attention of the island's natives yet. But as time goes on, they will surely keep exploring, and at that time, they will inevitably encounter more dangers. This wolf attack is a signal. Numbers 071 and 075, judging by the landing point on the island, are still quite a distance away from us. Fong Chen calmly analyzed, we don't need to worry about the wolves coming over in the short term, we just need to consider the threat of tigers. But tigers are also very scary. If we're discovered, we'll be in danger at any moment, Hetty said worriedly. Compared to wild boars, tigers are far more ferocious. Alright, let's build the wall first. At least this way we'll be a bit safer. Okay, I'll help you. The threat of wild beasts is truly terrifying. So terrifying that Hetty stopped weaving fabric just to help Fong Chen build the wall first. After all, clothes can be made anytime, and there's still some time before winter sets in. But if they were attacked by wild beasts, they could be eliminated at any moment, and no amount of resources would help then. Following the method of building earthen houses, Fong Chen and Hetty quickly constructed the wall. If you want the wall to be built strong enough, apart from enhancing the craftsmanship, it's all about the thickness. After all, a wall with a thickness of 10 centimeters and one with a thickness of 1 meter are worlds apart. Moreover, it's not just the thickness. In terms of height, Fong Chen has also built it to over 3 meters high. According to Fong Chen's knowledge, the average tiger's jumping height is around 2 meters, with the more impressive ones reaching 2.5 meters, but 3 meters, that's extremely rare. Of course, if that tiger could really leap over the more than 3 meter high wall directly, Fong Chen would accept it, since their current level makes anything over 3 meters their limit. After a whole day of work, Fong Chen and Hetty had only managed to build one wall. At this pace, it would probably take about 4 days to finish all 4 sides. However, as long as their safety could be ensured, Fong Chen would be willing to spend not just 4 days, but even 10 days. In the evening, Hetty went to cook while Fong Chen continued working on another wall. A person building a wall alone will surely progress a bit slowly, but it's better than nothing. Having progress is good. Dinner's ready. Moments later, waves of aroma wafted from the kitchen. What's for dinner tonight? Of course, it's fish. Yesterday, Fong Chen and the others focused all their attention on the crayfish, so they saved the grass carp for tonight. Smelling that delicious aroma, Fong Chen's fatigue from the day eased quite a bit. And just as the two were enjoying dinner, hey, did you guys see the news today? Clan leader Jean and Klaus have teamed up again. Ha, didn't he already partner with Warner? You don't know, do you? Yesterday, when the news about the wild wolves came out, it made everyone panic. Think about it, can just 2 people avoid a wolf pack? Yeah, and besides the wild wolves, there are even fiercer beasts like tigers. But I saw the organizers have already sent a message explaining it. It seems like at most 5 people can team up, but of course, the score will only count for 1 person. Damn, it's true. Look at the rankings. Fong Chen has already dropped to 5th place. At this rate, whether Fong Chen can even get the final prize is still a question. That's a minor issue. I just checked Becky's livestream, and this guy actually joined Bales. For external news, as long as the organizers don't inform them, Fong Chen and Hetty will absolutely remain unaware, especially about who has teamed up with whom.
room. Of course, their current alliance is mainly due to the shocking elimination of those two yesterday. After all, it's only the 15th day, still in the early development stage, and they've already been eliminated. If this gets out, they will lose face. So, as long as they can survive longer, they will find ways, as long as it's within the rules. After dinner, Fang Chen continued working for a while before going to bed. The next day, as dawn broke, Fang Chen got up again. Seeing this scene, many viewers in the livestream felt a bit distressed. Fang Chen, you're working too hard like this. Take a break first. Yeah, Xiao Chen, you can't wear yourself out. It's all because of those damn beasts. If it weren't for them, Fang Chen wouldn't be so exhausted. These things were bound to happen sooner or later, but it would be great if two more people could help Fang Chen share the burden. I don't want that. Just Fang Chen and Hetty are enough for me. Exactly. Just the two of them are great. The live stream room was bustling with activity early in the morning. Fang Chen got up, freshened up a bit, and then started working. When Hetty woke up, she naturally began making breakfast and then went to help Fang Chen build the wall. You were busy all day yesterday and still got up so early today. Why don't you take a break? I can handle it myself. Hetty stood next to Fang Chen and said, I know you can do it, but you must hurry up and build it now, or it'll be too late when the tiger comes. But your body, Hetty said with some concern, you're still so young. If you ruin your health just because of this program, it wouldn't be worth it. Oh, why does that sound so much like you're worried about me? Hoof. Hetty snorted, what I said is the truth. Alright then. Fang Chen smiled and said, I'll go have a meal first. You take over, and I'll come back after eating. Hetty happily took over the heavy work from Fang Chen and began building the wall step by step according to his method, without missing a single detail. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Hetty truly lived up to her reputation as one of the top 50 wilderness masters in the world. Not only was she hardworking and resilient, but she also possessed extensive survival skills. Most importantly, she was better than Fang Chen at finding things, and just as Fang Chen was eating. Alright, suddenly, the system's notification sound abruptly arrived. Ding, 1 week check-in. Ding, 1 week of check-ins completed, reward, check-in gift pack ×1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining evolution points +5, skill points +1, passive ability, perception. The moment the system's voice fell, Fang Chen eagerly opened the attribute panel. Abilities, fire starting max, construction LV3, cooking LV2, hunting LV2, crafting LV3, planting LV2, passive, perception LV1, evolution points, 7. In the new attribute panel, a noticeable passive ability had been added. Ding, detected unopened gift package. Would you like to open it now? Yes. When Fang Chen checked this perception, he couldn't help but grin. Perception, the ability to sense weather changes. The higher the level, the more noticeable the perception of weather changes. Name, Fang Chen. Attributes, strength 15, stamina 14, agility 14, spirit 15. This is truly a great thing. Although it doesn't seem very useful for Fang Chen, who is surviving on a deserted island, this is a very practical skill. Especially with the current unpredictable weather, you never know when there might be a heavy rain or other weather conditions. With perception, Fang Chen can clearly sense what the upcoming weather will be like. Skill points, 1. But it doesn't seem very useful right now? Fang Chen calmed himself and sensed briefly, discovering nothing unusual. Could it be that the weather ahead won't change much? After thinking it over carefully without reaching any conclusion, Fang Chen simply stopped pondering. Anyway, when the weather changes in the future, he should be able to notice it. As for this time's sign-in gift package, apart from perception, skill points, and evolution points, it didn't provide him with an all-attribute boost. All in all, his luck with opening the package this time wasn't very good. After eating, Fang Chen and Hetty started building the wall again. In the next 2 days, apart from eating and sleeping, the two spent almost all their time on this. 2 days later. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully building an earthen wall. Time taken, 84 hours and 37 minutes. Rated D level by the system, rewarding the host with +4 evolution points. As the system notification sounded, Fang Chen and Hetty both let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. During these 2 days, they hardly did anything else, devoting themselves wholeheartedly to building the wall. As for Fang Chen, he worked almost 16 hours a day. Is your body really made of iron? You've been working tirelessly for 2 or 3 days, and yet you seem perfectly fine. Hetty looked at Fang Chen curiously and said. Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, it's fine, I know my own body. Alright, but at least it's finally done now. Looking at the wall they had painstakingly built over the past 2 days, Hetty stretched lazily, revealing her perfect figure, with a smile on her face that was both tired and satisfied. In their view, tall walls had been erected all around the villa. The wall is about 1 meter wide and over 3 meters high. Although it's made of earth, with this height and thickness, even a tiger would be left staring helplessly. We've been exhausted these past 2 days. Let's take a good rest tomorrow. Hetty nodded but quickly came to her senses. It's only noon. Rest well tomorrow. But what about this afternoon? Of course, we keep working. Fang Chen grinned and said, although the wall is built, there's no gate and there's still something missing
balancing on top of the wall.
Alright, I'll get to work. You go take a break. That won't do. You've been working, so how can I just sit idle?
I'll go weave some cloth. After 2 consecutive days of work, Fangchen himself wasn't too exhausted, and Hetty was doing fine as well. After all, Fangchen was the one doing most of the heavy lifting, while she assisted him. Holding the camping knife, Fangchen slowly walked toward the nearby forest. After the wall was built, they couldn't see the situation outside at all, and the lighting inside was slightly dim. But it was this wall that brought a sense of security to both of their hearts.
Oh, knock knock.
As the sound of chopping echoed, Fangchen soon dragged several large logs back to the courtyard.
Alright.
Fangchen had experience making doors, but to craft one capable of withstanding a tiger, first, it had to be solid. Secondly, the height of this door must also be close to that of the wall. Otherwise, the wall they worked so hard to build over these days would just be for show. Therefore, this time Fangchen put in a lot of effort, dragging back many large trees from the nearby jungle. Using a camping knife, he chopped them into thick, solid wooden planks and then joined them together using a mortise and tenon structure. It must be said, the mortise and tenon structure is truly a crystallization of the wisdom of the ancients. In an era without nails or screws, being able to come up with such a method aside from brilliant, Fangchen really couldn't think of any other adjective. Watching Fangchen use the mortise and tenon structure to piece together those heavy wooden boards, Heidi was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't just her, the entire livestream chat was flooded with comments at this moment.
Wow, so this is Fangchen's true skill.
My goodness, with this level of security, not even a pack of tigers could get in. That's incredible, everyone else's progress is so slow, but Fangchen is the fastest. What's the use?
Fangchen hasn't even made it into the top 5 these past few days. Could it be the gifts aren't enough? Ladies, let's send some gifts. It doesn't have much to do with the gift.
The main thing is that most people are now grouped in 3s, so their construction speed is faster than the 2 of them. Exactly, the scores of 3 people are counted as 1 person's.
Unless Fangchen directly enters the Bronze Age, there's really no way. Amidst the barrage of comments, Fangchen assembled the door, satisfied as he admired his handiwork.
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully constructing a solid wooden door.
Time taken, 5 hours and 49 minutes.
Rated as grade E by the system, rewarding the host with +2 evolution points. Well, it's still more cost-effective to do this kind of manual work.
Fangchen grinned.
Building the wall took him so much time, yet it only earned him 4 evolution points. If it weren't for defending against the tiger, he really wouldn't have wanted to.
Satisfied, Fangchen glanced at the remaining wood nearby. There's still quite a bit left, can't let it go to waste. After thinking for a moment, Fangchen picked up the camping knife again.
In front of the drone's camera, Fangchen held the camping knife, his hands moving swiftly as wood shavings fell in large flakes. Very quickly, the piece of wood in his hand, which seemed to be useless, became sharp at both ends, looking very sharp. Placing the crafted wood aside, Fangchen picked up another piece of wood and began to repeat the process. In his hands, pieces of wood with extremely sharp ends on both sides quickly took shape. Next, Fangchen stepped onto the wooden cart, climbed up the already constructed wall, and fixed the pieces of wood at the top at regular intervals.
Seeing this scene, Hetty instantly reacted. He wants to increase the height of the wall again.
Clearly, with these sharp wooden stakes, the height of the wall was raised by about half a meter. And this half meter is crucial. If any other animal wants to leap over this wall, unless it can directly jump nearly 4 meters high, it would be in vain. After all, the tops of these wooden stakes are very sharp. If one tries to rush over at high speed without enough height, it's very easy to get scratched.
How is it? Not bad, right? Fangchen stood in the center of the courtyard, smiling as he spoke.
Herdy nodded lightly. I've noticed that as long as these things end up in your hands, they can all be turned into treasures.
Oh, such high praise? That's not like you, Fangchen said jokingly. Hattie snorted and pouted. How am I not like her? Do I look like a tomboy to you? Pretty much. You, don't even think about having dinner tonight. Hey, don't do that. Hurry up and go make dinner.
Herdy hummed as she walked into the kitchen to start cooking. After being busy for 2 days, both of them were a bit tired. But whenever it was time to cook, whether it was Fangchen or Herdy, they would become full of energy. Especially over the past 2 days, Herdy had tasted Fangchen's stir-fried dishes. Previously, they had lard and meat, but why didn't they cook stir-fried dishes?
Not enough seasoning.
But starting from the day they ate crayfish, the seasonings they collected became sufficient, especially the wild chili peppers. Therefore, Fangchen thoroughly demonstrated to Hetty what true gourmet food was.
By the way, Fangchen, we're running low on seasonings. Already out so soon?
Yeah, we've been staying at home these past couple of days without going out, and besides, we didn't have much seasoning to begin with. After 2 meals, it's all gone.
Alright, then we'll head out tomorrow.
As they spoke, a serving of stir-fried cured meat and sausage with seasonal vegetables was taken out of the pan, along with 2 bowls of acorn noodles. Although they basically ate these every day, for Fangchen and the others, just having food to eat was already quite good.
Fangchen, have you really never worked as a chef before? Not at all. What's wrong?
But why is the food you make so delicious, and with so few seasonings?
If it were me, I definitely couldn't make
like it. That's because our country has a lot of delicious food. What I made is just ordinary home-cooked dishes.
You haven't even seen the real gourmet dishes yet. Then when can I see them?
Just as the two were eating and chatting, suddenly, an extremely rough roar came again. Tiger roar! Fong Chen and Hetty exchanged a glance, quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks, and went to the courtyard.
Judging from the roar just now, the tiger should be in the back mountain area.
Well, the distance isn't too far, and compared to last time, I can hear it much more clearly. The two of them had serious expressions on their faces. Although they had done everything they could, the tiger was still nearby, and it was impossible not to feel uneasy. Roar! However, the wall was very high, and from inside here, they couldn't see the situation outside at all, let alone where the tiger was. I'll go up and take a look. Hetty, make a bonfire in the courtyard, right there on the open space, and make it big. As he spoke, Fong Chen stepped onto the wooden cart. Keeping a certain distance from the wall, he cautiously looked outside. Outside, it was pitch black. In the darkness of the night, without any light, Fong Chen found it very difficult to see what was out there. Moreover, the height of this wooden cart is also limited, unless Fong Chen climbs up the wall. What if the tiger is right outside? After thinking it over, Fong Chen still decided not to take such a risky action and instead turned to help Hetty add more firewood to the bonfire.
In wilderness survival, a bonfire is absolutely essential.
Alright, because it not only provides warmth but also repels wild beasts. As for why this is the case, there are many theories nowadays. It might be because lightning strikes in the wild set trees on fire, instilling a deep-seated fear of fire in wild animals.
Another reason is that firelight can illuminate the surroundings, and most wild beasts dislike bright light. Once there is light, they might feel exposed and lose their sense of security.
However, of course, don't think you can wander around the jungle casually with a torch in hand. After all, the light from the torch is limited. It might not deter wild beasts and could even bring trouble upon you, especially when you wave the torch around recklessly. In the eyes of ferocious beasts, this is seen as a provocative act. Therefore, building a bonfire is the safest option.
How is it? Is there still any movement outside?
Hetty asked softly. Fong Chen shook his head slightly, then glanced around the walls and said, tigers have a strong sense of territory, and their territories are quite large. That guy might have wandered here while taking a stroll.
There's another possibility. The smell of our cooking attracted it. That is indeed possible. Heidi nodded seriously with a solemn expression.
You must know, a tiger's sense of smell is extremely keen, let alone this sudden fragrance appearing on a deserted island.
If it couldn't smell it, that would truly be unbelievable. Are we still going out tomorrow?
Hetty said worriedly. What if we go out and this guy comes to guard us?
I don't know. It probably won't. Fong Chen thought for a moment and analyzed. Tigers usually move around at dusk and rest most of the day.
If it came here tonight, it was probably attracted by the scent. How about this? Tomorrow when we go out, let's carefully observe the surroundings and also build a watchtower. Hetty nodded repeatedly in agreement.
By the way, let's not sleep in this wooden house tonight. Let's move to that earthen house instead.
What?
Hurry up and move things? Or do you want to sleep on the floor?
Oh. Hetty followed behind Fong Chen with a slightly flushed face.
Doesn't this mean that she would be sharing the same room with Fong Chen today?
Alright, the last time she shared a room with Fong Chen was when Hetty had just come seeking help. After being caught in the rain for 2 days, it was too cold, and all she could think about was warming herself by the fire, so she didn't think much about it.
But now it's different. Now, she was in an absolutely clear state of mind.
The two divided the tasks. Fong Chen was responsible for lighting a bonfire inside the earthen house, while Hetty brought the wooden planks inside, laying leaves and straw on top to ensure a certain level of softness and comfort.
Alright, let's sleep.
After lighting the bonfire, Fong Chen said to Hetty, then got up and walked into the courtyard, taking another look around. After confirming there were no issues, Fong Chen returned to the earthen house and closed the door securely. Hetty took off her coat and covered herself with it, lying on her side on the other side of the bed.
Seeing this, Fong Chen didn't hold back either.
He lay down opposite Hetty and also took off his coat to cover himself. The temperature on the deserted island was relatively low at night. Even with the bonfire, it was still necessary to cover up with something to avoid feeling too cold in the morning. Sensing Fong Chen's movements not far away, Hetty shyly shifted her body slightly. Although the two were separated by some distance, this feeling was truly strange. Hetty had been a bit worried at first, but as soon as Fong Chen lay down like that, her inner anxiety immediately eased quite a bit.
It's just, Hetty couldn't fall asleep. Is this guy secretly watching me?
Hetty slowly turned over and glanced at Fong Chen as if pretending to sleep, and with that glance, Hetty was immediately stunned.
Fong Chen had his eyes closed, expressionless, breathing evenly. He was asleep. Could it be that I'm just not attractive enough?
Hetty mumbled something and turned over to sleep. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, Fong Chen and Hetty woke up almost at the same time. The two greeted each other, and then Fong Chen quickly got dressed and walked out of the room. The morning temperature was still a bit low, but it felt slightly better after putting on clothes. Walking into the courtyard, Fong Chen looked around. There was no danger.
Heidi, get up quickly. I'm going to boil some water.
As he spoke, Heidi got dressed and came out. After stretching lazily, she walked into the kitchen to boil water together with Fang Chen. The main thing is that the temperature is low in the morning, but the kitchen has fire and hot water, which makes it much warmer.
The next day, did you hear any strange noises while sleeping last night? Fang Chen asked. Strange noises?
Hetty paused, thought for a moment, then shook her head slightly and muttered, aside from your faint snoring, I didn't hear anything else. Fang Chen scratched his head, coughed lightly, and said, maybe I was too tired yesterday, so I slept quite soundly.
Fell asleep as soon as you hit the pillow, how could it not be sound?
Hetty snorted, then added some firewood to the stove.
All right.
When the water boiled, Fang Chen went to wash his face first, then rinsed his mouth with coarse salt. After he was done, Hetty came to wash up.
Hetty, remember to bring some meat and water with you after we eat. We're going out for a walk today. All right. Hetty mumbled a response and said softly, how about you check if there are any tigers outside?
Of course, there aren't any.
Fang Chen shook his head, then walked around the courtyard along the wall. After confirming there was nothing unusual inside, Fang Chen went to the entrance and quietly glanced outside. There was still no issue.
Then, Fang Chen gently opened the door and cautiously poked his head out to look around.
Their camp is built on a high spot, that is, there are no trees around. The nearest tree to the camp is 20 meters away. As for the jungle, it is 30 meters away.
That is to say, even if the tiger is around here, it is most likely in the jungle. Given its size, the small trees on the outskirts wouldn't be able to hide it at all. You'd have to go nearly 100 meters deeper inside.
Heidi, I'm going out to take a look. Wait a moment. Heidi quickly ran over, first shoving the camping knife into Fang Chen's hand, then standing at the door and saying, I'll keep watch here for you, just in case that thing is lurking nearby. Don't worry, it won't happen, Fang Chen said confidently.
They had never seen what that tiger looked like, and that guy definitely didn't know what was inside the wall. He wouldn't spend so much time staying here guarding them.
Of course, if it were evening or nighttime, Fang Chen wouldn't dare to go out so casually. Hey, wait a moment.
Fang Chen had just stepped out of the door when he suddenly squatted on the ground, staring at the ground with extreme seriousness.
Seeing this, Heidi immediately jogged over. Look here. Fang Chen gently pointed to the ground with his finger.
In his view, several faint footprints appeared. Judging from the traces, the footprints were large and very orderly, forming just a single row, and there were only a few of them. Looks like that tiger really came here last night.
What should we do then? Heidi glanced around and said worriedly, if that guy is really lurking around us, aren't we trapped here?
Yeah. Even though we have food and water now, it will only last for half a month at most.
After half a month, we might not even have water to drink. What happened? What are you I&G about? Let's go quickly. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can return. Let's aim to be back by noon. The tiger isn't stupid.
Without knowing what's inside this wall, it won't stay here forever. After all, it gets hungry too and needs to hunt. Moreover, there is no prey in the area where Fang Chen and the others are.
If it wants to hunt, the tiger must have gone far away. But once it catches a scent, the tiger is very likely to come back.
Therefore, early in the morning, Fang Chen and Hetty didn't even eat. They just boiled some hot water and quickly went out.
Before leaving, Fang Chen thoroughly surveyed the surroundings before daring to proceed. At the same time, an unknown location on the deserted island. Randy, did you hear the tigers roar outside last night? All right, I did. It felt like it wasn't far from us. I think it's no longer safe here, Jeremy.
Then let's move quickly, or it'll be trouble if we encounter a tiger.
Of course. Ugh, what bad luck.
We just moved here and now we have to leave again.
All our efforts are wasted. Damn it. Oh my god, Randy, look at that. Such a tall wall. We're saved.
Outside Fang Chen and Hetty's camp, two young men dressed in tattered clothes were staring wide-eyed, utterly shocked at the scene before them.
Randy, do you think this could be the organizers' base?
No, the organizers clearly stated that their base is not on the island, so, hiss.
Was this really built by the contestants? Could it be Bales or Chief Jean and his group?
That's possible. The two walked around the outside of the wall, growing increasingly amazed as they went. Especially when they saw the solid wood door directly ahead, they were completely stunned. It's worth noting that they had survived for less than 20 days so far. Due to the wolves and tigers, many contestants were living in constant fear, trying every possible way to avoid these beasts. But at this moment, a camp as sturdy as a fortress suddenly appeared before their eyes.
How could they not be shocked? I wonder whose it is. If it's someone we know, that would make things easier. Jeremy, can you stop rambling? Instead of begging others, why don't we just do it ourselves?
Hearing this, Randy, with his yellow hair, smiled and said, since we managed to find this place, it means we are fated to meet him.
Putting everything else aside, do you think this place is safe? Nonsense. Alright, go ask them and see if we can settle down next to them, right beside them. Do you think they'll agree? You know very well, Randy, being so close to them is quite disrespectful and might even annoy them.
Hey buddy, have you forgotten the rules of this competition?
Moreover, then, shall I go ask?
As he spoke, Jeremy walked to the door and knocked hard.
Is anyone there? Is anyone there? What do you mean?
Knocked on the door, the two exchanged glances and shrugged.
It was obvious that no one was inside. Forget it, let's wait. When they come back, I don't think they would have gone far.
And so, at At the doorstep of Fong Chen and Hetty, two raggedly dressed young people squatted and sat like that. By noon, Hetty and Fong Chen returned from outside, chatting and laughing. When they were about 50 meters away from the camp, both of them froze simultaneously. Whoa, did beggars show up? Fong Chen was stunned, looking at the two people in shock. No way. The way these two were dressed was simply too shabby, especially compared to them. What else could they be but beggars? You are. Fong Chen stepped forward, looking at the two with a puzzled expression. Hearing the sound, the two of them almost simultaneously opened their eyes. Time passed quickly. Hi, hello, I'm Randy. I'm Jeremy. Hello to you both. While speaking, Randy and Jeremy quickly glanced at Fong Chen and Hetty. They certainly knew Hetty, but as for Fong Chen, is there something you need? Fong Chen pushed the door open and walked inside on his own. Upon hearing this, Randy and Jeremy exchanged glances, then stood somewhat awkwardly at the door and said, the two of us were driven here by the tiger and the wolf and were looking for a place to stay. Oh, Fong Chen responded indifferently. Driven away by wolves and tigers? Of course, he could think of that, especially since someone had been eliminated by wolves just a couple of days ago. If it's about joining him or staying at his place, Fong Chen really doesn't have that intention. After all, he doesn't lack manpower here. With him and Hetty, it's already enough. Moreover, who can say for sure when the wolves and tigers will come and go? That's how it is. Randy was the first to speak. The two of us are really at the end of our rope, so we were hoping to build a shelter next to you, just to have a place to stay. I know this is very abrupt. We don't have anything good here, but we can give you everything we have. As he spoke, the two of them laid out everything they had in front of Fong Chen. It was nothing more than a camping knife, some wild vegetables, and wild fruits. There wasn't even any meat. Fong Chen shook his head. He didn't need any of these things at all. You want to settle down next to me? However, yes. All right. Fong Chen responded readily, and the next second, he spoke again. But I have conditions. Go ahead, tell us. Randy and Jeremy were incredibly excited. Although they couldn't move into this fortress-like residence, they were just as satisfied staying nearby. My condition is, you two have to work for me, and the points go to me. However, then, how is this different from joining you? Randy and Jeremy exchanged glances, both somewhat stunned. Strictly speaking, there's no difference, but you only get what I give you, not resource sharing. Of course, if you find this unacceptable, you can leave now. Fong Chen smiled, then he and Hetty placed the wild vegetables and seasonings they had picked today on the ground. Seeing this scene, Randy and Jeremy couldn't help but swallow their saliva. And when they saw the cured meat hanging under the eaves and the weasel locked in the cage, both of them were struck as if by lightning. How did they manage to do this? I don't know, but their lives are obviously better than ours. Forget it, Jeremy. Let's rely on ourselves. I really can't accept these conditions. Yeah, me neither. Saying this, the two shook their heads and turned to walk elsewhere. Seeing this, Fong Chen calmly closed the door and then began tidying up to prepare a meal. None of them had eaten anything in the morning, and now they were already feeling a bit hungry. Regarding what had just happened, neither of them mentioned a word. After all, for them, there was no obligation to accept anyone, especially since everyone was a contestant and in a competitive relationship. Of course, Fong Chen's terms were indeed somewhat ruthless, but he hadn't really intended for the two to stay. He was just saying it casually, so the harsher the terms, the better. Moreover, Jeremy and Randy were not entirely desperate. As long as they were no longer harassed by wolves and tigers, they could settle down just fine. As for where they would settle, that was none of Fong Chen's business. Anyway, in this area, only Fong Chen's place had the best location. The two gradually walked away, while Fong Chen and Heidi in the camp started getting busy again. Heidi, you cook first, I'll go prepare and set up a watchtower. Fong Chen walked into the dense forest with a camping knife. As the sound of chopping echoed, one tree after another slowly fell to the ground. Removing the unnecessary branches, Fong Chen dragged the tree trunks back one by one and placed them in the camp. These were to be used for building a watchtower. Fong Chen, come and have something to eat first. Although this trip out only took half a day, as the two became more familiar with the surrounding terrain and had their self-made map, they spent very little time on the road. Moreover, their harvest from this outing was quite abundant. In addition to wild vegetables, they also found the places Hetty had visited before and collected a lot of garlic and Sichuan pepper. The only thing that left Fong Chen somewhat dissatisfied was, there weren't many wild chili peppers. Alright, at the location where Hetty had previously found wild chili peppers, they only discovered a few scattered plants, and Fong Chen directly transplanted them back. After all, his planting skills were already at LV2, and since wild chili peppers were hard to find, it was better to transplant them into the camp, making it more convenient in the future. Lunch consisted of the same cured meat and sausages. As for the wild vegetables, Fong Chen and the others decided to save them for dinner, as the evening meal was the most relaxing and enjoyable. After eating, Fong Chen continued working. The main reason for building the watchtower was to better observe the situation outside from the courtyard. Alright, as the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. Moreover, the surrounding wall is over 3 meters high. Even standing on a wooden cart, Fong Chen still couldn't see outside, so he decided to build a watchtower. This way, way, they could be aware of any movements outside. In ancient times, watchtowers also served the purpose of observation and defense. Of course, those used in battles, whether in terms of height or sturdiness, were certainly beyond what Fang Chen could achieve. However, a watchtower 4 or 5 meters high wasn't a difficult task for Fang Chen. First is the base. Since the watchtower is tall, the base must be stable, otherwise, it could easily collapse, and people standing on it would not feel safe. Therefore, this was the deepest foundation Fang Chen had ever laid, and he also chose the sturdiest wooden piles. Thanks to the characteristics of the mortise and tenon structure, all the structures above the wooden piles were firmly secured by Fang Chen. Not to mention violent shaking, even if Fang Chen were dancing on it, it would not move an inch. As for the roof, Fang Chen also laid some straw and leaves on top, so even on rainy days, this place wouldn't get wet at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully constructing a low-level watchtower, taking 4 hours and 09 minutes. According to the system's rating, it is graded E-level, rewarding the host with +2 evolution points. With the system's voice falling, the watchtower was officially completed. How is it? Not bad, right? Fang Chen looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. Before awakening the system, he never thought he could create so many things. This kind of heartfelt sense of accomplishment was simply unavoidable. Hearing this, Hetty smiled and said, "It's pretty good. This way, we can see the situation outside." Fang Chen walked down from the watchtower and said, "Although we now have defensive fortifications, the true path to safety is to deal with them." "Hunting tigers?" Hetty was stunned, then exclaimed in disbelief, "You're not joking, are you?" "Of course not." Fang Chen calmly said, "If you want true safety, you must eliminate the source of the trouble. You should understand this better than I do." "Of course I understand, but it's a tiger after all." "So what if it's a tiger?" "In all the survival shows I participated in, no one has ever managed to hunt a tiger. Of course, there are many reasons for this, but the result is always the same." Hetty has naturally participated in quite a few survival shows. From her understanding, hunting a tiger with primitive tools is almost impossible. Yes, unless many contestants join forces, facing a tiger, not just 2 people, even 3 or 5 would be futile. Well, hearing what Fang Chen said, I feel like he's really overestimating himself. Not really, he's telling the truth. If they don't kill the tiger, how can they be safe? But that's a tiger, sis. Do you know how terrifying tigers are? Exactly. Encountering a tiger in the wild, you either choose to die, or choose to die with dignity. But I still believe Fang Chen can do it. Didn't he say before that he would hunt wild boars? And he succeeded, didn't he? Sis, wild boars and tigers are not on the same level. The barrage of comments flew by swiftly. After hearing Hetty's words, Fang Chen didn't say much, because he knew how ferocious tigers could be. But just as he had said earlier, to ensure safety, eliminating the source of the trouble is the best choice. He only has an idea about this matter. As for how to proceed specifically, he still needs to think it through carefully. After all, this time he is going to play a game with a tiger. A slight mistake could lead to more than just elimination. Losing his life is also a very real possibility. "Fang Chen, come over and try this." At that moment, Hetty suddenly called out. In her hands, a pure white cotton cloth garment had already been made. "Yo, looks pretty good," Fang Chen said with a smile. "Why don't you try it on first?" Hetty happily came to Fang Chen's side, and after he took off his jacket, she personally helped him put it on. "How is it? Does it fit?" Hetty asked expectantly. "Of course. Not bad, not bad." Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "Handmade cotton clothes do feel quite nice to wear, but they're a bit too thin. When winter comes, I might need to wear a few more layers." There's no other way. This is already the thickest I can make." "It's pretty good. Your craftsmanship is better than I imagined." Hetty raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, blinking her beautiful eyes, and said, "Then what did you imagine?" "Just like that." "Which one?" "Just, not great." Don't wear it. Take it off." Hey, let's talk this out. Don't just start taking off clothes." "Whoa, a hooligan." Hetty's being a hooligan. In the camp, Fang Chen and Hetty laughed and played, their moods relaxing at this moment. The days with new clothes to wear are just so comfortable. If only I could have new shoes too, that would be even better. Fang Chen happily admired his reflection in the water tank, then walked into the earthen house with satisfaction. The yard was empty, except for a nearly extinguished campfire and some wooden planks piled on both sides. "Feels like I should add something." Muttering to himself, Fang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, then grabbed his camping knife and walked outside. After tidying up the leftover wood from building the watchtower, Fang Chen finally stepped out of the gate. Hetty glanced at Fang Chen, then lowered her head and continued weaving fabric. Soon, Fang Chen returned, dragging several logs. "What are you planning to do now?" Hetty asked curiously. "Take a guess." "I won't bother guessing. We'll find out sooner or later anyway." "Then just wait and see." While speaking, Fang Chen used a camping knife to split the chopped wood into plank shapes. Then, he used other pieces of wood to create a frame, roughly 2 meters wide. When they saw the frame, everyone immediately understood. Fang Chen is going to make a bed. This guy took so long to make a bed? I see many others
others made it as their first step. That doesn't matter anyway, they're all sleeping on wooden planks now.
Exactly, a bed only improves the quality of life.
Making it earlier is not as good as developing other things more. Look at Feng Chen and his group now. Aren't they in a leading position? Yeah, that's why I said this guy has a plan. That's right.
For Feng Chen and the others, as long as they can sleep outdoors, whether there's a bed or not doesn't matter. But since they've already progressed to this stage, they definitely need to improve their quality of life.
Not making a bed at this point would be unreasonable.
The structure of the wooden bed is very simple, mainly consisting of the frame. It doesn't use nails or screws, so it can only be assembled using mortise and tenon joints.
Even so, the wooden bed he made is very sturdy and definitely won't wobble easily.
After the frame is completed, a few notches are made horizontally with a camping knife, and then wooden rods are slotted into the notches. Next, the wooden plank house was placed on the wooden sticks, and with that, the wooden bed was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully constructing a wooden bed.
Time taken, 2 hours and 14 minutes.
According to the system rating, it is rated F level.
Reward, evolution point +1. 2 hours to make a wooden bed. Feng Chen's speed was clearly very fast.
Taking advantage of the remaining time, Feng Chen quickly started making another bed, otherwise, Hetty would definitely fight him for it later. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Fortunately, there was a bonfire in their courtyard, so Feng Chen was not at all worried about not being able to see clearly. However, just as Feng Chen was fully focused on making the wooden bed, a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart.
Feng Chen stopped what he was doing and looked around with some doubt.
He suddenly felt a bit uneasy, as if something was about to happen.
Could it be that it's going to rain?
A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and Feng Chen immediately had this feeling, becoming even more convinced.
It was definitely going to be windy and rainy.
Thinking of this, Feng Chen quickly moved the wooden bed into the earthen house and swiftly tidied up the courtyard, ensuring that anything that couldn't get wet was not left outside. Seeing this scene, Hetty was slightly puzzled.
What are you doing? Is it raining?
No, but it will soon.
Hetty didn't pay much attention.
After all, Feng Chen's previous performance already showed that he wasn't a novice in wilderness survival, but rather an experienced master. Being able to observe celestial phenomena to predict future weather is nothing new, though she couldn't discern anything at the moment. Shaking her head, Hetty walked back into the cabin to start cooking.
And Feng Chen also moved his workplace from the courtyard to the earthen house.
After all, there was a bonfire inside, and it was spacious enough.
Ding ding dong dong.
As the knocking sounds echoed inside the house, the components of the wooden bed gradually took shape. Soon, with the placement of wooden rods and planks, a new wooden bed once again appeared in front of the camera.
As expected, Feng Chen once again gained an evolution point.
Placing the leaves and straw on the bedboard, Feng Chen tried lying down on the bed.
Comfortable. Oh, Feng Chen closed his eyes, wearing a leisurely and content expression. There is obviously a difference between sleeping on the floor and sleeping on a bed. Why was Feng Chen so nervous about packing up just now? Isn't it not raining? Exactly. He must have made a mistake, right? Even if it's not raining, can't you prepare for a rainy day? That's right.
If you only start thinking of solutions when the time comes, it'll be too late.
Alright, ladies, you win. I can't argue with you.
No kidding, anyone watching the live stream now, especially the girls, is definitely a fan of Feng Chen.
Questioning him in his live stream, that's just asking for trouble.
As the saying goes, in front of girls, even if you're right, you have to act as if you're wrong.
What's more, they actually do make a valid point.
Just when everyone thought Feng Chen was merely preparing for a rainy day, suddenly, the sound of splashing came from outside.
Is it raining? However, no, the wind is blowing.
The wind stirred the leaves, causing a rustling sound, and even the straw and leaves that Feng Chen and the others had placed on the roof began to flutter slightly. Seeing this scene, the ominous feeling in Feng Chen's heart grew stronger and stronger. No, we have to find something to weigh it down. Feng Chen quickly went to the place where the rocks were previously piled up, gathered a lot of stone fragments and small pebbles, and threw them onto the roof. Although doing this didn't help much, it was still better than doing nothing.
Feng Chen, what's wrong? Listening to the noise outside, Hetty quickly ran out. However,
just as she stepped out, a sudden gust of wind swept past.
Rustle.
Hetty's clothes fluttered loudly in the wind, and she instantly squinted her eyes.
What a strong wind.
Feng Chen finished throwing away all the small stones and debris before walking into the kitchen and saying worriedly, if this wind gets any stronger, I wonder if our roof can still hold up.
Probably not, right?
As soon as they finished speaking, a fierce gust of wind suddenly blew in. Whether it was the nearby trees or the thatch on their roof, everything was rustling loudly at this moment, with countless leaves swirling through the air. Looking outside, some small trees in the dense forest were directly bent over by the wind.
Oh my god.
Hetty looked at Feng Chen in horror. You jinx.
Feng Chen helplessly spread his hands. What does this have to do with him?
Really, it doesn't. Yes, he just had a very strong sense of foreboding in his heart, so he couldn't help but say it out loud. And judging by the current situation, it indeed seems that his perception was at play. In the past, he would never have had such a feeling.
However, Feng Chen, what should we do now? Can the roof still hold?
Hetty asked, her face full of worry.
Fang Chen said calmly, I can't guarantee this wooden house, but the roof of that earthen house is solidly sealed. Of course, if there's a strong wind and heavy rain, the situation might get a bit bad. As Fang Chen's words fell, the sound of drizzling rain immediately started outside. Fang Chen paused, then looked at Hetty innocently. See,
you're such a jinx. Not only Hetty, but the livestream chat was also flooded with comments at this moment.
Wow, could Fang Chen's mouth be blessed? Whatever he says comes true. My luck has been a bit bad lately, and I even went to pray to Buddha. In my opinion, it might be better to have Fang Chen reverse NAI me once. I think it's doable. Fang Chen, please bless me with good grades on my final exams.
Fang Chen, I hope classes are suspended for 3 days.
Bless me. For a moment, the screen was filled with these nonsensical comments, leaving the operators completely baffled. Don't worry. After all, saying it once is fine.
But responding twice in a row is indeed a bit strange. Heidi, quickly tidy up everything in this cabin. We don't have a door here, so let's avoid the wind messing up the inside later.
Alright.
Seeing the strong wind and rain outside, Heidi couldn't bother teasing Fang Chen at the moment and hurriedly moved items that could easily be blown over by the wind to different positions. Even the bonfire in their room was directly extinguished by the two of them. After all, with the strong wind blowing and no door, if the fire spread to the wooden house, that would truly be disastrous. The two tidied up for about 20 minutes, and after confirming there were no issues, they carried tonight's meal into the earthen house.
No table? No problem. The two simply sat on the ground and started eating.
Having wild chili peppers here is really great.
Leave me some sausage, Fang Chen. Try this stir-fried morel mushroom. The taste is top-notch too. Don't be fooled by how Fang Chen and Hetty are feasting without a care right now.
In fact, almost all the contestants on the deserted island were extremely panicked at this moment.
Randy, the wind is too strong. I feel like I'm about to take off.
A few kilometers away from Fang Chen and his team's camp, inside a newly built shelter, Randy and Jeremy were huddled together trembling, shouting to communicate.
Jeremy, if I had known, I would have stayed with Hetty and the others today. Yeah, I really regret it. The two curled up in the corner, regretting so much it hurt. Although the terms offered by Fang Chen were harsh, that life would definitely be better than what they're living now.
At least in this stormy weather, the two of them could take shelter in the wooden cabin, or at worst, stay within the campsite. With the walls as a point of support, even just a small wooden shed could make the two of them feel at ease.
Not to mention, what if Fang Chen was in a good mood and gave them something to eat? Randy, do you think we can still survive? Jeremy asked fearfully. I don't know.
Randy trembled and said, God, I have no other requests, I just hope to make it through tonight safely.
I am too.
However, just as the two finished speaking, an even stronger storm suddenly arrived. Crash! Along with the sound of a branch breaking. Immediately afterward, the wooden roof they had just built today was blown away by the storm. Without the roof, the two of them felt a sudden chill on the tops of their heads.
And most importantly, the strong wind kept blowing relentlessly against them. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. I really feel like I'm about to be blown away. Jeremy clung tightly to a nearby tree, the fierce gale making his clothes flap wildly in the wind.
Their clothes were already in tatters, and with the strong wind blowing, it felt as if they were staring death in the face. Just as Randy was about to speak, suddenly, a branch on a large tree not far away was abruptly snapped off by the violent storm. With a heavy grunt, Randy's entire body fell backward, his forehead marked with clear spots of blood.
Oh my God, Randy!
At the moment he saw Randy collapse, Jeremy truly couldn't hold back any longer. Organizer, Randy is injured and needs immediate treatment.
Immediate treatment.
Such situations, of course, were not only happening here.
With the arrival of this storm, many substandard buildings were instantly reduced to nothing. As for Hetty and Fang Chen in the camp, hey, after eating, it's your turn to wash the dishes, Fang Chen said, patting his stomach like an old man. I cooked the meal, but I ate too much, Fang Chen shamelessly continued.
Hetty paused, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she looked at him.
You must be doing this on purpose. With such strong wind outside, how am I supposed to go out? Then how about just leaving it aside and washing it tomorrow? Great idea.
So, the two directly threw their bowls and chopsticks on the ground, then each collapsed onto their own bed.
Wow, so comfortable,
Herty said with a face full of enjoyment. Having a bed to sleep on is indeed much more comfortable than sleeping on the floor. Yeah, eating and sleeping like this, you'll end up as fat as a pig sooner or later.
No way, I only lose weight when I'm on a show, never gain,
Hetty said confidently. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze. Indeed, she used to only lose weight when she was on a show. After all, she had to work hard every day and worry about food and shelter.
But this time, I definitely won't gain weight.
Herty thought so. The two of them just lay on the bed, and as they lay there, they fell asleep.
The second day,
Fang Chen had just woken up not long ago when the sound of Hetty stretching came from across the room. The two exchanged a glance and quickly jumped out of bed.
A new day had begun.
However, before they could step out of the room, a loud voice simultaneously sounded from their drones.
Attention attention, latest announcement. Latest announcement, Benson, contestant number 219, encountered a storm and has been eliminated. Latest announcement, Alyssa, contestant number 174, encountered a storm and has been eliminated. Latest report, Randy, contestant number 202, encountered a gale and has been eliminated.
The moment the drone's voice sounded, Fong Chen and Hetty froze in place.
Time passed quickly, and this time, the announcement actually contained as many as 14 items. In other words, just after completing that storm, 14 people were directly eliminated. Among them was a name they were very familiar with. Randy. My god, so many people were eliminated at once. How terrifying was the gale last night? Could it have been a level 9 storm? I don't know.
Anyway, many people's camps suffered unprecedented disasters last night. Even if they managed to survive by luck, a lot of resources were lost.
Still, Fong Chen and his group's place looks much better.
The moment the sound from the drone disappeared, Fong Chen and Hetty exchanged a glance, both seeing a trace of shock in each other's eyes. After all, this was the first time since they arrived on the island that so many people were eliminated at the same time. And it was all because of last night's storm. Thinking about it, Fong Chen slowly pushed open the wooden door. In front of him, the camp was in complete disarray, with wooden debris scattered everywhere, straw and leaves strewn all around, and even their door curtain was now completely tattered.
And most importantly, the watchtower Fong Chen had just built yesterday now has no roof. My goodness, is this the end of the world? Hetty exclaimed. Fong Chen smiled faintly and said, it's not too bad, much better than the end of the world. Just need to stay busy for a while.
At this moment, Fong Chen felt a sense of relief. If he hadn't built the walls and the earthen house in advance, they definitely wouldn't have fared well last night.
Especially the wooden fence.
Even though it was fixed in the ground, judging by the traces of last night's raging winds, it was very likely to have been uprooted entirely. As they spoke, the two began tidying up the courtyard. They gathered the fallen leaves and straw together and placed them back onto the roof. As for the clutter, Fong Chen placed it all by the wall. The tattered door curtain was also torn down by Fong Chen. Since it was already ruined, he decided to simply make a few doors instead. The damaged roof of the watchtower, however, made Fong Chen feel a bit upset. After all, he had spent a lot of time building it yesterday, but in just one night, the roof was gone, and he had to make a new one again. As for the weasel, after being starved by Fong Chen for 2 days, it still hadn't died and was huddled in the corner of the wooden cage, trembling during last night's storm. Under the joint efforts of the two, the courtyard quickly regained its former cleanliness and was tidied up again, looking even more neat and orderly.
Fong Chen, come and freshen up first, Hetty called out from the kitchen.
Luckily, you had the foresight last night to tidy up the things in the house, otherwise, who knows how chaotic it would have been.
Hee, now you know I was right, huh?
Yes,
Brother Chen, you're the best.
Hetty stuck out her tongue, then poured the boiled water into a clay pot and handed it to Fong Chen. While washing up, Fong Chen said, I always feel like the production team specifically scouted this island.
There's torrential rain, storms, tigers, wolves, and wild boars. Do you think there might be earthquakes or tsunamis later? That shouldn't be the case. Hetty opened her mouth slightly, speaking with some astonishment. If it's an earthquake or tsunami, that could really cost lives.
True, but who knows what the production team is thinking. After freshening up, Fong Chen took advantage of Hetty's time in the bathroom to cook 2 bowls of acorn noodles, adding some leftover wild vegetables from last night.
After eating the noodles, Fong Chen didn't do anything else but immediately pulled Hetty out the door. Why?
As the saying goes, great misfortunes are often followed by blessings. This deserted island experienced such a fierce storm last night, and while many plants were destroyed, surely other things will have grown in their place. This is the law of nature. Therefore, Fong Chen's task is to quickly head out and be one step ahead in finding resources. After all, many people are currently focused on post-disaster reconstruction, and few would think of this.
The location Fong Chen chose was also very unique.
He didn't go to the grassy field, nor to the riverside, and not even to the back mountain, but instead headed in the direction where he had just landed. Why? Because there are the most trees over there. You know, with more trees, they can block the wind.
Even if last night really had a level 9 gale, many plants under the protection of big trees would definitely be fine.
On the contrary, there might even be new discoveries. So, the two closed the door, inserted the wooden lock, and set off toward their destination with bamboo baskets on their backs.
This is the place where I landed before. Although I've only been here once, I can still remember some parts. Fong Chen walked at the front, observing his surroundings as he went. Hey, Fong Chen, there are morels over there.
Oh, really? Hetty ran over, beaming with excitement, and put all the morels on the ground into her basket. They had just walked a few hundred meters out the door and already found something, which was enough to show how correct Fong Chen's decision was. After all, a storm is a storm. The way it raged last night left the forest in utter disarray. Especially those tall trees, many of their branches have already been broken by the strong wind.
Who told them to grow so tall? The taller the tree, the more it catches the wind. And walking through this messy jungle is undoubtedly an even more strenuous task.
In the past, it was just thorns and shrubs blocking the way, but now, all kinds of branches branches and such have fallen to the ground. Of course, these branches are also quite good for firewood. Moving forward, Fangchen not only focused on being alert to animals but also kept an eye out for anything valuable around him, so his pace was not fast. Even at this pace, Hetty was constantly darting around the forest here and there. Sometimes when Fangchen turned around, the girl had already run 20 or 30 meters away, carefree as ever. But Fangchen didn't blame her. Instead, he let her do as she pleased because, "Fangchen, look, there's so much fish mint here. And over here, oh my god, is this a bird's nest? There are even eggs. However, oh shit, what kind of animal's dung is this? It smells awful." As Hetty searched high and low, the bamboo basket on her back quickly filled up, and it wasn't until the two had walked several kilometers that Hetty's exclamation once again broke the silence. "Oh my god, Fangchen, come and look quickly." As Hetty exclaimed, Fangchen quickly stepped closer. Before approaching, he already caught a somewhat viscous scent, the smell of blood. Fangchen's heart tightened, and he lowered his head to look at Hetty's feet. What he saw was a rabbit lying on the ground, its head bloodied and battered, a pitiful sight. "My goodness, while others wait by the tree for a rabbit, Fangchen, you guys are taking an unconventional path? Heading out early in the morning and finding so many good things, it's practically striking it rich. Not to mention anything else, just this rabbit alone is already worth it. I bet there are even better things ahead." The live stream chat was flooded with comments. Fangchen couldn't wait to pick up the rabbit, slowly examining it, almost drooling. "This body, spicy dry pot rabbit. This head, braised rabbit head. And this fur, tsk. Upon hearing this, Heidi couldn't help but roll her eyes. No matter what it is, it seems to turn into food in this guy's eyes. Throwing the rabbit into the basket, the two of them once again slowly walked forward. The deeper they went into the forest, the more good things they could find. Of course, this was mainly thanks to Herty. I don't know if this girl has a sharp nose or keen eyes, but sometimes, even when Fangchen hasn't noticed, Heidi spots it from afar, then runs over with a big smile, looking at Fangchen with great pride. I don't know how long they had been walking forward, but when Fangchen saw a small stream ahead, he finally came to his senses. "Seems like we've already reached the spot where I landed earlier." Fangchen glanced around. The surroundings were a complete mess, with no distinctive features, so he couldn't be sure. But judging by the time they had been out, they had indeed walked a long way. "Let's call it a day for now. Let's head back." The bamboo baskets on their backs were filled with harvest. It was time to return. At the very moment Fangchen finished speaking, Hetty suddenly paused and then pointed in a certain direction. "Fangchen, look, is that a person over there? It really seems like it." Hetty pointed into the distance, where a figure dressed in white was slowly walking through the forest. On her back was a small backpack made from a sleeping bag, which was also bulging with items. Just as Hetty began to speak, that figure suddenly stood up and looked in this direction. At that moment, Fangchen and Hetty were both stunned. "Isn't that Mia?" Time passed quickly. That's right, the one standing in the distance and meeting their gaze was none other than Mia. Who is Mia? She's the woman who was in the same car as Fangchen and Hetty at the beginning, the one dressed extremely flamboyantly. "Well, Fangchen, Hetty, what a coincidence." Mia walked gracefully toward the two, her steps as delicate as a lotus. Fangchen almost instinctively looked at her feet, still high heels. However, of course, the makeup on her face was gone, returning to her natural look. But even with a bare face, Mia still exuded a peculiar allure, a charm of a mature woman, like a ripe red cherry, making one unable to resist the urge to pick. "Mia, what a coincidence." Fangchen and Hetty responded with the same phrase. Mia swayed her slender waist gracefully as she walked over, stopping just 1 or 2 steps away from the two. "Looks like the two of you have gained quite a lot as well." Mia gave Fangchen a charming smile and giggled. "This woman." Just as Fangchen was about to speak, Hetty suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of him. "Mia, I thought you would keep that makeup until the end. It seems this show has broken your undefeated record." "That's right." Mia touched her cheek and smiled softly, saying, "This program is indeed quite challenging, more interesting than the previous ones. But what I didn't expect was, you two actually teamed up." "Didn't you? Hee. That's my secret, I can't tell you." "TCH, forget it if you don't want to say." After exchanging a few words with Mia, Hetty prepared to leave with Fangchen. Meanwhile, Mia once again spoke to Fangchen. "Little Chen, if you can't stand being with this woman, you can come find me anytime. I live over there." Speaking, Mia also gave Fangchen a peculiar smile. This woman, even with just a stubborn smile, seemed to tug at the deepest strings of one's heart. Fangchen gave Mia a faint smile but said nothing. After the two had walked far away, Fangchen turned back to glance in Mia's direction, only then regaining his composure. "Humph, still looking," Hetty said with a hint of coquettishness. "That woman is truly a natural-born seductress, always teasing you men." "Wasn't teasing, was she?" Fangchen said, rubbing his nose. Hetty questioned, "She's already walked so far away, what are you still looking at?" "Not," Fangchen said with a wry smile, "I just think Mia is quite extraordinary." "Humph, someone with such skills is definitely not ordinary." Those words sound a bit jealous, don't they? "You're the one who's jealous." Herty snorted twice, then said, "Back to the point, why do you think Mia is not as simple
beautiful as she seems? Hard to say. Fang Chen said seriously, don't you think it's strange for a woman to be wandering around a place like this in high heels?
What else? And then there's her gaze. First of all, she was too calm. She wasn't surprised at all when she saw us, and she didn't even mention a word about the things in our bamboo basket.
Pausing for a moment, Fang Chen continued, and of course, there's her behavior. To be able to leave the camp at a time like this, do you think she's just an ordinary person? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Hetty nodded repeatedly. Indeed, not to mention the huge storm last night, 14 people were eliminated. Most of the contestants should be busy rebuilding now.
Those who can come out like them to scavenge must definitely have a decent quality of life.
This Mia is very likely to be one of our strong competitors.
After analyzing, Fang Chen concluded with this statement. Listening to his analysis, everyone in the livestream room was left with their mouths wide open.
I'll go. Fang Chen's analysis is simply unbeatable. Yeah.
In just a few words, he hit all the key points. Judging by Mia's current level of development, she really is one of their strongest opponents.
And that guy Mia is collaborating with, what's his name, Sydney? I've never heard of him before. This woman is truly something else.
While Fang Chen was analyzing for Hetty on this side, on the other side, Mia was also watching the backs of Fang Chen and the others as they left. Even cotton clothes are available. It seems I really can't underestimate them. Back at the camp, Hetty immediately took the initiative to sort out their spoils of the day, while Fang Chen picked up the camping knife to prepare the rabbit.
Tonight, they would have rabbit meat.
There was no sunlight today, so Fang Chen and the others couldn't really judge the time. However, judging by the path they had taken and the distance covered, it was likely already afternoon. If we're going to eat rabbit meat, we should get rid of the gamey taste a bit. There are still plenty of evolution points left, so let's upgrade cooking first.
Up to now, Fang Chen has accumulated a total of 19 evolution points on his body. So, Fang Chen generously exchanged one skill point and allocated it to cooking.
As a result, his mind was filled with more methods for preparing food. Most importantly, his cooking experience seemed to have increased significantly. First, cut the rabbit meat into pieces, then put it in the pot, add some garlic slices, and bring it to a boil. Then prepare garlic, star anise, bay leaves, chile, and Sichuan peppercorns. Once the water boils, skim off the foam, then place the rabbit meat into an empty bowl and wash it clean.
Heat the pot, add lard, stir-fry the spices, then add the rabbit meat and stir-fry.
Facing the drone's camera, Fang Chen spoke about the cooking steps in a rhythmic and orderly manner. After all, the treaty clearly stated that besides surviving, they also needed to enhance the show's effect, frequently speaking and interacting with the audience. After all, their production team also needed to make money. Otherwise, just the cost of inviting them alone would take who knows how long to recover.
After frying the rabbit meat, add water to it. If you have dark soy sauce, add a bit of that.
I don't have any, so I'll just add some coarse salt for seasoning.
Alright, let the rabbit meat cook in the pot for about half an hour, then reduce the sauce. And there you have it, fragrant and spicy rabbit. After saying a lot, Fang Chen added some firewood to the pot and then walked out of the kitchen.
Outside, Hetty had already sorted out most of their spoils from today and had now started weaving again. It must be said that Hetty was truly diligent. She never needed Fang Chen to say anything, as she would take the initiative to do things herself. Taking advantage of the time while the rabbit meat was cooking in the pot, Fang Chen also tidied up the roof of his watchtower. Although last night's storm had already destroyed it, with just a little repair, it could still be used.
If it were to be remade, it would take more time again. Fang Chen, Brother Chen, is the food ready? I'm starving, Hetty urged from the side. Other than eating something this morning, they hadn't had anything else to eat the rest of the time. Not to mention Hetty, Fang Chen was already starving as well.
Almost done,
don't rush, Fang Chen shouted from the kitchen. All you ever think about is eating.
If we had a scale, I'd definitely show you how much weight you've gained. But being a bit chubby might not be bad, as long as it's in the right places.
Little Chin Chen. Hey, let's talk this out. Don't start taking off my clothes again. Who told you to be so glib? Fine, I won't be glib.
Hurry up and bring the meat over. It's time to eat. After a busy day, besides having rabbit meat, Fang Chen and the others also had plenty of vegetables.
Of course, cured meat and sausages are absolutely indispensable. According to Fang Chen, this stuff can at most last until the end of winter. If it's not finished by then, it will go to waste.
Living in the wild, the first rule is not to waste. Otherwise, it's just squandering your own hard-earned results. After dinner, Hetty washed the dishes, while Fang Chen walked into the courtyard and took out the wild chili plants they had brought home earlier. Originally, they had planned to plant them yesterday, but due to the storm, it had to be postponed. This time, it was also Fang Chen's first attempt at planting in the wild. Planting isn't exactly difficult, but it's not entirely simple either.
Because when it comes to planting, as long as you are familiar with the habits of the plants, it's very easy to transplant them.
However, if you want them to survive, you must take meticulous care. Take wild chili peppers, for example. Don't be fooled by how small they are. They have very high requirements for soil. The soil for wild chili peppers absolutely cannot be dry, nor can it lack water. Otherwise, their growth will be stunted, and they will easily shed leaves, flowers, and fruits. Therefore, before Before planting, Fang Chen first found a vacant spot in the courtyard, right at the corner of the wall, about 1 meter away from the wall. Using a pickaxe, he turned over the soil and then made ridges, which involved digging furrows. The ridges were about 20 centimeters high. When planting, it is also important to pay attention. The distance between each wild chili plant should be kept at about 1 meter. Spacing them too closely won't work. Of course, the 8 wild chili plants that Fang Chen and the others had dug up were quickly planted, as they didn't take up much land. After planting, Fang Chen carried the clay pot and watered each plant one by one. As mentioned earlier, it was necessary to ensure sufficient moisture, but not too much water, as that could lead to poor development. By the time all this work was done, the sky had gradually darkened. Fang Chen and Hetty once again lit a bonfire in the courtyard. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully transplanting wild chili peppers. Reward, evolution point +1. Oh, you can earn evolution points like this? Fang Chen's lips curved into a smile. It seems he should transplant more plants from outside in the future. This way, it's convenient and he can earn evolution points. Who would have thought? You actually know how to transplant, Gertie said with a sly smile. Following Fang Chen, she truly felt like she had hit the jackpot. In these 20 days of survival, aside from the hardships at the beginning, she had almost forgotten she was surviving in the wild. After all, their days were going quite comfortably. Alright, go to bed early. Fang Chen washed his hands and said, we need to speed up the construction progress in the next couple of days, or our leading position will soon be at risk. Ever since meeting Mia today, Fang Chen realized that among the 300 contestants, there are also competitors who are both lucky and strong. The advantage he had built up earlier couldn't just be wasted like this. Upon hearing this, Hetty asked in confusion, but with the resources we have now, we've already done everything we could. How can we improve further? Of course we can. Fang Chen's lips curved into a smile as the guiding stone in his mind shifted slightly. Next, it's time to use this thing to get some real work done. When Fang Chen woke up, there were already some bustling sounds in the courtyard. The next day, he got dressed, got out of bed, and opened the door to see that Hetty had already boiled water and was outside washing up. Glancing at the sky, Fang Chen asked in confusion, why are you up so early today? Go to bed early and get up early. Come and wash up quickly. Fang Chen stretched lazily, washed up with hot water, and then went out with a camping knife. Alright. Wow, Fang Chen is so diligent, starting work so early. Goodness, they got up before 6 o'clock. Isn't that way too early? The early bird catches the worm. The live stream's bullet comments began to flow, symbolizing the start of a new day. Fang Chen carried a camping knife into the jungle, casually chopped down a tree, and dragged it directly back to the camp. Under the drone's camera, Fang Chen first crafted a long wooden stick. Next, cut off the entire bottom of the tree and shape it into a ladle. Gertie was cooking in the kitchen, yawning as she said, what are you doing so early in the morning? A dung ladle. A dung ladle? Hetty paused. As her words fell, a long dung ladle also appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen fiddled with it slightly, nodded in satisfaction, and then carried the dung ladle to the side of the toilet, opening the lid he had left earlier. A rather pleasant smell wafted over. Fang Chen seemed to have already gotten used to it, extending the dung ladle to the very bottom and then gently scooping it up. With a splash, a ladle of fresh stuff was ready. Even the drone didn't deliberately capture this scene too much, only symbolically letting the audience know what Fang Chen was doing. Carrying the dung ladle, Fang Chen quickly walked to the courtyard and evenly sprinkled it under each wild chili plant. After finishing the watering, Gertie had also finished cooking. Fang Chen placed the manure ladle leaning against the outer wall of the courtyard. Although he personally didn't mind, this was their living space after all, so it was better to keep such things outside. After washing his hands, Fang Chen finally sat at the dining table with Gertie to have breakfast. Gertie had long since grown accustomed to Fang Chen's behavior. Simply put, in her heart, no matter what Fang Chen did, there was no need to make a fuss, because the skills he possessed were truly too many. By the way, Fang Chen, how do you think we can further develop this place? Hetty asked while eating. Wait a moment. Hetty's question immediately reminded Fang Chen. Without moving his body, Fang Chen focused all his thoughts in his mind and quickly activated the guiding stone within. What is he looking for now? Iron ore. This was something Fang Chen had already thought of last night. Of course, he wasn't sure if there were any iron ores on this island, so he could only adopt a try-and-see approach. If there were, then being able to find them at this stage would undoubtedly ensure his leading position. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's mind stirred. The next second, the guiding stone in his mind began spinning rapidly, as if searching for a target. When the guiding stone stopped, Fang Chen suddenly felt as if something new had appeared in his mind. Swish, swish. There really is. Fang Chen paused, then his face was filled with joy. From the information provided by the guiding stone, there is indeed iron ore on this island, but as for the quantity, Fang Chen has no way of knowing. Moreover, the location given by the guiding stone is surprisingly dozens of kilometers away. The distance from Fang Chen can be described as very, very far. In terms of direction, it is also a direction Fang Chen has never ventured to before, which is the area where he previously miraculously discovered a cave and a water pool. Such a long distance means we should head toward the center of the deserted island, and judging by the journey, it will take at least half a day.
Fong Chen looked troubled.
To travel such a long distance to find iron ore, a wooden cart would have to be pushed along, and with the rugged mountain paths along the way, there are bound to be many difficulties.
Iron ore is absolutely necessary. However, Fong Chen could imagine that when everyone's development reached a certain stage, they would inevitably strive harder to move closer to modernity. And if Fong Chen could be the first to find iron ore and enter the Iron Age, his leading position would be maintained for a long time. Hey, what are you thinking about?
Just as Fong Chen was lost in thought, Hetty suddenly waved her hand in front of his eyes.
It's nothing.
Fong Chen snapped out of it, rubbed his nose awkwardly, and said, I just think that if we want to develop now, we must find something more critical, so I plan to go out and look for it.
Alright, so when are we setting off?
No, you don't need to come with me.
Why?
Hetty paused, glanced at Fong Chen, and muttered, alright then, be careful out there.
Okay.
If it weren't for the guiding stone, Fong Chen would definitely have taken Hetty along, as she had a unique talent for finding things. But this time, since he knows the location of the iron ore, Fong Chen can go by himself.
If he really encounters any danger on the way, and even he can't handle it, then taking Hetty along would be pointless. When do you plan to leave?
Just in a little while. Fong Chen glanced at the sky and said softly, I estimate that this time I might have to come back tomorrow.
You're staying out overnight?
No, it's very dangerous out there. Hetty said worriedly, you know, lately there have been tigers and wolves everywhere.
What if something happens to you while you're spending the night outdoors?
It won't.
Fong Chen smiled faintly and said, don't worry about my skills. Even if I really encounter a tiger, I'll be fine.
TCH, I really don't know where you get your confidence from.
Hetty frowned and spoke again. Are you sure you don't want me to go with you?
Really, no need. Speaking of which, Fong Chen began to pack up. Since he was going to set off, it was better to leave early, so he could go and return sooner.
All right.
Seeing this, Hetty quickly ran into the room and brought out the camping knife and bow and arrows for Fong Chen.
Be careful.
Hetty reminded him, make sure to choose a resting spot before dusk.
Don't wander around outside.
It's best to find a cave or something. If there's real danger and you can't avoid it, remember to call for help.
The competition is important, but your life is even more important.
Got it. Fong Chen curled his lips into a smile and said, you being so naggy really makes you look like a little wife.
But
you're the little wife.
Fong Chen,
you're asking for it.
Ha ha, I'm off.
Pushing a small wooden cart, Fong Chen left the camp and headed toward the back mountain. Following the guidance in his mind, Fong Chen needed to cross the back mountain and move toward the center of the deserted island, while also passing through the area where the white man lived. For this trip, Fong Chen estimated it would take more than a full day, so in addition to weapons for self-defense, he also brought 2 pieces of already cooked cured meat and ample water supplies. Therefore, he had no worries about food. As long as those dangerous animals didn't attack him, he would be fine.
Crunch, crunch. The wooden cart jolted along the mountain road, creaking noisily. If there's a lot of iron ore over there, bringing a cartload back should be enough for me,
Fong Chen muttered to himself. For him, it's not that he needs these iron ores for construction, but he can use them to make some tools. For example, knives, shovels, pickaxes, and so on. In any case, his goal is only one, to start using iron tools as soon as possible. Only in this way can he continue to maintain his leading position.
Pushing the cart, Fong Chen arrived at the previous mountain peak.
Leaning forward to look down, the crystal-clear pool came into view, with the babbling stream giving off a refreshing feeling.
Where's that person? Standing on the mountain peak, Fong Chen could immediately see that there was no one by the pool.
Moreover, the shelter that was originally built fairly well has now completely collapsed, surrounded by all kinds of debris.
Looks like this person was swept away by the storm too. I wonder if they've been eliminated.
Shaking his head, Fong Chen pushed the cart and continued walking forward. To him, the white man living here might be the only person he cared about. After all, the place where he lived was very close to theirs, and there was a high possibility of competition over resources. Of course, judging from the current situation, this guy was either eliminated or had left this place to live somewhere else. In any case, this person not being here was advantageous for Fong Chen and the others. After all, one less person meant one less competitor. Just as Fong Chen was about to continue walking forward, suddenly, something seemed to flash by beneath the shelter.
Fong Chen paused and quickly stopped the car, looking down vigilantly.
However, under his watchful gaze, a completely black animal with a colorful, iridescent neck slowly appeared. Its appearance somewhat resembled an ostrich, but on the top of its head, there was a thick bone plate covering its bare skull.
Seeing this creature, Fong Chen was immediately stunned.
Cranamu? The so-called Cranamu, just by hearing the name, you can tell that this creature must have many similarities with an ostrich. In fact, this creature is the 3rd largest bird in the world. Like the ostrich, it has a massive body, but it cannot fly.
But don't underestimate the cassowary.
In addition to being the 3rd largest bird in the world, it is also the most dangerous bird in the world.
See its feet?
It has 3 toes, and on the innermost of its 3 toes, there's a claw over 10 centimeters long, comparable to a dagger. This thing can literally split a person in half
half and easily extract their internal organs. Fang Chen carefully pushed the wooden cart forward while speaking to the drone's camera.
That's right, the cassowary is indeed such a ferocious creature. Over a decade ago, it was already classified as the world's most dangerous bird, so never be deceived by its appearance. Of course, although the cassowary is very ferocious, it is generally quite shy. As long as you don't disturb it or provoke it, those strong and swift legs won't hit you. So, when surviving in the wild, never provoke these animals unless you're courting death. As he spoke, Fang Chen had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. Because there were cassowaries below, he abandoned the idea of going to the shelter to see if he could find anything useful. And just as Fang Chen had just reached halfway up the mountain, the cassowary suddenly walked to the side of the shelter, lowered its head, and pecked furiously at the extinguished campfire. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen explained once again. The cassowary is also called the fire-eating bird. They usually eat seeds and fruits, but they have a characteristic: they are very curious about glowing things. Moreover, when they see charcoal remnants discarded by humans, they will definitely peck at them and swallow a few extinguished charcoal pieces to help grind down indigestible food. That's how the fire-eating bird got its name. Fang Chen's voice was very soft, and he deliberately avoided the direction of the crane cassowary. Although this creature was shy, it was even more ferocious. Coupled with its running speed of over 50 kilometers per hour, Fang Chen had no intention of provoking it. But just as Fang Chen was about to leave, suddenly, the crane cassowary not far away accelerated sharply and charged rapidly in Fang Chen's direction. No way! Fang Chen's eyes widened. Without thinking, he immediately grabbed the camping knife from the wooden cart, ready to face the crane cassowary that was less than 100 meters away. Just as Fang Chen thought the crane ostrich was charging straight at him, a sudden ripping sound of flesh tore through the air. However, right before the crane ostrich, a white mass collapsed onto the ground. Then, the crane ostrich leisurely pecked at this thing, its face filled with contentment and enjoyment. Rabbit? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then quickly pushed the wooden cart away. It was very clear that the crane ostrich had just spotted the rabbit, which was why it rushed over so quickly, and it killed it in one move. As Fang Chen mentioned earlier, the crane cassowary feeds on seeds and fruits, but it also preys on small animals such as mice, rabbits, birds, and insects. His gaze slowly shifted away from the crane cassowary, and Fang Chen quickly advanced in the indicated direction. Leaving the camp and coming to the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere. Moreover, it's fortunate that it's daytime. If it were dusk or nighttime, this deserted island would be even more terrifying. Therefore, Fang Chen must hurry on his way, striving to find a place to settle before evening. It would be even better if he could reach the iron ore site. But just as Fang Chen had been walking for less than half an hour, suddenly, an animal with tusks at its mouth and a very robust build appeared not far away. Seeing this thing, Fang Chen almost stopped instantly. Wild boar. That's right, what appeared in Fang Chen's sight was none other than the wild boar he was all too familiar with. There are still plenty of cured meats and sausages in the camp that haven't been eaten yet. It's just, although Fang Chen had successfully hunted 4 wild boars before, that was under the condition of being well prepared and having set traps. Encountering a wild boar outside the camp, with only a camping knife and a bow and arrow in hand, how could Fang Chen possibly stand a chance against it? Unless his current physical condition doubles, he might be able to fight a wild boar head-on. Right now it's morning, just the time when wild boars come out to forage. How did I end up running into one? Fang Chen sighed helplessly, then placed the wooden cart aside and quickly climbed up the nearby big tree. To him, these ferocious animals should never be confronted head-on, unless he is truly cornered with no way out. Otherwise, getting injured would be very troublesome, and there might even be a chance of being eliminated. Hiding in the tree, Fang Chen carefully observed the wild boar's every move. Judging from its movement trajectory, it was very likely coming from the river on Fang Chen's previous side. In other words, this entire area is within their activity range. Soon, Fang Chen's speculation was confirmed. In addition to this adult wild boar, there were also 3 or 4 juvenile wild boars searching for food in the nearby bushes. Judging by their size and condition, they were indeed part of the group of wild boars Fang Chen had previously hunted. Is this what they call a narrow escape from one's nemesis? Another large number of wild boars. If Fang Chen could hunt them down again, that would be great. You think wild boars can be killed just because you want to? Without proper preparation, it's nothing but a death wish. TCH, in the end, it's just that Fang Chen doesn't dare. And you all praise him every day as if he's capable of everything. In my opinion, he's just a coward. Coward? Do you dare to survive in a place like this? Ignore this kind of person. With a keyboard in hand, he can claim to kill a tiger barehanded. What's the point of talking to him? Seeing Fang Chen hiding in the tree, someone in the livestream chat immediately started stirring things up. But today was different from the past. Fang Chen's fans in the livestream were growing in number, and even if someone tried to stir things up, they were quickly suppressed. The foraging wild boar left after a short while. Fang Chen slowly descended from the tree, glanced around, and then continued walking forward. It must be said, time passed quickly. The danger has indeed increased significantly after coming out, especially in this area. After encountering the crane ostrich and and wild boar. Fong Chen subsequently ran into venomous snakes, centipedes, poison dart frogs, and other toxic animals one after another.
Of course, as long as he doesn't actively provoke them, these animals won't attack Fong Chen.
It's just, his pace is really slow. Pushing a wooden cart is already slow, and with wild beasts occasionally appearing in the dense forest, Fong Chen's speed becomes even slower.
According to his plan, he should have been able to reach his destination by early afternoon, but now, he's lucky to be alive.
The sun was shining brightly, and sunlight filtered sparsely through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the jungle. Fong Chen had no idea how long he had been walking in here. However, the direction indicated in his mind was getting closer and closer.
At most, it's about 5 kilometers.
And for these last 5 kilometers, Fong Chen was also pushing the wooden cart, quickly moving forward.
1 hour later,
when the orange sun had already begun to set in the west, a mountain finally appeared before Fong Chen's eyes.
Finally arrived.
After walking anxiously for an entire day, Fong Chen felt physically and mentally exhausted.
However, as long as he could find iron ore, everything would be worth it. Crunch, crunch.
The wooden cart was slowly pushed to the foot of the mountain, and Fong Chen looked up toward the mountain. According to the guidance in his mind, there was iron ore within this mountain. Just judging from its appearance, it was clear that there must be plenty of iron ore in this mountain. From experience, if a mountain contains iron ore in insignificant quantities, the mountain is often brownish in color, and some of the rock's surfaces will have yellow rust spots. The mountain in front of Fong Chen was exactly like this.
Moreover,
therefore, as long as he started digging, he would definitely be able to harvest a cart full of iron ore to take back. But it must be noted that iron ore is heavier than ordinary stones. Considering how tough the journey here was, one can only imagine how arduous the return trip would be. Forget it, no need to overthink. I should first find a place to settle down. Soon, those wild beasts will come out to hunt for food. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Fong Chen placed the wooden cart at the foot of the mountain, then walked around the mountain alone.
He didn't find any caves in the surrounding area.
The only place where he could rest was a gap between 2 giant boulders. Although it wasn't a cave, it was enough to shelter one person.
Even if it rained, he wouldn't be afraid.
Hiding inside, Fong Chen not only used the wooden cart as a cover but also took advantage of the fallen branches and leaves nearby to light a campfire. For him, the easiest thing was to start a fire.
Alright, let's rest here for now.
I'll go up the mountain to take a look when the sun rises tomorrow. Fong Chen took out some preserved meat he had brought along, placed it over the campfire, and roasted it slightly just to heat it up. While eating the preserved meat and drinking water, Fong Chen also placed the wooden cart sideways as a barrier outside. He then piled up a few stones, which could at least serve as some form of protection. While Fong Chen was enjoying dinner, suddenly, a clanging sound came from above his head.
Hearing this sound, Fong Chen almost instantly stood up. Someone's mining. However,
if he couldn't recognize the sound, then he would truly be deaf.
But it's already evening, who would still be mining here? Could it be that he's not afraid of wild beasts lurking nearby?
Thinking of this, Fong Chen quickly leapt over the wooden cart and then swiftly ran in the direction the sound was coming from. But when he reached halfway up the mountain, the sound suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, a yellow-skinned man slowly picked up many fragments of iron ore from the ground and placed them into the bamboo basket on his back.
An experienced person.
You must know that to smelt iron, the iron ore must be crushed, especially before it enters the furnace for smelting. It must be broken down and ground into very fine particles, followed by multiple rounds of screening. Only in this way can the efficiency of smelting and the quality of the finished product be ensured. And the yellow-skinned man in front of him clearly understood this point. His mining movements were very skilled, obviously a veteran. Of course, whether he was a veteran or a novice, for Fong Chen, this person's appearance was not good news, because it meant that his idea had also occurred to someone else, and they had acted before him.
Moreover,
at the moment Fong Chen noticed this person, he suddenly turned his head, locking eyes with Fong Chen,
and with that glance, the livestream chat instantly erupted. Clan leader Jean. My goodness, I actually ran into clan leader Jean. Wow, he used to be my idol.
I didn't expect clan leader Jean to start mining iron ore as well.
It seems Fong Chen's approach is indeed correct. The name of clan leader Jean is truly known by everyone in this world.
He is also the only man whose fame can rival Bear Grylls. Don't be fooled by his small stature and dark face. His survival experience and skills are absolutely world-class. In all the competitions he has participated in, he has almost always won the prize money. He even once survived alone on a deserted island for as long as 3 years.
His name is synonymous with the wilderness.
So when he saw that it was actually him, even Fong Chen was stunned.
Oh, I really didn't expect anyone to be able to find this place. It seems you're not ordinary.
Clan leader Jean muttered to himself, then smiled at Fong Chen and said in English, "Young man, are you here to mine iron ore too?"
Fong Chen came back to his senses and calmly nodded.
Judging from the current situation, there was a lot of iron ore on this mountain, so Fong Chen had no need to hide anything.
After all, with so much iron ore, even if the two of them mined it together, they would never run out.
Patriarch Jean smiled slightly and said, "Then I wish you good luck." After speaking, he unhurriedly began mining the iron ore again, the rhythmic clinking sounds echoing.
Fong Chen Chen glanced at him again and then headed toward the cave below.
Chief Jean was mining iron ore, which was none of his business, it was someone else's freedom. However, the noise was quite loud, and now that it was dusk, if it attracted wild beasts, Fang Chen would be in trouble. It's just that. The reputation of the Golden Clan leader is indeed well established. Being able to have so many fans worldwide is certainly not without reason. Therefore, since Fang Chen knows these common facts, he must also be aware of this. Yet, despite knowing this, he still brazenly continues mining. Either he is very familiar with the situation in this area and knows that no beasts will come, or he is doing it on purpose. He wants to cause trouble for Fang Chen. He is the one mining the iron ore, and he is the one making the noise. Even if a wild beast comes, he will be the first to be discovered. Thinking about it this way, the first possibility seems more likely. Thinking of this, Fang Chen also returned to the cave, picked up the stone pickaxe, and slowly came to the position halfway up the mountain, standing less than 10 meters away from Chief Jean. Seeing Fang Chen come up again, Chief Jean grinned at him once more, then continued his actions. He seemed to be a kind and amiable person. Fang Chen shook his head, not thinking much about it, and instead walked to a nearby spot, slowly swinging his stone pickaxe. The process of mining iron ore is very simple. As long as you have the strength, you can mine it. Of course, the premise is that you can find it. And there's one more thing. You need to be able to determine how much iron content is in the iron ore you mine. Iron ore, does it seem like it's just a rock that's entirely made of iron? In fact, that's not the case. As long as the ore contains iron elements, it can be called iron ore. However, the amount of iron content determines the value of the ore. Generally speaking, the main ore used in industrial production is mostly hematite. In addition to being a high-quality iron smelting material, it is also one of the most abundant ores in nature, with an iron content generally ranging from 50% to 60%. For Fang Chen, hematite is undoubtedly an excellent iron smelting material, and his purpose for this trip is to bring back as much as possible. After all, it took him quite some effort to come here, and if he doesn't bring back enough, then the past 2 days would have been wasted. Fang Chen can't come here every day, but as for Chief Jean, Fang Chen isn't sure where he lives. If his residence is very close to this place, then this mountain would essentially be his private backyard. He could use these iron ores to accelerate his development. By then, even if Fang Chen possessed extraordinary abilities, without raw materials, he would be left helpless. Ding ding, clang clang. With the rhythmic sound of hammering, a considerable amount of hematite quickly appeared before Fang Chen. At the same time, Fang Chen broke these hematite chunks into smaller pieces, making them easier to carry and process. Not long after Fang Chen started digging, the nearby Jean clan chief slowly left, carrying his bamboo basket on his back. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was once again stunned. His bamboo basket clearly wasn't full, and he's leaving already? Could it be that his stamina couldn't keep up? However, obviously impossible. For someone who can survive in the wild, physical strength is definitely not an issue. Then one possibility is that the place where Chief Jean lives is very close to here, so he can come at any time and doesn't care at all about how much he has mined. After Chief Jean left, Fang Chen also stopped digging. He loaded the hematite he had dug into a basket and returned to the cave below. Seeing this scene, the livestream chat was instantly filled with confusion. Why did he stop digging? The sooner he finishes, the sooner he can go back. However, exactly, what's he thinking? Look at his wary expression. He's definitely scared. Yeah, this guy has always been such a coward. Coward? This is called being cautious. Stop explaining, it won't help. The facts are right in front of us. He's just a coward. When the livestream room became noisy, Fang Chen calmly sat in front of the campfire, took 2 sips of water, and then picked up the hematite beside him to examine it. Fang Chen's knowledge of ores wasn't extensive, and his ability to distinguish them was limited. However, as long as he confirmed it was hematite, he had nothing to worry about. Once it was smelted, the result of what could be made would naturally become clear. But why didn't he dig it up? As those spectators said, he is worried. As for what kind of person the Golden Clan leader is, he has no idea at all. Moreover, what is shown to others and what is truly experienced will definitely differ. Therefore, in matters like this, Fang Chen cannot gamble. If he bets wrong, he will face elimination and life-threatening danger. And just less than 10 minutes after Fang Chen returned to the cave, a sudden rustling sound came from above his head. Hearing this sound, Fang Chen almost instantly gripped the camping knife in his hand, his face full of vigilance. Another God's Eye View drone suddenly zoomed in. Above Fang Chen's head, a pitch-black mamba snake was slowly crawling. At the same time,